In the morning, in the letter received, Dagworth mentioned that next time they meet in Hogsmeade, he will guide him in making the bewitched brain potion. It seems that Dagworth has his own house there. It's just that this potion's master seems to have forgotten that Albert is only in his second year and hasn't yet reached the age to go to Hogsmeade. At that time, we will definitely have to sneak off to Hogsmeade again. However, having someone teach is a good thing. It saves you from having to figure out how to concoct the brain tonic yourself. Putting away Dagworth's letter, Albert began writing a reply. Dagworth's vigilance regarding the Baffy brain booster exceeded his own expectations. Perhaps this is what they mean by the more you know, the more cautious you become. However, Dagworth did not know that for Albert, learning to brew the brain-boosting potion was no more difficult than other ordinary potions. After all, the experience used to upgrade skills was the same, the only difference was the high cost of practice. Even with the skills, Albert didn't expect to succeed on the first try, especially with a potion like the Brain Awakening Elixir, which doesn't allow for even the slightest mistake. It's really a mess. Suddenly, voices were heard from outside the door, and the dormitory door was pushed open. Fred and George walked in one after the other, followed by Lee Jordan, who was carrying a paper bag. Wow, what is this? As soon as the three of them entered the dormitory, they saw the large glass jar on the floor, which was strangely burning with blue flames. A type of magical fire. I came across it in a book a couple of days ago. It's quite decent for keeping warm. Albert turned his head to explain to his roommate. This thing is quite convenient, truly worthy of the magic fire you have your eye on. Fred moved closer to the fire and found this thing quite useful. Of course, this thing is even waterproof. Albert picked up his teacup and took a sip of the steaming hot milk tea, looking at Fred and asking, "What did you just say was a mess?" "Quidditch practice." George replied dejectedly. Charlie even threw quite a fit over it. "He seems to think we're going to mess up this year's Quidditch season. You need experience, very few people can win from start to finish." Albert comforted. This year, the Gryffindor team has undergone a major overhaul. Beside those true geniuses, accumulating match experience is an essential process. The key to victory or defeat will rest on the seeker. "Genius, are you referring to yourself?" Fred muttered. "I never said that." Albert shook his head in denial. "By the way, what kind of magic fire is this that you can actually bottle it up like jam?" Lee Jordan was even more curious about the magical fire in the glass bottle. "Do you know about the goblin fire?" Albert suddenly asked. "Don't tell me, this is the goblin fairy fire." George had a look on his face as if to say, "Are you kidding me?" "Well, I never said this thing was goblin fire." Albert shrugged his shoulders. "Come on, what do you plan to do with this thing?" Fred also took the initiative to change the subject, no longer talking about Quidditch. Moreover, they all felt that Albert wouldn't just come up with this out of nowhere. "Hand warmer." Albert handed a silver metal tube to Fred, who, upon receiving it, found it surprisingly warm. "What is this thing good for?" Fred asked in amazement. "In winter, it is used for heating, similar to a hot water bottle. I can't determine how long the effect will last, but it should last more than a month." Albert thought for a moment and added, "It's safe, reliable, and guaranteed." The expressions of the three Freds instantly became very interesting, all with "Are you kidding me? Look. By the way, where did you get this armchair rocking chair? It's quite comfortable to sit in." Lee Jordan handed the oil paper bag to Albert, then plopped himself down on the armchair, casually draping the wool blanket over himself. The cozy feeling made him stifle a yawn, and suddenly he felt a bit sleepy. Of course, it was conjured up with a transfiguration spell. Albert opened the paper bag. Inside were cream cookies. He picked up a cookie, took a bite, and continued, "The first thing to do when joining the Transformation Club is to transform a chair for yourself. Consider it your entry ticket to the Transformation Club. Only you would enjoy this." The twins pulled up Lee Jordan and sat down to experience that warm feeling for themselves. "Of course, it doesn't matter who made it." Albert took the hand warmer back from George and said with a smile, "This thing isn't even fully finished yet, and it's a gift I'm preparing for someone else, so you can't borrow it." "Is someone else Isabel?" "What?" Albert almost choked on the cookie, looking bewildered at the three with strange expressions. "Why do you say that?" "Many people are saying that you and Isabel are dating," George reminded. "This is a birthday gift for my sister." Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes and asked irritably, "And who said I was dating Isabel? Is it a rumor?" Lee Jordan had a strange look on his face. "Someone saw you and Isabel whispering in the hallway tonight." "It's a rumor." Albert didn't want to continue on this topic. Although Europeans usually start dating at a young age, Albert couldn't help but doubt whether these three guys knew what dating was all about. In his words, a 12-year-old kid knows nothing about love. "What kind of look is that?" Lee Jordan was a bit annoyed by Albert's condescending look, as if he were a little kid. Nothing, I just think it's too early to talk about dating with you guys. Albert said irritably, and don't you think this is a bit gossipy? He and Isabel were actually just discussing a bet, and Katrina was present at the time. Clearly, someone intended to twist the facts to say that. Those gossip-loving reporters often do this. His relationship with Isabel is still at the stage of getting to know each other. Their friendship hasn't even fully developed, let alone romance. Is it early? It is said that muggles come of age at 16. Fred said something that surprised Albert. You actually know. According to Albert, the so-called coming-of-age ceremony is popular in the UK. Percy mentioned that he has a muggle friend. I remember you mentioned this last time. That girl came of age before the summer vacation, and not long after, she slept with a muggle she had met. Percy was moody about it the whole summer. The twins revealed a piece of shocking information to Albert. How did you find out? Albert frowned and said. We peeked at Percy's diary. Fred mischievously winked at Albert. Peeking at someone else's diary is not a good idea. Albert sternly criticized, this is neither interesting nor funny. We were just checking on family. Fred raised his hand and swore, really, we haven't done it again since that one time, and we don't understand French either. Having shared a dorm for so long, the three of them all knew that Albert spoke many languages, and some things were even recorded in other languages. Even if they wanted to peek, they wouldn't be able to understand. According to what they know, Albert has several letters written directly in ancient magic script, and even if they were shown directly to them, they wouldn't be able to understand them. Albert looked at the Weasley twins and felt a bit speechless. He suddenly felt a bit sympathetic toward Percy. Having such a younger brother was indeed unfortunate. Chapter 224, How did you know? On Saturday morning, Albert woke up early. It was still dark outside, and the storm was battering the windows. It's so cold. The temperature in the dormitory was very low. Albert curled up in the warm blanket, ready to turn over and continue his nap. Anyway, today was Saturday, and no one would care even if he slept until noon. Of course, Albert ultimately didn't get his wish. Around 8:30, he was woken up by the sounds of Fred and George getting out of bed. By the way, the heavy rain outside still shows no signs of letting up. Albert looked up and gazed out the window. Despite the terrible weather, the Quidditch match would still go on. In Charlie's words, Quidditch matches won't be cancelled just because of a little rain. Fortunately, I'm not the one playing in today's match. Albert secretly felt relieved. He actually quite disliked getting rained on and wasn't really keen on watching a match in the rain. He could only say that his love for Quidditch hadn't reached that level yet. Because of the rain, the corridors and halls of the castle were pitch black, with torches and candles lit every place. However, none of this could dampen people's enthusiasm for Quidditch. In the Great Hall, the students were excitedly discussing Quidditch, eagerly anticipating today's Quidditch match, completely unconcerned about the rain falling outside. At the Gryffindor table, Albert was putting a roasted sausage between two slices of bread, taking a big bite, and washing it down with steaming corn chowder. Instantly, he felt warm all over. Compared to Albert, the people around him didn't seem to have much of an appetite. Are you so nervous that you can't even eat? Albert could understand Fred and the others' nervousness, but he still felt there was no need to take the outcome of this Quidditch match too seriously. If they didn't care, they naturally wouldn't be so nervous. The one going up to compete isn't you. Angelina shot Albert a glare and couldn't help but complain, don't just stand there and make sarcastic remarks. You guys better eat something. Albert polished off the corn chowder in his bowl, smacking his lips. Playing in the rain really takes a toll on the player's stamina. I don't want to eat anything. Fred and George muttered. I have no appetite. Angelina felt terrible. Although she had already had one match experience, her performance last time was not very good. After a year of hard work, Angelina finally stepped onto the Quidditch pitch as a full-fledged player. She was sure she would perform better than last year, but she still couldn't avoid feeling nervous. Albert is right, you guys better eat something to keep your energy up. Lee Jordan slathered thick ketchup on his grilled sausage, took a big bite, and happily said, otherwise, you won't have the strength to hit the wandering ball. Thanks for your concern. Fred said irritably. You're welcome. I heard you're trying to become a commentator. Albert asked tentatively. How did you know? Lee Jordan widened his eyes in surprise, looking at Albert in disbelief. How did you know I became a Quidditch commentator? This is one of Lee Jordan's biggest secrets. He originally planned to surprise everyone, but unexpectedly, Albert revealed it, leaving him quite resentful. When did it happen? George asked curiously. Not long ago, I passed Professor McGonagall's test. Lee Jordan said, last year's commentator, Bagman, seemed to have become a player for Ravenclaw, so I didn't face too many obstacles and successfully became a Quidditch commentator. By the way, when did you find out? What do you think? Albert smiled without saying a word. Actually, he was just speaking off the cuff earlier and didn't really understand the actual situation. In Albert's memory, Lee Jordan had always been the commentator. Or rather, the Weasley twins' friend was set up as a commentator, so he just casually asked, and unexpectedly, he actually hit the nail on the head. Before 10:30, Gryffindor and Lee Jordan went to the Quidditch pitch early to prepare, while the other spectators entered before 11. Together. Elia invited Albert. You guys go ahead, I need to go back to the dorm for a bit. Albert casually made an excuse and hurriedly left the hall. He hadn't forgotten his promise to the McDougal sisters. This matter had already been delayed for a long time, and it wasn't a good idea to stand them up. That being said, Quidditch matches are still as popular as ever, and not even rain or wind can stop the entire school from turning out. Albert stood by the window, watching the students run across the lawn with umbrellas toward the Quidditch pitch. I feel like I've definitely gone mad, giving up watching today's Quidditch match for that damn bet. Katrina McDougal walked over to Albert, not forgetting to complain to him about the matter. You should thank me. If it weren't for me, you'd still be out there in the rain. Albert withdrew his gaze, turned his head to look at the girl beside him, and asked, what about Isabel? She went back to the common lounge, and by the time we get there, she'll probably be out. Katrina said as she walked, I can't believe I actually agreed to make such a bet with you. It's unbelievable when I think about it now. Of course you'll agree, after all, the bet is 10 galleons, and you can buy quite a lot with that money. Albert kindly reminded. They walked up the tower, spiraling in dizzying circles. Albert had never been here before. Katrina brought him to a door. If what lies before me can be considered a door, it has no handle, no keyhole, just an old wooden board with a bronze knocker shaped like an eagle. Albert curiously reached out to touch the wooden board, turned his head, and asked, would that has existed for nearly 1,000 years? Why is your focus different from everyone else's? Katrina said irritably. She reached out and knocked on the door. In the silence, the eagle's beak suddenly opened and said in a gentle, musical voice, what question can you never answer yes to? This counts as the first question, right? Albert turned his head and spoke to the girl. Katerina replied, did you fall asleep? That makes sense. After that voice finished speaking, the door to the Ravenclaw common room opened. Actually, I think are you dead? It's also an answer. Albert muttered. On the other side of the door, Isabel was standing there, raising her hand to open the door, but unexpectedly, the door opened by itself. Then, she heard Albert's words and casually replied, the answer to the eagle ring riddle is not unique. Peak chapter 225, worth 10 galleons. I feel like your answer has a problem. Katrina, who was sitting next to him, suddenly interjected, you know, if you asked a ghost, are you dead? I think if you say that to a ghost, they would reply, yes, I'm dead. Albert was stunned, unable to say a word, and for a moment, he was speechless. Katrina is right, becoming a ghost means he is already dead. Alright, he was just constrained by his habitual thinking earlier. This is a world of magic, with things like ghosts, so what he said earlier could actually get a response. You are absolutely right, I almost forgot about the special existence of ghosts. Albert straightforwardly admitted his mistake. Being stubborn was really pointless. Katrina originally thought Albert would continue to make excuses, but she never expected him to so readily admit his mistakes. You better hurry up. Isabel said to the two of them, you might still be able to catch the Quidditch match later. Today's Quidditch match is a showdown between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, but instead of cheering for their own team, the three are engaged in a different kind of showdown here. I actually quite dislike going out to watch games on rainy days. Albert looked at Isabel and asked in return, do you all really like Quidditch? Hey, is it really appropriate for you to say such things? Katrina had not forgotten that Albert was the one who had once defeated the Slytherin team on the field, laying the foundation for Gryffindor to win the House Cup. Isn't it appropriate? Albert retorted. So, that's why you're just a substitute player. Katrina thinks that Albert didn't become a ball retriever because he was probably afraid of hard work. Yeah, it really is like that. I heard that Quidditch training goes on rain or shine, and it's very tough. Let's get started. Iceball interrupted, raising her hand to knock on the wooden door. The eagle opened its beak and said the riddle, what animal starts by walking on 4 legs, then on 2 legs, and finally on 3 legs? I remember this seems to be a Sphinx's riddle. The Ravenclaw eagle really has a wide range of knowledge. Albert couldn't help but comment. The answer is people. Katrina ignored Albert's retort and immediately replied. The Ravenclaw eagle also has its own thoughts, similar to the Sorting Hat. Initially, it didn't know many riddles, but now some of the riddles have been added by the successive heads of Ravenclaw. Isabel took the candy that Albert handed over and answered his question. How do you know about these things? Albert asked curiously. I've seen some related records. Isabel skillfully peeled off the wrapper and popped the candy into her mouth. Eagle Ring, please continue with your questions. Katrina said. Do you want some too? Albert took out some candy and asked. Aren't you afraid of getting cavities? Don't worry, I brush my teeth twice a day. Albert said seriously, sugar can stimulate brain activity, making it easier to think. If you don't want it, that's fine. Who said I didn't want it? Katrina picked a candy of her favorite flavor and was about to unwrap the candy wrapper when the Eagle Ring spoke again. Where are the departed? In memory. Albert answered first. That makes sense. Eagle Ring paused for a few seconds before replying. What is your answer? Albert asked Katrina. Are you doing this on purpose, deliberately trying to interfere with me, even stealing my questions? If you don't plan to let me win, just say so. Katrina looked somewhat angry, her expression unfriendly as she glared at Albert. All right, it's my fault. You shouldn't interfere with me. Katrina protested angrily. I promise I won't interrupt you anymore. Albert assured. Next, Albert no longer interfered with Katrina's guessing. He also discovered that the riddles in the Eagle Ring were of several types. One type was philosophical questions like the phoenix and fire, while another type was the letter-guessing kind found in English. The last category consists of riddles from various countries. Katrina is indeed very talented at solving riddles. Even when faced with riddles she has never seen before, she can still provide answers after careful consideration. Perhaps this is the result of frequently exercising my riddle-solving skills. Of course, Albert, who listened quietly, also gained a lot. Most of the riddles and answers were already stored in his mind, and it was likely that the Eagle Ring of the Ask and You Shall Receive room could no longer hold him back. What surprised Albert was that the last riddle was actually about the phoenix and fire. A cycle, with no beginning. After answering the last question, Katerina let out a deep sigh and said to Albert, I've already answered the 100th question. After finishing her sentence, the girl excitedly clenched her fist and announced to Albert, I won this bet. Congratulations. Albert clapped his hands with a smile. Actually, Katrina didn't just answer 100 questions. During this process, some riddles appeared more than once. According to the agreement, where's the stuff? Katrina reached out to Albert. According to the agreement, you need to give Katerina 10 gallons. Isabel said softly. Oh, almost forgot. Here, the betting chips. Saying this, Albert took out 10 galleons from his pocket and placed them in Katerina's hand. Congratulations again, I'll take my leave now. See you another day. Albert turned around and prepared to leave. Don't you want to go to the stadium together to watch the Quidditch match? Katrina stared blankly at the galleon in her hand, looking at Albert's back as she asked. No, I still have things to do. You said, what did Albert bet with me for? Katrina grabbed Gallon by the hand and asked Isabel in confusion. Maybe, it's for 100 riddles. Isabel thought for a moment and replied, in his eyes, 100 riddles are worth 10 galleons. Of course, if you can't answer them, you just earn 10 galleons for nothing. He's such a weirdo. Katrina couldn't help but mutter, fine, for Gallon's sake, let's go watch the match. Have you ever thought that Albert has already gotten the ticket to the Ravenclaw common room? Isabel suddenly said, although we don't exclude students from other houses, in fact, only a small number of non-Ravenclaw students can enter our common room. He doesn't have any ulterior motives, does he? Katrina stuffed the galleon into her pocket and followed Isabel toward the Quidditch pitch. Although she felt that Albert had ulterior motives, she just couldn't think of any. Perhaps Isabel knew what that guy's intentions were. Katerina remembered hearing rumors not long ago that Albert was dating Isabel. What do you want to ask? Go ahead. As if seeing through his thoughts, Isabel asked. Nothing, Katrina said. Don't I know you well enough? Isabel said. Everyone is saying you two are dating. Katrina glanced at Isabel and cautiously asked. Rumors are 99% false. Isabel did not answer the question directly. Oh. Katrina replied, fake. Rumors, we are just friends. Isabel glanced at Katerina and said, geniuses' friends are usually also geniuses, that's quite normal. Chapter 226. Where's the knowledge? After finishing the riddle bet with Katerina, Albert did not go to the pitch to watch the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, but instead went straight to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. He planned to first record the 100 riddles and answers proposed by the Eagle Ring, so he wouldn't forget them after a while. A quick memorization ultimately cannot last. Unless Albert is frequently questioned by the Eagle Ring like the students of Ravenclaw, it is simply impossible to remember the general content after a long period of time. As the saying goes, a good memory is not as good as a bad pen. This saying from a past life still makes a lot of sense. Organizing and recording these 100 riddles and answers took Albert quite a bit of time. By the time he put down his pen and stretched, it was already past noon. In every Quidditch match, unless it ends early, a large crowd of people basically doesn't eat lunch until the match is over. As for dinner, Quidditch matches rarely last until the evening. How incompetent must two seekers be to not catch a single snitch in a few hours? A competition that lasts all day is ultimately just a few. Albert closed his notebook, rubbed the muscles on his cheek with his hand, and directed his gaze toward the old wooden board in the corner of the library with the eagle ring. He took a deep breath, raised his hand, and lightly tapped the wooden board twice. The eagle ring opened and spoke a riddle. You are not in the past or the future. Now I can see you. Where are you? In the mirror. Albert immediately replied. That makes sense. After Inghuan finished speaking, a door appeared out of nowhere. Success! Albert excitedly clenched his fist, raised his wand, and walked through the door. He found himself in a huge circular marble chamber, illuminated by burning blue torches that made the surroundings bright. Eternal flame. Albert examined the torch on the wall. At this moment, he suddenly had the impulse to take a torch down and examine it. Where is Ravenclaw's treasure of knowledge? Albert murmured. This is a windowless room, very empty inside, fitting the so-called bare walls. There is nothing here. The marble walls are engraved with some strange symbols. Ancient magic script. Actually, the moment Albert entered the secret room, he had already noticed the ancient inscriptions on the wall. There's no other choice. Here, beside the eternal flame, the only thing left to capture Albert's attention is the ancient inscriptions on the wall. He stepped toward the wall, reaching out to brush over the carved marks, and began to seriously translate the actual content of the ancient inscriptions. The ancient runes that Professor Broad and Professor Smith showed him were indeed copied from here. However, in Albert's memory, the writing used by wizards 1,000 years ago should have been ancient magical script. The English language, which borrowed from the Latin script, was introduced to Britain later. So, I shouldn't read the text on the wall from a translation perspective. Is its existence merely to record something, or is it that there are secrets hidden in ancient magic texts? Albert spent a full half hour just reading the ancient runes carved on the wall in front of him and transcribing them into his notebook. The text on the wall is probably about the founding of Hogwarts, similar to the records Albert saw in the library. Initially, Hogwarts was established to protect wizards from persecution. After all, Muggles fear magic, and they would persecute wizards out of that fear. Even worse, during the dark medieval period 1,000 years ago, England was in the terrifying Viking Age. From the fact that the castle where Hogwarts is located is on a mountain by the lake, and the exact location of the school is enchanted to be unmarked, it can be seen that the four founders considered the possibility of enemies attacking Hogwarts when they established it, which is why they set up a series of defensive measures in the castle. Albert did not forget that the armor and knight statues in Hogwarts Castle could be animated by spells when necessary. This means that 100 or even thousands of soldiers who are not afraid of death, combined with the castle's terrain and defensive measures, would have made it impossible for even the notorious Vikings to conquer Hogwarts Castle at that time. However, this well-known history of Hogwarts is not what Albert is looking for. The contents of Ravenclaw's knowledge repository should be more than just this. Bastard, at least, you should leave me some books or other things. Could it be that someone else got there first and cleared it out? Albert glanced at the task panel, and sure enough, the task find Ravenclaw's knowledge repository was not completed. Could it be that this is not the repository of knowledge of Ravenclaw? Is there still some secret hidden in this secret room? Albert walked around the secret room again, and aside from the magical inscriptions on the walls, there really wasn't anything else. However, Albert has made some new discoveries, something similar to a jigsaw puzzle. As for why it's called a puzzle, that's because the magical symbols on it have been scattered. Albert thought this might be a door, or something else, but he still couldn't understand it. To be precise, he couldn't comprehend it. Extraordinary intelligence is humanity's greatest wealth. And then, Albert pieced together the scattered runes and read them out in ancient script. He felt that something was vaguely missing, but as for what exactly was missing, Albert himself couldn't quite say. If this is a treasure trove of knowledge, then what exactly does it contain? Albert couldn't figure it out for a moment. He thought it couldn't possibly be ancient runes, because those were the characters used in that era. It also definitely couldn't be the history of Hogwarts on the wall. So, what else could be left here? That saying, exceptional intelligence and talent are humanity's greatest wealth, or the eternal fire on the wall. Albert took an eternal flame from the wall and placed it in front of him, examining it closely. This thing resembled the shape of the Olympic torch, and indeed, it was carved with some ancient runes. In this regard, it wasn't much different from the protective bracelets Albert made. However, the effects produced by these ancient runes are surprisingly significant. Albert knew that this might be the power of magical writing. It's just, does this have anything to do with the treasure trove of knowledge? If it really matters, then, what secrets are hidden in the treasure trove of knowledge? Albert felt a headache coming on. He really couldn't understand what secrets were hidden here. Forget it, let's just note this down for now. Albert put the eternal flame back. Fearing that Professor Broad and Professor Smith had not discovered the secrets of the hidden chamber. As for the wizard who discovered the secret here before and took away the things originally placed in this secret room, this possibility should be quite small. Pecan Leaf Caven is considering Ravenclaw's treasure. Chapter 227, The Informed. Put yourself in someone else's shoes. If I were the designer of the Ravenclaw Knowledge Vault, I would naturally want more students to gain knowledge from it, so there wouldn't be anything easily taken away from the vault. No one can guarantee that all the students found here have noble character. Then, the real treasure must still be inside that secret room. Where are the things? Albert guessed that it must be hidden. Ravenclaw selects intelligent students through a screening process, the first hurdle being the eagle-shaped door, where only those who answer the riddle correctly are eligible to enter. So, why can't there be a second or even a third hurdle? There should be a secret door in the hidden room, or something similar. But what could be the key to open it? Albert was eating while pondering the problem, his fork gently tapping on the plate as he carefully considered the clues he might have missed. In the secret chamber, there are only two things: the eternal fire, the ancient elvish fire, and ancient runes. If the eternal fire is used for lighting, then the possibility will be in the ancient magic text. Professor Broad and Professor Smith probably had similar doubts, which is why they translated those things themselves. However, the ancient wizards used ancient runes. What have I overlooked? Albert felt as if he had touched something. What is special about ancient magical scripts? By the way, the runes are a type of magical script, and that saying, extraordinary intelligence is humanity's greatest wealth. Perhaps this is the key to unlocking the hidden door. However, reaching that level is not easy. Albert once speculated that when his magic script skill reached level 3, he might be able to initially approach that level. If that's really the case, Albert was just about to open the skill panel when a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. It was the house elf Kara, who was looking at him anxiously. Carla, is something wrong? Albert looked up and asked. Sir, does this food not suit your taste? Kara asked slightly uneasily. No, it's very delicious, I'm just thinking about something. Albert's gaze fell on the plate in front of him. He hadn't eaten much of the food, so it was no wonder the house elf would say that. Saying this, he finished off most of the food in just a few bites. When Carla heard Albert's response, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and smiled at him. However, being interrupted by the house elf like this, Albert didn't hurry to check his skills. He quickly finished his food and then got up to leave the kitchen. The castle is still empty, and the Quidditch match hasn't ended yet. It's already 3:30 in the afternoon. Albert put away his pocket watch, walked to the nearby window, and looked through the glass at the outside of the castle. The heavy rain had stopped. Do you want to go? He hesitated for a moment but still walked alone toward the Quidditch pitch. Due to the rain, the road was extremely muddy. As soon as Albert approached the Quidditch pitch, he could feel a lively atmosphere hitting him. He quietly pushed open the door and walked up the stairs, his gaze falling on the few figures intertwined above. For a moment, Lee Jordan's voice came from the distance. Gryffindor scores. The current score is 140 to 180, Ravenclaw is temporarily in the lead. The two sides have actually fallen into a tug-of-war. However, the score difference isn't big. As long as Charlie can catch the golden snitch, Gryffindor will win. I thought you weren't going to come watch the game. Albert turned his head toward the direction of the voice and saw Isabel walking toward him, holding a pair of binoculars. Albert replied and redirected his gaze back to the field above. It seems you've discovered that secret too. Isabel was not angered by Albert's attitude. She merely uttered an enigmatic remark. Albert suddenly turned around and glared at Isabel. Did you use mind reading on me? No, I don't think Isabel can break through my brain sealing technique. Even if she really used the mind reading technique on me, I wouldn't be completely unaware. So, does that mean she knows about it? What secret? Albert pretended not to understand. Isabel glanced at Albert and didn't say anything further. Are you referring to the wish-granting house? Albert wouldn't let the two sides fall into silence, because that would mean it would be difficult for him to obtain any more information. Isabel gave a barely noticeable nod. I didn't find what I was looking for. Albert frowned, thinking that Isabel might be able to provide him with some information. No, I just found relevant records in the literature. Don't tell me you haven't been inside. Albert frowned and said, my ancient magic script is not as good as yours. Isabel glanced at Albert and said lightly, understanding the ancient magic texts inside is quite challenging for me. Perhaps, Ravenclaw never imagined that the runes would eventually become a thing of the past. Albert suddenly sighed, feeling that the knowledge in the repository was meant for students. After all, only students and professors could possibly be at Hogwarts and discover its secrets. It seems like you haven't gained much either. Isabel's tone carried an unmistakable hint of disappointment. Where did you learn that secret? Albert asked curiously. And you? Both sides fell silent once again. Ultimately, the cheers from the crowd broke the eerie atmosphere. The seekers from both teams were vying for the golden snitch, and all the spectators in the stands stood up, their eyes fixed on the contest. Whoever caught the snitch would bring victory to their team. However, it seemed as if some unseen force was keeping this match going. While the two ball retrievers were busy fighting over the ball, the golden thief managed to slip away again. The people who were originally ready to cheer for the victor could only turn all their emotions into a chorus of discontented boos. Professor Broad and Professor Smith came to Hogwarts for it. Albert thought that Isabel should know something. She knew both professors and was close to them. You don't know. Isabel put down her glasses, looked at Albert, and her tone carried a hint of strangeness. Know what? Nothing. Isabel doesn't seem to intend to answer Albert's question. Albert stared deeply at Isabel, realizing he couldn't see through this guy in front of him. What are some things that I haven't noticed myself? Are you referring to an invitation to join some loose organization? Albert recalled the invitation from last Easter and the circle that Dagworth had mentioned. You'll find out later. Isabel did not answer, or rather, she was not prepared to answer. She turned and left. Guess right. At least I guessed part of it. Albert watched Isabel's departing figure and couldn't help but mutter, she really is a woman full of secrets. Chapter 228. The curtain falls. Winter nights come particularly early. By 5 in the evening, the sky quickly darkens. However, today Hogwarts is a bit special. The Quidditch pitch is still brightly lit. To ensure the match can continue, the professors of Hogwarts have lit torches around the pitch. In the stands, Albert tightened his thick cloak to fend off the rapidly dropping temperatures of the night. Compared to Albert's situation, the other spectators around him were in even worse shape. Having missed lunch, they were already ravenous. However, the spectators continued to endure hunger and cold with an enthusiasm that Albert could not understand, remaining seated in the stands to watch the Quidditch match. However, the audience were not the most unfortunate people at the scene. The players still flying in the sky had already been thrown into disarray by the cold wind. The wind at high altitudes is very cold, and it gets even colder at night. Especially for the rookie players who were nervous and didn't eat much in the morning, their remaining energy has long been drained by the cold. Now they are hungry, thirsty, and cold. The originally enthusiastic commentator, Lee Jordan, has now lost his initial passion. His voice has become hoarse from the continuous commentary, and he has to rely on Professor McGonagall's help to use the sonorous charm to keep going. This is undoubtedly a severe test for Lee Jordan, who is commentating for the first time. Look, they've all spotted the golden snitch and are chasing after it. Lee Jordan shouted loudly from the stands. Currently, the score between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw is 210 to 270, with Ravenclaw temporarily leading, but the gap isn't fully established. Whoever catches the golden snitch will bring victory to their team. A fierce battle for the golden snitch is taking place above the pitch, with both seekers eagerly wanting to end this long match. There's no way around it. After several hours, all the players are already very exhausted. Both sides are accelerating their dive. Oh, they're about to crash into the ground. Oh my god, they've crashed into the ground. I hope they're okay. Lee Jordan exclaimed in horror. Wait, oh no, Ravenclaw's seeker has caught the golden snitch. No one cared what Lee Jordan had just said, because the stadium had erupted in wave after wave of cheers, as people celebrated the victory of the match. Albert and the other Gryffindor spectators surged onto the field, where the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw players had already gathered around Charlie. The situation of these two seekers is a bit dire. They both got injured and were eventually taken to the school hospital on a stretcher by the hurriedly arriving Professor McGonagall. Don't worry, Charlie will be fine. Albert gently comforted the twin brothers, whose condition was also not good. Not only were they shivering from the cold wind above, but they also seemed to be showing signs of exhaustion. First, have some candy. Albert took out some candy and handed it to the twins, while also drawing his wand to remove the dampness and chill from their bodies. Thank you, I owe you one. Fred said with a hint of exhaustion, not refusing Albert's support. In fact, he was almost out of strength. I didn't expect this match to last so long. The four hurriedly returned to the castle, sat at the crowded dining table, and only after downing a steaming bowl of corn chowder did they have the energy to discuss other matters. I remember you saying that the game would last a long time. While Lee Jordan was eating a fried potato, he suddenly looked up at Albert and said, I never said anything like that. Don't pin the blame on me. Albert shot Lee Jordan an annoyed look. I just told them to eat a bit more, so they won't be too weak to compete later. The meaning is the same. Lee Jordan said. We still lost in the end. George's tone was somewhat heavy. They had trained so hard, yet they still lost the match. Charlie has already done his best. Albert said. I know, he just had a bit of bad luck. Fred was a bit frustrated. Ravenclaw won the match just because they were luckier. At that moment, the opposing Seeker and Charlie were diving together, neither side showing any intention of slowing down. When the fruit hit the ground, the other party actually caught the golden thief. Speaking of luck, several people turned to look at Albert. This guy's luck is pretty good. If only they didn't continue to think about it, there were no what ifs. After eating something, Albert went to the hospital wing with the Gryffindor players to visit the injured Charlie. The captain had already been treated by Madame Pomfrey, but his condition wasn't too good and he needed to stay overnight for observation. However, Charlie was not alone, because someone was with him. The only regret was that it wasn't a girl, but rather a fellow Ravenclaw seeker who shared Charlie's plight. Just left the campus clinic, the four of them ran into Professor Smith in the hallway. Albert, I just happened to have something to discuss with you. Professor Smith kindly invited Albert to his defense against the Dark Arts office. This is what we talked about last time. He handed a piece of parchment to Albert, which contained the same content that Albert saw today in the Wishful House. Sure enough, Professor Smith has also been inside there. This is the history of the founding of Hogwarts. Albert took some time to read through the contents of the parchment and said, I know. Professor Smith nodded and said, do you think he has anything special about him? Special? Albert thought for a moment and said, nothing special, it's just a piece of history, similar to what I've seen in the library. Professor Smith seems a bit disappointed, even though Albert got the same result as him. If I had to say something strange. Albert hesitated for a moment, then asked, was the situation for ancient wizards really that bad? Whether it's good or bad, Albert knows it in his heart, he is just diverting Professor Smith's attention. Not very good. Professor Smith explained, in that era, the knowledge of magic was not as systematically summarized and categorized as it is now. Wizards were essentially feeling their way across the river. Knowledge was extremely precious. A single parchment book could be worth the income of a barony for a year or even longer. At that time, many wizards didn't know much magic, especially those from Muggle backgrounds. Their situation was very dire. They had magical power but didn't know any formal magic. Without a wand and not knowing how to use magic, having magical power is undoubtedly terrible. Muggles are very afraid of this power. And once discovered, they will be seen as monsters. The outcome is predictable. People like Tom, who explore on their own and use magic roughly, are ultimately just a minority. The four founders of Hogwarts were undoubtedly very great. However, wizards as powerful as them are ultimately rare, and those willing to selflessly share their knowledge with others like they did are even rarer, Professor Smith remarked. Professor Smith remarked. I thought it was a prosperous magical era. Albert muttered, those ancient and powerful spells of Hogwarts, you are right. In that era, there were indeed many magical and powerful spells. Although traces of those ancient spells can still be found today, the chances of anyone using them now are very slim. Perhaps Dumbledore knows some ancient spells, but such cases are ultimately rare. Professor Smith frowned slightly. He had actually noticed some issues, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly where the problem lay at that moment. Chapter 229, famous again. The defeat in the Quidditch match plunged the entire Gryffindor house into a low point, and the determination to continue competing for the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup vanished in an instant. It was fortunate that this Quidditch match was long enough and that Gryffindor played evenly against Ravenclaw, which silenced some of the people who had doubts and dissatisfaction with the new players. The Weasley twins are not in high spirits, but they still go to the field for training every week. Regardless of the weather, this series of changes had almost no impact on Albert. His life at Hogwarts remained essentially unchanged. In the days following the end of the competition, some new events unfolded at the school. Professor Pomona Sprout finally discovered that a pot of mandrake had gone missing from Greenhouse 3. However, no one knows who actually took the pot of mandrake. Some people believe it was Pippi who did it, planning to throw it into the hall to entertain everyone. The administrator, Filch, is doing his utmost to investigate this matter, trying to catch Peeves in the act and drive him out of the castle. No one connected this incident with the cries from the castle half a month ago, except for Snape. The potions professor's temper remained terrible. He had spent a lot of effort but still couldn't find the culprit. Moreover, during one potion-making session, Snape discovered that 3 precious materials were missing from his storeroom. Is someone preparing to compound a potion? Snape could tell at a glance from the horn of the bicorn and the fragments of the African tree snake's skin what the thief who stole the materials intended to do. As for the missing Naga eggs, he didn't associate them with the brain-boosting potion. If someone wanted to turn into a giant's brain, he wouldn't stop them either. Albert actually wanted to store some compound potions. With this thing, it would be much easier for him to impersonate someone else in the future. At least he wouldn't have to worry about being discovered when entering the black market. However, making the potion is really a waste of time, and he thinks Snape might be keeping an eye on this matter as well. After all, he initially had the idea of drawing Snape's attention to this area. As November approached its end, another Quidditch match was held at the end of the month. The situation is not optimistic. The Slytherin team defeated the Hufflepuff team with a decisive score advantage. Despite the efforts of Hufflepuff's new seeker, Diggory, to resist, he was still as helpless as a kitten in a snowstorm when facing the onslaught of the Slytherin team. Slytherin's victory is undoubtedly not good news for Gryffindor. At least the vast majority of students would prefer to see Hufflepuff win. Unfortunately, the cheers couldn't help Hufflepuff win the ultimate victory. The lead in house points in Quidditch matches has restored Slytherin's confidence that they lost last year, and they haven't held back in mocking Gryffindor. Absolutely infuriating. Fred's quill pen was bent out of shape by him. How about we? George made a tapping motion, wishing he could give the Slytherin player who had just been so smug in front of him a lesson he wouldn't forget. This idea is not bad. Lee Jordan also squinted his eyes happily, ready to stir things up. Just ignore them, Albert said nonchalantly. Don't do that, Fred said. The old bat is still watching. Albert reminded, getting caught would be worse, and beside, it's already starting to snow. Cedar mushroom, he reminded. Oh, all right. Seeing that Albert was unwilling to help, the three of them felt a bit helpless. Without Albert's brains, it wouldn't be easy to quietly deal with that group of people. Although they all like to stir up trouble and want to take revenge on those guys, they definitely don't want to be targeted by Snape. I just heard them seem to be discussing something. After Fred and the others left, Shauna sat down opposite Albert, placed a magazine titled Mastering Practical Potions in front of him, and said with a smile, "Congratulations." Congratulations on what? Albert was stunned, looking at Shauna in confusion. An article. Sana reminded, it's on the cover of the magazine, Practical Potion Mastery. It seems I haven't published a paper on it yet. Albert thought for a moment and said, he did write one, but he hasn't sent it out yet. Indeed, that is your name up there, Albert Anderson. Shauna looked at Albert with suspicion, opened the magazine, flipped to Albert's article, pointed at it, and said, "Oh, I think I know what's going on." Albert flipped through advanced potion making and immediately understood what was going on. Clearly, someone had helped him out, and this essay had been revised in his favor. It seems like I did mention this matter in detail. However, Albert didn't really care about these things anymore. After all, he was already well known. If Practical Potions masturbate for submissions, perhaps I would be more enthusiastic. Unfortunately, they don't pay for contributions. This magazine is an academic publication, organized by a group of potion masters aiming to expand their influence. To put it bluntly, it's just something a small circle of people play with to boost their own prestige. Of course, it is still considered an authority on potions. After all, the potions in the Practical Potions Master are indeed very practical, so the reputation of the publishers inside is actually quite good. However, Albert himself actually did not plan to delve into this field, so he viewed it very lightly. However, this kind of attitude is quite unusual in Shauna's eyes. She felt that very few people could face it with such calmness. At this moment, someone else walked over and placed a magazine in front of them. Albert and Shauna, who were casually chatting, both looked up at the newcomer. Your paper has been selected. Katrina pointed to the spell innovations on the table. Is the new issue out? Albert asked in confusion, remembering that he had also subscribed to this magazine. It came out the day before yesterday. Katrina said, congratulations. With this, you have successfully published papers in both today's Transfiguration and Spell Innovations. I dare say this is unprecedented at Hogwarts. Sana was stunned for a while, then smiled at Katerina and said, actually, you don't know, Anderson even published a paper in Practical Potion Master, and that magazine is right here. Maybe you can surpass Professor Dumbledore and become another legend. Katrina muttered. Isabel said the headmaster was also a very impressive genius in the past. You flatter me like this, and I'll feel embarrassed. Although Albert said this, there wasn't a hint of embarrassment on his face. In any case, congratulations. Katrina shot Albert a glare, and before turning to leave, she added, by the way, Professor Flavie is looking for you. It's probably about this matter. Chapter 230, The Unbreakable Vow. Professor Flitwick is looking for me. Albert was somewhat surprised because his interactions with the Charms Professor were actually quite limited, at least not to the extent that the professor would invite him for afternoon tea. It should be about the thesis. This is actually a good opportunity. Maybe I can find an excuse to ask Professor Flivy for a signature to borrow a book from the restricted section. The task of borrowing books from the restricted area on the mission panel is almost complete. However, what excuse would be appropriate to use? On the way to Professor Flitwick's office on the 8th floor of the West Tower, Albert had been pondering this issue, and when he knocked on Professor Flitwick's wooden door, he still didn't have a good solution. "Professor, did you need something from me?" Albert felt a bit special when he entered Professor Flive's office for the first time. Probably because of Professor Flivy's height, there are movable ladders on the bookshelves, the chair he sits on has been raised, and there are stools beside it for resting one's feet. "Anderson, have a seat," Professor Flivy said calmly. "The paper you wrote last time was published in Curse Innovations." Saying this, he placed the magazine in front of Albert and flipped to the page with the article. "Katrina just told me. Here's the thing, the editor of Spellbound Innovations wants to meet you, so he sent me a letter." Professor Flive handed a letter to Albert and continued, "He probably thinks it would be a bit presumptuous to send you a letter directly. I can understand, if he did that, I would probably think he was a fraud." Albert took the letter and looked at Professor Flivy, asking, "Can I open it now?" "Oh, of course." Albert opened the letter and glanced at its contents. The author of the letter pointed out a few minor flaws in his paper in a very tactful manner and expressed a willingness to continue corresponding with him. The author also hoped that he would continue to publish papers in spell innovation. This letter to Albert feels like that Mr. Ephias is being a bit too enthusiastic. The editor of Spellbound Innovations doesn't seem to be named Ephias Dorji. Albert raised his head in confusion and asked Professor Flivy. "Ephias is indeed not the editor, but he is the one who truly has the power to influence the magazine Spellbound Innovations," Professor Flivy explained. "I understand." Albert nodded to indicate that he understood. "Anderson, whether you want to work at the Ministry of Magic in the future or specialize in spells, it won't hurt to interact more with people in this field," Professor Flitwick kindly reminded. "Thank you, Professor." Although Albert had no intention of pursuing this direction, he still remembered to express his gratitude to the other party. He knew that Professor Flive's words were entirely out of goodwill. "By the way, Professor, I came across 2 advanced spells in the library the other day." "Advanced spells?" Professor Flitwick couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "It's the Guardian Spirit spell and the Unwavering Loyalty spell," Albert said. "I'm very interested in them, but I've only found information on the Guardian Spirit spell. Do you know where I can find information on the Loyal Heart spell?" Professor Flitwick was somewhat astonished. He had never imagined that Albert had already begun to delve into such advanced magic. He tentatively asked, "Have you already started learning the Patroness charm?" I started trying to practice it 2 weeks ago, but this magic is a bit difficult." Albert summarized briefly and said, "It is said that if this spell is successful, it can summon a physical guardian spirit, but I don't quite understand what this means." "Does it mean that after reciting the spell, the magic will no longer emit a burst of white light, but will instead condense into a guardian spirit with a physical form?" Albert began to steer the conversation in the direction he needed. "Your idea is not wrong. However, the Patroness charm is a very advanced magic. It is usually used to repel dementors." Professor Flitwick thought for a moment and then suggested, "When casting the Patroness charm, you need to concentrate and think of the happiest thing in your heart, because the Patroness charm embodies joy and hope. But it requires a very strong magical foundation, and this spell might be a bit too advanced for you at the moment. Even if you can't temporarily summon a physical guardian, there's no need to worry, you still have a lot of room for growth." "I know." Albert nodded and continued asking, "What about the Unbreakable Vow? It is said to be a powerful and complex protective spell." "Yes, very complicated." Professor Flivy seemed to be considering whether to tell Albert, hesitating for a moment before saying, "It involves using magic to hide a secret within the soul of a living person?" "Hide the secret in the soul?" "Yes, keeping this secret in the heart of the chosen confidant means that no one else will ever discover it. Of course, unless this confidant deliberately leaks it. So, the heartfelt loyalty spell is suitable for hiding things." Albert pretended he didn't understand, but in fact, he was a bit confused. He remembered that the Unbreakable Vow could hide a person, making it impossible for anyone other than the secret keeper to find them. But according to Professor Flitwick, this spell seems to have other uses, or rather, he originally misunderstood the purpose of the Unbreakable Vow. "Of course, your understanding is not wrong." Professor Flivy nodded after a few seconds of silence. "Professor, do you know this magic?" Albert suddenly asked. "I want to learn this magic." "Yes, I can, but..." Professor Flitwick looked at Albert and asked, "The Unbreakable Vow is too difficult for you right now. By the way, what do you want to use it to hide? My diary. Albert replied without hesitation, this way, I won't have to worry about anyone sneaking a peek at my diary. Professor Freville was immediately at a loss for words. He truly could not understand Albert's way of thinking. Albert noticed Professor Flitwick's silence and continued to ask, Professor, is Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry also protected by the unbreakable vow? No, the scope of Hogwarts is simply too vast, and the secret goalkeeper charm, after the secret keeper's death, causes everyone who knows of its existence to automatically become secret goalkeepers. The more people who know about it, the more its power is significantly weakened, making it no longer reliable. Professor Flitwick shook his head. I still want to learn this spell. Can you teach me? Albert said, I think this is a very practical spell. Before that, you need to first master. Professor Flitwick's words paused, suddenly realizing that the person in front of him seemed to have a high level of proficiency in ancient magical texts. Professor, Albert suddenly said. What's the matter? The patroness charm has been documented for a long time, hasn't it? Albert expressed his confusion, but, the wizards of the past used ancient runes, so why is the patroness charm in English now? It seems that casting spells in other languages would also work? So, what is the significance of the existence of spells? Chapter 231, Those who dabble with magic are bound to get burned. His own doubts remained unanswered, and he couldn't get a borrowing signature slip for the restricted section from Professor Flitwick, which made Albert very frustrated. Moreover, he was a bit concerned about Professor Flitwick's statement that the nature of the spell was a charm. What is a talisman? It refers to the magical act of harnessing the magical power of the magical world to achieve effects that ordinary people cannot accomplish. However, Albert did not continue to delve deeper. He believed that his understanding of the magical world was very limited, and probing into these matters was not a good idea. It might even lead to confusion in his thinking, and maybe, at some point, he will understand those things before leaving. Professor Flive said to him, it's okay if you don't understand now, you'll naturally understand later. Although he had the help of the panel, Albert's time in the magical world was still too short. He also realized that he was too impatient. Sometimes, slowing down his pace wasn't such a bad thing. Of course, Albert didn't dwell on this issue any longer. In fact, there was another reason his roommates were in trouble. According to Lee Jordan, Fred and George had an unpleasant confrontation with Slytherin's seeker, Lucian Bowl, in the corridor on the second floor of the castle. In the midst of the chaos, George was hit by an unknown curse, causing leaks to grow out of his ears. Paul was hit by the Harry curse, and a large tuft of nose hair grew out of his nose. Both parties have already been taken to the school hospital. How are you feeling? When Albert and Lee Jordan went to the school hospital to visit George, they found him chatting and laughing with Fred. Not so good. That's amazing. Fred unwrapped a piece of candy, popped it into his mouth, and winked at Albert with a smile. By the way, how did you end up fighting with a Slytherin student? Albert asked in confusion. He did know that the twins wanted to cause trouble for the Slytherin students, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. All we can say is that our luck isn't very good. Fred muttered quietly, we were passing through the second-floor corridor, you know, near that abandoned girls' bathroom. A few upper-year Gryffindor students seemed to be preparing to recreate last year's notorious incidents, giving the Slytherin students a good beating. We accidentally got caught in their brawl as we passed by. Then, Fred said, shrugging helplessly, I saw George get hit by a curse, so I took out my wand and took him down. Albert looked at Lee Jordan speechlessly. Can you be a bit more reliable? I thought something had happened. The latter had an innocent look on his face. What was Professor McGonagall's reaction? Albert continued to ask, is she planning to lock you up? Professor McGonagall was indeed very angry, but she didn't put us in detention. George spread his hands innocently and said, after all, we were just unfortunate bystanders caught in the crossfire. The poor guy who got caught up in it for no reason. In fact, they are not innocent. These three guys actually overheard the older students' plan to prank the Slytherin players, so they sneaked over to take advantage of the situation. Then came the scene where they were supposedly innocently affected, and the three of them justifiably drew their wands to help deal with the two Slytherin students. Of course, in a public place like the school hospital, one naturally has to appear very innocent. These guys have become quite cunning. Albert couldn't help but sigh to himself, I guess it's true what they say, you are who you associate with. This incident has caused a big stir. There's no helping it, the four-member group really did cause quite a bit of trouble for the Slytherin students last semester. At that time, many people believed that it was the Gryffindor students who did it, but due to a lack of any evidence and the fact that no one within Gryffindor knew who did it, they ultimately had to wrap it up hastily without finding the culprit. But this time it was different. Those upperclassmen were directly caught with evidence. And coupled with the previous semester's terrible incident, the relationship between Gryffindor and Slytherin suddenly became tense. It was already faintly charged with the scent of gunpowder. What left Albert even more dumbfounded was that those few Gryffindor upperclassmen had completely taken their place as the target of the firepower. As for Fred and the other two, they were soon forgotten. After all, they were just innocent bystanders caught in the crossfire. This really has nothing to do with us. Fred, with an innocent look on his face, shrugged at Albert. You know, those Slytherin people have been a bit arrogant lately. A lot of people can't stand them and want to teach them a lesson, but they can't do it without leaving a trace. So, this is what happened. What are you talking about? Angelina and Elia walked over. Nothing. George changed the subject. I heard those upperclassmen were grounded for a week. Originally, Snape planned to keep them in detention for a month. He seems to think those incidents from last semester were their fault, but Professor McGonagall didn't agree. Angelina glanced at Albert, who was buried in his homework, and said in surprise, "You're actually rushing to finish your homework." "No, he's making plans." Fred shook his head and explained. "What plan?" "The planning for the Wizard Card Tournament. Our club now has nearly 40 members, and Albert intends to hold a Wizard Card Tournament." "Is there a prize?" Elia asked curiously. "Yes." Lee Jordan nodded. "What is it?" Angelina continued to ask, completely unaware that they were actually planning to hold a competition. "Not yet decided. It might be gallons, notebooks, or other things, probably some symbolic rewards. Of course, it could also be a big barrel of butterbeer." Fred continued. "Albert is preparing to make the Wizard's Card a tradition at Hogwarts, and I think it's a great idea." Lee Jordan said with slight excitement that he would be the commentator for the match. "When does it start?" Angelina asked curiously, feeling that this could be quite interesting, as the school had basically no other decent activities beside Quidditch matches. "First, there will be a selection process, and then the last 4 will compete, with rewards for the top 3. Albert explained, "The wizard cards are provided by us, and participants can freely combine the cards, but they only get one chance." "You are quite generous." "Who is providing the prize? Nature is the organizer, actually, as long as the wizard cards become popular. This little bit of effort is nothing compared to the future gains. A reputation takes time to build, and soon Hogwarts students will become the main consumer group for wizarding cards." Chapter 232 Galleons Open the Way. The Wizarding Card Club publicly announced that they would be holding the first Wizarding Card Tournament, but this did not create much of a stir at Hogwarts. After all, it was just an internal event of the Wizarding Card Club. When this news appeared on the notice boards of the various houses, the students of Hogwarts were initially somewhat surprised, but that was about it. Many were curious about the competition, but very few actually signed up to participate. Most were still observing. Moreover, the announcement about going to Hogsmeade at the end of November clearly attracted more attention from everyone. "How many people have signed up for the Wizard Card Tournament?" George curiously leaned over to the registration list held by Lee Jordan, eager to see how many people were planning to participate in the Wizarding Card Tournament. "Over at Gryffindor, only 4 people have signed up so far." Lee Jordan looked at Albert with a somewhat helpless expression and asked, "What if we can't gather 16 people?" "It's not a big deal, it's just a club event." Albert didn't really care about the competition. He indeed has high hopes for the future of the Wizard card, but right now, the Wizard card is still in its infancy. Albert has already mentally prepared for the worst. Even if only 3 people end up participating, at least a champion, runner-up, and 3rd place can still emerge from those 3. As for Albert and a few of his roommates not participating in the competition, otherwise, how could the others have fun? "What if no one signs up?" Fred suddenly asked. "Aren't there still the 4 of us?" Albert raised his hand and pointed at the 4 of them, smiling as he reassured, "At that time, I'll set up a consolation prize." "That consolation prize definitely belongs to George." Lee Jordan joked with George, saying that among the 4, George played the worst with his wizard cards. "Indeed. Am I too concerned about the outcome? The game itself is meant to bring joy, maybe." Albert didn't expect the Wizard Card Club to be held on such a grand scale. Some things indeed need to be done slowly. "By the way, are we still going next door at the end of the month?" After Fred organized his wizard card, he looked up at Albert and asked in a low voice. "Go, why not go?" Albert was well aware of where Fred meant by next door. "I have an appointment with Mr. Dagworth. By then, I should be able to learn how to brew that potion from him. However, the difficulty of the preparation seems to be greater than expected. If it works, remember to get me some to try. It might make my brain more agile." "You finally admit that you're an idiot?" Fred asked with a strange expression. "Are you saying Albert is also an idiot?" "If it really works, we won't have to spend all day memorizing those annoying theories, and we won't have to go through so much trouble with homework anymore. Lee Jordan is also very interested in the Paviral Brain Booster. Who wouldn't be interested in something that could make them smarter? That would only work if it could be successfully formulated. Albert was immediately speechless, and the results will definitely not be as good as you think. Fred glanced at the person coming over and shut up, no longer discussing the earlier matter, and even kicked Albert with his foot. Bastard, who kicked me? Lee Jordan glared at Fred and George. Fred gave a look that said, I don't know what you're talking about. Albert noticed someone sitting down across from them. It was Truman, the head of Hufflepuff. What's the matter? Albert asked, having also noticed Truman's gloomy expression, which surely meant it was nothing good. The Wizard Card Tournament doesn't seem to have much appeal. So far, only one person has signed up. Truman said with frustration. Only one, only you signed up? Albert asked with a strange expression. Yes, just me. Truman nodded and said, the situation is worse than I thought. It's been several days already, and I didn't expect that no one would come to sign up. Truman was immediately frustrated. We have 4 people here, so that makes 5 of us. Lee Jordan counted on his fingers and said, we should be able to gather 8. You need to have a bit of confidence and patience. Albert looked at Truman and said meaningfully, we've given them the opportunity. If they don't want to participate, that's fine. By then, they'll definitely be envious of the champion's prize. What do you plan to use as a prize? Truman was somewhat curious. He knew that Albert would probably prepare some prizes, but he didn't have high expectations for them. It's not confirmed yet, maybe it will be a gallon, or something else. Actually, Albert initially didn't plan to use Garen as a prize, but he changed his mind when he discovered a new task appeared on his mission panel not long ago. A small tournament. You are planning a wizard card tournament and intend to use it to promote wizard cards. Therefore, invite at least 32 participants and attract over 100 spectators to make this tournament a grand event. Reward, 5,000 experience, 1 skill point, gain the transform spell skill, fame plus 300, gain the title, founder of wizard cards. The reward for this task is undeniably great, but if no one participates, that's a problem. However, Albert wasn't worried at all about the lack of participants. After all, money makes the world go round. Once people hear that the champion will receive 10 gallons, there will definitely be a crowd interested in the event. Are you prepared to pay? Truman looked at Albert with a strange expression. If we use gallons as a reward, then we might need an entry fee. Albert thought for a moment and said, I won't be a sucker either, and if a bunch of people sign up, it will be a hassle to handle. You should have read the competition rules, right? Registration fee. Fred and the others' eyes lit up, but Truman frowned. If there's an entry fee, the number of participants might be even fewer. It's kind of a way to filter the participants. If the champion's reward is 10 galleons, then. Albert thought for a moment and continued. 10 galleons. Truman was instantly stunned, suddenly feeling a wave of nouveau riche aura hitting him. 10 galleons have a great appeal to many people, you know. Many students might not even have a single galleon in their pockets. Do we really have to make it this big? Truman was a bit worried whether Albert could come up with the galleons. If he couldn't, the whole tournament would turn into a joke. Nothing is confirmed yet, we'll see when the time comes. You can try to spread the word that the champion prize for the Wizard's card might be 10 galleons. Awesome, I bet there will be a ton of people interested in this. Wait for my good news. Truman gave Albert a thumbs up. Although he didn't understand why Albert was willing to put up this money as a reward for the champion, he still admired him. Truman knew that Albert must have other reasons for doing this. This guy definitely didn't seem like someone who would take a loss. Albert, is it really okay for you to spend money like this? Not only Fred, but everyone else looked at Albert with worried faces. 10 galleons was not a small amount of money for them. What's there to be afraid of? It only happens once a year. However, we need to speed up and strive to perfect the wizard cards so that we can start selling them next semester. Yes, once the wizard cards become popular, selling them will be the most profitable. However, the quality of the first batch of wizard cards can't be too poor. That's a bit of a problem. This isn't something that can be resolved in just a year or two. Chapter 233 The Alchemist. The dangers of inferior goods. Galleons are good things, its utility and appeal are equally powerful. When Truman announced that the champion prize for the wizard card game tournament could be 10 galleons, it immediately attracted the attention of many students. At first, they were a bit astonished and couldn't help but doubt the authenticity of the news, but they still became somewhat interested in the Wizard Card Club that was preparing to hold the tournament. They were soon astonished to discover that this club actually had as many as 45 members. However, what astonished them even more was that the Wizard Card Club was actually founded by the genius wizard Albert Anderson, which means that this sum of galleons was paid by this genius. The initial impression of Hogwarts students toward Albert Anderson can only be described in a few short words: genius, lucky, wealthy. There is no doubt that Albert can afford this galleon. His students attracted by the galleons began to try and understand wizard cards. Their overall impression of this brand new card game was that it was simple, fun, and highly flexible for a time. The wizard card tournaments surprisingly became a topic of conversation among many Hogwarts students. Although this game is still in its infancy and the cards used are of poor quality and rough, students who have seen the initial finished cards do not believe the game will stop here. What makes it even more interesting for them is that the character cards used in the wizard cards are actually students from various academies. Some members of the Wizard Card Club even have their own unique cards, and these cards have effects and signatures that are equally distinctive. I can't believe it, the number of people signing up has suddenly increased. Lee Jordan stared at the list and couldn't help but exclaim. On the third day after the announcement, club members began coming to Lee Jordan to sign up and inquire about the championship prize. Lee Jordan, at Albert's request, initially registered the participants and reminded them that once the champion's reward of 10 galleons was confirmed, a registration fee of 2 sickles would be required, and that the final number of participants would be limited to 32. At that time, if they are willing to pay the registration fee to continue participating in the competition, they will be given priority to be selected into the participant list. Gallon's charm is even more terrifying than I imagined. Albert couldn't help but exclaim. Originally, the guys who had no interest in wizard cards at all have started to learn how to play, and many students have come to him to sign up, preparing to join the Wizard Card Club. After all, this is just a loose organization with only one meeting a month, so even if you don't attend, it won't be a big deal. Is tomorrow's meeting still in the hall? George suddenly asked. Well, we can take the table at the end of the hall. Albert thought for a moment and replied. I thought you would find a classroom. Fred was quite surprised. He thought that always meeting in the hall wasn't a very good idea, as it made the club feel quite informal. If Albert knew their thoughts, he would definitely want to complain. Holding events in the hall was naturally to attract more attention. The more people there were in the club, the more interest there would be in wizard cards, and the more people would actively seek to learn about them. If one day, most of the students at Hogwarts enjoy playing wizard cards, the monthly gatherings will be very lively, and that day will be a feast. The game is only fun when everyone plays together. Albert reminded with a smile, Hogwarts is just one for us. The brief exchange ended with breakfast. Today was the day to go to Hogsmeade, and they were still planning to leave early to avoid the other students. Oh, right, can we go with you later? Fred raised his hand to scratch his forehead, asking a bit awkwardly. We're also interested in brewing the brain booster. George immediately added. This should be fine, right? Mr. Dagworth didn't say in the letter that we couldn't bring someone along. Albert thought for a moment and reminded them, but I must tell you in advance, this will definitely not be a pleasant process, and given your understanding of potions, you might not learn anything useful in the end. After receiving Albert's kind reminder, Fred and the other two ultimately chose to accompany Albert to visit Master Potion Master Mr. Dagworth. Dagworth's house is located in a remote corner of Hogsmeade, a place rarely disturbed by visitors. As they approached, they had a strange feeling that this place might have been uninhabited for a long time. When Albert stepped forward to knock on the door, it was actually a house elf who opened it for them. Please come in, Mr. Anderson, and gentlemen. The house elf warmly led Albert and the others into the hall, which was quite a cozy place, with a fire burning in the fireplace. The house elf quickly brought them steaming drinks and cake. Where is Mr. Dagworth? Albert picked up the steaming cup of milk tea, took a small sip, and asked as he put down the cup. The master will be here soon. He instructed me to take good care of you. The house elf gave a slight bow to Albert and slowly exited the room. The three of them were all very surprised by the treatment Albert received. I suddenly understand why Albert likes to go have afternoon tea with Professor Smith. Lee Jordan took a bite of the Honey Duke's finest cake and said sourly, this treatment is truly something else. If it were you, you definitely wouldn't get this treatment. Fred and George couldn't help but mock, if it were you, you'd probably end up in detention. Humph, you two have been in detention more times than I have. Lee Jordan retaliated without showing any weakness. As soon after, a dark green flame suddenly erupted from the fireplace in the hall. Hertog Dagworth emerged from the flames, greeted Albert with a smile, and was not surprised by Albert's arrival with other companions. Hope I didn't keep you waiting too long. Dagworth said. The milk tea here is quite good. Albert said, while Fred and the others felt a bit awkward, not knowing what to say. Come with me, this laboratory hasn't been used in a long time. To be honest, I haven't lived here since I moved away from Hogsmeade. Dagworth led them to the door of the laboratory and, with a serious expression, reminded them, although there isn't anything dangerous in the lab anymore, I still have to warn you not to touch anything randomly, especially when I'm brewing potions. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to kick you out. Of course, Fred and the other two could tell that this was Dagworth's warning to them, that the laboratory was different from what the four had imagined. They had originally thought they would see a scene similar to the potions classroom, but here there were only many empty cabinets. Honestly, I really don't understand why you want to brew the brain booster potion. This stuff is one of the potions the Ministry of Magic has banned from being brewed privately, and most of the people who make it are idiots. Dagworth fiddled with the cauldron, unable to help but mutter. Why do you say that? Fred asked curiously. Because those guys always brew up some inferior product and then poison themselves half to death. Some poor souls even end up becoming idiots because of it. Dagworth sneered. As far as I know, there are quite a few such fools in St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, who messed up their brains by drinking low-quality Buffy's brain elixir and had to stay there for a long time. Chapter 234. The Alchemist watered down potion. The four of them fell silent. They all knew that Master Poti Wonder Dagworth's words were just meant to scare them. Perhaps such cases did happen, but they were definitely rare. Albert, who personally prepared the ingredients for the bewitching brain elixir, was of course well aware of how many galleons it would take to gather those ingredients. To brew a single batch of the bewitching brain elixir, at least 15 galleons were needed. The exorbitant cost of the ingredients was almost suffocating. One failure was enough to make one's heart ache, not to mention the difficulty of brewing such a potion. Any small flaw could render the potion unusable. Even top potion masters wouldn't drink it directly after successfully brewing it. The French Baffy wizard drank his own potion, and his brain started having some issues. Dagworth raised his hand and pointed to his head, saying, later, when he cast a spell, he pronounced F as S, and ended up finding himself lying on the floor with a wild bull standing on his chest. I know, Professor Freville has mentioned it before. The wizard Professor Flitwick mentioned is called Barafio. I think there must have been a translation issue with that name. Albert explained the letters in these two names are actually quite similar, so it's not surprising that there were issues during translation, especially for those who aren't very proficient in French. In fact, that guy initially just gathered some ingredients that could stimulate the brain, hoping to create a potion that could make people smarter. Of course, after a long process of improvement, the brain booster potion was finally completed, but the probability of failure in its preparation remained high. It easily caused users to become overly excited, directly leading to brain damage. Therefore, this potion was banned by the Ministry of Magic to prevent inferior products from being distributed and harming people. Dagworth continued with the history of this potion. So, it really can make people smarter. The three of them were a bit excited. Yes, a real Baffy brain booster can indeed make you smarter. Dagworth bluntly poured cold water on them, saying, but it comes with significant risks, and the extent of improvement is limited. Later, a potion master named Asterbelkant, because his son Albert failed the exams in charms, transfiguration, and herbology, attempted to brew this potion to make his son smarter. Did they succeed? Success, but also failure. Dagworth said meaningfully, at that time, there was also a potion master named Bilious Fennel who indeed brewed a substandard bafflement draft. His son became an idiot. Everyone seemed to have guessed the fate of that poor guy. No, Dagworth shook his head and said, they diluted the potion and made Albert drink it. The outcome was predictable, Albert didn't pass all the tests. This was a huge business opportunity, so they started selling the Barfy brain booster on the black market. The potion master continued, later on, there was this unfortunate fellow, Bilious Fenbook, who got bitten by a niffler while harvesting niffler eggs, and in the end, that niffler got away. The Ministry of Magic saved Bilious Finbach and went to great lengths to find that snake, but the ministry also prosecuted the two unfortunate souls for illegally keeping the snake, and confiscated the Buffy's brain potion. Only then did this matter come to light. Since that incident, the brain stimulants on the black market have all been diluted, which significantly reduces the damage the potion does to the human brain and turns it into a short-term memory enhancer. Of course, drinking too much low-quality Baffy brain tonic is still harmful to the human brain, especially when it comes to concoctions made by certain idiots. The effects are even more pronounced. Truly worthy of being Dagworth, the revelations are indeed shocking, and who would have thought there were such secrets hidden within? Now, do you understand why I want to get that gold card back? Dagworth glanced at Albert and said lightly, without that gold card, afterward, using some precious materials to brew potions might be considered illegal by the Ministry of Magic, at least the means of obtaining the ingredients would be illegal. Albert nodded and said nothing more. He understood what Dagworth meant. When I am brewing the brain elixir later, I will explain it to you, but you must not speak or ask questions. If you can't manage that, it's best to leave now. You can go to the Three Broomsticks for some butterbeer or buy some sweets from Honeydukes. Dugworth looked at Fred and the others and said, I suggest you choose the former. The three of them could all tell that Dagworth was trying to get rid of them, so they left without hesitation. Doing this is a bit rude. Albert watched Fred and the others leave, slightly frowning as he spoke. I don't think they can last until then. Rather than staying here to suffer, they might as well go out and have some fun. Dugworth explained lightly, moreover, their potion skills aren't up to par. Staying here would mostly be a waste of effort and would actually hinder us. You make a good point, maybe you could remind me of this in the future. Albert didn't mean to blame Dagworth, because what he said made a lot of sense. When I brew the brain booster potion later, I'll explain it step by step. You can ask questions when needed, but remember not to disturb me. Dagworth said as he took out the necessary ingredients from a box of herbs and quickly entered the state of brewing the potion. Albert also quickly got himself into the zone. As Dagworth said, the brain booster is actually a concoction made from various ingredients that can excite the brain and enhance memory. And the fly agaric itself is toxic, it must be processed through alchemy to be used in making the brain tonic. Dagworth explained while handling the red-capped fly agaric with white spots. This thing itself is soaked in a liquid similar to oil. Oil immersion is the best way to preserve the jumping umbrella mushroom. In fact, the jumpy mushrooms that Albert got were also stored this way, and as a result, quite a bit of olive oil was wasted. The frog's brain must be freshly prepared, but the problem is that the dissection of the frog must be done quickly, and usually, an assistant is needed. However, Dagworth didn't need an assistant, he merely spent a minute dissecting 3 frogs and tossing their brains into a dry pan. During the potion-making process, Dagworth only explains things at crucial points. Sometimes, it would be more accurate to say he is talking to himself. For example, he explains when to add dragon claw powder, how to timely add a naga egg, and how to determine if the potion is ready. The entire process lasted only an hour, and the final product, the Bath Awakening potion, appeared as a green concentrated liquid. Dagworth held the test tube up in front of him and, after a confident observation, said, "It's done. However, for safety, it still needs to be diluted a bit. The ratio is 5 to 1. He put some Bayfi brain stimulant into several test tubes and diluted them with a large amount of clean water. The color inside immediately became more subdued. Dagworth took a sip, as if savoring its quality, and after a moment, he nodded and said, "This will do. However, I still don't recommend using undiluted Barfi Brain Booster." Chapter 235, A Walk Through Thought. Saying this, Dagworth handed the test tube containing the brain booster to Albert. After receiving it, Albert wiped the rim of the bottle, took a small sip himself, and at the moment he swallowed the potion, he felt his brain lighten and his thoughts become more active than ever before. "How do you feel?" Dagworth noticed Albert's change in expression and asked with a smile. "My brain is very active." Albert closed his eyes, feeling the change within himself. "It feels a bit like a smart drug." "Smart drug?" Dagworth shook his head and said, "The intelligence enhancer can only make the drinker's thoughts clearer, but it can't make their mind more active, nor can it improve memory in a short period. You'll soon find that after drinking this stuff, your brain will become particularly agile." Dagworth's words were right. Albert could clearly feel that his thinking was indeed easier than before, and his memory was better too. "The effect of this potion is amazing." Albert took out his notebook from his pocket and recorded all the steps for brewing the Baffy Brain Booster. However, what puzzled him was the expand mind task on the panel. It wasn't completed, apparently requiring the use of undiluted Baff brain stimulant. "Can I try that?" Albert raised his hand and pointed to the undiluted Baff brain tonic. "You're playing with fire, and it's not funny at all." Dagworth suddenly got a bit angry. "Even if I have confidence in the potion I brewed myself, I still don't recommend you take the risk. It's not worth putting yourself in danger to try it. It's worth it, and I have a lot of confidence in you." Albert winked at Dagworth and said earnestly. Dagworth fell into a brief silence. Although he was pleased with Albert's trust, he took a deep breath and nodded. "Just this once. If I find out you take such risks again, I won't offer you any more help." "Thank you. What is the dosage?" Albert grinned. "A sip is enough, about a third of the liquid in the test tube. Don't be too greedy." Dagworth glared at Albert. He really didn't like the other person taking risks. Accidentally harming this genius would be a huge loss. Even if taking undiluted Baff brain tonic could develop a person's brain, it wouldn't be worth the risk for Albert. "I promise there won't be a next time." Albert patted his chest and promised. As for how credible this statement is, it remains to be seen. Wait until the medication takes effect before drinking. You didn't drink much just now, and the effect will wear off in at most half an hour. Before that, let's talk about the formula for the Baff brain tonic. Daggerworth began to enter lecture mode. To be honest, his teaching level is worse than Snape's, a bunch of professional jargon that leaves people dizzy. However, Albert was able to understand. After all, he had a solid foundation in potions thanks to the panel's help, and after upgrading his bewilderment antidote skill, he had some understanding of this type of potion. He even tried to propose some potentially useful improvement plans, which made Dagworth even more regretful. If drinking the potion leads to poisoning, so be it. As long as I'm here, Dagworth is confident he can concoct the antidote in a short time, but the BA Brain Tonic is different. This stuff, when consumed, directly affects the brain. If a person's brain has issues, even if it's treated later, other problems might arise. He's genuinely a bit worried about Albert's condition. However, Dagworth could also understand why Albert would take the risk with the brain booster. Smart people don't give up on becoming smarter, even though he didn't think it was worth the risk for Albert. How is it? Watching Albert drink the undiluted buff brain tonic, Dagworth immediately asked nervously. Awesome. Albert took a deep breath. The feeling was not just a simple mental boost. The undiluted Baffy brain booster was several times stronger than the diluted version. Basically, as long as the brain was slightly active, it could easily find answers or solutions to problems. Is there anything wrong? No, let me think. Albert sat in the armchair, fingers crossed, ready to think about some questions while the medication took effect, especially the parts that were not clear before. At first, I asked Professor Flitwick about the spell and the key to the Ravenclaw's chamber. Dagworth looked at Albert, who was sitting in the armchair with his hands intertwined, and was instantly stunned, not understanding what was going on. Just as Dagworth was still in a daze, Albert's mind had already made several turns. He realized that the question he asked Professor Flive was itself flawed, and Professor Flive had likely already noticed. Although Albert knows other languages, he has never actually cast spells in any of them. Moreover, wizard spells have little to do with English. The vast majority of spells are derived from Latin, which was used in ancient Rome. However, Latin is basically no longer used by any country. Although many languages spoken in Europe have evolved from Latin, this ancient language has undergone changes. Of course, the language of spellcasters is not limited to Latin. Other languages can also be used. As Professor Flitwick said, the essence of magic is in the incantations. How about you? These letters, which are believed to possess some kind of magic, originate from Norse mythology, but without a doubt, languages like Old Norse, Latin, and even Elvish have been used for casting spells. Different magic systems, or other reasons, perhaps. Only by truly mastering the ancient magic script oneself can one find the key to open the next door. With the help of the Bafe brain stimulant, Albert suddenly cleared up a lot of things. When he reopened his eyes, he immediately took out a fountain pen and quickly jotted down the thoughts he had just had in his notebook. Is it over? Albert put away his notebook and saw Dagworth drinking milk tea right next to him. The effect is great, but relying on it too much can make people stupid. Albert picked up his teacup and took a sip. The milk tea had already cooled down. It's better for the brain to be active on its own. I'm very glad to hear you say that. Dagworth nodded with satisfaction and said, there's one more thing I need to remind you of. After drinking the undiluted Buffy Revitalizer, once the effects wear off completely, you will feel very fatigued. However, this is a normal phenomenon. I suggest you return to the castle now and rest. Of course, you can also rest here. After you wake up, I'll have Jara take you back to the castle. Chapter 236. The rich Suckerfred and the others should have gone back by now. Albert got up from the sofa, looked at the gray sky outside, and covered a yawn. He still remembered how he had been discussing topics in the field of potions with Dagworth here, and when his mind felt tired, the house elf had arranged for him to rest on the sofa. Mr. Dagworth is truly a good person. The potion master's impression on Albert was quite good. Treating a child with equality is truly not something just anyone can do, especially considering that Dagworth himself is a renowned potion master. Maybe this is what they call academic pursuits that transcend national borders, personalities, and age. Of course, Albert was completely unaware that Dagworth would treat him this way. The main reason was that Albert had previously forced Dagworth to compromise and left him speechless. Additionally, Albert's exceptional talent in potions led Dagworth to subconsciously overlook Albert's age and treat him as a peer. Dagworth is also a genius. People like him, who are already at the top of their industry, lack nothing. After discovering Albert's talent, he was actually very willing to lend him a hand because Dagworth also understands that the development, improvement, invention, and innovation of potions cannot be accomplished by one person alone. Speaking of which, the Buffy's brain booster is really a great thing. Albert put on his cloak again and his gaze fell on the long box on the table, which contained a dried mandrake root. He had bought it from Dagworth for a full 20 galleons. With that, the materials won't have any other issues. However, ancient magic scripts. Albert opened his skill panel and spent a few minutes searching through numerous skills to find the magic script skill. He was still 1,800 experience points away from reaching level 3. Originally, Albert had planned to gradually accumulate experience and rely on his own abilities to break through to level 3. However, it seems like we can't wait any longer now. Just then, footsteps could be heard in the hallway. "Mr. Anderson, are you awake?" The house elf's slightly sharp voice came from not far away. "I am already awake." Albert looked at the slightly nervous house elf and smiled, saying, "Please take me back to Hogwarts Castle." "It's my honor." The house elf gave a slight bow to Albert and extended his hand, saying, "Are you ready?" "Oh, fine." Albert picked up the box, reached out to grab the house elf's hand, and let it take him back to Hogwarts. So the difference between a house elf's apparition and a wizard's is minimal. The principles feel the same. However, it is precisely because of the house elf's magical system that they can ignore the wizard's spells prohibiting apparition. They appeared in a remote corner of Hogwarts, and no one would notice if someone suddenly popped up here. Or the gray, overcast sky was still drifting with goose feather-like snowflakes, and it was very cold outside. Albert immediately tightened his cloak and turned his head to look at the shivering house elf. "Go back, don't freeze." "Goodbye, Mr. Anderson." The house elf disappeared in the blink of an eye. Albert looked at the spot where the house elf had left and turned back toward the castle. As soon after, he found Fred and the others in the hall. The three of them were discussing the club meeting scheduled for tomorrow. After all, as the 4 leaders of the Wizard Card Club, they would do their best to help Albert share the pressure. "I have some good news for you." Albert waved at Fred as he walked over, and as soon as he reached his side, he immediately said, "We have already gathered 32 participants. That's really good news." Albert sat next to George. He didn't take the list that Lee Jordan handed over but instead curiously asked, "How come there are suddenly so many people participating in the competition?" "I don't know who said you're a wealthy fool," thinking that the championship prize for the competition definitely wouldn't lack galleons, so. Fred shrugged at Albert, "You know what I mean. A rich sucker." Albert was taken aback and repeated it to himself. He thought that the guy who would say such things was probably someone who had once gotten gallons from him. "So, it's easy to guess who it is. It's probably one of the McDougal sisters." Albert let out a gentle sigh and couldn't help but exclaim, "So, in everyone's eyes, I'm just a wealthy fool." "I think this actually suits you quite well." George grinned. "At least, in all my years, I've never wasted a gallon like you have. By the way, what's in the box you're holding?" "Mandela grassroots," Albert casually explained. "Where did you get this from?" Fred opened the box, took a quick look inside, and indeed, it was a dried mandrake root. Speaking of which, such a plant is quite rare. The mandrake root materials in pharmacies are all processed. "I bought it from Dagworth." Albert blinked and said, "It cost 20 galleons. I'm planning to use it to create the brand new version 2.1 of the protective bracelet." "I think they're right, you're just a wealthy sucker." Fred and the others couldn't help but cover their faces. Spending 20 galleons on this thing, just to make protective bracelets, left them utterly speechless. "You don't spend money like this, do you?" "Don't worry, I never make a losing deal," Albert casually reassured. "Even the scraps from making magical items can be used to create other things. After all, mandrake roots themselves are a type of medicinal herb, and Albert knows many uses for mandrake roots. He has numerous ways to repurpose mandrake roots, so there is absolutely no waste." "Oh, right, I almost forgot. Should we set up rewards for the 2nd and 3rd places?" Lee Keaton changed the subject and asked in return. "And there's a consolation prize," Fred added. "The 1st place can choose a prize from a selection of 10 galleons and a set of wizard cards, while the 2nd place prize is a barrel of butterbeer, and the 3rd place gets a brand new quill. No consolation prizes." Fred and the other two exchanged glances. They had originally thought Albert would use gallon as a substitute, but unexpectedly, "Is there a problem?" Albert noticed the surprise on Fred and the others' faces and asked back. "Nothing. However, what do you mean by wizard card?" "The cards we will be selling in the future." Albert explained, "In the future, we will sell a set of initial cards, and then players will obtain card packs through other means. The cards in the packs will be different, and the number of cards will be limited. For example, the Precious Dumbledore card belongs to the rare cards category, with a total limited to 1,000 copies. This means that there are only 1,000 official Dumbledore cards in existence. Each card will also have an official digital serial number underneath, similar to a galleon, to prevent counterfeiting. As for the subsequent plans, I need to keep them confidential for now." Chapter 237, The Swindlers. The howling wind, carrying snowflakes, ruthlessly battered against the windows. The biting cold seeping through the glass into the room, but was blocked by the heavy curtains outside. In the center of the dormitory, there was a large fireplace, with blue flames roaring inside. Albert and his roommates were sitting around the big fireplace, busy with their tasks. Can the brain booster really make people smarter? Fred scrutinized the green potion. This was the brain booster that Albert had brought back, and the amount in the vial was probably enough for each person to take a small sip. Buffy's brain booster can indeed make people smarter, Albert said without looking up. Just drink that stuff, and you'll easily get an excellent score on this year's written exam. Really? Fred's gaze at the brain stimulant became even more eager. Of course it's true, I've already taken it, and the effect is really great. Albert's tone paused, frowning as he said, however, brewing the Barfy brain elixir is very difficult, and collecting the materials is quite a hassle. Didn't they say you could dilute the potion's effect with water? George snatched the potion bottle from Fred, his eyes fixed intently on the green liquid inside, and continued, with Albert's expertise in potions, brewing a Baffy brain booster shouldn't be too difficult, right? Very difficult. Albert wasn't arrogant enough to think that. Even if he used experience points to upgrade his skills, he didn't believe he could succeed in one go. Brewing any kind of potion requires multiple attempts. Even a genius potion master cannot guarantee success on their first try with an unfamiliar potion. Flaws are nothing to worry about, we can just dilute them with a bit more water when the time comes. Lee Jordan spoke up to comfort. This idea is not bad. Although the potion's effect might not be as good as this bottle, it still helps make your brain more agile and achieve an excellent score in the exam. Looking at the excited expressions on the faces of the three, they have more confidence than Albert himself. Stop dreaming, do you think you can drink potions like this every day? Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes at the three of them. Drinking a little occasionally is fine, but if you drink it every day, what will you do when there's no potion left? You'll really become useless. Things aren't that exaggerated, are they? How about we use this bottle of brain booster as the champion's prize? Fred suddenly suggested. I believe Albert will definitely be able to brew this potion in the future. Right now, we need to let some students know that we have special channels to obtain this potion that can make people smarter when consumed. The champion's reward is 10 galleons, so let's set the price of this brain booster potion at 10 galleons. I suddenly realized that you also have the potential to be a shady businessman. Albert looked Fred up and down, laughing as he spoke. The ingredients for the brain awakening potion are indeed very rare, and the process of brewing it is highly difficult, but its price is equally expensive. Although the bottle of Baffy brain booster in George's hand can only last a few hours at most, taking a sip at a critical moment can help pass any written exam in any subject. When you think about it, it's actually quite a bargain. At least, with this thing, I don't have to worry about failing the exam and getting in trouble with the professor. This potion is definitely popular between 5th and 7th grade. Fred continued. I think they would be willing to empty their pockets of gallons just to have a nice-looking report card. The premise is that they have galleons in their pockets. Albert said irritably. There will always be some savings. Lee Jordan explained. Fred, you've changed. George said with deep sorrow, I never expected, having gallon is actually quite nice. Fred shrugged and said, especially after seeing Albert, I suddenly realized that people really need gallon, so they can live happily according to their own wishes. Are you planning to join the Ministry of Magic after graduation? Saying this, Fred looked at his twin brother. Forget it, people really do need to have gallows. George immediately wilted and quickly nodded in agreement with Fred's words. All right, although I think this might be a bit premature. Albert organized his words and said, after the Christmas holiday, I'll start experimenting with brewing the brain booster potion. You guys will be in charge of selling it, and as for the commission, for every bottle sold, you can earn a gallon. At this point, Albert paused for a moment and continued, or, we could save this money as startup capital for opening a shop after graduation. After all, Albert is planning to open a wizard-themed specialty store in the future, and he is already preparing to bring a few of his roommates along to open the store together. A gallon commission per bottle. Fred and the other two immediately lit up upon hearing this. After all, the potions are brewed by Albert, the ingredients are purchased by Albert himself, and the risks are also borne by Albert. If selling a bottle of brain awakening potion could earn them a gallon in commission, that would indeed be a staggering fortune for them. However, when Albert mentioned the idea of opening a store together after graduation, the three of them felt a bit confused. It seemed too distant for them at the moment. By then, I plan to open a dark arts defense shop, specializing in selling items and books that protect against dark magic. Albert continued to talk about his future plans. Maybe one day I can go back to Hogwarts and become an honorary professor. Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts, you really dare to think that? The three of them couldn't help but want to complain. They all knew this position was cursed, whoever took it would be doomed. "We want to open a joke shop." The twins looked at each other and said in unison. "There's also a wizard-themed specialty store," Lee Jordan suggested. "Well, we can open a store in Diagon Alley and combine the 3 shops for sale." Albert nodded and said, "We'll talk about this later. Before that, we still need a large sum of gallons as startup capital. Maybe we should come up with a catchy name for that store in advance." Lee Jordan suddenly suggested, "How about calling it the Four Titans? Don't you think this name sounds terrible?" Fred immediately retorted, "People who don't know any better would think we have big heads. This matter is not urgent, we can talk about it later. Anyway, there's still a long time before this issue comes up, so just remember to give us a nice name when the time comes." Albert tugged at the corner of his mouth, cleared his throat lightly, interrupted the argument among the 3, and refocused his attention on the dried mandrake roots in his hands. "Are you planning to use this thing to make a protective bracelet?" George put his newly completed wizard card back in the box. The 3 of them have now also started learning to design wizard cards to help alleviate Albert's stress. "Well, once the mature mandrake roots are dried, they can be used to make various talismans that are effective in warding off some curses and dark magic," Albert explained. "As for these shavings, they can still be used to brew potions." Actually, Albert has already swapped out several sets of runes and wood, but the protective bracelets he made only have average effects. Today, Albert is not preparing to make a protective bracelet, but rather attempting to create a special amulet. The item he is carving in front of him is a thumbthick unicorn, which serves both as an amulet and a cute charm. This is a birthday gift prepared for Isabel. Albert didn't know Isabel's preferences either, so he went with the usual approach for a typical girl. "I think those protective bracelets you made earlier were already quite good." George had long set his sights on the protective bracelets made by Albert. "Even if you say that, I still won't lend it to you," Albert suddenly said, and Fred and Lee Jordan next to him couldn't help but laugh. "Your carving skills are getting better and better." Lee Jordan stared at the carved wooden figure and asked, "What is this, a horse?" "Unicorn." Albert pointed to the unicorn and reminded, "A Christmas gift for your sister." Fred still remembered that Albert had gotten a griffin last year. "Yeah, a birthday gift," Albert noncommittally replied, but in his heart, he was wondering how many galleons this thing was worth. Download the latest TXT ebook of this book by clicking here. Reading this book on your phone. Publish a book review to make it easier for your next reading. You can click the bookmark button below to save this reading session, Chapter 237, The Merchants, so you can see it the next time you open your bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends via QQ, blogs, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 238, A lively gathering. As soon as Eddie stepped into the hall from the foyer, he was immediately drawn to the crowd gathered around the long table. Driven by curiosity, he walked over to see what everyone was doing there. "What is everyone doing here?" Eddie quietly asked the Ravenclaw senior beside him. "Attend the Wizards Card Club meeting." The Ravenclaw senior deliberately lowered his voice and said, "I heard that the winner of this year's first Wizards card tournament will get 10 galleons. Witch's card, what is that?" Eddie had never heard of a wizard card, so he stood on the chair and stretched his neck to look into the crowd. Unfortunately, there were too many onlookers, and he couldn't see what the few people inside were doing at all. The Wizard Card Club at the end of the month undoubtedly attracts everyone's attention. There's no way around it. Anyone who sees a bunch of people huddled together not knowing what they're doing will always be piqued by curiosity. It's even more lively than the last 2 times. Fred couldn't help but exclaim, as George across from him was introducing the new content added to the wizard cards. Due to the increasing number of members joining the club, more people hope to have their own cards, and the newly added cards are also becoming more and more numerous. "Quiet, it's question time." Albert raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, then randomly picked someone and asked, "Do you have any questions? When will the official cards be completely updated?" The Ravenclaw girl couldn't help but ask, "I mean, like this." The card in her hand was the wizard card she had just received. It was quite well made. For the students who had already come to enjoy this casual game, they hoped to have a set of finely crafted wizard cards, rather than using those rough homemade ones. I'm afraid it will take another year or 2. We need to wait until the technology for making wizard cards is fully matured before we can produce even higher quality cards." Albert thought for a moment and comforted, "Everyone, don't worry. The wizard cards card game has just begun. We are already making improvements. You should be able to feel that the cards you are using now are much better than a few months ago, right? After the wizard cards are released, how are we supposed to get the new cards?" Someone eagerly asked, "Will the club provide them for free?" "We will sell starter cards in card packs, or give them away through other means, similar to the chocolate frog cards. You can obtain them through collecting. Albert reassured, I think you don't need to worry about that right now, because that situation will take at least a few more years. There are still many aspects of the wizard cards that need improvement, and we will also be adding more card elements. For example, certain magical creatures, magical items, famous historical events in the magical world, and various faction-specific cards. In the future, the Wizard Cards Positive Camp will not be limited to the Hogwarts houses, it will involve the entire British magical community. Of course, this is something that might happen in the future, talking about it now is pointless. What's the price? Someone pressed for an answer. It won't be expensive, but we will produce some finely crafted gold cards. These precious cards will be limited in quantity, and whether you can get one will depend solely on your luck. Yes, you. Albert raised his hand again and pointed at the freckled boy who had raised his hand. I heard the champion of the Wizards card tournament gets 10 galleons. The boy swallowed hard, somewhat intimidated by the gazes of those around him. Yes, the champion's reward is 10 galleons or a potion worth 10 galleons. Albert said, looking to his side, as George pulled a bottle of green potion from his pocket and placed it on the table. 10 galleons, just for this potion. Many people were very curious about what the potion in the glass bottle was, to be worth 10 galleons. This is the Baith Brain Booster, some of you may have heard of it. Drinking it can keep your mind active for several hours. Albert raised the vial so everyone could see it more clearly and continued, of course, you can rest assured, I've used it myself, and it's definitely not some kind of nonsense potion. By the way, the Brain Booster is prohibited during exams, otherwise it will be considered cheating. Of course, if you don't believe it, you can choose 10 galleons. George tossed a pouch onto the table, opened it in front of everyone, revealing the galleons inside. The champion's choice is quite flexible. Of course, this time there are only 32 spots available, and the entry fee is 2 seco. Of course, even if you come in second or third, there are consolation prizes, so you definitely won't be at a loss. Are you also participating in the competition? Someone couldn't help but ask. As the organizers of the Wizard Card Club, we will not participate in the competitions we host ourselves. Otherwise, how can everyone enjoy themselves? Albert shook his head. If we want to get a spot in the competition, who should we contact to sign up? And isn't 32 spots too few? Someone else said. The current number of registrations has already exceeded 32. Our suggestion is that you first register, then take your time to consider. After the Christmas holidays, we will officially confirm the number of participants. The Wizard Card Tournament will take place on the weekend, with opponents drawn by lot in a best-of-3 elimination format. The cards for the tournament will be provided by us. We will give you 3 wizard cards, and you need to choose one from them. This process will continue until you have completely assembled your deck. Once you have chosen your cards, Albert took out 3 cards and spread them on the table, allowing the onlookers to clearly see how the card selection would work. Why can't we use our own decks? Someone couldn't help but complain. Because that's unfair, the competition is supposed to be fair, competition. Albert's words were not yet finished when they were interrupted by a sudden voice. What are you doing here? Albert looked up in the direction from which the voice came, it was Professor Smith. I'm introducing the new wizard badge to everyone. Albert looked at Professor Smith, with no intention of hiding anything, and casually handed over the remaining matters to Lee Jordan. What is a wizard card? It's a game I invented. Albert handed a card to Professor Smith and explained, at the end of each month, the Wizard Card Club holds a meeting. Party, now. It seems that this game is quite popular. Professor Smith turned around and looked around. There really were quite a few students gathered here. Everyone really likes this game, Albert said without hesitation. However, why use real people? Smith asked with confusion, by the way, do you have my card? Not for now. Albert said directly, the cards in the wizard cards are all based on real people and real events. Its inspiration comes from the chocolate frog cards. Chapter 239. A bit overwhelming. Professor Smith came to see me. Clearly there are other matters at hand. After leaving the hall, the two of them walked down the corridor to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office on the second floor. After entering, Professor Smith directly said, Mr. Selah Harris asked me to deliver this invitation to you, if you are free during the Christmas holiday. Saying this, Professor Smith handed a scroll tied with a purple ribbon to Albert. Mr. Harris's invitation. Albert took the parchment, glanced at the wax seal on it, and slightly furrowed his brow as he asked, why didn't he mention this in the letter beforehand? I suggest you open the invitation first and see what's written inside. Professor Smith suggested, Perhaps Mr. Harris just wants to give you an unexpected surprise. Actually, Professor Smith was also a bit surprised. He knew Harris, and his achievements in alchemy were related to Harris. So when Harris asked him to help pass on this invitation, although he was quite surprised, he didn't ask many questions. It seems that Mr. Harris really thinks highly of you. I suggest you accept the invitation. Professor Smith suggested. Albert opened the parchment and quickly scanned its contents. Albert, I dare say you will be quite surprised when you receive this invitation. January 13th is a special day, a rare opportunity, and I hope to invite you to attend. Waiting for your owl, your faithful Sierra Harris. January 13th. A special day. Albert's expression suddenly became a bit strange. He handed the parchment to Professor Smith so that the latter could see the contents. Do you know what Mr. Harris means by special day? A party. Professor Smith explained mysteriously. I've attended a few times. As for what kind of gathering it is, you'll find out when you go. Could it be a birthday party? Albert tentatively asked. Although he thought the possibility was very low, he couldn't help but ask. Birthday party? Of course not. Professor Smith paused for a moment, shook his head, and said, once you go, you'll naturally know. All right, it's a gathering related to alchemy. Such opportunities are rare, so I suggest you don't refuse. Professor Smith suddenly asked. By the way, are you going home for the Christmas holidays? Well, I'm getting ready to go back and celebrate the holidays with my family. Albert said. Then you'd better contact Mr. Harris to see how you can get there. If that doesn't work, you can book a night bus. Professor Smith thought for a moment and still gave Albert some advice. Are you going to attend too? Albert asked tentatively. No, I haven't received an invitation in several years. Smith shook his head and said, moreover, I rarely put my energy into this aspect anymore. Logically speaking, at your current age, it should be impossible for you to receive an invitation. Of course, there are always exceptions. Thank you, I understand. I will contact Mr. Harris. Albert thanked Smith again, casually stuffing the invitation into the pocket of his robe, ready to head back to continue participating in the Wizard Card Club activities. However, just at that moment, Professor Smith called him back. Although I feel a bit bad about interrupting your club meeting, I have something else to discuss with you. Professor Smith invited Albert to sit down. What would you like to drink? Milk tea. Milk tea. Albert nodded and asked, what's the matter? Professor Smith waved his wand, and 2 steaming cups of milk tea appeared out of thin air, one of which floated in front of Albert. Have you heard the legend of Slytherin's chamber? Professor Smith picked up his teacup, took a sip, and then asked. The legend of Slytherin's chamber. Albert couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Of course, he knew the legend of Slytherin's chamber, knew the entrance and how to open it, and even knew that a basilisk was hidden inside the chamber. A few years later, it would cause chaos in Hogwarts, only to be defeated by Harry Potter with Gryffindor's sword. The legend says that Salazar Slytherin built an underground structure at Hogwarts, which only he and those permitted by him could enter. But, that's just a legend, isn't it? Albert retorted, the headmasters of Hogwarts must have investigated this matter, right? Unless they are deliberately hiding it, otherwise, no, they couldn't find the entrance, and even if they did, they couldn't get in, so they couldn't prove the existence of the Chamber of Secrets. Professor Smith shook his head and explained, however, about 50 years ago, Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets was opened once, and a student died as a result. According to legend, there is a terrible monster in the Chamber of Secrets, and its existence is to eliminate the Muggle-born students in the school. You know, Salazar Slytherin hated Muggle-born students. Why are you telling me these things? Albert looked at Professor Smith in confusion, wondering why he was being told this. Professor Smith did not answer but continued to speak to himself. However, there is another lesser-known version of the legend of Salazar Slytherin's chamber. It is said that Salazar Slytherin secretly researched and tested dark magic in the chamber and left all the dark magic he had mastered within it. Do you want the dark magic in the Chamber of Secrets? Albert's expression became even more peculiar. As far as he knew, there was nothing else in the Chamber of Secrets beside that basilisk. Could there really be something else? No, I was just telling you about the legend of the Chamber of Secrets. Professor Smith shook his head and said, I never thought about searching for Slytherin's chamber either. Why are you telling me this? Albert recalled Ravenclaw's repository of knowledge and tentatively asked, do you think that not only Slytherin left a chamber at Hogwarts among the 4 founders? Yes. Professor Smith grinned and said, do you remember those ancient runes I showed you last time? Yeah. Still remember. That was an ancient inscription found in the chamber left by Ravenclaw. Professor Smith continued, I accepted Dumbledore's invitation to return to Hogwarts to teach defense against the dark arts primarily for this reason. Albert stared into Smith's eyes, thinking that the other person was lying or not telling the whole truth. "Why are you telling me these things?" Albert retorted. "Because I can't open the entrance to the secret room." Professor Smith sighed helplessly. When the four masters designed their respective secret chambers, they used various methods to protect them, making it difficult for anyone to enter. Only those who are permitted can go in. Professor Broad returned to teach at Hogwarts last year for this too. Albert feigned surprise and asked. "Well, I suppose so, but Mr. Broad apparently hasn't found the entrance to the secret room either." Professor Smith's tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. "You told me, do you hope that I can help you find a way in?" "Yes." Professor Smith nodded. "Although your words make me feel a bit flattered, but I'm still just a sophomore." Albert hesitated for a moment, then continued, "Have you looked for Isabel?" "Isabel, she knows about this. Her father and I are good friends." Professor Smith's face showed a hint of nostalgia as he continued, "However, she clearly doesn't excel in ancient runes like you do. Moreover, she suggested I seek your help. Although you're not a Ravenclaw student, knowledge and wisdom are not confined to Ravenclaw or Gryffindor. Pinnacle leave of absence recently. I had to go back to my hometown for some matters, and I estimate that I will need to take another leave soon. Is on leave and being typed. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest updates." Chapter 240. A strange feeling. Ever since Professor Smith told Albert about Ravenclaw's knowledge vault, he has had a strange feeling. This matter should have been a secret. Guess right, but Professor Smith actually told me directly. Is this treating Albert like one of their own? Want to use him to uncover the secrets? Or rather, one question after another surfaced in Shane's mind. Primarily because the other purpose related to Professor Smith on the mission panel had not been completed. If Professor Smith came to Hogwarts just for Ravenclaw's repository of knowledge, then the task should have been completed when he stated his purpose for being here, but that mission is still not completed, which makes Albert suspicious. The actual situation is obviously different from what it seems on the surface. Albert subconsciously remained vigilant toward Professor Smith. After all, in the Harry Potter stories, half of the troublemakers at Hogwarts are somehow related to the defense against the dark arts professors. The mission name another purpose is equally profound. If Professor Smith did not come for Ravenclaw's treasure trove of knowledge, what other purpose could he have? Albert wasn't very clear for the time being, but he thought Isabel might know something. It's just that the other party had never mentioned it, and he had no good way to find out. Speaking of that guy Isabel, he suddenly remembered the Urim and Thummim divination he once did. The divination result was that he would encounter danger and it would be hard to avoid. His own divination result was similar to Isabel's, but that divination result has not yet come true. Is there any connection between the two? Anyone else planning to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas, make sure to come here to register. Professor McGonagall's voice interrupted Albert's thoughts. At the beginning of December, Professor McGonagall informed everyone that students who would be staying at Hogwarts for Christmas needed to sign up. In fact, hardly anyone would be willing to stay at Hogwarts for the holidays. Today, Professor McGonagall brought it up again before the end of Transfiguration class, just to make sure no one missed it. "I actually think staying at Hogwarts for Christmas isn't bad. We can explore the castle while no one's around." During lunch, George muttered, "Then why are you still going home for the holidays?" Lee Jordan couldn't stand it any longer. Couldn't help but speak up. "If you finish, you can apply to stay at school for Christmas." No, I think it would be better to go home for Christmas." George winked at Lee Jordan and said, "Besides, Ron is coming to Hogwarts next year. As his older brother, it's our duty to tell him some things about the school in advance. Tell him how to be sorted." Lee Jordan remembered the incident that happened during the sorting hat ceremony. "This is a good idea. I've decided to tell Ron that Hogwarts sorts students through a test." George suddenly said, "We should tell him that this kind of test is very harmful to students." Fred added, "Ron, the one who ate the sour lollipop you sent and ended up burning his tongue." Albert couldn't help but laugh. Is there a brother who would trick his own younger brother like this? Wow, you actually remember this. The twins both showed expressions of disbelief. "My memory has always been quite good." Albert shook his head and said, "Next year, a big figure might appear at Hogwarts." "What important person?" the three of them asked in unison. "Potter." Albert raised his hand and tapped the books on the table, reminding them, "The famous Harry Potter. Don't tell me you don't know him. I've seen his name in several books already. The people in the wizarding world call him the Chosen One. Harry Potter defeated Voldemort." Fred made a gesture as big as that. "He was just a baby then. Everyone is very curious about how he did it." George continued, "The mysterious man killed a lot of people, but he didn't kill Potter, and instead, he was defeated by a baby."
Is the mysterious person dead? Albert feigned curiosity and asked. Dead, a lot of people say he's dead, but Dad says Dumbledore thinks the Dark Lord might not be dead. Fred lowered his voice and said, those dark wizards have a lot of strange magic. I'm more curious about why the Dark Lord failed. George muttered, Potter is the only one who escaped the killing curse. Which house do you think Potter will be sorted into? Lee Jordan changed the subject. I hope he comes to Gryffindor. George said without hesitation. I also hope he's in our academy. Fred immediately agreed. There's a high possibility. Albert nodded. Wow! Fred exaggeratedly exclaimed, now I'm even more confident that Potter will be sorted into Gryffindor. I have a feeling about this too. Lee Jordan said seriously, after all, whatever Ebert says always comes true, whether it's good or bad. Stop messing around. Albert gave the three of them a glance and casually explained, in the school's trophy room, there's a Quidditch trophy for James Potter. I think he must be a relative of that savior. In the wizarding world, many witches and wizards attend the same school as their family members. Of course, there are a few exceptions. This is the excuse used to placate Fred and the others. Albert naturally knew that Potter would be sorted into Gryffindor. I heard Harry Potter is living with his Muggle relatives. Lee Jordan suddenly said, it must not have been easy. You'll know next year. If Potter is very thin, it means he's not doing well. If he's very fat, it means he's doing great. Albert thought for a moment and suddenly asked, by the way, didn't any of you sneak off to visit Harry Potter? No, it should be because those dark wizards might harm him, so Potter has been protected since he was a child. Everyone only knows that he was raised by his Muggle relatives, but very few know exactly where he lived. Fred shook his head and said, by the way, have you prepared to create a savior card? I'm really looking forward to this. Lee Jordan's tone was very excited. The wizarding card was gaining more and more influence at Hogwarts now. They often see students playing cards in the dining hall, public lounges, and on the lawn, discussing how to form better hands. Today's wizard cards have completely overshadowed wizard chess and gobstones, but students yearn for more refined wizard cards. Unfortunately, the current wizard card is still just a prototype and needs patience and care. The topic among the four of them somehow went off track, and they started talking about signing up for the competition. Lee Jordan thought they should increase the number of participants to reduce Albert's expenses on prizes through the registration fees. By doing this, our workload will become increasingly larger. Albert reminded. We can change the rules as long as they are relatively fair. Fred suggested, anyway, only a small number of people really know how to play, most of us are just here for the fun. Albert opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Fairness, justice, what is that? Just think about the Triwizard Tournament, and you'll know that there is no such thing as fairness or justice. Those are just bullshit, mere words that no one takes seriously. Victory is everything. Will not be updated today. As mentioned before, I'm taking a leave. This year, many relatives and close friends are getting married all at once, so I'm just going to handle everything at once. Has no updates today. It's being typed out. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest updates. Chapter 241, Galleon. After entering December, it snowed more frequently in the Scottish region. Hogwarts Castle and the surrounding forest were covered in a thick layer of white snow, and the surface of the black lake surrounding the castle had frozen over with a thick layer of solid ice. A new wave of ice skating has swept over the lakeside again. Albert went once and encountered the skating killer, Katrina. This Miss McDougal still hasn't given up on the idea of learning to skate. I don't know if it's due to her extremely poor talent or some other reason, but the smart Katarina just can't learn to skate. However, Albert wasn't too worried about encountering the ice skating killer while skating, because he rarely went back to skate by Black Lake. Most of his free time was spent with a few roommates searching for winter delicacies. Snow mushrooms in the woods around the school. Snow fungus, also known as snow pine fungus, is a type of mushroom that only appears in the winter when it snows. The quantity of matsutake mushrooms is scarce, their taste is excellent, and they have high medicinal value. Of course, this thing is not easy to preserve. Once it leaves the cold snow, it can easily spoil and rot. Usually, after picking the snow fungus, it must be processed as soon as possible. Of course, you can also turn them directly into a delicacy. Grilled snow mushrooms are quite delicious and leave a lasting impression. Last year, Albert dug up some snow fungus, sliced it, and grilled it to eat, almost breaking the hearts of several of his roommates. In the pharmacy, snow mushrooms are considered extremely precious medicinal materials. However, this does not mean that they can directly sell the snow mushrooms they dig up for a high price. Although it sounds cruel, the apothecaries in Diagon Alley do not accept unprocessed snow mushrooms. Even if they are processed, if the merchants find out you are not a potion expert, they won't want to buy them. Processing snow mushrooms is a technical task,
incorrect methods can directly lead to a decline in the quality of the snow mushroom powder, severely affecting the efficacy of the resulting medicine. The black market is not a bad sales channel. Having Montagnaz help sell it on the black market would definitely earn a small profit. However, in Albert's view, this approach is a losing deal. During the circulation of goods, middlemen are always the most exploitative, especially when selling on the black market. Albert is not willing to take a big loss, and beside, directly selling magical ingredients is a foolish practice. If he can process the ingredients into finished products, he will be able to obtain greater profits. First, store the snow mushroom powder. Albert placed the freshly picked snow mushrooms into a wooden box filled with snow and once again brought up the matter to his roommates. I don't agree with selling the raw ingredients directly, that is definitely the most unprofitable deal. If you want to sell your portion of the snow mushroom powder, I can help you contact Montags and ask him about the price for purchasing the snow mushroom powder. However, don't expect to get much from Montags. The four people were busy in the forest for half an hour and only found 5 snow mushrooms. Of course, the main reason is that after a few people have harvested them, the number of snow mushrooms that can be found on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest is rapidly decreasing. Albert disagreed with venturing deep into the Forbidden Forest again, so they had been staying on the outskirts. However, the 4 of them were not just simply searching for the snow fungus. Albert was also taking the time to draw a map of the Forbidden Forest, roughly marking the locations where the snow fungus was found, so that it would be easier and more efficient to harvest the snow fungus next year. Hearing Albert's proposal, Fred and George were both very conflicted. According to Albert, even if they sold the processed snow mushroom powder, they wouldn't get much galleons. At least the galleons they should have received would be reduced by 50 to 80%. The black market prices were indeed very high, but that was the price the black market merchants charged to rip off customers. Unless they were willing to personally go to the black market to sell and could find customers urgently needing snow. Albert has never liked being taken advantage of. He prefers to take advantage of others' wallets, so he does not agree with selling at low prices. Fred and George were both hesitant. In their view, as long as they could sell a few gallons, their hard work in finding the snow mushrooms would be worthwhile. However, they also understood that Albert's mind and thinking were clearer than theirs about what to do and how to make big money. They ultimately agreed to let Albert handle these matters. And another reason was that Lee Jordan also endorsed Albert's approach. Albert would rather roast the snow mushrooms he dug up and eat them directly than let himself be at a disadvantage. Jordan once privately told the twins, actually, Albert once thought about selling the snow mushroom powder to the potion master Dagworth, but then he thought better of it and gave up. Dagworth has many channels to obtain snow mushroom powder, and he also feels a bit embarrassed. After all, he doesn't have much experience in processing snow mushroom powder, and the quality of the snow mushroom powder he currently has can only be considered average. Both parties are friends. There's no need for Gallon to mess up the relationship over this. Betraying a friend is something many people like to do in their past lives, but once such a thing is done, the friendship between both parties is basically over. Of course, there are those who would be willing to sell it for a good price, but Albert carefully considered it and still felt it wasn't worth doing, so he never brought it up. Let's go back and roast these snow mushrooms to eat, Albert suddenly suggested on the way back to the castle. Heartbroken for you. Lee Jordan couldn't help but roll his eyes at Albert, but he didn't object, instead speaking in a quirky tone. The taste of snow mushrooms is indeed fantastic, and beside, several of us have found quite a few snow mushrooms this winter. It feels like a waste. Fred couldn't help but mutter, I'd rather pocket the galleons than eat delicious food. Although George didn't say anything, he probably had the same thought, nothing is more practical than Gallon. Don't worry, sooner or later there will be a Gallon. Lee Jordan spoke up to comfort. At this moment, Lee Jordan's mind was clearer than Fred and George's. How to turn things into wealth is a technical skill. If you want to earn money, you must use your brain to find a way, and Albert is obviously more skilled in this area than they are, so it is undoubtedly most appropriate to leave the matter to him. After all, a bottle of Brain Booster can be sold for a high price of 10 gallons, and several students have already secretly inquired if they could help get a bottle privately. If snow mushroom powder is made into a medicinal preparation, the price will naturally be even more expensive. In fact, Albert really did know how to use snow mushroom powder to further refine potions. After all, he had a good relationship with Dagworth, and through indirect means, he quickly obtained the formula for the energy restoration potion. The preparation of an energy restoration potion is actually not difficult. The challenging part is the ingredients used for the potion, which are all very expensive magical materials. Therefore, a small bottle of energy restoration potion costs almost the same as a luck potion, and it is in short supply. As for the effect of the energy restoration potion, just like its name, it replenishes the energy consumed by people and quickly restores physical strength. Of course, it also has the effect of tonifying the kidneys. If only I could acquire knowledge about snow mushrooms like the Mandela grasp. Unfortunately, this kind of thing really only depends on looks. At that moment, a sudden barking of dogs came from the distance, and then they heard footsteps quickly running toward them.
What was that sound just now?
The three of them stopped in their tracks and turned to look in the direction the sound came from.
Is the dog barking? George mumbled. Anyway, it's definitely not good news. Let's leave quickly.
Albert had already guessed what was going on, so he urged his three companions to leave this place.
Chapter 242, Almost Eaten. Something is coming this way.
Hearing the barking of dogs coming from the forest, Fred, George, and Lee Jordan immediately heightened their vigilance, turning their heads toward the direction of the sound and exchanging glances with each other. However, since the group is still on the outskirts of the forbidden forest and it's daytime, they don't feel like they will encounter any major issues. Even if trouble does arise, the four of them should be able to handle it together, especially with Albert still here.
Hagrid's dog. It shouldn't be Yaya. Lee Jordan directly shook his head in denial.
Although he hadn't been to Hagrid's hut in a long time, he could still distinguish Fawn's barks of the footsteps and barking are getting closer, the sounds echoing through the forest, creating a chilling atmosphere.
Let's go, back home. Albert reminded once again. Where are you planning to go?
Wait for us. George looked at Albert, who was quickly walking toward the outskirts of the forbidden forest, and hurriedly called out.
Get out of here quickly, do you want to be caught by Hagrid? Albert muttered to himself and continued walking out of the woods.
He didn't want to encounter Hagrid here at all, and he believed Hagrid didn't want other students to see him walking his dog either. Yes, walking the dog.
This is Albert's guess. The sound just now was undoubtedly that of Fluffy barking.
There are only two possibilities for it being here: it broke free from Hagrid's leash, or Hagrid is walking it in the forbidden forest.
The latter is obviously more likely. Do you know what that is?
Fred noticed Albert's reaction and thought he should know something.
Let's leave here first and talk later. Albert didn't answer and continued to hurry forward.
He hadn't seen that three-headed dog in months. Now, Cerberus must be even bigger. Encountering a three-headed dog and Hagrid here is not a good thing. It will only make both parties feel awkward.
Hey, wait for us, don't walk so fast.
Fred and George exchanged glances and couldn't help but slow down. They were actually quite curious about what kind of dog Hagrid had raised. As for why they said it was Hagrid's dog, it was because the last time they were at the Hog's Head Inn, Hagrid mentioned that he had bought a dog named Fluffy from the black market, and it was probably the one they were encountering now.
Fred and George have fallen behind.
Lee Jordan turned his head to look back and quickly reminded Albert ahead.
Those two idiots.
Albert stopped in his tracks, glanced at the twins who had already disappeared from sight, and muttered softly, "Forget it, let them learn a lesson.
They really think the Forbidden Forest is safe." What was that just now?
Lee Jordan finally voiced the question that had been on his mind.
Lu-Wei, Hagrid's new pet. Albert absent-mindedly glanced at Lee Jordan. Why do we have to leave in such a hurry? Lee Jordan was even more puzzled.
Why do you think Hagrid is raising his new pet in the Forbidden Forest? I hope Fred and George won't be scared out of their wits. Albert curled his lip, raised his wand, and cast the disillusionment charm on himself, instantly enveloping him completely.
Why the hell are you running away? Next to him, Lee Jordan had just voiced his confusion when he suddenly saw Albert vanish into thin air, giving him a huge fright. What are you doing? Lee Jordan didn't understand what Albert was trying to do. Come on, don't you want to see Hagrid's new pet? Although the disillusionment charm probably won't work on Lu-Wei. Albert muttered quietly.
The dog's sense of smell is very keen, not to mention having 3 noses, it will definitely be able to find them. Albert used the disillusionment charm, actually to deal with Hagrid.
All right.
Lee Jordan only felt a cold sensation flowing into his body from the spot where the wand struck. The moment the disillusionment charm took effect, Lee Jordan also vanished into thin air, leaving only footprints in the snow on the ground to prove they were still there. Lee Jordan, although he didn't know what Hagrid's new pet was all about, there was no doubt that Fred and George were in for trouble. After all, who told them not to follow him when he left just now?
Is this really okay? Lee Jordan asked softly.
Fred and George brought this upon themselves, don't blame others. No matter what you see later, keep your mouth shut. Even if you get caught, don't say I was here. Albert didn't forget to remind him and then started to head back the same way. Soon, they found Fred and George, who were hiding under a tree. They had been cast with the disillusionment charm, but the charm was not very effective, and even Lee Jordan could see the irregularly distorted parts of their bodies. This is actually due to the lack of proficiency in using the disguise spell. Wizard's magic usually requires a lot of practice, which is one of the reasons why Albert always emphasizes the need for more practice. Practicing more is not just to become familiar with a particular spell, but also to strengthen one's control over magic and increase magical power, which is especially evident in younger wizards. The barking grew closer and closer, faintly mixed with other sounds. That thing was rushing toward them, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared in the four people's line of sight. However, when they clearly saw the three-headed monster appearing before them, both Fred and George regretted it. They regretted not listening to Albert's advice to leave this place earlier. What caught the twins' eyes was a monster with 3 heads, which looked a bit like a dog. Fred and George stood frozen in place, not daring to move, fearing that even the slightest motion would alert the monster in front of them that was sniffing around. The monster's sharp teeth could easily bite off their arms, tearing them to shreds and grinding the bone fragments into pulp before swallowing them whole. Fred and George had already realized that their scent had given away their location. The monster might not have spotted them, but it had definitely caught their scent. Luwei was approaching the tree where Fred and George were hiding, and the terrifying sense of oppression made the two of them feel breathless with anxiety. It's so scary, they want to go home. Not only were Fred and George out of breath, but Lee Jordan, who was hiding nearby, almost gasped in shock as well. He finally understood why Albert had told them to run, and to make matters worse, Hagrid was not there. What should they do now? Lee Jordan instinctively looked in Albert's direction, only to find nothing in his line of sight. Where did Albert run off to? Did he leave on his own? No. He is not that kind of person. Lee Jordan didn't believe that Albert would abandon Fred and George on his own, especially after he had ventured alone into the Forbidden Forest late at night last semester to retrieve the Weasley twins. But where is he? Chapter 243, decisively selling out a teammate. At this moment, Lee Jordan instinctively wanted to rely on his reliable roommate, but he was so nervous that his rapid breathing and heartbeat gave away his position, drawing the attention of the three-headed monster. Fred and George also noticed one of the heads of the three-headed monster in front of them lift up and look in a certain direction. They felt slightly relieved. As long as Albert was here, there should be, possibly, a way to deal with this three-headed monster in front of them. Fred and George prayed for Albert to appear quickly and help them out of their current predicament. However, no matter how much they prayed in their hearts, they couldn't convey their feelings to Albert, and it didn't have any effect. The monster's 3 heads, with their 3 pairs of glistening eyes, all fixed intently on the hiding spot of Fred and George. Its 3 noses twitched and sniffed toward their hiding place, and thick saliva dripped from its yellow dog-like teeth, landing beside them, making Fred and George tremble in fear. With just one move, the two of them could be pounced on and bitten to death by the monster in front of them. Not only Fred and George, but even Lee Jordan, who was hiding nearby, was also sweating profusely. He didn't understand. The situation was already critical, so why wasn't Albert taking action? What was he doing? Lee Jordan didn't understand, really didn't understand. He gripped his wand tightly, ready to cast a spell on the monster at any moment to save Fred and George in a critical moment. As Luwei opened his mouth wide, preparing to pounce, Fred and George, unable to withstand the pressure any longer, let out a terrified and piercing scream. The two of them almost used their hands and feet, sprinting at 100-meter dash speed toward the Forbidden Forest. To be honest, this approach is really foolish. Albert, who was hiding nearby, looked on in disbelief. Exposing their backs to the enemy wasn't that asking for death. Moreover, no matter how fast the two of them run, can they outrun a 3-headed dog? However, I don't know what happened, but the 3-headed dog, Luwei, actually didn't chase after them immediately. Perhaps the previous chilling scream really startled Luwei. By the time the 3-headed dog, Fluffy, came to its senses and started barking wildly in the direction where Fred and George had gone, the running Weasley twins wished they could grow 2 more legs. This scene truly left Lee Jordan dumbfounded. Just as he snapped back to reality and prepared to help Fred and George, he heard Hagrid's distant shout, "Fluffy, come back." The 3-headed dog hesitated. After all this time that Hagrid had raised it, it was still somewhat effective, especially since if it didn't listen this time, it probably wouldn't be taken out for a walk next time. This hesitation allowed Fred and George, who were originally fleeing, to escape a disaster. However, the two brothers were not in a good situation either. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were scared out of their wits by the 3-headed monster just now. That scream just now sounded like the Weasley family. Hagrid naturally also heard Fred and George's screams, and his expression turned grim. He didn't want anyone to know about Luwei's existence, let alone have Luwei bite other students. He hurriedly rushed over here, and after carefully confirming that Luwei hadn't bitten the 2 Weasley brothers, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Who is there? Come out! Come out!" Noticing the 3-headed dog's gaze, Hagrid immediately followed its line of sight. When he saw the footprints in the snow, he called out, "It's me," Lee Jordan said with a helpless expression. "Are you invisible?" Hagrid had already recognized whose voice it was, and his expression became even more unpleasant. "It's a disguise spell, Albert helped me with it."
I just came over to see what's going on here.
Lee Jordan unceremoniously threw Albert out to block the gun. He knew Albert had a good relationship with Hagrid.
What on earth just happened? Didn't I tell you not to go into the forest? Hagrid's expression suddenly darkened, and he continued to ask, where are the Aberforths? Albert. He should be around here somewhere.
Lee Jordan looked up and surveyed the area, but he didn't see Albert's figure, nor did he find any footprints left in the snow.
He suddenly realized he had been set up. Bastards, those bastards. Lee Jordan cursed inwardly.
However, he quickly lost that thought, because Louis's three heads leaned toward him, staring him so much that his legs trembled, almost giving way beneath him.
Hagrid, could you keep your pet away from me? It looks a bit. Lee Jordan ultimately didn't say terrifying. Oh, don't worry, Louis is very well behaved. Hagrid spoke up to reassure. Last time, Albert even rubbed its head. Albert rubbed its head.
Lee Jordan admired Albert's courage and boldness, daring to rub the head of this monster. Did it not look as dangerous as it seemed? Hagrid seemed to see through Lee Jordan's thoughts and warned, it's best to stay away from Fluffy when I'm not around, he's been learning how to hunt for food lately. The latter quickly dismissed a certain crazy thought.
What are you doing in the forest? Hagrid frowned and asked.
We four went into the forest to pick snow mushrooms, the same delicious mushrooms we found last year. Lee Jordan didn't intend to hide Hagrid's actions either. He was telling the truth, but only half of it. After all, he wasn't lying, and he said it with confidence, something he had learned from Albert.
What happened with Fred and George just now? Why did they scream in such terror? Hagrid asked, somewhat puzzled. Of course, scared out of my wits.
Lee Jordan felt his mouth twitch uncontrollably. If he had to face this three-headed monster directly, he would have screamed in terror.
If I hadn't been here today, who knows what would have happened?
Hagrid pretended to be angry as he complained, if you lot end up dead in the Forbidden Forest, that's one thing. I could come in another day and clean up the remains, but I don't want Hogwarts to get a bad reputation because of your little escapades. Hagrid pretended to be angry and complained, you guys dying in the Forbidden Forest is one thing, and I could come in another day to clean up the remains, but I don't want Hogwarts to get a bad reputation because of your little mess. Hagrid reached out and pushed away the three heads of Fluffy, then poked Lee Jordan's chest and said, don't spread rumors when you go back. Hagrid reached out and pushed aside the three heads of Louis, then poked Lee Jordan in the chest and said, don't say anything out of line when we get back. Also, you're not allowed to go into the forest again, or I'll have Professor McGonagall deduct points from you severely and put you in detention for another month.
We understand.
Lee Jordan sincerely said, I promise there won't be a next time.
At least, next time I won't let you find out.
He added in his heart, after being severely lectured by Hagrid and standing there for several minutes listening to his nagging, Lee Jordan deeply regretted it. If he had known, he wouldn't have been so curious. Why did he have to come back to see what kind of pet Hagrid was raising? Not only was he half killed by that monster, but he also got a severe scolding from Hagrid.
Speaking of which, where on earth did that guy Albert hide?
He was sure that Albert already knew about that monster, which is why he told them to leave quickly. Thinking about what just happened, Lee Jordan felt extremely frustrated. He should have slipped away with Albert earlier, but then he remembered Fred and George, who were scared out of their wits by that monster, and his mood instantly improved a lot. Sure enough, after a little comparison, seeing that Fred and George were worse off than himself, his mood instantly improved quite a bit. Hagrid, holding the chain around Louis's neck, looked at Lee Jordan's departing figure and said, all right, he's gone, come out. There was no response, the surroundings remained eerily silent. Hagrid scratched the back of his head, looked around but didn't see Albert, and murmured to himself, could I have guessed wrong?
Chapter 244, The True Warrior Running All the Way.
Fred and George were already too exhausted to run, leaning against the tree trunk and gasping for breath.
Fortunately, that monster didn't chase after us.
Fred, exhausted, plopped down on the snow, looking back at the path with lingering fear. They had just narrowly escaped being bitten to death by the three-headed monster. That scared me to death, George said, patting his chest and unable to hold back his complaint. How dare Hagrid keep such dangerous creatures in the Forbidden Forest? If I had known, I should have listened to Albert and left earlier.
Fred regretted not listening to Albert's advice and leaving early. By the way, where are Albert and Lee Jordan? Didn't they leave first? How would I know?
George's face showed a hint of unease as he looked at the snow-covered forest path behind him and said uncertainly, they left before us, so they should be ahead of us, right? However, there were only two sets of footprints in the snow from the people who had just run by. Albert and Lee Jordan were obviously still behind them, but how did they not encounter them during their frantic run just now? The two fell into a brief mental confusion. Even if they had been running for their lives, it was impossible not to notice the people on the road. Fred and George exchanged glances, uneasily saying,
We didn't take a wrong turn, did we? Shouldn't it be fine? Are there any forks in the road? Fred looked at George, hoping to get an answer from him. How could I possibly have noticed? George calmed down, licked his dry lips, and looked in the direction he had just come from. How about we go back and find them? Turn back. Fred's tone involuntarily rose a few notches. He really didn't want to face that damn three-headed monster. But we can't just leave Albert and Lee Jordan in the forest. All right, let's go back and check. Fred hesitated for a moment and then nodded in agreement. After the two encountered danger, they instinctively thought they shouldn't leave their friend behind and escape alone. Actually, if they had been a bit clearer-headed, they would have realized that someone like Albert, who dares to venture into the forbidden forest alone at night and take on a group of 8-eyed giant spiders, could never have gotten lost on the outskirts of the forbidden forest. Unfortunately, the sprint just now left both of them with oxygen deprivation, and they couldn't think things through. By the time Fred and George returned the same way, they encountered Lee Jordan, who had just parted ways with Hagrid. This roommate had already lifted the disillusionment charm and was still mulling over where Albert had run off to. Why are you the only one here? Where's Albert? Fred looked at Lee Jordan, who had a gloomy expression, and asked. How would I know? Lee Jordan shrugged and said. How would you know? Weren't you the ones who left together first? George frowned and asked. We just turned back. Lee Jordan coughed lightly and complained. You actually left me there all alone. I even cared about your safety and turned back. Ahem, didn't I notice that? Wait, you two actually sneaked back without me noticing. Fred said, his face full of displeasure. These two must have gone back to see him make a fool of himself. That monster just now was really terrifying. George didn't care about that, he was still shaken by the experience. Are you talking about Lue? Lue, are you talking about that monster with 3 heads? Fred had gradually calmed down. Well, that's Hagrid's pet. Lee Jordan said with a gloomy face, I just got a good scolding from Hagrid. That bastard Albert sneaked away on his own. By the way, where were you running off to so quickly just now? By the way, was Hagrid there just now? George asked gloomily. Of course, otherwise how do you think I survived that monster's jaws? Lee Jordan muttered, if it weren't for your insistence, I wouldn't have. Alright, stop complaining about that. Shouldn't we go find Albert now? Fred interrupted the two people's complaints and reminded them. Don't mind him, let's head back to the castle first. Lee Jordan shook his head. Is he really okay? We have things to do, he won't be in trouble. Lee Jordan couldn't help but roll his eyes at the two and said, maybe that guy is roasting snow mushrooms in the castle. Fair point, speaking of which, he actually snuck out on his own. Who are you saying sneaked away? A voice suddenly sounded from the side, and the three of them turned to look in the direction of the voice, only to see a figure walking out from behind a large tree. Wasn't this the Albert who had mysteriously disappeared just a moment ago? You actually hid by yourself. Lee Jordan was the first to speak up against Albert. Do you have any idea how long Hagrid just scolded me? Yeah, otherwise would I be waiting to get scolded? Albert readily admitted it, directly swallowing the words that Lee Jordan had originally wanted to say. I told you all to leave quickly, but you didn't listen. Can you blame me? Albert shrugged helplessly and said. We almost got bitten to death by that monster just now. Fred complained. Well, running away is a bit foolish. Next time you run away, don't turn your back to the enemy. Albert began to lecture. If Hagrid hadn't been there, you would have probably been bitten to death by the 3-headed dog. Were you just hiding there, laughing at us? Fred suddenly realized something. This guy was really too bad, hiding away to watch them make fools of themselves. Who told you to stay behind? Can you blame me for being chased by a dog? No, you can only blame yourselves. Albert shook his head, as if to say it was all your own fault. Isn't it because you're here? George's face twitched, and he forced a wry smile. So I'll run first. Albert said. Fred and George swallowed hard and were momentarily speechless. Remember not to let this out, or Hagrid will probably come looking for us. Lee Jordan couldn't help but laugh, but he still remembered Hagrid's instructions. We won't. Although they were badly chased by that monster, Fred and George knew better than to say the wrong thing. The 4 of them went straight to the kitchen, and with the help of the house elf, they roasted the snow mushrooms they had found. The taste was truly wonderful. By the way, is it really appropriate for Hagrid to keep such a creature in the Forbidden Forest? Fred asked with some concern. After all, they would often enter the Forbidden Forest, and encountering it inside wouldn't be a good idea. That 3-headed dog is really dangerous. If it weren't for Hagrid, they might have been bitten, or even killed, just like Albert said. Don't worry, once it matures, it probably won't stay in the Forbidden Forest. Headmaster Dumbledore should have someone send Fluffy back to Greece. Albert chewed his food and muttered softly. What if the principal doesn't know about this? Lee Jordan retorted. I'll write a letter to Professor Dumbledore and tell him about this, Albert said without hesitation. By the way, that monster isn't even an adult yet. George asked incredulously. Of course not, Lu Wei's size isn't that big yet. By next year, he will probably be as big as Hagrid. Albert had looked at the information on the three-headed dog. He knew that next year, Fluffy would still be at the school and would be borrowed by the headmaster to guard the Philosopher's Stone. I really don't understand how Hagrid can be sure it won't harm anyone. Fred couldn't help but complain. He still thought Hagrid was being too reckless. He trained Lu Wei like he trained Yaya, and there's no denying that it actually worked a bit. Lee Jordan witnessed Hagrid calling out to Ru Wei with his own eyes, so he wasn't worried about this issue. He suddenly remembered something, turned his head to look at Albert, and asked with a complex expression, Did you really rub Ru Wei's head? Wow! Aren't you scared? Fred and George both looked shocked, rubbing the monster's dog head. How much courage did this actually require? At that time, it wasn't that big. Albert thought for a moment and said, The feel is quite good, pretty comfortable, and it's not a bad experience. The only regret Albert had was that he actually forgot to capture this scene on camera, which was truly a miscalculation. Chapter 245, Coincidence and Necessity. In the last week of the semester, the sky suddenly cleared up, and the snowstorm that had lasted for several days seemed to be wiped away by an invisible hand. The winter sunlight streamed through the frost-covered window, casting its light on the round table by the bed. Albert looked at the clear sky, and his heart felt lighter. Covering a yawn, he sat back in the armchair and, using the sunlight from the window, flipped through the previously recorded riddle of the Sphinx. Albert planned to take advantage of the free time everyone had while heading to Hogsmeade Village to complete the greedy raider task on the quest panel, attempting to answer over 100 Sphinx riddles. For Albert now, it was really not a difficult task, especially after drinking the brain booster, completing the Expand Your Mind task, and gaining new skills with an active mind. Active thinking is another kind of quirky skill. Unlike other skills, it cannot be upgraded. Yes, active thinking cannot be upgraded. To some extent, this is considered a useless feature, but it cannot be denied that after gaining active thinking, Albert's mind indeed became more agile, with instant memory becoming exceptionally strong, and his sense of smell for certain things becoming more acute, as if he had taken a small dose of the barfy brain stimulant. Maybe that's what a so-called genius is like. Albert always felt that one day, the so-called fake genius might, through the accumulation of skills, actually become a true genius. Are you really not coming with us to Hogsmeade? Fred asked again, feeling that the group would miss out on a lot of fun without one person. Not going, I've got some other things to do today, and I have 2 letters to write. Albert thought for a moment and then said, When you come back, bring me a bottle of butterbeer and the candies on the list. All right, see you this afternoon. We'll bring you back a bunch of candy. After greeting Albert, Lee Jordan began counting the coins in his pouch. Still a big turd. George suddenly said. Thank you, I don't need that thing, Albert said irritably. But we know who needs it. Fred mischievously winked at Albert. Who? You guys? Albert retorted. No, it's Peeves. He doesn't get along well with Filch. We don't mind giving Peeves a few big dung bombs to cause trouble for Filch. George mischievously said, We've already made a deal with the poltergeist. How did you end up facing off against Filch again? Albert frowned. Although he didn't like Filch, he would never actively seek trouble with him. It happened a few days ago. After the last Quidditch practice, I ran into Filch, and he called me to his office, accusing me of desecrating the castle. Fred's face was marked by an unmistakable disdain. There was no way around it. Practicing Quidditch in the snow and wind was one thing, but coming back only to be troubled by someone? How could he possibly feel good about it? This charge is quite common. Albert nodded and said, The main issue is that Filch can't do magic, so cleaning up the muddy footprints is quite troublesome. If Filch were a wizard, it would take at most 3 seconds to sort it out. Unfortunately, he is not. Peppy promised us that he would deliver a few big poop bombs to Filch on Christmas. Fred said cheerfully, All right, see you later. The 3 hurriedly made their way to the secret passage behind the mirror on the 5th floor, and Albert also set off for the wish-granting room. After skillfully entering the Ravenclaw knowledge repository in the room of requirement, she casually moved a wingback chair for herself to sit in front of the eagle-shaped bronze knocker, and gently tapped twice on the wooden board. The next moment, the eagle-shaped bronze door knocker opened its mouth to ask. 2 pairs of fathers and sons went fishing. Together, each caught 1 fish, but they caught a total of 3 fish. Why? Grandfather, father, and son, just 2 pairs of fathers and sons, 3 fish. Albert hardly thought about it and easily answered the riddle. That makes sense.
Actually, Albert has heard many of the riddles of the eagle-shaped bronze door knocker before, so they aren't very difficult.
Moreover, the greedy raider's quest isn't continuous, so he only needs to answer 96 more riddles to complete the task. The difficulty is easier than I imagined. Albert murmured.
He raised his hand and continued to knock on the door, answering the riddles of the eagle-shaped bronze door knocker. He easily got one right after another, and in about half an hour, he had already answered over 50 questions. These riddles basically didn't pose any trouble for him. Last time, Albert had already memorized all of Katrina's 100 riddles and answers. It was really thanks to Katrina, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to answer them so easily now. She is truly a good person. Albert gave Katerina a good person card in his heart. Just as Albert was about to continue answering the riddle, the door to the wish-granting house suddenly swung open. Noticing that someone had actually barged in, Albert was startled and instinctively drew his wand, pointing it at the intruder.
It's you, you startled me. Albert put away his wand and muttered. What are you doing here?
Isabel glanced at Albert's wand, completely indifferent, but was rather curious about why Albert was here. Although Isabel knew that Albert was aware of Ravenclaw's secret chamber, it still felt very strange to actually encounter him in a place like this.
What are you doing? Solving riddles.
Albert raised his hand and pointed at the eagle-shaped bronze door knocker, saying, I'm challenging myself to see if I can guess 100 riddles in one go. Upon hearing this, Isabel's eyes took on a strange look, as if she were staring at some rare creature.
Interesting, she said slowly. Interesting. Albert nodded. This involves a panel task. How could it possibly be boring? By the way, what are you doing here? Albert changed the subject. Study Ravenclaw's chamber and look for a way to open it. Isabel's answer was not far from Albert's guess, undoubtedly regarding the repository of knowledge. Are there any new research findings? Albert inquired curiously. Yes. Isabel's answer was somewhat unexpected for Albert, but he didn't mind much and just casually asked, What is it? Let's talk about it inside. Isabel didn't tell Albert directly. You go in first, I still plan to continue challenging the riddle. Albert gestured for Isabel to enter the secret room first. You aren't even the slightest bit curious. Isabel looked at Albert in astonishment. She somewhat regretted teaching him the brain closure technique. She couldn't even understand the person in front of her now. Curious. However, there's no rush. You won't run away, and asking later is just as fine. I still have this much patience. Albert really wasn't in a hurry. He decided to first claim the greedy raider quest reward before anything else. As for the new discovery mentioned by Isabel, he really didn't pay much attention to it. After all, he had his own new discoveries. By the way, there was also the matter of Professor Smith. Perhaps he could get some information from Isabel. Pinnacle Chapter 246, Coincidence and Necessity, continued. Was that last bet you made with Katerina really just for this? Isabel looked at Albert with an increasingly strange expression, completely unable to understand what this guy in front of her was trying to do. Ah, you actually guessed it right. Albert pretended to be surprised and said. Of course, such a clumsy performance could not escape Isabel's keen eyes. The latter said nothing, just calmly looked at Albert, as if saying to him, Go ahead, I'll be watching from the side. Ahem, all right. Actually, I'm just pursuing Katerina. It's just that your sister is really too stubborn. She probably won't give up easily unless you let her win once. Albert casually made up another excuse. Speaking of which, saying in front of someone else's sister that you're planning to pursue her younger sister seems kind of thrilling. Well, Albert really wanted to see what kind of reaction Isabel would have. Isabel's expression was very complex. There was no expected anger or any other intense emotional reaction. She simply said softly, I don't mind you pursuing Katrina. However, it's still a bit too early for her. It's still too early for Katerina. Why? Albert couldn't help but blurt out. Of course, it's not about asking why it's too early, but rather about how Isabel actually agreed and even seemed to support the idea of him pursuing her sister. This is just too strange. At least, in Albert's eyes, it was truly strange. Little brat knows nothing about love. If some 12 or 13-year-old brat wants to pursue his sister, Albert will have to beat the crap out of him. Because Katrina's mindset is not mature enough yet. Isabel looked up at Albert and answered the question directly. Your mindset is already mature enough, but Katerina's isn't. Which is not conducive to your relationship right now. As for why I would agree. Isabel looked at Albert. Sometimes she felt that this guy's way of thinking was completely different. Why? Albert was actually a bit curious about the reason. After all, you are the best student at Hogwarts, bar none.
Isabel's words were a direct acknowledgement of Albert's talent and abilities. Actually, he wasn't wrong, Albert really is the best student in the entire academy.
After all, no one else has a cheat code like he does. Ahem, I was just joking earlier. Albert's expression was a bit stiff as he awkwardly smiled at the other person. I know, I can tell.
Isabel nodded and didn't get angry. Instead, she found it amusing. Since you already know how to say such things, are you implying that I should go after your sister? Albert suddenly had a strange feeling. It turned out that his worldview had not yet fully integrated with this world, still holding on to the ideas of the previous generation. No wonder he sometimes seems a bit out of place.
However, 10 galleons, you are quite generous. Isabel sighed lightly and said, well, thank you for that. I haven't seen Katrina that happy in a long time. Knowledge has always been valuable, to some extent. I'm not at a loss either.
Albert raised his hand and shook the notebook where he recorded the Eagle Ring riddles. One day, when I compile the Eagle Ring riddles I've collected into a book, not to mention 10 galleons, I could earn 100 galleons.
It'll definitely break even.
Isabel increasingly found Albert's thinking to be unconventional, but his ideas weren't wrong. Knowledge is valuable, and it can indeed be done this way. It's just that many people haven't thought in this direction.
You continue, I'll wait for you here. After you go into the secret room, I'll tell you my findings.
Isabel brought the topic back and pulled up a chair to sit beside, quietly watching Albert knock on the door and answer the Eagle Ring riddle. To be honest, the remaining riddles weren't that difficult, at least not for Albert. It was like solving problems. The more he did, the faster he got, and the more he felt it. In less than half an hour, Albert had answered the remaining riddles. After confirming on the mission panel that he had completed the Greedy Raider, his mood instantly became even more cheerful. However, Albert did not rush to claim the mission reward. Instead, he pushed open the secret room door and went in with Isabel, who had been waiting nearby.
What secret have you discovered?
Albert walked over to the wall, ran his hand over the ancient runes, and finally couldn't help but ask.
What about you? What have you discovered?
Isabel didn't answer immediately. Instead, she spoke up and asked.
You go first, then I'll speak. Albert made a gesture inviting the other to speak. All right, you know Ravenclaw's riddle, right?
Isabel walked over to Albert, staring at the ancient runes on the wall, and whispered, we need to answer the Eagle Ring riddle to get in.
Albert raised an eyebrow but continued to listen quietly as Isabel went on.
Just like the first threshold outside, Isabel said, glancing sideways at Albert, if you answer incorrectly, you can only wait for someone else to answer correctly.
This way, you can learn knowledge. This is Ravenclaw. Learn knowledge. So, you think Ravenclaw wanted the heir of her to learn knowledge by entering the chamber? Albert immediately grasped the key point.
Not because of the hint given by Isabel, but because Albert had also thought about this matter.
Yes, you are indeed very clever. You figured it out right away. This is my discovery. Isabel nodded and asked, what about your discovery? Ancient runes. Perhaps, Ravenclaw hopes we can master the correct usage of ancient runes. Albert's fingers brushed over the text on the wall, and he muttered to himself, it is said that rune is a magical script, yet this clearly exceeds our understanding of rune. The secret room suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Is Professor Smith really here at Hogwarts to find Ravenclaw's chamber? Albert spoke up again to break the silence and expressed his doubts to Isabel. Why would you have such an idea? Isabel was a bit surprised and looked Albert up and down. I don't know, maybe it's just intuition. Although Professor Smith has shown enough curiosity about Ravenclaw's chamber, but...
Albert frowned and said, I don't think Professor Smith is taking the risk of teaching at Hogwarts just for this matter. There must be other reasons.
Do you think I know some inside information? Yes, I think you should know quite a bit. Do you want to know?
Isabel did not deny it but instead asked back, confirming that she indeed knew something.
Albert nodded. All right, I might as well tell you, since this matter concerns you anyway. Is it related to me?
It should be related to an inheritance issue with the Smith family, or rather, it might not necessarily be the Smith family, but anyway, it's an inheritance issue. Isabel didn't seem very pleased when talking about this matter.
I think you might have misunderstood, I'm a Muggle wizard from a Muggle family. Albert kindly reminded. Muggle wizard.
No, I don't think you're just a pure Muggle wizard. Isabel directly shook her head to deny this and was very confident in her judgment. Professor Broad and Uncle Morg McDougal's help wouldn't be just because you're a genius.
Why would you say that?
Albert was very surprised. Although he actually found the situation a bit strange, Professor Broad clearly had his own ideas for training. Because of your situation, I have also experienced it.
To some extent, you are my doppelganger. Don't get me wrong, I mean in certain aspects. Isabel's expression grew even darker as she reminisced about some childhood memories with Albert. Ever since my father passed away, Professor Broad and Uncle Mog, along with some of my father's other friends, have taken good care of me and my family. Thanks to their help, my childhood with Katrina was quite decent. Considered a genius from a very young age. The girl's tone carried a hint of sarcasm as she continued, they weren't this enthusiastic before I was considered a genius. Do you hate them? No, I don't hate them. In fact, I'm very grateful to them. Thanks to their help, my childhood was quite pleasant. Isabel shook her head and said, later on, my situation was quite similar to yours now. They seemed to be doing everything they could to train me, as if they were raising a heir. Yes, the heir. Isabel did not deny it, but instead nodded and continued, at first, I didn't pay much attention to these things, I just thought it was a bit strange. Later, I went through my father's old diary. As far as I know, my father and Professor Rowena Smith have had similar experiences. Isabel turned her head, avoiding Albert's gaze, and now you are experiencing it again. Why do you think this is happening? My situation is similar to yours. Albert replied without hesitation, because I'm a genius too. Not only that, although you are also a genius, it's definitely not because of this reason. Isabel shook her head and said, they still don't have the resources to help you achieve further success. Then, you must have a blood relation with the Smith family. I am a Muggle wizard. Albert reminded with a half-smile, half-serious tone. I know, but that doesn't mean your family is definitely Muggles. They could also be squibs, or wizards living in the Muggle world. It must trace back to some generation, possibly related to that family, otherwise you wouldn't have been chosen. Damn, you actually guessed it right. Albert could feel his heart beating a few extra times. This guy is indeed not simple. Oh. Albert pretended to know nothing, non-committally replied, shook his head, and said, anything else? There is no such thing as unconditional love in this world. Isabel reminded. That's not entirely wrong. By the way, you seem to know a lot of things, don't you? Albert scrutinized Isabel again, frowning deeply. But I don't think they would tell you these things. In other words, everything you said is either your own speculation or something you got from somewhere else. But I think the former is more likely. How did you manage to do that? I won't think about it for now, but why are you telling me? As you said, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Are you planning to use me? Or do you want me to help you with something? Isabel fell into a brief silence upon hearing this, seemingly hesitating whether to let Albert know more. Albert took advantage of this free time to glance at the newly released tasks. Although he had already guessed some things, he was still curious about what this heir was all about. Ancient secrets, you seem to be involved in something that involves an ancient family. As a candidate for the heir for no apparent reason, you need to figure out what exactly is going on. Reward, 2000 experience, Isabel McDougal's affection plus 10. Albert stared at the mission panel, feeling a bit surprised. He didn't expect it to actually increase his favorability. Tell me what you know, and if you need me to do anything. Albert gestured for the girl to go ahead. Actually, I'm not very clear about it either. I only know it's for the position of a certain heir, or more accurately, for the right to a certain surname. But I don't know the specifics because this matter is really too secretive, and almost no one knows about it. Heir, surname. Albert raised an eyebrow. He naturally knew he was related to the Smith family, but he never expected this matter to fall on his shoulders. Does every Smith have such an opportunity? Or rather, do people with that kind of bloodline have that kind of opportunity? There shouldn't be any. I feel like the spots should have been selected. As far as I know, my sister Katerina wasn't chosen. Isabel shook her head and said, she really is pitiful, isn't she? Albert curled his lip and asked curiously, by the way, how are you so sure? She hasn't had much contact with Professor Broad and Uncle Mog, and she hasn't been introduced to other famous wizards either. Isabel continued, our situations are similar. Of course, there's no denying that in some aspects, you are more of a genius than I am. Do you care a lot about this matter? Albert retorted. No. Isabel wasn't lying, she actually didn't care much about becoming the so-called heir. Was your father also one of the heirs? Albert recalled Professor Smith's Bogart and had a bad feeling. Well, I think it should be. Isabel said softly. Do you think I'm one of them, and are you looking for allies? Albert thought he had guessed the answer, and the possibility was high. By the way, what benefit can I gain from this? You should be able to inherit a large sum of gallons. Isabel replied without hesitation, old families are usually very wealthy. Do I look like someone who would run out of galleons? Even if I were short on galleons, do you think I couldn't earn them? Why go after such a ridiculous inheritance? Albert interrupted somewhat impatiently, to be honest, I'm quite averse to getting involved in family disputes. Beside, I have nothing to do with the Smith family. And even if I did, are you planning to hand the inheritance over to me? Isabel fell into a brief silence, then nodded toward Albert. Honestly, I'm quite disgusted by this matter as well.
Isabel did not hide her disgust and continued, my sister and mother are more important than this damn inheritance.
Why don't you just give up directly? Albert retorted. Don't you find this funny? Isabel's expression became even more peculiar. Do you expect me to go directly to Uncle Gemmo and tell him this? What do you think he would think? Honestly, pretending to know nothing is the wisest choice. All right, you are right. Albert nodded in acknowledgement of this matter. However, you said the inheritance rights are related to Ravenclaw's chamber. Not clear.
Isabel shook her head and said, I'm still looking for a way to solve it, but I'm still stuck here.
Tell me about your findings. Well, do you think I was lying just now? Albert retorted. At least they didn't tell the whole truth. Isabel said.
All right, according to your earlier statement, Ravenclaw prefers to let people take the initiative to learn, just like the riddle of the eagle ring.
Although some people can find the answer through their own wisdom, that's just a minority, most still need to learn. Albert's finger traced the line on the wall that read, Extraordinary intelligence is humanity's greatest wealth.
Those who wish to pass through here and obtain the treasure from Ravenclaw's chamber must master what Ravenclaw wanted us to master in this chamber.
Ancient runes. So, you didn't lie, you just kept some secrets.
No, it's just that you haven't noticed it yourself, or you have noticed it but are unwilling to admit it. You should have also discovered while studying ancient runes that ancient runes are merely an old form of writing. Albert reached out and brushed over the text. To truly pass this challenge set by Ravenclaw and move on to the next, we need to understand how to properly use them. However, once we discover that we have truly mastered it, it means we have obtained the treasure left behind by Ravenclaw.
Very Ravenclaw, isn't it?
Knowledge, sometimes, is a form of wealth.
Isabel suddenly laughed, laughing very joyfully.
Yes, this is very Ravenclaw, and it aligns perfectly with the saying that exceptional intelligence is humanity's greatest treasure.
She said softly, Are you planning to tell Professor Smith about this? Why not? But I think he probably won't be able to open the hidden chamber either.
Maybe he could go ask Professor Dumbledore for help, but what's the use?
Even if he opens it, it's just entering the next chamber, and he would still end up with nothing.
Albert shrugged and said, of course, maybe in the Chamber of Secrets, he might find some legacy left by Ravenclaw, like that lost diadem.
The diadem of Ravenclaw. I don't think you would place your wisdom in that thing. I was just saying it casually. By the way, Professor Smith is a bit pitiful.
The treasure he was expecting in the secret room turned out to be like this. Albert shrugged his shoulders, not really caring about the matter.
Is Professor Smith pitiful? Who knows? You might be the next person to open the secret room.
Isabel leaned against the wall, unable to contain her emotions. After all, Albert's proficiency in ancient magic texts far surpassed theirs, and although she had learned quite well, she was actually just a beginner. The two chatted about trivial matters for a while longer, and Isabel suddenly said, It's 10 o'clock, Professor Smith should be arriving soon.
Is he coming here? Albert frowned and asked. Yeah, we agreed on it yesterday. You should stay too, and we can study ancient runes together.
Isabel's mood seemed quite good. When he arrives, just tell him your previous guesses.
Okay, fine.
About 10 minutes later, other sounds came from outside the secret room, and the door was opened from the outside. Professor Smith walked in, and his gaze fell on Albert, seemingly a bit surprised to see him there.
You are here too, just in time. Professor Smith greeted Albert with a smile. Professor Smith, I just discussed with Isabel.
Albert hurriedly interrupted, immediately telling Professor Smith about his and Isabel's speculations. After a long silence, Professor Smith finally sighed deeply and said with a bitter expression, What you say is quite possible, that would explain why things are like this here.
Maybe, I shouldn't have told him.
Most of the time, the truth is more cruel than lies. Professor Smith took several deep breaths to suppress his emotions, then reached out and patted Albert on the shoulder, saying, You are the only one among us who might be able to open the secret room.
I hope you can put in more effort. Once you officially open it, just let me know.
After all the effort we've put in, I don't want to end up still in the dark.
That would be too cruel.
After finishing speaking, Professor Smith turned around and left with a somewhat desolate demeanor, his back looking forlorn, as if he had aged several years in an instant. On leave chapter 247, role-playing Albert was never a suspicious person, at least not in his past life. This might be related to his previous living environment, but now he has to say that Professor Rowena Smith is a bit suspicious. At least, the results obtained from the various pieces of information gathered so far indeed suggest so. Undeniably, there is some bias in Albert's view as a time traveler, but he still believes that before Voldemort's complete downfall, every wizard who came to Hogwarts to teach defense against the dark arts was there to stir up trouble, potentially getting involved in certain matters. Perhaps the final answer might be very different from his guess, but before Professor Smith leaves Hogwarts, it doesn't hurt for Albert to temporarily blacklist him. Bogart's form is closely related to people's inner fears. Professor Smith's Bogart turned into Isabel's father's corpse, which inevitably makes Albert suspicious. He even boldly speculated that Isabel's father's death was very likely related to Professor Smith. Even if there was no direct connection, there would still be an indirect one. According to Isabel, her father died in a magical experiment. If we absolutely have to connect all the dots, the only commonality among the four is that they are all candidates for the heir and have all undergone training as heirs. So, Albert boldly speculates that the failure of Isabel's father's magical experiment was a man-made cause, and Professor Smith is very likely the culprit. Therefore, Isabel's father's corpse has become a source of fear for Professor Smith, possibly because he intentionally, unintentionally, or even indirectly caused the death of his own friend. Albert recorded his guess with a quill pen in a small notebook. This kind of plot is very common in detective novels, and the motivation behind it might be for a certain reason. As for the so-called matter, nature is the matter of the heir. To inherit a large sum of galleons and other valuable assets, doing such things is actually not that strange. Although such speculation seems a bit ridiculous, it doesn't mean that such bold conjectures are impossible. Enormous wealth is enough to drive people insane, as long as the benefits are substantial enough. Betraying a friend is not out of the question. Next, it's a speculation about Ravenclaw's treasure trove of knowledge. Why does Professor Smith want to obtain the treasure in Ravenclaw's chamber? Regarding this, there are two speculations. The first is that Ravenclaw's chamber is related to the heir, and the second is that it is purely about the wealth inside. However, knowing that the wealth inside is knowledge, Professor Smith's previous figure was so desolate. If we associate the four people with the Ravenclaw vault, the first possibility is actually more likely. Moreover, Isabel might have found the Ravenclaw's knowledge treasure in her father's notes, indicating that her father most likely entered it and possibly obtained something from inside, becoming the heir. Because there was only one heir, he was taken out. However, why couldn't Professor Smith become the heir? The reason Albert is sure that Professor Smith is not the heir is because last Halloween, when Maud McDougal hosted them at the lakeside cabin, he discovered that there was a generational gap between Professor Broad and a few others. If they were indeed related to the heir, or rather, actually, Professor Broad and the others were responsible for selecting the heir, or even they themselves were once the heirs, so, what was Professor Broad's purpose in coming to Hogwarts last year? For the Ravenclaw's repository of knowledge? Or perhaps it was related to the heir. But one thing even Albert couldn't deny was that Professor Broad ultimately helped him, and there was no hostility toward him, even being as kind as if treating a family member. This led Albert to initially not suspect Professor Smith, not only because they knew each other, but also because he was unaware of the heir's situation at that time, thinking that Professor Broad intended to bring him into some social circle. If the bold speculation is true, what role does Isabel play in this matter? The Avenger seeking vengeance for his father, or is it still a candidate vying for the position of heir, or should I say, both? Then, what role am I playing again? Albert looked at the parchment in his hand and muttered to himself, the poor fool who got dragged into this mess for no reason. The heir's candidate. What roles do Professor Broad and Mr. Maud McDougal play? Is it the judgment on selecting the heir? So, Mr. Smith is the heir and the villain boss? No, Professor Smith might have already disqualified himself. After all, he was the heir apparent in the last round. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, the role of heir apparent should be eliminated. Moreover, he has already failed. Of course, there is another possibility: Mr. Smith could also be the heir judge. After all, with Snape's case as a precedent, it's really hard to say until the very end. There's no helping it. Sometimes the plot of a novel is indeed very absurd, but reality can be even more absurd at times. Not to mention, he is currently in this world that he doesn't know whether it's a novel or reality. Of course, everything could just be Albert's own delusion, but he still believed that Professor Smith's arrival at Hogwarts was probably related to the heir. After all, Rowena's last name was Smith, and so-called coincidences are often just perceived as manufactured coincidences. So, the last question, Isabel seems to know a lot of things. How does she know so much? Did someone tell her, or did she deduce it from her father's legacy, or does she have some way of gathering information? All three possibilities exist, but without a doubt, Isabel knows a lot, even closer to the truth of the matter than he does. It's just that she is unwilling to speak. Albert actually can understand Isabel. If it were him, he would keep the secret even if it meant dying and wouldn't easily trust others. I don't know why, but I always feel like this world is very unsafe. Albert tore out those pages from the diary and threw them into the flames, turning them to ashes. Now, he just hopes that his suspicions are nothing more than idle fantasies.
Sure enough, I should really prepare more things for self-defense.
Albert murmured. If possible, he really wanted to carry 2 wands with him. Why do you need to bring 2? This is a habitual way of thinking.
Most wizards only have 1 wand, and many villains like to show off by babbling some words after disarming their opponent, which gives the other person a chance to turn the tables. Who let the villain die from talking too much? Chapter 248, Protective Bracelet 2. 0 edition. It's a pity, making wands is a skilled craft. Of course, as long as he is willing to learn, Albert is sure he can learn it too, but the wands he makes will definitely not be as good as Ollivander's. After all, Ollivander is a professional wand maker with several generations of experience. Unless Albert is willing to spend a large amount of experience and skill points on wand making, in Albert's eyes, buying a wand from Ollivander for 10 galleons is obviously more cost-effective. Sure enough, it's more practical to prepare some defensive magical items. Wizards usually only keep an eye on another wizard's wand. Speaking of protective bracelets, Albert opened his box and took out a finished protective bracelet. This was a wooden bracelet made from the roots of the mandala grass, with only the ancient runes left to be carved on it. Albert has been waiting for his spell to reach level 3, and he still needs nearly 2,000 more experience points. The further he goes, the harder it becomes to gain experience. Just like high-level characters fighting low-level monsters, where the experience gained is significantly reduced. Originally, Albert was planning to rely on his own abilities to level up to level 3. It seems time waits for no one.
Albert sighed lightly. If he wanted to level up to level 3 on his own, it would probably take until next year, by which time the flowers would have wilted. He wasn't too upset inside, but having a cheat really is great. Saying this, Albert directly upgraded the magic text skill on the panel to level 3, then closed his eyes and began to read the additional information about the magic text in his mind. Skill level 3 is a threshold. After the brain closure technique reached level 3, many wizards could no longer easily see through their own thoughts, and they could even fabricate some memories to confuse those who were trying to spy on them. After reaching the 3rd level of the magic text, indeed, a lot of knowledge was gained, which was not much different from Albert's guess. This part of the knowledge is related to rune magic. Using runes to cast spells is different from the traditional magic of wizards. This distinction is somewhat like the magic of fairies and house elves. They both belong to independent magical systems. This is also one of the reasons why Goblet of Fire is considered a very advanced spell, and even many wizards use it. Professor Flitwick only briefly mentions it in the Advanced Charms class. Ravenclaw's treasure. Albert recalled what he had seen in the secret room and figured out how to open it.
Interesting.
He curled his lip and muttered to himself. He really did want to turn back to the wish-granting house right now, but he still suppressed his inner restlessness. Redirect your gaze to the previously designed defensive runes. Looking at the runes in the notes, Albert was a bit dumbfounded, feeling like he was watching a child trying to explain something beyond their understanding in their own way. It couldn't be said to be completely wrong, but it just felt a bit, well, childish. That's right, a bit childish. Actually, when you truly grasp it, you'll understand what it's all about. Albert picked up the quill and began to modify the runes, revising the content on them.
Redesign the runes on the protective bracelet, slowly carving with the ritualistic knife.
After finishing, cut a finger with a small knife, letting the blood drip onto the runes. Recite the incantation to activate the runes, which is not much different from previous knowledge. Then, the final step is to cast the spell on the protective bracelet. The spell uses magical script, similar to the Iron Armor spell, but its effect is even more powerful. However, it doesn't feel any different. Albert picked up the newly manufactured version 2.0 of the protective bracelet and examined it closely. If I had to say, it feels like this thing has already become a magical artifact.
Its number of uses is actually unrelated to the wizard. Although it's not a one-time use item, there is a limit to how many times it can be used. The protective effect on it will gradually weaken and need time to recover, somewhat like the cooldown time for items in a game. This makes Albert find it very interesting. As for how long the cooldown time for this magical item is, Albert actually didn't know either. Healed.
As before, Albert raised his wand and traced it over the wound on his finger. The shallow wound originally made by the small knife quickly healed. Rune magic is slightly different from the magic that wizards use now. It usually requires a medium to make the magic more powerful. The ancient fire of Goblet is an example. Of course, the reason why the Goblet immortal fire can continue to burn is actually related to the materials used to create it. Its handle is made of phoenix tree wood and requires the feathers of a phoenix, just like the answer to the eagle ring riddle. The phoenix and fire are inherently a cycle, which is why the Goblet immortal fire is indestructible.
The devil's flame doesn't seem to be easily extinguished either. Albert murmured, it's just not easy to control.
However, the devil's flame will consume everything, but the goblin fairy fire will not. By the way, if the goblin fire can be considered a skill, does inventing a protective bracelet count as a skill too? After Albert had this idea, he opened his skill panel and carefully flipped through it. He couldn't find the skill protective bracelet, but he did find a brand new skill called amulet. The skill level of the talisman is almost at level 1. So, this thing is actually a kind of talisman. Albert withdrew his gaze, examining the protective bracelet on his wrist, and murmured. However, Albert didn't mind whether this skill was a talisman or a protective bracelet. He directly upgraded it to level 2 and then continued to close his eyes and review the knowledge in his mind. There is always a method for making amulets that will work. Albert stared at the newly crafted protective bracelet, thought for a moment, then took out the unicorn statue he had prepared to give to Isabel and, without spending much time, carved the necessary runes onto it. However, when it came time to draw blood, Albert hesitated for a moment, holding his small knife and looking at his thumb. His face twitched slightly, but in the end, he steeled himself and gently pricked it. If it happens like this every time, will I become anemic? Looking at the completed unicorn, Albert muttered softly. A level 3 is indeed a hurdle. However, under the circumstances of upgrading through experience, it's not an easy task to rely on oneself to level up the panel skills to level 3. Albert looked at his experience pool and skill points, then glanced at his skills, sighed lightly, and thought that experience was never enough to spend. If I could level up my skill to level 4, Albert quickly dismissed this idea. The experience was far from sufficient. The only level 4 skill was the wizard's bloodline, and leveling this skill to 4 didn't give Albert a very noticeable feeling. Although he is somewhat looking forward to what changes a level 4 skill might bring, he doesn't have enough skill points and can only upgrade one more skill to level 4 at most. Chapter 249. The writing on the wall. Since he had already upgraded the spell level to 3, Albert naturally wouldn't easily let go of the wealth in Ravenclaw's knowledge treasury. Although those so-called treasures were likely just intangible knowledge, he still didn't want to miss out on them. The method to open the hidden entrance is not much different from what was originally expected. It's just to directly use a rune spell to open the door. Of course, you need to spill some fresh blood before going into the wall originally carved with Ravenclaw's quote automatically revealed a stone door, inside which was a similar chamber. Albert's gaze swept across the secret room, lingering for a moment on the platform that could be used to place items, and he slightly furrowed his brow. The platform is empty. It has probably already been taken by a wizard who entered here earlier. To be honest, doing this is very unethical. Albert believed that the things Ravenclaw left here were definitely related to the knowledge of ancient magic. When someone took away that part of the knowledge, it meant that future generations would find it very difficult to obtain that part of the knowledge again. However, Albert didn't leave empty-handed either. The surrounding walls still bear some ancient runes, but these inscriptions were not left by Ravenclaw. They are messages left by other wizards who came here. Albert carefully deciphered the text on the wall and took out his notebook to record all the messages. In front of him, this text is mainly cursing the bastard who took the book of bronze. According to the inscription on the wall, there is a book made of bronze placed on the platform, which records Ravenclaw's understanding and application of runic magic. However, that book was taken by someone who came here a long time ago. This practice made later arrivals very dissatisfied and contemptuous. To avoid disappointing those who came here, they recorded their understanding of ancient runes, their own achievements, and questions on the walls, so that later arrivals would not leave empty-handed. Afterward, every wizard who came here did the same. They were all top figures in the magical world, each with their own understanding of this matter. Albert even found several familiar names on the list. However, it is not difficult to see from the problems on the wall that the closer we get to the present, the poorer the understanding of ancient magic texts becomes. Time seems to be going in reverse. The wizards who came later have a generally lower level of proficiency in this area. Of course, referring to those who have come here and left messages, there are still a few unknown spells on the wall. Albert planned to take some time to try them out. After spending nearly an hour recording the ancient runes on the wall, Albert picked up his wand, ready to leave his name and achievements here. He also left the spell for creating protective bracelets along with the runes. What a pity. Who on earth took that book? To say I'm not regretful would be a lie. It still feels a bit like a scam. But thinking about the unknown rewards of Ravenclaw's knowledge vault, it's not hard to imagine. Following the instructions on the wall, Albert walked up to the blank wall, raised his hand and tapped it twice lightly, reciting a spell to open the door. The wall trembled, and after a moment, the door opened automatically. The moment he stepped through the door, Albert found himself standing at an angle against the wall, at least in his line of sight. There were quite a few moving stone slabs around, feeling like moving stairs. The activity space here is actually three-dimensional. Albert withdrew his foot from the stone slab and returned to the original secret chamber, where the previous visual distortion returned to normal. He stood outside the door, gazing at the space inside, falling into a brief silence. What on earth is this trying to say? Most of the wizards who came here stopped at this point, They didn't find any relevant clues in the perception-distorted chamber, actually. Albert didn't understand what Ravenclaw was trying to convey in this challenge either. He temporarily gave up entering that perception-distorted room and continued to stay here to study the legacy left by his predecessors. What surprised Albert even more was that he actually saw Dumbledore's name here. Did that headmaster really know about this place? The legacy he left behind was a dimmer switch. Clearly, it's still just a very rudimentary prototype, but this information is already enough to give Albert some inspiration.
This person is Wilda Smith.
Albert softly pronounced the name. He was one of the first few wizards to enter this place. He didn't leave any questions but instead admired Ravenclaw's knowledge and expressed that the bronze-forged book had greatly benefited him. Are there indeed traces of the Smith family here as well? Albert glanced at the contents on the wall, didn't continue studying them, and left with a hint of disappointment. Taking the notes he had copied with him when he returned to the hall to prepare for dinner, he suddenly heard an angry roar coming from a distance. It was the voice of Filch.
What's going on? Albert quickly walked into the hall and, seeing Fred and George struggling to hold back their laughter, asked, "What's going on?" "It's Peeves, he just threw a big dung bomb over everyone's heads."
You know, Peeves and Filch can't stand each other, and by accident, one of the dung bombs landed on Filch's head. At this point, Fred and George couldn't help but burst into laughter. Without a doubt, the big poop egg from the mischievous ghost was given to them, and before Christmas even arrived, it was already used on Furchie.
"It's truly a disaster," Albert muttered. "By the way, where did you just go?" George suddenly asked. "I couldn't find you on the map." "Practicing the patroness charm in the room of requirement. I feel like I'm almost ready to conjure a corporeal patroness." Albert casually brought up a topic and said, "I suddenly kind of look forward to what animal my guardian spirit will be." Lee Keaton suddenly remembered something interesting. If your patroness is an eagle, that would be awkward. After all, the eagle is the symbol of Ravenclaw, and you clearly belong to Gryffindor. "Don't worry." Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes at them, completely ignoring Lee Jordan's teasing. In fact, it didn't matter what his guardian was. If he was dissatisfied, he could always hide his guardian anyway. What really matters is that Albert has quietly mastered the ability to summon a physical guardian deity, and he's only 13 years old. Of course, most people have forgotten the word soon. In their eyes, it won't be long before Albert masters the ability to summon the physical guardian deity, which is just a difference of 1 month or 2. However, this obviously made no difference to Albert. Chapter 250. Another Beta's Christmas approached. Hogwarts finally welcomed the holiday, which was undoubtedly exciting news for all the students. Everyone was eager to go home and celebrate the holiday. On the day of the holiday, the Hogwarts Express quickly filled up with students, and Albert, Fred and George, and Lee Jordan barely managed to occupy an empty compartment. As it approached 11 o'clock, the train finally began to move forward slowly. Albert idly propped his chin on his hand, gazing at the rapidly retreating scenery outside the window. Beside him, the Weasley twins had just finished a round of Wizard's chess, and George, who had lost the game, was being forced to taste a red chili-flavored Bertie Bott's every flavor bean. "We currently have 67 club members." Lee Jordan pulled out a notebook from his pocket and reported to Albert on the state of the Wizard Card Club for the first half of the term. Currently, there are still 39 students without their own wizard card sets. "Wow, I didn't even know we had so many people in our club already." Fred couldn't help but exclaim. "I feel like we're about to become the biggest club at Hogwarts." As George spoke, he planned to secretly toss away the red Bertie Bott's every flavor bean, and Fred turned around and glared at George, warning, "Don't even think about throwing it away secretly. I'll make sure you eat it. We are already the largest club at Hogwarts, but..." Lee Jordan's tone shifted, and he said helplessly, "The club still has quite a few issues." "What's the problem?" George tried to use this to divert Fred's attention. "Our wizard cards are really too monotonous. I mean, our wizard cards, you know, a lot of people aren't very satisfied with such rough cards." Lee Jordan took out a homemade card and showed it to the three of them, saying, "Compared to the Bang Bang Explosion cards, our cards seem much more boring. They often require a bit of patience and card building skills from the players." "You're too impatient." Albert understood Lee Jordan's meaning and reminded him, "If you want to make wizard cards a popular card game in the magical world, you need enough patience. Promoting everything interesting all at once can easily make everyone feel exhausted. The complex and numerous cards require players to spend more time adapting, and all of this needs to be built up slowly over time." Lee Jordan pursed his lips, finding it hard to understand why Albert wasn't vigorously promoting the wizard card. In his view, this year was the best opportunity to let the majority of Hogwarts students know about it and encourage them to join the Wizard Card Club. "Don't rush, listen to what Albert has to say. His reasons are always more convincing than your suggestions." George pushed the Bertie Bott's every flavor beans toward Lee Jordan,
picked one up himself and popped it into his mouth. As for the red one, he had already mixed it into the box of beans.
Albert is too busy and rarely focuses on the wizard card.
Lee Jordan believes that if Albert were willing to put more effort into the wizard card, the card's optimization would definitely be faster.
No, mate, this is our wizard's card, you can't just blame everything on Albert.
Fred picked up the red chili-flavored Bertie Bott's every flavor bean from the box and placed it in front of George, who knew he couldn't escape. He gritted his teeth, threw it into his mouth, and swallowed it whole.
Mate, you're too hasty.
George made a face at Fred. You know, the problem isn't with Albert. This is also something that makes them feel helpless. The three of them can't keep up with Albert's pace, resulting in most of the tasks being completed by Albert alone. You have to understand that a game must withstand the test of time to be truly accepted. Albert wasn't angry either. He knew Fred, George, and Lee Jordan hadn't considered these matters.
And even if we complete the wizard card, what will we be able to do? Do you think a few underage wizards can protect this fortune? Albert reminded them again.
Once the wizard cards are completely spread throughout the magical world, there will be people who start copying and pirating these cards, just like with the big poop eggs. You can't stop those merchants who know how to make big poop eggs from replicating them. The three of them were also stunned, having never considered such a problem. We need to label the wizard cards with our tags, so that each wizard card, like gallons, has its own label and cannot be copied by others. I hope to make it so that others can tell at a glance the difference between a fake and a genuine article, but achieving this level requires knowing a lot of spells for technical support. So, the most important thing for us now is to expand our audience, gradually get people to accept the wizard card, and make them believe that the wizard card is not just a wizard card. Being too hasty won't work, do you understand? Lee Jordan looked completely confused and didn't really know if he understood anything. He didn't have as many things to consider as Albert, and most kids didn't have much patience.
Buddy, your brain is definitely not as good as Albert's, so it's not wrong to listen to him on this matter.
Fred patted the other person's shoulder, stuffed a gray Bertie Bott's every flavor bean into Lee Jordan's mouth, and continued, you should have realized by now that Albert is smarter than us and better at this kind of thing.
Since messing things up ourselves will only make matters worse, why not listen to Albert's ideas first? Don't be upset, whenever you manage to get the top score this time, we will. George's words were interrupted before he could finish by Lee Jordan. Alright, I know I'm not as sharp as Albert.
Lee Jordan handed the Bertie Bott's every flavor bean to Fred, then turned to look at Albert, who was still staring out the window, and changed the subject, asking, did your patroness charm work?
Guardian deity spell. Albert snapped back to reality and glanced at Lee Jordan, then continued staring blankly out the window.
He quickly opened the skill panel, glanced at the Guardian spell skill on the panel, which had just reached level 1, and estimated that he still couldn't summon a physical Guardian. He thought for a moment and decided to upgrade the Guardian's level to 2. After all, he would still need to try to get the Guardian to convey messages later.
Why are you so concerned about this matter? Albert frowned and asked. We're betting that if your Guardian spirit loses the bet, you'll eat a few Bertie Bott's every flavor beans.
Saying this, Fred somehow got hold of a small box, which contained a bunch of oddly colored jello beans that made one lose their appetite at first glance. Earthy flavor, earwax flavor, red chili flavor, vomit flavor, toilet paper flavor, booger flavor.
Lee Jordan enthusiastically introduces these bizarre Bertie Bott's every flavor beans to Albert. Stop, you lost the bet and have to eat these disgusting things. Albert quickly stopped Lee Jordan, noticing the strange look in his eyes. He didn't expect that there was also a tough guy in the dorm who could identify so many Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. How do you gamble? Fred and George think your patroness is likely to be related to an eagle.
If an eagle appears, I will have to eat more than half of these Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. If not, each of them will get 3, and I can't spit them out.
Lee Jordan explained after listening to the three people's bet.
Albert couldn't help but twitch his face. We'll give everyone an overview of the book's plan. This book is divided into 3 parts. The first part covers the protagonist's first 2 years at Hogwarts, detailing Albert's experiences at the school, the treasures left by the 4 founders, and the story of a mysterious and ancient family. There have been multiple hints in the previous text, so guessing the plot would likely require some knowledge of HP. This part will have at least 700,000 words. The second part is about the trio after they start school, up until Voldemort's defeat. Many people might be looking forward to this part. Of course, this is also one of the main parts of the book. How much will be written about this part? To be honest, Lazy Cat doesn't know either. The third part is the story following leaving Hogwarts. This part will be written depending on the situation. If everyone thinks it should come to an end, then this part will not be written anymore, or it will be written as a side story, because this book is not centered around the three Potters. If you want to read about the story of the Savior Potter, you might be disappointed due to Lazy Cat's slow writing speed and habitual content revisions. Please forgive the slow updates. Of course, if there are any issues in the text, you can discuss them with everyone in the group, and I will make adjustments as needed. Finally, I would like to thank everyone for their subscription support.
Chapter 251, The Patroness. Are you already able to summon a corporeal patroness?
Seeing Albert's reaction, Fred almost instinctively asked, I remember you've been practicing the patroness charm a lot lately.
It shouldn't be long before you can summon a corporeal patroness, right? This. Albert noticed that Fred and the others were all looking at him with curious eyes, and he suddenly didn't know what to say. Give it a try, I think it should be an eagle.
George leaned in, smiling, and suggested, I think your physical guardian spirit should be an eagle.
Ahem, I haven't been able to successfully summon the corporeal guardian yet. Albert said somewhat awkwardly, for now, it's just a wisp of smoke. I don't believe it. You're Albert, a true Gryffindor student. The patroness has to be a lion, how could it possibly be an eagle?
Lee Jordan also leaned in, with an expression that clearly said, you must be kidding us.
I say, you guys have had enough.
Albert reached out and pushed the three people who were leaning over, and said somewhat speechlessly, can't the guardian be another creature?
Why does it have to be lions, eagles, and the like? Give it a try, even if it's just a mist, we might be able to see a hint of its form.
Fred reminded them, as the three of them were extremely curious about what the answer would be. Although the guardian spell is a very complex and ancient spell, the other party is Albert.
Who knows if he has secretly mastered this spell? Alright, patroness.
Albert took a deep breath, began searching his brain for happy memories, drew a circle in the air with his wand, and recited the patroness charm. A silvery mist shot out from the tip of his wand, but the mist did not form a corporeal patroness. Look, the shape of the smoke doesn't resemble an eagle at all, it seems a bit too large, more like a Gryffindor lion.
Lee Jordan happily announced his victory. No, that's just your guess. It doesn't count until we summon the physical guardian.
Fred and George immediately retorted, but Albert had already slightly frowned. The guardian skill had already been upgraded to level 2, yet it failed to successfully summon the physical guardian, which was clearly a bit strange. According to the records, the caster of the patroness charm must concentrate on the happiest memory they can think of. The stronger the pleasure brought by the memory, the more powerful the charm will be. Maybe I should try to replace my memories with happier ones. After all, the strength of the guardian deity is related to whether my memories are happy. Albert closed his eyes, recalling the feeling he had when he first discovered he had a panel. That was probably the happiest moment of his life. That day, Albert discovered he was no longer ordinary.
What's wrong?
George noticed Albert's unusual behavior and asked with slight concern, only to see Albert raise his wand again, draw a circle in the opposite direction, and softly say, Expecto Patronum. This time, a silver griffin burst forth from the tip of Albert's wand. The three of them were all stunned, staring blankly at the silver griffin soaring above their heads, and couldn't help but exclaim, It's so beautiful.
Ha ha. Fred suddenly burst into laughter and said to Lee Jordan, We won, we won. Bastard, clearly you guys lost. Lee Jordan raised his hand and pointed at the griffin above, angrily rebuking Fred, You call that an eagle? Look at this thing, how is it even remotely an eagle? Eagle's head, you just saw it too, Eagle's head, right? It's Eagle's head.
Fred and George exchanged glances and said in unison, Repeat after me, Eagle's head, related to the eagle, so we win.
Don't make excuses, a griffin isn't a hawk.
Just admit you lost and swallow these birdie bots every flavor beans.
Lee Keaton's face turned red with anger.
Realizing he couldn't outtalk Fred and George, he jumped up from his seat and lunged at Fred, intending to persuade him by force. The compartment immediately descended into chaos. After seeing that their guardian spirit is a griffin, Albert's face immediately darkened.
Is there a problem? Your complexion doesn't seem very good. The playful George noticed Albert's frowning, gloomy face and couldn't help but ask. Of course there's a problem, a griffin is a magical creature, right?
As Albert just started speaking, Fred and Lee Jordan also stopped their antics and quietly listened to him continue. It is said that a wizard's patroness is the same as their animagus form, which means my animagus form might be a griffin.
What is an animagus? Fred asked, puzzled. Idiot, animal transformation. George reminded, remember when Professor McGonagall turned into a cat on the first day? You actually remember. Lee Jordan had a look as if he had seen a ghost.
Animagus refers to a wizard who can transform into a specific animal while retaining their magical powers.
Albert gave the three of them a science lesson. Oh, is there a problem? Fred asked, that what anima, whatever. Animagus transformations are usually limited to non-magical creatures. Albert explained helplessly, transforming magical creatures like phoenixes or fire dragons will lead to unpredictable consequences. It is said that wizard magic and magical creature magic have fundamental differences in their operation. Albert thought for a moment and then explained, you know fairies and house elves, right? Fairies have their own fairy magic, and house elves have their own house elf magic. Neither of them is part of our wizarding magic system, although they can both use wands. The three exchanged glances, clearly not understanding Albert's words. For example, Hogwarts School prohibits apparition, but house elves can apparate at any time. Albert casually gave an example. Hogwarts' ban on apparition can only target wizard magic, but it cannot target house elf magic. This is the difference in the magical system. Wow, you actually know about these things. The three of them looked at Albert in surprise. Remember to keep this a secret. Albert reminded. The three of them nodded in unison. But what does this have to do with that Unish or whatever? Fred scratched his head and asked, puzzled. Principal Dumbledore was also a transfiguration professor. Albert knew they wouldn't understand, so he continued, I have checked the records of Animagi in the UK this century, and there are only 7. Last century, there were 9, and none of them have Dumbledore's name. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility of illegal Animagi, but I once asked Professor McGonagall what the headmaster's animagus was, and at that time, Professor McGonagall told me that the headmaster's patroness was a phoenix. Phoenixes are magical creatures, so you mean to say that Professor Dumbledore is not an animagus? Lee Jordan asked uncertainly. That's right. Magical creatures are not within the scope of animagus transformation, and Professor Dumbledore should be well aware of this. So, after discovering that his patroness is a phoenix, he might have simply given up on animagus transformation. Otherwise, do you think someone with Professor Dumbledore's talent and ability could possibly not learn animagus transformation? Albert's expression was not very good because there was an animagus task on his to-do list, which meant that this task might be a failure. The three of them can understand now that Albert's patroness is a griffin, a magical creature. This means that Albert might have to give up becoming an animagus like Professor Dumbledore, because once the transformation fails, it could lead to unpredictable consequences. No one would knowingly rush toward death, right? Even if you can't become an animagus, it won't stop you from becoming a great wizard like Dumbledore. Didn't the headmaster give up too? Fred spoke up to comfort him. No, I still have a chance. It's said that a patroness can change, as long as it undergoes a certain degree of mental shock or emotional upheaval. Albert recalled information related to the patroness charm. As far as he knew, there seemed to be similar cases in the Harry Potter novels. Hey, you're being way too hard on yourself. The three of them were all dumbfounded upon hearing this. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths? I just don't want to give up the possibility of becoming an animagus. Albert thought for a moment and said, I need to write a letter to Professor McGonagall, seeking her advice. I think you might need an owl. Fred reminded. Open the window, Shella will appear. She always comes back to me when I need her. Albert took out a piece of parchment from the suitcase and began writing a letter to Professor McGonagall. Chapter 252. Another year of Christmas Eve. Snowflakes danced outside the window, landing on the frozen glass. Christmas was just around the corner, and the busy Anderson family was preparing for Christmas Eve. In the living room, the classic Western Christmas song White Christmas is playing. With Grandpa Luke's help, Nia is trying to hang the biggest star on top of the Christmas tree. Meanwhile, Shauna and Daisy are busy in the kitchen preparing today's big meal and desserts, while Albert and Herbert are bringing plate after plate of delicious food to the dining table. The dinner was spent in laughter and songs, with Christmas Eve programs playing on the TV. There was still plenty of the feast left on the table, especially the famous Christmas roast turkey. People aren't really keen on this type of food, there's no helping it. Turkey meat isn't actually that tasty. However, every year, this dish is included in the Christmas feast, and everyone eats some, not because it's delicious, but because it's a tradition. Eating roast turkey at Christmas is indeed a tradition, and that's what they eat. In comparison, Christmas pudding and Christmas cake are more popular among everyone. After the meal, Albert was enjoying a steaming cup of red wine. The first sip was indeed quite ordinary, but the more he drank, the better it tasted, and the warmer his body felt. It was perfect for drinking on a snowy day. As a member of the family, the fat cat Tom also has his own dinner, a large piece of premium salmon. Grilled fish clearly whets Tom's appetite more than cat food. By the way, this guy has still been showing signs of gaining weight recently. Now, with a full belly, Tom is lying on the sofa while Albert brushes his fur. Do vampires really exist in this world? Nia had just finished listening to Luke read the story Traveling with a Vampire and curiously asked Albert. There should be. However, I've never seen one.
If you encounter one, it's best to keep your distance, regardless of whether the vampire has good intentions. Albert pulled Tom, who was about to sneak away, back and gently fiddled with his cat ears with his fingers.
Rawhart is really brave. Nia somewhat admires the protagonist in the book.
In the novel, Lothar is indeed very brave, but you need to distinguish between fiction and reality.
After all, such things are 99% fictional.
Albert winked at Nia and reminded her, just like in fairy tales, it's all a lie.
Ugh, don't ruin the mood. Nia couldn't help but protest, is Hogwarts fun? Our school is so boring.
The students there seem a bit silly, and the boys like to show off, even though they're all just a bunch of idiots.
You can't say that about others.
Herbert educated, you would think that way, it must be because you are smarter than them.
He happily curled his lips, very satisfied with his children, yes, very satisfied. They are indeed quite foolish.
Nia pouted and complained, they always like to talk about all sorts of nonsense, clearly a bunch of idiots who don't understand anything.
Don't make yourself look eccentric, you should learn to protect yourself. Albert kindly reminded. I can go practice karate or taekwondo.
Nia waved her fist and said, if anyone dares to bully me, I'll knock them down just like Albert did.
Girls shouldn't be so violent. Daisy looked at her son with slight dissatisfaction, blaming him for setting a bad example for Nia. Ahem, I think learning some self-defense isn't a bad idea, at least it can protect you from being bullied.
Albert cleared his throat lightly and quickly changed the subject. By the way, I made you a talisman, consider it your Christmas gift.
You should have given it to me at Christmas. Nia examined the tiny ornament and curiously asked, is this the legendary unicorn? However, it's so small. Because it's a pendant, an amulet. Albert explained. Is it effective?
Herbert was more curious about the effect of the amulet. He knew that Albert would cast spells on small items.
Just treat it like a piece of jewelry, like a cross. Moreover, don't you think this thing is very exquisite?
Albert reminded, carving this thing also takes quite a bit of time.
By the way, when did you learn wood carving? We had no idea. Learned it at school. Hogwarts actually teaches this.
Herb was very surprised.
Didn't teach. However, you can self-study. Albert explained helplessly. Give the girl you like a wooden carving, and you might just receive an unexpected surprise. Herbert seemed to recall something and suddenly said, I remember you were always quite popular. Is there? Albert's face twitched slightly, and he didn't know what to say.
It would be great if I could receive an invitation letter from Hogwarts next year. Nia murmured softly, if that's the case, then I can go to Hogwarts too. Even if we can't go now, after I graduate, I can take you to see the world of magic. Albert gently comforted, however, if you're not a wizard, it's best not to dwell too much on the magical world.
That's not a good idea, ordinary people have their own joys too. Do you still remember the computer? I know a bit. Nia nodded.
In a few years, electronic products will become more and more advanced, and mobile phones and computers will also become more and more advanced.
The next era will be the era of electronics.
Albert explained softly, the magical world is quite far behind in this regard.
Magic seems to interfere with electrical devices, so the technology in the magical world is actually quite backward. The only thing I know of so far is a magically modified radio.
Albert explained softly, the magical world is quite behind in this regard.
Magic seems to interfere with electrical devices, so the technology in the magical world is actually quite underdeveloped. The only thing I know of so far is a modified radio. The magical world is still using very old-fashioned records. After I graduate, I will also set up my own house here. I thought you would be living in the wizarding world.
Daisy looked very happy. She didn't want her son to live in the magical world.
If he suddenly disappeared for 20 years without contacting her, she would definitely not be able to bear it. Are you planning to work here? Herbert suddenly asked.
No, actually, with magic, making money becomes very easy, like buying a lottery ticket and winning the jackpot. Albert winked at Herbert and said with a smile, among wizards, there is a profession called diviner. A skilled diviner can foresee parts of the future, so naturally, they can also foresee the winning numbers of a lottery. At this moment, the Anderson family all looked at each other in disbelief, never having imagined that Albert would say such a thing, relying on winning the lottery to get rich. Son, I thought you would continue to consider matters related to finance. Herbert's expression became even more peculiar. He didn't want his son to use magic for illegal activities. Although he wasn't sure if winning a lottery counted as illegal, Herbert had never doubted Albert's abilities. Who knows, one day his son might suddenly win a multi-million-dollar jackpot.
Alright, I was just joking earlier.
Winning the lottery does indeed bring in money the fastest, but prophesy usually requires a certain talent.
Becoming a great diviner isn't something you can achieve just through hard work.
Albert explained jokingly, right now, I can only use runestone divination.
Is it accurate? Nia seems to be very interested in divination. I don't know. Albert said uncertainly, I'm new to this, so it probably won't be very accurate. Try doing a divination for me first.
Dear Mr. Anderson, when I received your letter, I was very surprised and also proud of you.
It is quite rare for a student your age to be able to summon a corporeal patroness.
Regarding your concerns about animagus in your letter, I believe they are unnecessary for now. Although the animal form of an animagus seems to always match their patroness, it does not mean they are necessarily the same. To my knowledge, there are currently no known animagi who can change the animal they transform into when their patroness changes. Of course, this may be related to the fact that animagi who possess both transformation and patroness casting abilities are extremely rare. If you ever plan to learn animagus, please make sure not to practice secretly on your own. I can help you with this. Wishing you a Merry Christmas holiday, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. After reading Professor McGonagall's letter, Albert's mood did not improve. Professor McGonagall's meaning was already very clear. She thought it was still too early for Albert to consider becoming an animagus. Moreover, Professor McGonagall actually doesn't know much about this either. After all, there are too few examples to study. Maybe I can ask Dumbledore. Albert had just taken out a new piece of parchment, but after thinking it over, he decided to temporarily abandon the idea. Maybe I was too anxious. No matter the outcome, it wouldn't change because of his will, unless the panel could provide me with divine assistance. Putting those thoughts aside, Albert stretched lazily. When he returned to the living room, Tom was napping on the sofa. When no one was home, he always liked to lie sprawled out on the sofa, taking up the entire space. When Albert sat down next to him, the lazy cat's ears finally twitched, and it came over on its own, rubbing its head against Albert's arm, then climbed onto his lap. By the way, this guy is really quite heavy. It's time to lose some weight. You're so fat now, you can't even catch a mouse. Albert said as he scratched Tom's ears and used a comb to groom its fur. Tom seemed to enjoy it, closing his eyes in pleasure. You know, should I take you to Hogwarts? By then, you'll have to catch your own mice to fill your belly. Albert joked. However, there are quite a few people at the school who keep cats, so maybe you can find a cat you like. Meow. Tom seemed to sense Albert's deep malice, jumped off his knee, and with a quick flurry of his short, stubby legs, swiftly hid behind someone's feet. Are you going to take Tom to school? Nia held the cat in her arms and asked curiously. No, just trying to scare Tom a bit. That guy has been getting fat again lately. At that moment, there was a sound of something tapping on the window outside. Nia walked over, opened the door, and found a brown owl flying in, dropping a letter in front of Albert. Wow, you have so many letters. Nia looked at Albert in surprise. Since he returned from his Christmas vacation, he had already received at least 6 letters, and each letter was from a different person, with different wax seals on the back. You're busier than I am. Herbert placed a cup of hot cocoa in front of Albert and asked, who sent it this time? Professor Broad, a professor who worked at Hogwarts last semester. Albert took a sip of hot cocoa, opened the envelope, glanced at the letter inside, understood what was going on, and handed the letter to Herbert. Professor Broad invited you to a gathering. After reading the letter, Herbert felt a bit confused. A professor invited his son to attend a gathering about alchemy. What on earth was going on? Herbert really couldn't understand it. Just like inviting a middle school student to attend a university professor's academic seminar. Moreover, the other party sincerely arranged the itinerary, letting Albert first meet at the Leaky Cauldron, then inviting him to their estate as a guest, attending the alchemy gathering together, and finally, before the school term starts, the professor would escort him back to Hogwarts. There's no need to worry about Albert's safety at all. It's just an academic gathering anyway. Albert thought for a moment and replied. Academic gathering. Herbert's face became even more peculiar. He sighed softly, and didn't say anything else. I'll take you there when the time comes. What are you talking about? Don't leave me out of it, okay? Nia pouted a bit angrily, and Daisy, curious about what they were talking about, ended up in a daze after hearing Herbert's explanation. You're going out by yourself again. Nia was a bit unhappy. Albert had finally come home with great difficulty, but after just a few days, he was going out again. No one was there to chat with her, tell her stories, or watch TV. I won't be gone for long, I'll be back in a couple of days. Albert assured. Oh, alright, I know you're a busy person. Nia patted Tom's belly and said to herself, Tom is still the best. Meow. Tom rubbed against Nia's hand, and she pulled out a small fish snack from somewhere to give it to him. Albert was speechless at that moment. No wonder this cat was so well fed. On the morning of January 10th, Albert appeared in the Broken Pot Tavern. His appointment with Professor Broad was at 12 o'clock. Just as he was about to have a meal with Old Tom, Professor Broad, cloaked, unexpectedly appeared in the tavern.
"Good afternoon, Professor Broad, would you like a drink?"
Old Tom greeted Professor Broad with a smile.
"Oh, no need for that, I'm here to pick someone up. I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long." Professor Broad greeted Albert. "Come on, I'll take you somewhere." "Is the phantom manifesting?" Albert asked curiously.
"Yes, that place doesn't have any flow powder connections, so we have to use this method." Professor Broad extended his left hand, and as Albert raised his hand to join him, the two of them disappeared together into the backyard of the Leaky Cauldron. They appeared outside a villa in a very nice environment. If one had to say, it could also be considered a small estate, but it seemed that no one was living here. "This will be the venue for this alchemy gathering, and we'll be staying here for the next couple of days." Professor Broad winked at Albert and said, "There are quite a few interesting books inside. I think you might be interested." "It seems like no one has lived here for a long time."
Albert raised an eyebrow and said, "You are right, but it will soon have a new owner."
Professor Broad didn't mind much and said with a smile, "The house elves have always been meticulously maintaining it, so it's always been very clean and ready for anyone to stay." The two of them passed through a layer of mist-like protective magic, and after entering the manor, Albert discovered that this place had always been protected by magic. When Albert entered the house, a house elf bowed to them and led them into the hall.
"Noel, we will be staying here for a few days.
Please arrange a room for Mr. Anderson, the one next to the study." Professor Broad instructed the house elf, who, after sneaking a glance at Albert, slightly bowed and left. Chapter 254, The McDougal Family. In the early morning, the snow outside had stopped. Isabel had just woken up, felt a bit cold in the room, and tucked her head under the covers. In the kitchen downstairs, faint sounds of chaos could be heard. The girl let out a light sigh, quickly got out of bed, got dressed, and went downstairs to help make breakfast.
"Mom, don't you have to go to work at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries today?"
The red-haired girl in her pajamas walked into the kitchen and asked Mrs. McDougal, who was frantically preparing breakfast.
"Dear, today is your birthday."
Mrs. McDougal gestured for her daughter to wait a moment. "So, I took half a day off to make you a hearty breakfast.
The beef is about to get burnt."
When Katerina came downstairs, she smelled a faint burned odor and quickly called out to remind.
"Let me handle it."
Isabel sighed lightly, drew her wand, and took over Mrs. McDougal's cooking duties. Maybe there's a saying that goes very well, everyone has their own strengths. And their mother, aside from having a high talent for healing, always manages to make a mess of everything else. Even after spending a long time practicing cooking magic, she still can't cook delicious food proficiently. Who would have thought that the head of the famous spell damage ward at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries would be a complete mess outside of treatment?
"Oh, all right."
Mrs. McDougal felt a bit down but quickly perked up again. "By the way, I just counted the gifts, and you received 15 birthday presents this year."
"Okay, Mom, I think we can wait until after breakfast to open those birthday presents."
Isabel used her wand to direct the beef in the frying pan, skillfully plating it, while Katrina used cooking magic to fry eggs and sausages, and made a vegetable salad with tomatoes and other vegetables.
Her cooking magic wasn't as proficient as Isabel's, so she needed to pay close attention while cooking. "Good morning, Dad."
Isabel looked at the photo of the young man placed beside her and greeted him softly.
The man in the photo is smiling at them.
Katrina's domestic magic has made great strides. Mrs. McDougal was generous with her praise. She had little talent in the kitchen.
"I have always been practicing," Katrina said.
In fact, she has been helping with household chores at home, as their mother has been busy at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries for a long time. At breakfast, the McDougal family chatted about some interesting events that happened at school while eating. In fact, the two sisters have always made Mrs. McDougal feel very reassured. After finishing breakfast together, it was time to open Isabel's birthday presents.
Most of them were ordinary little gifts from the Ravenclaw students.
If we had to say whose gift was the most special, it would be Uncle Mog's latest edition of the magical book. I don't think many people at Hogwarts can understand this book. Katrina took the spell book, flipped through a few pages, and couldn't help but complain. Although she had studied some, ancient magic was not Katerina's strong suit.
"There will always be someone who can understand it." Isabel calmly put away the magical tome. "Is Robert Hilliard pursuing you?"
Katrina glanced at the sender on the package, tilted her head, and asked Isabel.
"Why do you say that?" Isabel retorted. "Just a hunch." Katrina looked at the very beautiful white gloves, raised an eyebrow, and said, "His taste isn't bad." "What kind of child was he?" Mrs. McDougal inquired curiously. "I didn't notice, what's wrong?" Iceball handed the open package to Katerina. "If you like it, it's yours." "Never mind." Katrina didn't plan to take it. After all, that was Robert's intention. "If I were to use it, that poor guy would probably cry himself to death in the bathroom." "Thank you, the hat looks great." Isabel put on the black wizard hat, which had a vibrant hag's tail feather on it, giving it an elegant aura, making it very suitable for wearing to a banquet. "You're welcome." Katrina laughed and said, "Anyway, it's not my money." Mrs. McDougal looked at her two daughters and always felt that they were hiding something from her. Albert actually gave you a birthday gift too." Katrina was quite surprised when she saw the signature on the package. "Last time, I exchanged something with him using a spell." Isabel opened the package and was immediately stunned when she saw what was inside. "What is this, a wooden carving?" Katerina asked in confusion, "But it does look quite delicate." "Amulet." Mrs. McDougal looked at the unicorn wood carving, somewhat surprised to see such a finely crafted talisman. "Amulet. By the way, there's also a card inside." Katrina reached out, picked up the card, and casually handed it to Isabel. Isabel glanced at the card and handed it back to Katrina. "Can I read it out loud?" "Okay, go ahead and read." "I hope it can help you get through the impending misfortune, Albert Anderson." "Misfortune? What misfortune?" Katrina was even more puzzled. Did something happen between them? Isabel briefly mentioned the last time she used the rune stone for divination. "Although I don't want to speak ill of Professor Trelawney in private, many people say she's a fraud. You know, divination requires talent, and Professor Trelawney clearly has no talent for it." Katrina clearly doesn't believe Professor Trelawney's divination. "It seems like something is engraved on it." Mrs. McDougal took the amulet, examined it carefully, and remarked, "I dare say, this kind of amulet must be very expensive. You know, the stuff sold on the market is all fake. Does this thing really work?" Katerina was half convinced. "It should work. Speaking of which, this is actually carved from mandala grass. As a healer, Mrs. McDougal was equally skilled in potion making and quickly recognized the wood used to carve the amulet. "Is it that mandrake?" Katrina suddenly remembered something. It seemed that someone had stolen a mandrake from the Hogwarts greenhouse. Could it be, this thing needs to be carved using mature mandrake, and the mandrake at the school hasn't matured yet? Isabel seemed to see through her sister's thoughts and reminded her aloud. "Also, this amulet was probably made by Anderson himself. He's very skilled in runes and alchemy." Isabel pointed to the ancient runes carved on it and explained, "As for the price, it's definitely not more expensive than your hat." Albert Anderson. "I think I saw this person's name in Mastering Practical Potions a while ago." Mrs. McDougal suddenly remembered where she had heard the name. It is said that Anderson is a potion genius, and the improved potions are highly praised by Mr. Dagworth. "That guy is indeed a genius." Isabel readily admitted, however, "For the specific details, you'd better ask Katerina, they were in the same class." "That Mr. Anderson is in the same class as Katerina." Mrs. McDougal widened her eyes in disbelief upon hearing this. "Well, he graduated in the same year as I did and is a recognized genius wizard at the school. Many people believe he will be the next Dumbledore." Katrina hesitated for a moment, then said, "In fact, he has already published papers in several academic journals." Chapter 255, Milk and Sugar. The snow had stopped for the night, covering the view in a blanket of white, the snow glistening in the sunlight. The house elf Noel is using magic to clear a path in the snow for people to walk on. In the villa, Albert changed into a formal wizard's robe, sat in an armchair in the library, and casually flipped through a book, waiting for the other wizards to arrive. It would be a lie to say he wasn't curious about the alchemy gathering. Albert's patience didn't last long. An elderly wizard, supported by a house elf, slowly made his way to the villa's hall. "Those guys have no sense of time anymore." Albert vaguely heard the old wizard's grumbling and complaints. "No, old buddy, I bet your pocket watch is a few minutes ahead of everyone else's." Another relatively younger old wizard glanced at his pocket watch, greeted the other with a smile, and said, "The agreed time has just arrived." Before long, it seemed like everyone had made an appointment in advance, appearing one after another outside the villa and entering the grand hall under the guidance of house elves. Albert closed the book, tidied up his appearance, and walked toward the villa's hall. Just as he stepped outside the villa's hall, the noisy conversations inside had already reached Albert's ears. Many fewer familiar faces than last time. "Why didn't Nico come? I remember he seemed to be living in Devon." "You said, Nico, I remember last time Dumbledore invited him to the gathering."
Don't think about it, Nico hasn't attended the gathering for several years now, and he probably doesn't want to come anymore.
Why didn't Dumbledore come this year? Who knows?
I wrote to Dumbledore, and he said he has something to do this year and won't be attending. The wizards were speaking one after another, without deliberately lowering their voices, and the hall was filled with the sound of chatter.
Albert didn't go in immediately but leaned against the wall to listen to the people inside. What about Gober Smith? Why didn't he come this year? A loud voice asked. Probably still on the way. If this continues, we might not even have 5 people for the next gathering. Another low-ranking wizard couldn't help but complain. Not as exaggerated as you say.
We haven't had any fresh blood joining us in a long time. Nowadays, it's also very difficult for wizards to learn proper alchemy.
How about letting Dumbledore teach alchemy at Hogwarts? Are you going to teach?
No, one goes back to teach, most of us are in a semi-retired state here.
Didn't Bud say that this time the gathering would invite a newcomer?
Who among you has met them? A middle-aged wizard quickly changed the subject. He had encountered this kind of situation at the last gathering. If he didn't say something soon, he would have to listen to these old folks ramble on for ages. I haven't seen it, but Bard said he would give us an unexpected surprise. Another elderly man, who wore a monocle and gloves and had a slender build, said, he is a metalworker named Yellen Bald. Last time, the one from the Gerbersmith family was barely making it. However, I heard they won't be coming this year either. Don't invite me to the next gathering. If everyone else isn't coming, it doesn't feel meaningful. Another old man, a bald and short fellow in his 70s, couldn't help but complain. He is the famous Gobalet, a master potion maker, skilled in brewing antidotes and using alchemy to extract potion ingredients.
Those who are skilled in potions definitely know Gobaro, or rather, know Gobaro's third law. Alright, old buddy, let's just consider this our last meeting. Who knows, one of us might not be around the next time. The other old wizard was quite optimistic. Come on, Tofudi. Your age is much greater than ours. Someone couldn't help but mutter. Next time, don't invite me either.
This trip has been exhausting enough, my bones feel like they're about to fall apart. Another old wizard complained.
You're not even older than me. Beside, you're not Nico. At this age, you already have osteoporosis. Tolfidei shook his head and said, remember to drink some milk every day. By the way, didn't you say you couldn't come to the party a long time ago?
Bard told me there would be a new student this year, supposedly a genius.
I definitely have to come and see.
Professor Tofidei wasn't very good at alchemy, but he was interested in the genius mentioned by Bard Broad. Moreover, their so-called lack of skill is merely in comparison to the people present here. In a moment, the house elf appeared in the hall with drinks, serving everyone their favorite beverages. Torres, if you don't like it, you can add some sugar cubes to the milk.
Professor Tofudi suggested with a smile. Only Dumbledore would do something like this. At my age, I can't eat anything too sweet or rich.
The old wizard named Tolls couldn't help but complain.
Dumbledore never considered himself old.
A few elderly people, not holding back, came out to tease Dumbledore, who wasn't sure whether to attend the gathering.
Most of them have known each other for many years and don't really care about these things, probably because they are getting older, their hearing isn't very good, and they speak very loudly. The famous Nico LeMay was actually teased by them for having osteoporosis.
And there's also the fact that Dumbledore often eats sweets but isn't afraid of getting diabetes. Albert's face twitched slightly. He had heard everything clearly from outside the hall, and he really didn't know what to say.
Why not go in? Professor Broad asked with a smile. Listening to them chat is very interesting.
Albert casually explained that once he goes in, he will probably become the center of attention and won't hear those interesting things anymore. A total of 9 people came, most of whom were very elderly wizards, with only a few relatively younger middle-aged male wizards.
After Albert entered the hall,
he unsurprisingly became the center of attention, and the wizards in the hall all turned their heads to look at him.
Albert, sit over there. Professor Broad pointed to the seat next to him. Bard, is this the Mr. Anderson you mentioned?
Everyone curiously scrutinized Albert, but fortunately, he was well practiced and calmly sat next to Professor Broad, nodding at the few elderly people who were observing him, as a form of greeting. Then, addressing the 2 elderly people who were speaking French, he said, I admit I am indeed younger, but knowledge knows no age, does it? The 2 elderly people exchanged glances, not feeling embarrassed about being overheard while whispering. Instead, they were quite surprised that Albert could speak French fluently.
French. British. This time, Albert used English. Indeed, a genius.
The old man said to Professor Broad, at least, that's certainly the case when it comes to language. Chapter 256. What's going on? Albert is not only a genius in the field of language, but also quite good in other areas. A voice came from the entrance of the hall, and strolling in wearing a trench coat was Gerber Smith, someone Albert had met once. I've seen him publish papers in several academic journals, covering fields that would make most self-proclaimed geniuses feel embarrassed.
Including you.
The old man who spoke French tilted his head and asked.
Including me.
Gerber Smith was quite straightforward in admitting it. Albert was speechless. He wasn't someone who liked to boast about himself. Despite the panel's help, he could indeed pretend to be a genius, but Albert is a humble person who never likes to boast about himself, although this statement sounds quite flattering.
Child, what are you best at? Finally, someone present couldn't stand it any longer and spoke up to ask Albert. What are you best at?
Albert paused for a moment, thought carefully, and replied, at the moment, it should be ancient runes.
I've spent quite a bit of time and experience on it.
This time, Albert spoke using ancient runes the other wizards present automatically ignored with experience because they really didn't understand what it meant.
Moreover, with Albert's fluent tone, even wizards familiar with ancient magic texts couldn't speak as fluently as he did. Somewhat related to alchemy.
However, it still leans more toward the linguistic side. The old man, wearing a monocle and gloves, introduced himself to Albert, saying, Metal artisan, Yellen Bald, maker of the golden thief.
Hello, Mr. Yellen Bald. Albert shook hands with the other person.
If you're interested in becoming a metalworker after graduation, you might consider becoming my apprentice.
It's not easy to find a suitable apprentice these days. Yellen Bald smiled and said to Albert, it's a very promising profession. We've been providing brand new golden snitches for Quidditch matches.
I heard that the golden thief was never touched by bear skin before its release. They always wear gloves during its creation.
Albert asked, when a match is disputed, can it identify the first person who touched it? Yes, Mr. Anderson, it seems you are not entirely ignorant about creating golden flying thieves.
Bald winked at Albert and said cheerfully, if you're interested, you can write to me.
Bald, are you planning to dig a corner? Suddenly, a voice finally couldn't help but interrupt their conversation. This is our first meeting, Mr. Anderson. I am Sarah Harishes. We have corresponded several times before.
Sierra Harry this stepped forward to shake hands with Albert, smiling at Yellen Bald. Although they were all experts in alchemy, the fields they were involved in were mostly different.
Hello, Mr. Harris, it's a pleasure to meet you in person. Albert extended his hand to shake hands with Mr. Harris.
At this moment, everyone understood that this person was prepared by them, brought in to show off a bit and to give Albert a chance to make an appearance in the circle.
We were just having a speculative conversation. Your own Balda wasn't angry either, smiling as he spoke to Harris.
Speaking of which, you really haven't come around much this year. Sierra Harris changed the subject and sat down next to Albert, with Gerber Smith beside him.
It's very rare. However, it's fine as it is now. Professor Broad continued the conversation. Speaking of which, Nico didn't come either. Sarah Harris frowned and said, he told me last time that he would come to participate. Who made Gobaro mock the formula for his elixir of immortality last time? He used a fake recipe to fool us. Goblot said this, but he didn't actually take it seriously.
Although they claimed to be very interested in the Philosopher's Stone, they didn't really intend to pay attention to it. That's Nico's lifeline. Not to mention whether we can get it or not. If we really do it, we won't need to mix in this world anymore. Moreover, Nicholas Flamel has lived for several centuries and is also a very powerful wizard. His residence is protected by multiple layers, and finally, there is the Blood Oath charm as an additional barrier. The Secret Keeper is their old friend, Dumbledore. Moreover, even if you get the Philosopher's Stone, you also need to know how to brew the elixir of life. Nicole has run into some trouble recently and can't come for the time being.
Professor Broad explained helplessly. I am very curious, who exactly would cause him trouble? Another French elderly person spoke up and asked. Mysterious person. Professor Broad lowered his voice and said, isn't that infamous demon whose name can't even be mentioned already dead? Regarding Voldemort, everyone present showed a look of disgust. In the last Wizarding War, many acquaintances were innocently caught up and died. Dumbledore said that the Dark Lord whose name cannot even be mentioned might still be alive.
Professor Binns frowned deeply and said, he must have his own reasons, although this is not very pleasant news. The shadow of the Dark Lord also looms over everyone here, except for Albert, and no one is willing to recall those unpleasant past events. He has his eyes on the Philosopher's Stone. Harry frowned and said, trying to make a comeback with the Philosopher's Stone. This is not good news at all. He won't succeed.
Professor Broad spoke up to comfort, as everyone knows, that Dark Lord whose name cannot be mentioned is afraid of Dumbledore. To be honest, upon hearing this news, Albert was very surprised because he had guessed what was going on. Isn't this the plot of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone? Voldemort had Quirrell help him steal the Philosopher's Stone to sustain his life. However, Kino's strength is really not that impressive. Nico is undoubtedly safe. Even the mysterious person wouldn't be able to get Nico's hiding place from Dumbledore. They all know that Dumbledore is Nicole May's confidant, under the protection of the Oath of Loyalty. No one can easily enter Nico's hiding place, even if they flatten their nose against Nico's window. I think Nicole must be quite unhappy. This way, we can't go out to see the opera. I find Muggle opera performances quite boring. A long time ago, I went to see one with Nicole. Just as the person was about to complain a bit more, they were interrupted by Professor Broad's light cough. Alright, enough of that. Since everyone is here, let's get started. Professor Broad asked with a smile, who wants to go first? At this moment, Albert was a bit dazed, wondering what was happening first. How come no one told me what this situation is? Chapter 257, Academic Mutual Praise. Mr. Anderson is attending the gathering for the first time, so he probably doesn't know. No, Mr. Anderson also brought his own results. Sierra Harris gave everyone a mysterious smile, raised her hand, and pointed to Albert's right wrist, where there was an exquisite wooden bracelet. Harris had just noticed Albert's protective bracelet. After all, he was an expert in the field of alchemy, and with just one glance, he could guess what it was. Mr. Anderson, could you lend it to us for a look? Harry Heath asked. Oh, you mean this thing? Albert paused for a moment, then took off the protective wristband 2.0 from his right hand and handed it to Selah Harris at his side, still wearing a look of slight confusion on his face. Very practical item. Harry Hiss looked him up and down, unable to help but exclaim, I couldn't make something like this at your age. A very British magical item. Adolf, the old wizard who previously called Albert a genius, took the protection bracelet 2.0 from Harris and, after examining it carefully, commented, This isn't anything profound, and its effects probably won't last long. It's not much different from an ordinary amulet. Another French wizard glanced at the protection bracelet 2.0 and thought these two guys were really talking nonsense. Haha, Claude, you missed the mark. Sarah Harris couldn't help but tease, next time, remember to change your glasses. Is there a problem? Claude was slightly dissatisfied. He believed his evaluation was quite fair. Although it was indeed impressive that Anderson could create something like this at such a young age, it was still just at that level, nothing to brag about. Mr. Anderson is skilled in ancient runes, and he is indeed impressive in this regard. Adolf pointed at the protective bracelet, looked at Albert, and curiously asked, Why not use purple cedar? I feel like you wood is more suitable for ancient magic inscriptions. This is just a prototype. Albert explained. Well, I suggest you try purple heartwood, it pairs very well with ancient runes. Adolf said gently, Your name is Albert Anderson, right? I am Adolf Fournier. I have some research on magical items. If you are interested in this area, feel free to write to me when you have time. Nice to meet you, Mr. Fournier. I am indeed very interested in the creation of magical items. Albert smiled and shook hands with the other person. Indeed, he's quite an impressive little guy. Adolf sighed to himself, preparing to go back and look for the papers Albert had published before. Claude couldn't help but be taken aback. Having known Adolf for several decades, he naturally understood that the other person was not one to casually boast about others. He realized that there was probably something on the wooden bracelet that he hadn't noticed. To be honest, Claude's level in ancient magic texts was average. Thinking of this, his old face turned red, and he quickly picked up his teacup and took a sip to cover the embarrassment on his face. I remember that in Mr. McDougall's new book about ancient runes from a while ago, it seemed to mention Mr. Anderson. Nelson glanced at Claude next to him, smiled, and nodded at Albert, saying, To this day, I still haven't understood about half of that book. Maybe we can find some time to exchange ideas. Also, your idea is quite good. You could consider mass-producing it and selling it to those in the Ministry of Magic who have risky jobs. I'm sure they would love your talisman. The middle-aged wizard's English was somewhat strange, possibly because he was Danish. He was also skilled in ancient runes and alchemy. After all, the runes originate from Norse mythology. Claude felt even more embarrassed. The protective bracelet version 2.0 has already gone around once. Regardless of whether one understands its unique features, everyone knows Claude made a mistake. By the way, what kind of wood is this? It doesn't seem to be pear wood. Someone finally couldn't take it anymore and spoke up to change the subject for Claude. That's a mandrake root. It's said that dried mandrake roots have the effect of providing shelter and repelling dark magical creatures. The one explaining was Gobaro,
who was the best at potions among those present, everyone couldn't help but look at Albert with admiration, not expecting that such a simple thing could have so many intricacies.
Alright, this little wooden bracelet really did surprise us.
Claude cleared his throat and straightforwardly admitted that he had misjudged it earlier. Actually, if Claude had simply admitted it, no one would have teased him. After all, everyone encounters such things, especially in areas where they are not very skilled. Ancient runes is quite an unusual subject. If you want to truly understand it, you need a certain level of skill, otherwise, you can only grasp the surface. Harry has signaled Albert to come up and explain the protective bracelet. Albert discussed the magical inscriptions on the 2.0 version of the protective bracelet, but at least half of the attendees couldn't understand him, and Nelson, on the other hand, enthusiastically engaged with Albert on the topic of the magical inscriptions, completely leaving the others out of the conversation.
Well then, it's my turn next.
Harry Sias smiled as he took out a glass jar containing a black powder so dark it seemed to swallow all light.
I call it dark powder.
It's a very special powder, extracted from a magical substance by mixing minerals from Peru with some plant fruit powders.
Its characteristic is that it's opaque.
Sarah Harikais poured some black powder from a glass bottle, waved her wand gently, preventing the small patch of darkness in front of her from spreading outwards.
I remember this stuff was discovered in Peru. It belongs to some kind of mineral characteristic, right?
Another old wizard frowned and said,
You are indeed correct.
However, there hasn't been much progress on the Peru side for now, but I've already taken the lead in researching its manufacturing process on my end.
It's just that, so far, we haven't found any use for this thing.
Sarah Hari this thought for a moment and added, if creating a patch of darkness counts.
Yellen.
Bulb lit his wand and thrust it into the black mist, only to find that the light emitted by the magical tip could not penetrate the darkness.
Ordinary Lumos spells and flames can't penetrate this darkness. It's really strange. Maybe it can be used to counteract spells caused by light. Muggles have a type of smoke bomb they use when escaping.
Albert reminded, you can use it to make something like that. It would definitely be very practical, but I don't know how much it would cost to make.
It's not expensive, but it's not cheap either. That's quite expensive, then. If that's the case, it might not be practical. Albert frowned and said,
the extraction process technology needs improvement, and prices will drop significantly.
Sarah Harris thought for a moment and said, by the way, will this thing be blown away by the wind? Professor Broad asked coldly. No.
Sarah Hari this shook her head. Although it's called a powder, once it spreads, it behaves more like magic.
Its effects gradually dissipate over time and usually don't last very long. We can always find a use for it.
Gerber Smith comforted, of course, Mr. Anderson has already provided the first use for the dark powder.
After that, Sarah Harish casually mentioned the extraction process of this thing.
To be honest, it's a bit complicated, at least for Albert, and if it weren't for large-scale survival, it would definitely be a losing business. Chapter 258, Flying Away from Death. Devonshire. In an apartment, Nico was sitting in an armchair reading a book, his gaze occasionally drifting to the mechanical clock by the fireplace. He was waiting for a visit from a friend, but without a doubt, the person was late. After a moment, there was a knock at the door.
Albus, it's rare for you to be late too.
The owner of the apartment opened the door, greeted the elderly man outside with a smile, and only this old friend could possibly knock on the door of this apartment without triggering the defensive magic.
There were watchers.
Dumbledore explained his tardiness. A few muggles were under the Imperious curse, and I took some time to send them away.
It seems that Voldemort has indeed set his sights on the Philosopher's Stone. Nicodemus had a look of helplessness on his face. He's never going to get in here, right? Perennial greeted the other person with a smile. The two of them had lived for hundreds of years. What grand scenes had they not witnessed?
Yes, he is still very weak. It's very difficult for him to break through the outer protective magic.
Dumbledore nodded and said, however, it's still a problem. For the LeMay couple, life has not been significantly affected by this. They rarely go out anymore.
Although the elixir of immortality has kept them from dying, their bodies have become frail due to the passage of time. The incident happened a month ago. Nico sensed the impending threat and hurriedly left France, returning to this apartment in the UK protected by the heartfelt loyalty spell. The other party did not give up because of this and continued all the way to the UK, only to end up hitting a brick wall in front of the Oath of Fealty. Later, Dumbledore told Nico that the person looking for them was likely Voldemort, who probably wanted to use the Philosopher's Stone to regain his powers. This is not good news at all. The LeMay couple need to rely on the elixir of life made from the Philosopher's Stone to continue living. Once the Philosopher's Stone is taken away, their lives will come to an end. They contacted Dumbledore, who agreed to help them resolve the issue, because once Voldemort regains his power through the Philosopher's Stone and makes a comeback, the entire wizarding world will probably never know peace again.
However, how did you find the time to come over? I remember today is the time for the alchemy gathering.
Nico glanced at the purple invitation on the mantelpiece. Sarah will probably be very unhappy. I promised last time that I would attend the gathering. I used to attend a few times, but later I felt it was pointless, so I stopped going. Dumbledore added 3 sugar cubes to his black tea. It's been a long time since anyone new joined. It seems you haven't paid attention to this matter for a long time.
Sarah told me he found an excellent child, just as excellent as you once were. Nico seemed to not care about Voldemort's matters.
I know, his name is Albert Anderson, a rather exceptional child, very skilled in ancient runes.
Dumbledore hadn't paid much attention to Albert, but he still had a deep impression of him. He's a bit like me, often corresponding with famous wizards.
Hertog even suffered a great loss in front of him.
Hertog. Nico thought for a moment and suddenly realized, so that's it, it's that child. Do you know him? Dumbledore was very surprised. Nico actually knew Albert. We met at the Opera House in France, and Hertog even consulted me about the gold card. Nico explained. Later, how did they turn out? Perinar was more concerned about the outcome. Did Hertog get his gold card back? Yes, they eventually reconciled.
Dumbledore smiled and said, Hedek helped Mr. Anderson clear up the misunderstanding.
We know your intentions. If you really need it, we can give you a magic stone. Nico sighed lightly and brought the topic back on track.
The Philosopher's Stone is far too important to them, losing it would mean death, and they won't take that risk. Of course, Nico also understood this friend's emphasis on Voldemort. He didn't mind lending Dumbledore a piece.
This. Perennial placed the Philosopher's Stone in front of Dumbledore. Is this a fake?
Dumbledore was very surprised because he had seen the Philosopher's Stone, and the one in front of him was almost identical to the one he had seen before.
Yes, this is a failure. Nico grinned and said, even you can't replicate it, right?
Actually, the success of the Philosopher's Stone was more due to an accident.
Even Nicholas could not replicate it.
Although he created a similar Philosopher's Stone, it did not have the same effects.
This idea is not bad.
After Dumbledore picked up the stone and examined it closely, he suddenly said, however, now is not the time.
Isn't it time yet? Nico repeated in confusion. Yes, not yet. Dumbledore said, I need to draw out Voldemort, to see what his current state is.
You know, almost no one can live like him, like a ghost, yet not a ghost.
As far as I know, there is a case that supports what you're saying. Perennial recalled past events. According to records, the despicable Halbo was the first dark wizard to create a Horcrux. Despicable Halberd. Nico Jo frowned, clearly recalling some unpleasant memories. About 200 years ago, we encountered him. Perennial's voice grew fainter. Halbo somehow found out about us and wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone. That wasn't a very pleasant experience. Later, with the help of some friends, we defeated Halbo. Perennial's voice grew fainter and fainter. Halbo found out about us from somewhere and wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone. That wasn't a very pleasant thing. Later, with the help of some friends, we defeated Halbo. Is Halberd dead? Dumbledore asked. I don't know, maybe he died. Nico shook his head and said, later, we never heard anything from him again.
Soul artifact. Dumbledore naturally knew about this mysterious and evil dark magic. There were books related to Horcruxes in the Hogwarts library. Of course, Dumbledore had no evidence to prove that Voldemort created Horcruxes. Later, during the years when Voldemort was missing, Dumbledore discovered traces of Voldemort in the forests of Albania. Various signs indicate that Voldemort was hit by the rebounded Avada Kedavra curse but still survived, most likely because of the Horcruxes. This is not a good omen. A wizard with a Horcrux, if the Horcrux cannot be found and destroyed, cannot be completely killed. Even if ordinary wizards create Horcruxes, they are not much of a threat. Once their physical bodies are destroyed, they will only become incredibly weak and ultimately live in a humble manner. But powerful wizards like Voldemort, even if they become weak, it is only temporary. He always finds many ways to regain his strength. What's wrong? Your complexion doesn't look very good. Perennial looked at Dumbledore with concern. If that's the case, then that's indeed terrible news. Dumbledore sighed. From what I know of Voldemort, that madman probably didn't just create one Horcrux. This is impossible. Nico frowned and said, cutting the soul will make it very unstable, creating many Horcruxes, unless he's gone mad. Yes, Voldemort is indeed a lunatic. Just think about the new name he gave himself. Flying Away from Death, Chapter 259, The Lost Technique. Albert was unaware of Dumbledore's meeting with the Lamy couple. he was now frantically absorbing the alchemical knowledge mentioned at the gathering. This time, I really came to the right place. Although everyone didn't fully disclose their respective achievements, Albert still learned a lot of useful things, which can be said to be a huge gain. The most direct manifestation of this is that his alchemy skill experience skyrocketed significantly. Moreover, most wizards are willing to keep in touch with him via owls. Albert naturally welcomed anyone who came, but he found it strange when he realized he had become the target of everyone's attention. Could it be that they are very optimistic about their future? Albert quickly brushed off the unnecessary thoughts in his mind and listened attentively as Adolf explained the important principles of the two-way mirror. Actually, two-way mirrors are not much of a secret in the magical world. However, the two-way mirrors that were once very popular in the magical world have basically disappeared from the market.
I have a question.
Albert waited for Adolf to finish speaking before voicing his own question. Why is it that nowadays you hardly see anyone selling two-way mirrors?
Mr. Anderson, as I just mentioned, the manufacturing process for two-way mirrors has been lost for many years, Adolf said with considerable regret.
In fact, many people know the general principle behind this magic mirror. However, after its creator, Briar Burst, passed away, the technology to make double-sided mirrors disappeared, and no one could replicate Briar Burst's double-sided mirrors anymore.
As I said, two-way mirrors were once popular in the magical world.
Back then, there were still a lot of two-way mirrors in the magical world, and no one would make inferior products because they simply wouldn't sell. Later, as the two-sided mirrors were damaged, the remaining quantity decreased, making it difficult to find two-sided mirrors on the market. The manufacturing techniques of the two-sided mirrors were gradually forgotten by people. Of course, the main point is that to create a two-sided mirror, one must be proficient in both alchemy and the transformation spells and metamorphology. The essence of this type of magic mirror, the double-sided mirror, is the advanced application of transformation spells. However, very few wizards are capable of using it on magic mirrors. Even if one is proficient in alchemy and transformation spells, successfully creating a double-sided mirror. However, the magic cast on an object will weaken over time. The double-sided mirror made by Blair Burst did not have such a problem, and to this day, no one knows the secret behind it. This is actually not surprising. Many ancient crafts have gradually been lost or have been eliminated by the times, just like the disappearing cabinets that were very popular during the First Wizarding War.
No, sir, I think many people are mistaken, Albert kindly reminded. Actually, two-way mirrors are still very popular. Take my couple friends from Hogwarts, for example. After they graduate from Hogwarts, they will definitely need two-way mirrors to stay in touch. It's much faster than writing letters, don't you think?
At that moment, everyone present was stunned, and then someone couldn't help but laugh, nodding and saying, "You're absolutely right. It's us old geezers who have become rigid in our thinking."
Family members can use two-way mirrors to contact children at Hogwarts, and couples can also use two-way mirrors to communicate, just like video calls. It's just that many people haven't thought of these things. Mr. Anderson, you seem to be quite interested in two-way mirrors, don't you? Adolf curiously asked. Could you tell me why?
I think this technology has great potential. Albert explained. If I had a two-way mirror, I could keep in touch with my family on time every week without spending time writing letters.
If we had a two-way mirror, we wouldn't need to write letters to discuss topics like alchemy.
Although owls are convenient, they take time to travel back and forth, and sometimes letters can't perfectly convey a person's thoughts. In the Muggle world, there is something called a telephone, which allows people in two different places to communicate with each other through words. The technology of the two-way mirror, however, clearly goes a step further, bringing the two parties closer together.
Great idea.
Adolf started clapping. If you want knowledge about the double-sided mirror, I don't mind sharing my research with you.
Maybe one day you'll be able to invent an even better magic mirror. Don't forget to include my name when you do. Upon hearing the last sentence, everyone couldn't help but laugh.
They all knew it was just a joke. The wizards here didn't really care about fame and fortune anymore because they were already so famous in the magical world.
Thank you for your generosity. Albert gave a slight bow to the old wizard and said, "If that day comes, I will."
At this moment, everyone was quite surprised,
not understanding why Albert was so optimistic about the two-way mirror.
Even though they had just heard Albert explain the reasons, they still found it hard to comprehend. Magic is very convenient. Wizards rarely feel a sense of distance. If needed, a single apparition or some flu powder can instantly take them to their destination. This is also one of the reasons why two-way mirrors are gradually being phased out. People no longer need them. However, in Albert's eyes, such a technology still has many uses. It can only be said that there is a certain gap in the thinking patterns of both parties. Albert glanced at his task panel of the lost technology. You have come across the knowledge of two-way mirrors and developed an interest in them.
However, this technology has been around for quite some time. Retrieving this technology and remanufacturing a pair of two-way mirrors, reward, 10,000 experience, 1 skill point, mirror of duality skill level +1, magic realm reputation +500. What is a disappearing cabinet? Albert asked again. The disappearing cabinet, like a two-way mirror, comes in pairs and can serve as a passage between two places. If an object is placed in the vanishing cabinet, it will appear in another vanishing cabinet. This time, it was Smith who answered him. The vanishing cabinet was very popular during the First Wizarding War. When people were attacked by Death Eaters, they could use the vanishing cabinet to appear in another location and thus escape danger. Of course, there are two problems with this kind of thing. The cost of making a pair of disappearing cabinets is too high, and if the cabinets break, they need to be repaired by professionals to be reused. In today's peaceful times, naturally, no one would use such expensive magical items. The disappearing cabinet felt a bit like a portal to Albert. Yeah, a portal. It's just that the teleportation magic in the wizarding world has become so advanced that the technology behind disappearing cabinets has been completely forgotten by people. After all, compared to 2 sickles for a scoop of flu powder, the vanishing cabinet is indeed too expensive and also very inconvenient. However, in Albert's eyes, every technique has its value, and the disappearing cabinet is no exception. Chapter 260. The Muggledus Gathering is not just an academic exchange, it is also to strengthen relationships and expand networks. To some extent, it is an enhanced version of Professor Horace Slughorn's Slug Club from Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. Professor Broad instructed the house elves to prepare a lavish dinner, and as a result, Albert had the fortune of tasting delicacies from other countries. It was evident that more than one house elf was busy in the kitchen, as a large amount of food was being brought to the table. Of course, when it comes to European cuisine, most people would probably think of France and Italy. In fact, most of the food on the table comes from these two countries. At this small banquet, Albert became invisible, quietly eating the delicious food and listening to everyone talk about the interesting happenings in the magical world. For example, the behind-the-scenes machinations in the election of the British Minister of Magic. Cornelius Fudge becoming Minister of Magic was far from just a coincidence. Many people are optimistic about Bartemius Crouch becoming the Minister of Magic, but to undermine him, many wizards have used the fact that his son, Barty Crouch Jr., is a Death Eater to smear him. Later, as everyone knows, Dumbledore politely declined the invitation to become Minister of Magic, and ultimately, Fudge, who was on good terms with pure-blood wizards, got the position. However, among those who have smeared Barty Crouch, Fudge is one of them. Mr. Anderson, what do you think about this matter? Professor Broad looked at Albert, who was eating. Albert put down his fork, wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin, and calmly said, Bertie Clough is Bertie Clough, and his son is his son. No matter what his son does, it cannot erase the contributions Bertie Clough once made. Everyone exchanged glances, and Professor Broad was probably a bit surprised to receive such an answer, but he seemed quite satisfied nonetheless. Of course, you can't expect everyone to maintain rational judgment. Most people are easily influenced by external factors. Albert suddenly said, what if Harry Potter, who defeated Voldemort, suddenly announced to everyone that Voldemort is still alive? What will happen? Everyone will definitely think their savior has gone mad. Don't mention this to anyone else. Professor Broad kindly reminded, the people in the magical world cannot accept such a fact, they will do everything they can to deny it. This was said to Albert, reminding him that there was no need to get himself into trouble. Obvious. Albert shrugged and continued to indulge in the food he had never tried before. Adolf appropriately changed the subject and talked about the recent bad news from Durmstrang Institute. The new headmaster, Igor Karkaroff, had further tarnished the school's reputation, and many parents had taken their children out of the school and transferred them to Buzzbarton School of Magic. Nelson told everyone the latest news he received, because some students copied Grindelwald's symbol onto their textbooks and clothes, trying to scare others with it, but those who had lost loved ones because of Grindelwald gave them a lesson. I've read about this school in books. It is said that Durmstrang Institute is known for dark magic and does not accept Muggle-born wizards. Albert curiously asked, by the way, what is Grindelwald's mark? He was asking for the sake of asking. In fact, that's not Grindelwald's mark, only the ignorant would think so. Nelson drew the Deathly Hallows symbol with his wand, which looked like a triangle with a vertical line through the middle of the pupil. He shook his head helplessly and said, this mark comes from the legend of the Three Brothers. Mr. Anderson, have you heard of the legend of the Three Brothers? The legend of the Three Brothers in the Brothers Grimm. Albert nodded, indicating that he had read it. Yes, the triangle symbolizes the invisibility cloak, the circle symbolizes the resurrection stone, and the line symbolizes the Elder Wand. Adolf explained, the legend of the Three Brothers is actually quite famous in our circles. everyone believes that those legendary items are alchemical products. Why would Grindelwald use it as a mark? Albert continued to ask. We believe Grindelwald has found the legendary object. Professor Broad explained. Of course, this cannot be confirmed. The wizarding world has many legends, but some of these legends may deviate from the original facts, though they are not entirely baseless. Like the philosopher's stone that can concoct an elixir of life. Albert smiled and didn't deny anything, because he knew more than others. Grindelwald indeed got the Elder Wand. When everyone was talking about the recently released tradeben list from the British Ministry of Magic, Claude recommended his kind and helpful friend, Mr. Dracula, to them. He works at the magical garden and occasionally drops by as a supplier of ingredients, and he said he could help introduce them if needed. The Enchanted Garden is a great place. It features many rare magical plants, which are supplied in limited quantities to the outside world. Of course, the most noteworthy thing about Mr. Dracul is that he has a Vila-blooded wife, and his daughter is attending Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, where she is also excelling. Adolphe even jokingly remarked that Albert's French is excellent and he should try to get a French pen pal. Before the banquet was about to end, everyone focused the conversation on Albert and was very surprised to learn that he was Mabo. What is a Mabo? Albert tilted his head and asked. Muggleborn is an ancient term for wizards of Muggle descent, a term of endearment. Mr. Smith, not minding the strange expressions on everyone's faces, explained to Albert. Before the implementation of the International Wizarding Confederation's Secrecy Act in 1692, this term was quite popular. Mr. Smith, unfazed by the strange expressions on everyone's faces, explained to Albert, this term was quite popular before the implementation of the 1692 International Wizarding Federation Secrecy Act. Many people might have forgotten that before the implementation of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, most witches and wizards believed that those of Muggle descent were far more talented than those from pureblood families. Professor Broad reminded them kindly. Later, wizards began to stop believing in Muggles, and pureblood superiority gradually spread, leading to the eventual abandonment of this term by people. Of course, bloodline discrimination does not exist here. Everyone values intelligence and ability more. Adolphe said softly. He did not deny Broad's words, but this was the current state of the magical world. However, everyone present could see that Albert would not be ostracized because of his identity, as he had befriended many famous wizards, and a large number of them would be willing to vouch for him. It cannot be said that the vast majority of wizards care about bloodlines, but in the face of true geniuses, everything else seems less important. After all, knowledge and ability are more worthy of respect. The fact that Albert was invited here to attend the gathering already explains a lot of issues. It seems your message is empty. Could you please provide the text you'd like me to translate? Chapter 261, Commission. After the banquet ended, everyone took their leave one after another. Thank you for your invitation, Professor Broad. Albert thanked Professor Broad after he had seen off all the guests. It seems like you've had a good haul. Professor Broad smiled and gestured for Albert to come inside to talk. Yes. Albert sat down in the armchair opposite Professor Broad, looked at the old man in front of him, and said, Alchemy is even more profound than I imagined. It is truly fascinating. Alchemy is a profound discipline. Professor Broad said gently, it encompasses a lot of things. As you should have noticed, knowledge limits your potential. Yes, I've already noticed. Albert was quite helpless. After all, he had only been in contact with the magical world for a short time. Don't worry, for most wizards, alchemy only begins when they come of age. However, unfortunately, the vast majority of wizards find it difficult to go further in this field. Professor Broad shook his head and said, how many people can focus on studying magic and alchemy after leaving school? After leaving school, many wizards' magical skills have indeed continued to improve, but that's about it. Where's the mute person? Albert raised an eyebrow and said, I didn't expect you to know about the silent ones too. Professor Broad was very surprised. After receiving the warning letter last time, I specifically checked the Ministry of Magic. Albert showed a malicious smile. Know yourself and know your enemy. The affairs of the Ministry of Mysteries are classified as absolute secrets. No one knows exactly what they are doing. Professor Broad looked at Albert and asked, disappointed? There's no question of disappointment. After all, I never had any expectations to begin with, so how could there be disappointment? Albert's tone was very flat. That's good. I don't agree with you joining the Department of Mysteries. Professor Broad doesn't really like the Department of Mysteries. Although it is the largest research institute in the British magical community, it hasn't produced many substantial results. They are indeed researching some very grand and sophisticated things there, but it doesn't help the magical community much. You can get a basic understanding, but don't invest energy into studying it, that will only waste your time and talent. Perhaps seeing the confusion on Albert's face, Professor Broad explained, Dumbledore also spent a short time inside. With your talent and abilities, you will sooner or later come into contact with this field, it's just a matter of time. Oh. Albert noncommittally responded with a sound. He had long known what was in the Department of Mysteries and wasn't interested in those things. After all, he wasn't some research fanatic, making magical items was purely for himself. That's right, Albert has always been a selfish person, as selfless. What is that thing? In the worldview of the previous life, it was long ago kicked to some corner. I know you want to take the path of being a jack of all trades, but this is actually a big problem. Professor Broad had to give Albert a heads up. Nicholas is a very special case, his life is so long that he has enough time to learn and master many things. He continued, most wizards are like me, or like the other wizards who came today, only mastering one field. After all, a person's energy is limited. I hope you understand that this helps make your future path smoother. I will pay attention. Albert nodded and said, I'm not too worried about these issues. After all, with the panel to learn skills, I can learn those things faster than others. Actually, Rowena also had quite a good mastery of alchemy. Professor Broad sighed softly. Later, it was neglected due to certain matters. Albert didn't understand why Professor Broad brought the topic around to Professor Smith. He felt that the old man in front of him seemed to have a lot to say to him but couldn't say it directly, so he was hinting at it indirectly. Because of that matter, he thinks it's better to pretend he doesn't know. Some things are better left unsaid. Instead, it's not beautiful. Do you remember those ancient runes I had you translate last time? Professor Bloat shifted the topic elsewhere again. In Hogwarts School, there is a magical room located on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, opposite the tapestry of the troll hitting the troll in the face. Some people call it the Room of Requirement, or the Room of Hidden Things. It was once a room designed and built by Ravenclaw, and it hides Ravenclaw's treasure. Professor Broad told Albert the location and how to enter the wish-granting house. The latter just listened quietly, his expression becoming even more peculiar. It seems you already know about those things. Professor Broad noticed that Albert didn't show much reaction on his face, so he guessed the reason but wasn't surprised. Instead, he continued, this is also one of the reasons Rowena went to teach at Hogwarts. If you can uncover the secret that day, remember to tell me. What's inside? Albert asked curiously. Moreover, I think with Mr. McDougal's proficiency in ancient runes, it shouldn't be too difficult to uncover the secrets there. He failed. Professor Broad said. Failed. Albert was stunned. He knew Mr. McDougal's level of magic better than Professor Broad's. I hope you can help me with something. Professor Broad didn't pay attention to Albert's change in expression and continued speaking. Professor Smith is also involved in this matter. Albert asked in return. He doesn't know, it's best not to tell him. Professor Broad sighed and said, Rowena belongs to that kind of person with a more radical temperament. Professor Broad sighed and said, Rowena belongs to that type of person with a more radical personality. In Trust, Bard Blood seems to need your help with something, but before that, you need to solve the second challenge of Ravenclaw's Knowledge Vault. Reward, 3,000 experience. Preliminary mission. Albert glanced at the mission panel, a bit astonished, because the mission actually showed as completed. Do you want to claim it? After careful consideration, Albert decided to put it on hold for now. After all, this is not a game, and judging by Professor Broad's evaluation of Professor Smith, it doesn't seem very good. An important matter? Albert asked again. Keep it a secret for now. Broad smiled mysteriously. You'll find out when the time comes. Remember not to tell anyone else, especially Rowena. Albert was somewhat confused. What does this mean? Should I be wary of Professor Smith? I got it. Albert nodded, indicating that he wouldn't tell anyone else. By the way, are you planning to stay here until the end of the Christmas holiday, or should I arrange for someone to take you home? Professor Broad brought up another matter. Please have someone take me back. Albert thought for a moment and still chose to go home to spend the rest of the Christmas holiday with his family. You can borrow a few books from here, and return them to me after you've finished reading. Professor Broad continued, tomorrow morning, I'll have someone take you back. During the remaining Christmas holidays, Albert stayed at home. Although it was a pity that he couldn't use magic, he still enjoyed the leisurely feeling. Occasionally teasing the fat cat Tom, snuggling on the sofa with his family, eating and watching TV, he loved that sense of warmth he had rediscovered. That's the taste of home. Chapter 262, The Agreement. He's really treating me like a fool. After reading Montague Fleish's letter, Albert couldn't help but laugh. Montague told him in the letter that they had found the swamp digger's fur, but it required a huge sum of 20 gallons. 20 gallons, is it expensive? If you really had to say it, it wasn't too expensive, but he still found it ridiculous that Montague Fleech wanted to charge him 20 gallons for a swamp digger's pelt. As the other parties had clouded by greed? Or is it purely to test their own IQ? No matter what, that guy is really so greedy that it's beyond belief. Albert indeed wanted to develop Montague's fleshy into his own raw material supplier. Some things could only be sourced from the black market, but that didn't mean he intended to be taken advantage of and treated like a cash cow. Albert never minded letting Montague's flesh make a small profit, achieving a mutually beneficial arrangement. After all, merchants are creatures driven by money. But if someone is truly foolish enough not to realize this, then there's really nothing more to say. Albert directly wrote a letter to Montague Flesh, clearly telling him to reprice the items. If it wasn't suitable, there was nothing more to discuss. He has a lot of things to worry about and doesn't plan to waste time on Montengus. If that guy doesn't work out, he'll just find another Montengus, or Montengus. Of course, Albert is not afraid of being deceived. The mind-reading technique can tell whether the other person is lying to him, which gives him confidence. As long as he has the strength, some things are actually quite simple. Sheila, please take care of it. Albert patted the owl. You need to get out and exercise more. Don't get as fat as Tom, or you'll end up not being able to fly. Albert wouldn't mind having an extra fat owl, but he still needs an owl that can deliver messages for him. Sheila grabbed the envelope, spread her wings, and flew off, calling out in dissatisfaction as if protesting to Albert about him getting fat. It is indeed a diligent owl. There's no helping it. Albert's letters are always particularly numerous. Well, although I did come back a bit stronger after the Christmas holiday. Albert closed the window again and put the fountain pen back into the pen holder. When he went downstairs, Nia was busy with her holiday homework. Kids always like to leave their homework until the last minute. Next to her, Tom was quietly lying on the hot water bottle cushion, lazily stretching his limbs, looking just like a little old man. Tom, if you keep this up, you'll really get so fat you won't be able to walk. Albert picked Tom up and jostled him a bit, then turned to Nia, who was sitting nearby doing her homework, and said, "Don't give Tom any other snacks beside his daily meals." Oh. Nia's gaze was still fixed on her homework when she suddenly looked up and asked, "How do you solve this problem?" Tom sat down on Nia's notebook, his plump body instantly covering the entire surface. Don't let Tom cause trouble. Nia placed Tom next to Albert and casually picked up the homework notebook. Don't worry, just hold on for now. I'll take a look at it for you later. Albert turned Tom over and rubbed his belly. It was soft and warm, and a cat's body temperature is much higher than that of a human. Then, after Albert brought drinks for himself and Nia, he glanced at the notebook and found that there were quite a few problems Nia couldn't solve. Is this preparing to slack off, or should I say I'm preparing to test myself? Have you thought about what you want to do next? Albert moved Tom away from the edge of the teacup to avoid drinking a strange beverage mixed with cat hair later. No, Nia shook her head. If you don't have anything special to do, come help me. Albert thought for a moment and said, "Help you with what?" Nia curiously looked up, no longer teasing Tom with her pen. "Manage money or something," Albert replied without hesitation. "Do you have money?" Nia raised her hand and poked the fat on Tom's belly, reminded, "Or are you planning to leave your pocket money with me?" "That's not a bad idea. There will be in the future." Albert was quite confident. If a wizard really wanted to get money, would there be any problem? Well, that's not a problem. Nia thought for a while, not sure if she understood, but still nodded in agreement. "However, you need to focus on your studies first, set a small goal for yourself, get into a good school, and learn the necessary economic knowledge. Otherwise, I might end up losing money." Albert raised his hand and pointed to the questions on the homework, saying, "Now, take it back and think about how to do it. Don't come asking me again. I'm not a little kid anymore. Do you really have to coax me like this?" Nia grabbed Tom's tail and gently fiddled with it, even puffing up slightly, seemingly quite displeased. "I never lied to you. When did I ever lie to you?" Albert said. "Do you want me to list them one by one?" Nia raised an eyebrow and said, "No need, I didn't lie to you anyway." Humph. Nia let out a light snort to express her dissatisfaction, then suddenly asked, "Are you planning to live here in the future?" "Both sides will. However, it seems like there are some restrictions on the wizard side. I'll find some time to look into it and see if I can find any legal loopholes. It feels like all wizards are really stupid." Nia muttered, "Magic is so convenient, why is wizard civilization so backward? It's already the 20th century. This is the drawback of magic, the development of magical civilizations is usually quite slow." Albert thought for a moment and then expressed his opinion, "Wizards tend to have a slower pace of life, just like our Tom." Saying this, Albert also pointed to Tom,
who had crawled back onto the cushion and continued lying there. Of course, the small population base of wizards is another reason. If we hadn't been making progress all along, I would even doubt whether the level of wizard civilization would have remained in the medieval period. Albert self-deprecatingly remarked that although wizards were also making progress, their speed was far inferior to that of muggles.
How do you plan to make money in the future?
Nia knew that Albert was very capable. Since he said there would be money to manage in the future, there would definitely be money.
Directly robbing. No, let's keep this a secret for now. Magic is very convenient. If a wizard has no morals, making money is quite easy. Albert blinked and said, also, don't jump to conclusions. We won't do anything illegal. Also, you should first consider how to improve yourself. Actually, Albert was just saying it. He just hoped to give his sister a goal, so she wouldn't waste her great talent. As for whether Nia will help herself in the future, it doesn't matter. Is on leave today, there are a lot of things to do during the new year, and I don't have any saved drafts, so there won't be an update today. Chapter 263, Look. What have we discovered? It's really hard to believe, you actually spent your wonderful Christmas holiday reading.
On the Hogwarts Express, Fred and George were both looking at Albert with expressions as if he were a monster. Next to them, Lee Jordan had already quietly covered his cheek with his hand, pretending to look very shocked.
What kind of look is that?
Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes at the three people in the carriage, as if you don't have homework to do during the holidays.
Ah, don't bring that up.
Lee Jordan was the first to moan. He hadn't finished his holiday homework yet.
Oh, dear Albert, I don't think you would be cruel enough to watch us being imprisoned, would you?
Fred changed his previous attitude. There's no way around it, he hasn't finished either, so he needs to borrow Albert's homework.
I don't need it.
Albert stated a harsh truth. Transfiguration, charms, and potions classes are all unnecessary.
This isn't fair, how can this be happening? Fred couldn't help but exclaim, how could Snape possibly allow you not to do your homework? I didn't expect him to be such an old bat. George continued. Professor McGonagall would really allow something like this to happen? You can't be serious. Lee Jordan's face was full of disbelief. Because I have to write other papers.
Albert waved the book in his hand at the three who were wailing. Besides, those assignments aren't difficult for me at all, they just waste my time.
Is this really what a student council member would say?
Lee Jordan clutched his chest with one hand and grabbed a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean with the other, tossing it into his mouth.
I suddenly feel that Percy is really pathetic. George said, quite displeased, that guy now thinks he will definitely become the head of Gryffindor next semester. He really would say that.
Albert had a strange expression. He wouldn't think Percy would say that, otherwise it would be really stupid.
No, George shook his head. That's exactly what he means.
Fred scoffed. It's already written all over his face, saying it or not makes no difference.
Percy should become the head of Gryffindor. Albert does not deny this. Becoming the student council president is also very promising. Oh my gosh, this is a complete disaster.
Fred and George couldn't help but let out a wail. Albert and Lee Jordan are both a bit baffled. We don't like being told what to do, and you know Percy, that guy is really, okay, I admit he might not be very likable to you, but Percy is actually quite good and very ambitious. Albert's initial impression of Percy was actually quite average, but after getting to know him better, he realized that some of Percy's ideas weren't actually wrong and that he was a very capable and ambitious person. Wow, traitor, you actually agree with that guy. The twins immediately denounced Albert verbally to express their dissatisfaction. Jordan Lee was so frightened by the indignant twins that he ate an extra Bertie Bott's every flavor bean to calm his nerves. Well, actually, he was so scared by Fred and George's reaction that he swallowed the Bertie Bott's every flavor bean he had just thrown into his mouth. Having ambition is a good thing, it means he has goals, just like us right now. Albert stuffed the book into his backpack and gave Jordan a hearty pat on the back, as if he was choking on the jello beans. Actually, our situations are quite similar. After graduation, our families are bound to be unable to give us much support. Albert briefly described their current situation. If you don't have money, you can't even open a joke shop. Percy's situation is similar to ours. He is also building up his own capital so that he can take the next step after graduation. After a long silence, the twins stopped talking as well. You just don't really like Percy's personality. Albert shook his head. He remembers that Percy seemed to have had some unpleasant disagreements with his family for some reason in the end. What is that, an owl? When Lee Keaton heard the noise outside the window and turned his head, startled by a large mass of owls outside the window. Well, it's an owl, but why would it be here at this time? Albert immediately noticed the letter clutched in the owl's claws. Who sent it? It wouldn't be one of your old friends, would it?
Fred changed the subject. He really didn't want to continue talking about Percy. Maybe, as Albert said, they just didn't like Percy's personality very much. George has already opened the window and let the owl in. Montgomery Fleisch. Albert glanced at the sender, casually opened the envelope, and quickly read the contents of the letter. Seems like it's not too stupid. Montgomery Fleisch. The three of them were a bit puzzled. Are you looking to buy something from that guy? Well, the swamp digger's fur. He initially asked me for 20 galleons. 20 gallons, is that guy crazy? Lee Jordan stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Do you know what a swamp digger is? Albert suddenly asked. Lee Jordan's face immediately froze, while Fred and George next to him had already covered their faces and turned their heads to the side to avoid laughing out loud. I'm sure neither of you knows either. Lee Jordan gave a fierce glare at Fred and George, who were snickering. I wrote to him asking to set a more sincere price. Albert coughed lightly and said, he agreed, saying we would discuss it further next time we meet. That guy is not trustworthy. Fred muttered, Dad often deals with him. I know. By the way, what do you need that fur for? Lee Jordan looked at Albert in confusion. Manufacturing magical items. Albert didn't hide anything, he just didn't tell the three what kind of magical item he was preparing to make. Speaking of magical items, Albert pulled out 4 wizard cards from his pocket and handed them to the three, saying, my new little invention. What is this? The three of them all looked at the wizard card with curious expressions. Fire spell and transformation spell. Albert picked up his own card and used a spell to change the content on it. The three of them noticed that the wizard card in their hands had undergone some changes. Wow, I can't believe you can do that. Fred curiously asked, can we do that too? Yes, but there's a condition. Albert explained, the user must be able to use transformation spells. Of course, at the moment, I still can't perform more complex transformations. By the way, this is your Christmas gift, although it's a bit late. Fred and George handed a box of filled cookies to Albert. Jordan's Christmas gift was a big box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. We originally wanted to give it to you on Christmas Day, but unfortunately, Percy took over Errol. Fred complained, Percy has been acting all mysterious all day, as if he's writing to someone. Errol is my family's owl. He's very old now, so we haven't had him deliver anything to you anymore. George explained. Maybe he got himself a girlfriend. Albert blinked and said jokingly. What? Impossible, he's Percy, how could he possibly have a girlfriend? Fred said with a shocked expression. I was just saying it casually. Albert shrugged and said, after all, you only need to keep in touch through ordinary letters if you have a girlfriend, unless Percy has a bunch of old friends like me. Percy has a girlfriend, I never would have dreamed it. George and Fred exchanged glances, their faces breaking into delighted expressions, as if they had encountered something amusing. By the way, how did you end up like this? You don't have a girlfriend too, do you? Lee Jordan said in a strange tone at chapter 264, rumors after the long holiday, Hogwarts would always suddenly see a surge of students desperately needing to copy their homework, and the Christmas holiday was no exception. In the few days since returning to school, busy students have almost filled up half of the library. Albert's 3 roommates were also mingling in the crowd, busy with their numerous assignments. Why can't they just finish their homework? Sana has had this doubt more than once. There was plenty of time during the Christmas break, so why do they have to cram and start copying assignments now? When leaving the library with Albert, Shauna finally couldn't help but mumble about this matter. He really couldn't understand the way these people think. Most people like to slack off, it's a kind of laziness that's hard to cure. Albert, with a carefree attitude, made a sarcastic remark. Of course, their efficiency in doing homework is also not high. Can't understand. Sana couldn't help but shake her head. Education issues. Albert smiled without speaking. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to directly say that wizards were far behind muggles in education, otherwise, a group of pure-blood wizards would probably come to confront him. After all, Hogwarts is the best wizarding school in the UK, even though it's the only one in the country. However, in Albert's eyes, wizards who have not undergone systematic education really have a lot of problems when it comes to learning. If Fred, George, and Lee Jordan's essays are not up to par, they always cram everything together, making the reading experience really poor. Albert sometimes doubts whether the professors just glance at the assignments and give grades. Sometimes, there's really not much difference between AP, pass, and AD, disastrous. Education. Shauna also realized what Albert was talking about and changed the subject. By the way, I'm currently trying to transform The into a rabbit, but I just can't seem to get it right. You can start by trying smaller animals. The larger the object you want to transform, the harder it is to succeed. Albert thought for a moment and made a suggestion. You could first try turning a teapot into a turtle, or turning a slipper into a mouse. It seems that immediate success is still quite difficult. Shauna muttered. Albert's suggestion was something she had naturally considered, but taking it step by step was just too time-consuming. Shauna wanted to find a faster and more convenient way to learn.
Spending a lot of time practicing magic. Practice is not just about honing magic, but also about training one's own magical power.
Albert explained helplessly that he himself had actually gone through this process,
but later upgraded his wizard bloodline, significantly enhancing his own magical power.
Oh.
Shauna seemed a bit distracted. Passing through the corridor, Albert saw a group of girls huddled together whispering, not knowing what they were talking about. Moreover, a senior girl actually ran headfirst into the wall while turning a corner.
Are you okay?
Albert couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and look at the woman, asking, while Shauna beside him struggled to suppress her laughter.
Nothing, thank you. The other person quickly left and joined a few companions, not knowing what they were saying. Your charm is really something, isn't it? Shauna couldn't help but tease. What's going on?
Albert looked at Shauna in confusion, waiting for her to explain. Everyone is saying that you hooked up with the prettiest girl in Ravenclaw,
Shauna said with a strange expression. The prettiest girl in Ravenclaw? Albert asked curiously, who is it? You actually don't know. Shauna covered her mouth and laughed, tentatively asking, is it Isabel McDougal? I heard you two get along quite well.
Her, huh?
Albert nodded and said, Isabel is indeed a beautiful girl. She's quite famous at school. I remember you two got along well. Shauna continued to probe. Not bad, just an ordinary friend. Albert suddenly asked, which bored guy is spreading this unreliable rumor again? I don't know.
Shauna shook her head and said, as expected, the situation is not much different from what I guessed.
But what does this have to do with that guy's reaction just now? Albert was very puzzled.
Because you're also a celebrity at school. Shauna couldn't help but shake her head. When two celebrities come together, it becomes a topic everyone likes to talk about.
All right.
Albert cleared his throat, completely ignoring the other person's words, and forcibly redirected the topic. I suggest you buy a copy of Intermediate Transfiguration in advance.
Don't change the subject. Sana asked curiously, you didn't really get together with Isabel, did you? I thought you, what? Albert looked at Shauna with a helpless expression. I thought you liked Katerina.
Albert was a bit stunned. What kind of nonsense is this? Wait a minute, he suddenly thought he might have guessed who was spreading rumors about him.
Is it those bastards from Fred spreading rumors about me? Albert suddenly said. I don't know. Shauna shook her head, indicating that she didn't know anything.
Humph, beside those few guys, who else would be so bored?
Albert was considering how to teach Fred and the others a lesson. All right, it came from Ravenclaw's side.
Shauna said with a helpless expression, Isabel has a small pendant, a very delicate unicorn. Fred said you spent quite a bit of effort carving it, and then it turned out like this. Those people are really bored out of their minds.
Albert was quite speechless. All right, stop focusing on those trivial matters. If I were you, I'd focus on mastering the transformation technique.
I suggest you buy a copy of Intermediate Transfiguration in advance. Albert forcibly brought the topic back again. If you think you can handle it, I suggest you don't be too constrained by what you learn in class.
That will limit your learning speed and magical level. Textbooks can only provide us with the most basic foundation. Don't you really care at all? Shauna couldn't help but exclaim. You should actively engage with and learn magic, rather than passively accepting it. Albert's tone was very calm, and those who believe rumors without thinking are fools in my eyes.
As long as your transfiguration skills surpass most of your peers, the chances of being invited by Professor McGonagall to join the Transfiguration Club are quite high. Albert stopped at the corner, watching the girls curiously peering over here, feeling quite helpless.
Really? Shauna was actually a bit looking forward to it.
She had heard about the Transfiguration Club a long time ago. It was said that students invited to join the club needed to have a high level of transfiguration skills.
Chapter 265, The Relationship Account Really?
Albert didn't deceive Shauna. Whether it was the Transformation Club or the Spell Club, they were both somewhat similar to the advanced classes in the 6th grade. It's just that the selection criteria for students are more stringent. Joining the Transformation Club not only requires talent and hard work but also a passion for and dedication to the study of transformation. Otherwise, the things Professor McGonagall talks about in the club are completely incomprehensible to younger students. Albert was telling Shauna about some events that happened at the Transformation Club when Shauna suddenly shook her head and said, "Forget it."
Forget it.
Albert was astonished, never expecting to receive such a reply. I was able to master the transfiguration taught by Professor McGonagall before others, and that was achieved through my own hard work and practice. If I still need to learn more complex knowledge, I don't know how much more time and effort it would take. Sana is very self-aware and knows exactly what her magical talent is like, let alone writing a paper that could be published in a magazine like Albert, that probably goes beyond OWL level. The level, can I really keep up with others and make further progress in shapeshifting? Shauna eventually gave up, it was just too exhausting.
It's better not to live life too exhaustingly. Albert didn't know what to say.
In his past life, he hadn't used cheats, so he could understand why Shauna would refuse. The two of them silently walked to the moving stairs.
See you later.
Albert turned to Shauna and said, by the way, there's one more thing.
Don't lend all your homework to others. Be careful not to get caught by the professor, otherwise, you'll be in trouble too.
If Fred, George, and Lee Jordan found out, they would probably want to beat you up,
Sana said with a laugh. Why don't you just not tell them?
Not long after, Albert knocked on Professor McGonagall's office door.
Mr. Anderson, please have a seat for a moment.
I have a few things to take care of, and I'll be done shortly.
Professor McGonagall was revising the manuscript for today's transfiguration. Sorry to bother you.
Albert sat in the armchair by the fireplace, sipping the milk tea that Professor McGonagall had conjured out of thin air, flipping through the latest issue of today's transfiguration on the table, waiting for Professor McGonagall to finish her tasks. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, Professor McGonagall finished editing the manuscript and sat down in the armchair opposite Albert.
Questions about Animagi. Professor McGonagall had already guessed Albert's intention. She had not forgotten the letter Albert had written to himself during the Christmas holidays. Yes. Albert closed the Today's Transfiguration magazine, nodded toward Professor McGonagall, and said, regarding the Animagus issue, I'm not very familiar with this magic. Could I have a look at your patroness? Professor McGonagall looked at Albert and said softly. She was aware of Albert's concerns. No shapeshifting master would ever give up on challenging an Animagus, and naturally, a genius like Albert was no exception. Of course. Albert raised his wand and began to recall happy memories in his mind, successfully using the patroness charm to summon his own patroness. The pale griffin strode gracefully above the office, soon disappearing from sight. A very good patroness. Professor McGonagall gave Albert a reassuring smile. Your concerns are not unfounded, but unfortunately, I haven't found any useful information regarding Animagi records, so I can't give you an answer for now. That's really a pity.
Albert wasn't surprised at all. He wasn't looking for Professor McGonagall because of the Animagus matter. If it is difficult to become an Animagus through the ritual, then Albert can only obtain this skill through panel tasks. However, to complete the task, you need to earn the Hogwarts Special Contribution Award 2 more times, and that's not an easy thing to do. You still have a long time to solve the problem.
Professor McGonagall comforted, I think you should have seen the ritual records in the book. The Animagus transformation involves a very complicated process. I suggest you try becoming an Animagus after you graduate from school.
All right. Albert raised an eyebrow and didn't delve further into the issue of Animagi. He knew that Professor McGonagall probably couldn't offer him much help for the time being.
Actually, there's one more thing. What's the matter? Some time ago, I finally learned the switching spell. Albert threw out another surprising piece of information to Professor McGonagall. I want to learn more advanced uses of the transformation spell.
As far as I know, the Daily Prophet uses the transformation spell to modify the content of the newspaper when necessary.
Transfiguration spell.
Professor McGonagall looked at the student in front of her again. It was really hard to imagine that Albert was a Muggle wizard.
You are right, the Daily Prophet did indeed use the transformation spell, but that's not considered a high-level application. To what extent can your transformation spell achieve now?
Make some paper appear with the same text. Albert took out 2 identical pieces of parchment, used a spell to modify the content on them, causing the words on the parchment to change and rearrange into a different passage.
Your talent in transfiguration far exceeds my expectations.
Professor McGonagall looked very pleased and continued, as long as you can master the transfiguration spell, you'll be able to reach the level of changing the content of a newspaper, but this doesn't count as an advanced use of transfiguration.
What about that two-sided mirror?
As far as I know, the two-way mirror uses an advanced transformation spell.
Double-sided mirror.
I don't quite understand, but if you want to explore the advanced applications of transformation spells, I suggest you go to the restricted section and borrow 2 books to read for yourself. One is Ultimate Transformation, and the other is Extraordinary Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall said, writing a borrowing note for the restricted section for Albert. This is the benefit of having a good relationship with professors. In extra matters, they are never stingy with their help, especially toward students they favor, always giving them the green light. Of course, if I find out that you've caused any major trouble because of this, I will put you in detention, Mr. Anderson. Before handing the note to Albert, Professor McGonagall didn't forget to warn him. If you encounter any problems, you can come ask me again. Also, don't recklessly try the transformation spells in the book, they are often very dangerous. I will be careful. Albert happily took the note, bid farewell to Professor McGonagall, and turned to leave. By the way, Mr. Anderson, please inform your 3 roommates to come over for detention. Professor McGonagall handed him another piece of parchment before Albert got up to leave. Their Christmas holiday assignments are an absolute mess. Oh, I see. Albert had originally planned to give the 3 some trouble, but unexpectedly, before he even made a move, the 3 had already run into big trouble. As soon as Albert left Professor Meg's office, he headed straight to the library, ready to share this good news with Fred and the others. Merlin's beard. Fred couldn't help but scream at the other people in the library. All cast dissatisfied glances in this direction, and the next moment, the 3 of them were driven out of the library by Mrs. Pants with a feather duster. Albert watched the 3 people who fled in a sorry state and couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly. He smiled and handed Professor McGonagall's note to the quite annoyed Mrs. Pants. Chapter 266, The Hypocritical Fellow. After Albert obtained a note from Professor McGonagall allowing him to borrow books from the restricted section, the restricted section task on the panel could be completed with just one more borrowing. Originally, Albert thought he would need to get it from Gilderoy Lockhart, but now he can complete it ahead of schedule. Albert walked out of the library and saw Fred, George, and Lee Jordan standing in the corridor outside with resentful expressions on their faces, waiting for him. Upon seeing Albert, the 3 of them immediately rushed over and surrounded him. That wasn't real just now, right? Fred said anxiously. Oh, you mean the detention thing? Albert looked at Fred and the others in confusion, suppressing a laugh as he shook his head and said, I just went to Professor McGonagall's office, and before I left, she asked me to pass on a message to you. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan all had grim expressions. They didn't expect that after working so hard to copy the homework, the final outcome would be detention. I've told you all before, you need to do your homework properly. Professor McGonagall is very dissatisfied with the way you handled the holiday assignments. Albert shook his head repeatedly and started making sarcastic remarks. Merlin's beard, this joke isn't funny at all. Lee Jordan looked like he was about to go insane. By the way, we have potions class tomorrow. It's best not to take any chances, otherwise Snape will definitely be more than willing to put you all in detention. Albert did not forget to remind the 3. Oh, shut up. We're already unlucky enough as it is. George couldn't help but let out a miserable cry, Albert's big mouth, saying whatever, whenever the facts once again proved that Albert's big mouth is more accurate than any prophecy of the next day. The 3 of them really had bad luck because they didn't seriously redo Snape's holiday assignment as Albert had suggested. The potions professor announced the bad news just before the end of the class. A total of 5 unfortunate souls were confined, and 3 of Albert's roommates were among them. George was so startled that he dropped the test tube containing the swelling agent, causing the liquid to splash every place and burn several holes in Fred's robe and boots nearby. As soon as the swelling potion touched their skin, both of their skins immediately swelled up. Snape, exasperated, scolded George and ordered them to go to Madame Pomfrey at the hospital wing after class for treatment. In fact, it could be cured with just a dose of an anti-swelling potion. Snape also had this potion prepared, but he didn't give it to Fred and George. Otherwise, it could have been resolved in just a few seconds. Why bother Madame Pomfrey? Write a 1-inch essay on swelling potions and anti-swelling potions. Submit it next class. After Snape cruelly announced the homework, he finally dismissed the class. Homework, a mountain of homework, I feel like I'm about to collapse. Outside the school hospital, Lee Jordan cried out in agony, feeling like he was about to be driven mad by a mountain of homework. Stop calling, or else Mrs. Pomfrey might just come out and give you trouble. Albert shot Lee Jordan a glare, not in the mood for his antics. He brought this on himself, so who can he blame? Just as he finished speaking, the school hospital door suddenly opened, startling Lee Jordan. However, they soon discovered that it was Fred and George who came out of the school hospital, both of them in low spirits, probably because they had been through a lot of misfortunes. I feel like I'm about to go crazy from all this homework. The 3 of them looked at Albert with pitiful eyes, and it was obvious what they wanted to say. Homework must be done by yourself. As Albert turned the corner, he said gruffly, don't even think about it. The professors have already got their eyes on you. Don't hold out any hope, or I'll be in trouble with you. What should we do then? Let's do our homework together during breaks. Albert thought for a moment and said, if we all look for information together, we can write the paper faster.
Alright, it has to be this way. I have something to do, I need to find Professor Smith. You all go to the auditorium first.
Albert casually handed the backpack to Fred, waved his hand, and turned the corner. On his way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, he encountered an acquaintance. Albert approached and greeted Miss McDougal, but her look at him seemed a bit strange.
What's wrong? Albert raised an eyebrow and asked. Nothing.
Katrina hesitated for a moment, but her curiosity got the better of her, and she asked, are you really dating Isabel?
Listening to less gossip news will affect a person's IQ and judgment.
Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes and rudely interrupted Katrina's words.
The unicorn wood carving amulet you gave me is very beautiful. Katrina's tone became even stranger.
That's a return gift, she taught me a useful spell last time. Albert scrutinized Katerina, his tone equally strange. By the way, you seem quite concerned about this matter.
Could it be? No, I was just curious.
Katrina immediately said, Tsundere, definitely Tsundere. Albert finds it very interesting, and Nia occasionally feels the same way.
Then, I'll give you a birthday gift next time too. Albert winked at Katerina and tentatively asked, what kind of wood carving do you want? Are you also here to see Professor Smith?
Katrina realized she was being led around by Albert, so she immediately changed the subject.
If you don't want it, then forget it. I hate the way you talk to kids.
Katrina noticed for the first time that Albert and Isabel had a lot in common. Clearly, their age difference isn't that significant, yet I always end up being treated like a child.
That feeling is really annoying. Oh, well, I thought we could become good friends, Albert said with a look of regret.
We're already friends now, you said so yourself last year.
Katrina reminded him. I mean, go further. Go further.
Katrina's cheeks flushed slightly as she looked at Albert warily. We were just classmates before, but now we can be considered pretty good friends.
Albert's bad taste flared up once again. What's the difference? Katerina was very confused. Yes.
Albert seriously spouted nonsense. Classmates and passers-by are actually no different. Friends, on the other hand, have a deeper relationship. They exchange Christmas gifts and birthday presents and such.
And then, are you trying to say that friends taking it a step further means becoming a couple?
Katrina kept sneering. You still love to fool others like that.
Just kidding, no. Albert shrugged innocently and said, I'm just stating the facts.
Katerina snorted coldly and knocked on the wooden door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. After a moment, Professor Smith opened the wooden door, looked at the two people standing outside, and his gaze fell on Albert.
He smiled and asked, Albert, how was the alchemy gathering?
Very interesting, quite a significant gain.
Albert thought for a moment and said, about that last incident, I might have found the answer. Oh, is there an answer so soon?
Professor Smith looked at Katerina and said, Mr. Anderson and I need to discuss some personal matters.
Could you please wait for a moment?
Oh. Katrina gave Albert a deep look, then turned and left the office. The method to open the next hidden door will probably require further research on ancient runes. Albert noticed that after Katerina closed the wooden door behind her, she briefly mentioned the rune master she met at the alchemy gathering and her own discoveries, then chatted a bit about her own speculations.
I suggest the professor go to Mr. McDougal for help.
Oh. Professor Smith looked at Albert and couldn't help but let out a small sigh in his mind, feeling a bit disappointed. Actually, he had thought about these things a long time ago. However, there are actually very few wizards who can truly be called masters of runes. Maud McDougal might be one, but their relationship can only be considered average. Moreover, Professor Smith didn't want too many people to know about the Ravenclaw treasure, so he placed his hopes on Albert. However, the results clearly deviated from expectations. Or rather, this is the result from the beginning. Albert has already surpassed Professor Smith's initial expectations.
Albert, I think you are equally talented in the field of magical texts.
Professor Smith said softly, the meaning clear.
Professor, my exposure to magic has ultimately been too short. Knowledge is something that needs time to accumulate. Albert sighed softly, making himself look quite helpless. Keep up the good work. I believe you will become a master of magic inscriptions like McDougal. Smith encouraged. Katrina seems to be looking for you, so I'll take my leave.
He slightly bowed to Smith. Please give me a few years, I believe I can help the professor open that secret door.
When the time comes, I'll have to trouble you. Professor Smith smiled.
Chapter 267, Extra Seasoning. That's really something. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan have recently felt like they've been cursed with bad luck, encountering all sorts of misfortunes ever since the Christmas holidays ended, the never-ending holiday homework, and I actually failed because of it. getting detention from Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, making me miss dinner. Fred and George's situation was even worse, because they were grounded, they missed several Quidditch practices. Charlie not only threw a fit about it but also wrote home to inform their family. Mrs. Weasley wrote a stern letter to the two, warning them that if it happened again, their meager pocket money would be completely taken away. Of course, Fred and George's allowance was pitifully small to begin with.
Look, I discovered something.
As soon as Fred entered the dormitory, he was drawn in by a delicious aroma. His gaze was fixed on the steaming egg and potato pancakes on the table. Unable to resist swallowing, he handed the meat pie he had just taken a bite of to George beside him, and then appeared at the table with extraordinary speed. All right, the three of them are very fast and have already surrounded the food on the table.
Where's Albert? Lee Jordan asked in a low voice.
Probably taking a shower,
Fred said uncertainly. Is this the late-night snack he specially prepared for us?
George took a bite of the meat pie, held it up to compare with the steaming potato and egg pancake on the table, and decisively tossed the meat pie aside.
Definitely.
The three of them looked at each other and understood the meaning in each other's eyes. Before Albert returns, quickly eliminated. Compared to meat pies, the steaming hot egg and potato pancakes are more likely to whet their appetite. Smelling this aroma makes them feel even hungrier. So, the three quickly scraped the food clean. And then, after Albert finished his shower and came back, he saw Fred, George, and Lee Jordan with lips swollen like sausages, and couldn't help but burst into laughter.
What happened to you all?
Albert feigned astonishment and asked, his face still slightly trembling from suppressing laughter.
We just ate the food on the table. Fred's tone was mournful, sounding unclear.
And then, it turned into this.
George pointed at his lips, feeling like his entire life had turned bleak. I'm definitely dreaming, yes, definitely dreaming.
Lee Jordan looked sad, and indeed, he had been quite unlucky lately.
You are not dreaming. Cough, cough, first go find Madame Pomfrey, she will definitely be able to heal your lips.
Albert stifled a laugh, cleared his throat lightly, and led the three of them to the school infirmary. Fortunately, it's already night, otherwise, it would really attract a lot of attention, and Madame Pomfrey was clearly not pleased to be disturbed during her break, but she still prepared some potion for the three of them, considering their swollen lips. Well, it only took her less than 30 seconds to cure their sausage lips, and then she sent them out of the hospital wing. Of course, what she used was a decongestant.
Did you add something strange to that potato and egg pancake?
Just returned to the dormitory, Fred and the others started interrogating Albert. No matter how you look at it, it seems like this guy is messing with the three of them. After all, Albert prepared the food, so he is naturally the prime suspect. Ahem, that was a late-night snack I just prepared in the kitchen to share with you all.
Who told you to eat it first and finish it all?
Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes at the three of them, a smug look on his face.
Good thing you ate first, otherwise I'd be in trouble with you guys.
At that moment, the faces of the three of them instantly flushed, but they quickly regained their composure. That's not right, it must be that Albert anticipated they would cheat, and then, thinking about it, it's really something he would do. Damn it, I actually fell for Albert's trick. However, that serving of potato and egg pancake was really too small. I haven't even finished eating yet.
Honestly, how did you do it? Excitement sparkled in George's eyes. This is such a fun thing, and you didn't even tell us.
Fred also wants to know how Albert managed to trick them so inexplicably. Did he really add something to the food? Not right, when they were eating the potato pancakes with eggs, they didn't feel anything was wrong, but the three of them were sure that this was definitely Albert's trick.
Cough, fine. I just added a bit of seasoning on top, I didn't expect it to have such an effect.
Albert took a small bottle of seasoning out of his pocket and placed it in front of the three of them.
What is this? Lee Jordan asked first. Extra seasoning, Albert said.
This thing is actually an experimental product he came up with on a whim during Snape's potions class last time. Since the love potion can be added to chocolate, the swelling potion is naturally no problem. During the potion class, some of the improved swelling potion was left over, and Albert diluted it and mixed it into the seasoning to make this thing in front of us. Of course, the amount of swelling agent used was actually very small, otherwise, Fred wouldn't have only discovered that his lips had swollen to the size of sausages after finishing his meal.
However, this seasoning isn't bad.
Fred recalled the potato and egg pancake he had just eaten and suddenly remembered something very interesting. You all say, no way, if you want to court death, don't drag me down with you.
Albert didn't wait for Fred to speak and straightforwardly refused. I haven't even finished speaking. Fred couldn't help but complain. If all the students in the school are like this, do you think you can escape? Albert shot Fred a glare, not in the mood for any nonsense. This thing has been mixed with a swelling agent, right?
George had already figured out what was going on and couldn't help but admire Albert's methods.
The effect of the swelling agent can be much stronger than this, Lee Jordan reminded.
This was made after being diluted, the effect has been greatly weakened.
Albert did not deny this. By the way, when did you make it? George became even more curious. When you were in solitary confinement. Albert snorted lightly and said, "Who told you to spread rumors? Don't think I don't know it was you who did it. That was Fred's fault."
George straightforwardly passed the blame to his twin brother. "I swear on the gallon in my pocket that this has nothing to do with me."
Fred immediately swore to prove his innocence. "Don't be silly, you don't have any galleons in your pocket." That was said by Jordan Lee.
"Hey, don't drag me into this, I didn't say anything, okay?" Lee Jordan couldn't help but protest. The three of them started bickering with each other. Albert shot them a glare, put away the seasoning bottles, and prepared to shove them into his cupboard. He was well aware of what those three bastards were up to.
"Don't, lend it to me for a bit."
Fred let out a heart-wrenching scream. He had originally planned to use that thing to get back at a few annoying guys.
"Make it yourself." Albert scoffed. "The swelling potion isn't difficult to brew. We're planning to hand it over to Peeves."
Fred said without hesitation. Peeves would definitely be happy to see others in trouble.
"Be careful not to get yourself into trouble too."
Albert snorted lightly, tossed the method to Fred, and let them improve it themselves. Chapter 268, Fireproof, Theft-Proof, and Peeves-Proof. At the end of January, there was still no sign of the weather warming up. Waking up in the morning, the sky was still gray and overcast, with occasional snowflakes drifting down. Walking on the way to the hall, listening to Fred and George's casual conversation, Albert always felt that something bad was about to happen. Albert was eating bread with corn chowder, chatting with Lee Jordan next to him about the registration issues for the Wizarding Card Tournament. Suddenly, he saw Charlie hurriedly walking over, clearly coming to find Fred and George, who had been in detention several times.
"You've already missed several Quidditch practices." Charlie glared at his younger brothers with dissatisfaction and reminded them, "There's not much time left until the next Quidditch match.
We've already lost once, and if we lose again this time, we'll be completely out of this year's." "Charlie, we didn't mean to." George put down the ladle, looked up at Charlie, his face full of helplessness.
"That was unavoidable."
Fred quickly agreed. "If we had a choice, we'd prefer to train on the Quidditch pitch rather than face Snape." "I don't know why, but this sounds particularly convincing."
"All right, but you can't miss the next training session."
Charlie was thus persuaded by the two. Not many students are willing to be confined by Snape. Even Slytherin students feel a lot of pressure when facing their head of house.
"We will train hard," Fred and George said in unison. "Guys, you will never guess what I just saw."
Wood ran over, panting, ready to share an interesting piece of news with everyone.
"See something?"
"I just ran into Marcus Flint, and for some reason, his lips are swollen like sausages." "You didn't see it, he was covering his mouth with his hand, looking like he couldn't bear to show his face."
"Ah, I can't take it anymore, let me laugh for a moment." "Where is he?"
Charlie also wanted to go over and watch, to see the misfortune of his old rival. He covered his mouth and ran to the school clinic. Wood finally managed to stop laughing, raised his hand to gesture to everyone, and vividly described Marcus Flint's misfortune. "There's nothing more satisfying than seeing someone you hate get their comeuppance." At that moment, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Albert followed everyone's gaze and saw a Hufflepuff girl covering her mouth with her hand, quickly fleeing the Great Hall. After a brief burst of laughter, everyone whispered and speculated about who was behind the prank. Albert finished off the steak on his plate and glanced at George, who was sitting next to him with an equally expressionless face. The latter seemed to sense Albert's gaze, shrugged innocently, and indicated that they had nothing to do with this matter.
"You actually succeeded."
Albert was very curious about how Fred and George managed to tamper with Marcus Flint's food. "It's the mischief maker's doing, it has nothing to do with us." Fred had an innocent look on his face, indicating that they really didn't do it and that neither of them had the capability to do so.
"You convinced the mischievous spirit." Albert raised an eyebrow and asked. "We promised to provide Peeves with some interesting little gadgets." Fred blinked his innocent little eyes. "Anyway, if we're going to prank students, it doesn't matter who we prank, right?" Albert was left speechless. This statement was indeed correct. For Peeves, Hogwarts students were not divided into 4 houses, they were all just students. It turns out that Albert's idea was correct. Over the next few days, many more people ended up with their lips inexplicably swollen into comically sausage-like shapes while dining in the hall. Unable to find the reason, the students at Hogwarts were very uneasy, all fearing that one day it might suddenly be their turn to be unlucky. Professor Sprout even specifically checked the school's kitchen, but it was clearly not a house elf issue. One day, everyone finally discovered the reason. There's no helping it,
Who told the mischievous ghost to be humming a strange little tune while sprinkling weird seasonings on the meat patties they were eating? Many people have seen with their own eyes that students who ate the meat patties with added ingredients had their lips swelling up like sausages in no time. Then, this matter completely blew up. Everyone started denouncing Pepigi, but it was of no use. Pepigi's pranks weren't just a one-time thing. Filch wanted to take this opportunity to drive Peeves, who often opposed him, out of Hogwarts. But in the end, he didn't succeed. Among the many caretakers of Hogwarts, there have been numerous wizards who wanted to get rid of Peeves, but none have succeeded, not to mention Filch, who can't use magic.
How much did you give to the Pippi ghost?
Albert glanced at Fred, who had fallen for it again, and quietly asked when no one was looking. He just got unlucky too. Fortunately, after Albert discovered that many people had been affected, he prepared anti-swelling agents in advance. When abnormalities occurred, he directly nipped the problem in the bud.
There's only that bottle left, it should be almost empty, George said uncertainly.
We didn't expect that bottle of seasoning to last so long. Fred is also very frustrated. In the past few days, he also accidentally ate food with extra ingredients several times. It's completely self-inflicted. When the mischievous ghost goes wild, it's simply unbearable. Don't forget, according to the agreement, you still have to provide a pack of dung bombs to Peeves. Lee Jordan reminded gloomily, his lips also swollen.
Aren't you worried that the professors will investigate who gave Peeves that bottle of seasoning? Albert looked at the twins with considerable helplessness. Now, Peeves had become even more adept at seasoning food, making it completely impossible to guard against. However, it turns out that Albert's worries were completely unnecessary. Hogwarts students never suspected other students of this. They are now on the verge of being driven mad by Peeves. When eating, they always have to be extremely cautious to avoid consuming food that Peeves has tampered with. Equally driven to madness was Madame Pomfrey, as students with swollen lips kept appearing at the hospital wing. This head nurse was deserving of Professor Snape's preparation of a large quantity of anti-swelling potion, and he even specifically reminded everyone to go to the hospital wing to get the potion if such a situation occurred again. Now, everyone knows that to eliminate sausage lips and avoid embarrassment, all you need to do is use a small amount of an anti-swelling agent after realizing you've been affected, and the problem is perfectly solved. They no longer need to guard against the mischief of the prankster. The school hospital naturally has quite a few anti-swelling potions, but they can only be used after being affected. In fact, there are quite a few wizards who can brew such potions, but many of them have average potion-making skills, as evidenced by their reluctance to drink the potions they brew themselves. So, in the black market of Hogwarts, the deswelling potion suddenly became popular. Chapter 269 The Alchemist, An Arrow to the Neum. Albert, I just had a great idea.
As night fell, in the Gryffindor common room, Fred, who was buried in his homework, suddenly looked up and said,
"What good idea?" Albert asked without looking up. "I got an idea from the fat lip seasoning." Fat lip seasoning. Albert was somewhat taken aback by this nickname, slightly furrowing his brows and asking, "Aren't you working on a thesis about freezing spells?" Ahem, I meant Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Fred picked up a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean and popped it into his mouth, his eyes shining with excitement. Not original, Lee Jordan commented. Shut up and let me finish.
Fred couldn't help but glare at Jordan, then continued explaining, since we can add a swelling agent, why not an expanding agent or an expansion spell?
Expansion magic. Albert looked up at Fred.
The simplest way would be to add an expanding agent to the candy, which would have a similar effect to an expansion spell. However, he wasn't sure if such a potion existed.
As for the expansion spell,
he felt that Fred and George, at their current level, couldn't achieve this for the time being. Even he, at the moment, didn't have a good solution.
So, you want me to help you finish it?
Albert raised an eyebrow and asked in return. The two of them suddenly felt a bit awkward. It was obviously what was meant.
You don't want to open a joke shop, do you? If that's the case, then figure it out yourselves and turn your ideas into reality.
Otherwise, you'll never be able to have your own joke shop.
Albert reminded, after all, the interesting items in a joke shop need to be created by you yourselves, don't they?
Oh, fine.
Fred felt a bit discouraged and replied absent-mindedly. Tell me your thoughts.
George was quite interested. A few minutes later, Albert said irritably, why not say that after eating the candy, you just inflate like a balloon?
I think the tongue is more interesting.
Fred opened his mouth wide, stuck out his tongue, and made a panting sound. I hope the tongue keeps swelling bigger and bigger.
Are you the devil? Don't make it a spitting contest. Lee Jordan complained irritably. I actually think becoming a balloon is more interesting.
Directly casting a spell is indeed simpler, but turning it into candy will probably require potions or other methods.
Albert said, also, have you considered the danger of these prank props? Riskiness, is it dangerous? George clearly didn't think so. Most adult wizards can easily undo the enlargement charm, right? That's right, this is just a fun gag prop. As long as it doesn't get into the muggle world, there won't be any other issues. Fred agreed. Magic is undoubtedly dangerous for ordinary people. Even a simple prank could bring them disaster. For example, the inflation spell. Once a person is inflated, without magical help, their life is probably over. But for wizards who can use magic, it might just be a fun joke. At this moment, Albert suddenly understood why the Ministry of Magic prohibited underage wizards from using magic outside of school. Once something bad happens, the Ministry of Magic people need to come and help clean up the mess. If it causes too much of a commotion, it becomes even more troublesome. In wizarding families, the parents naturally handle these issues themselves. That thing wasn't created by you guys, was it? Angelina suspiciously stared at the few guys in front of her, and judging by the topic they were just discussing, it really was a possibility. Moreover, that guy is the most suspicious. Angelina looked at Albert with a skeptical gaze, while the latter continued flipping through the brick-sized book in his hands. By the way, did you know? The price of anti-swelling agents on the black market has gone up again. Shauna suddenly changed the subject. The black market, damn it, how did I not think of that? Fred, upon hearing Shauna talk about the anti-swelling agent, was quite annoyed with himself for not thinking of this way to make money. Enough, the anti-swelling potion you brewed, I dare say no one would dare to drink it. Sana couldn't help but roll her eyes at Fred upon hearing this. If it were Albert, that would be one thing, but with you, no one would dare to buy it. What if they drink it and get poisoned? My potion is still quite good. Fred immediately retorted. I seem to remember that your last potions assignment was a failure, and you even got detention from Professor Snape. Angelina, who was playing wizard's cards with Shauna, unceremoniously exposed Fred's lie. Is it really possible for someone to get poisoned by using a decongestant? Angelina is very curious about what level of skill it would take to turn an anti-swelling agent into a poison. The method of potion preparation, once it goes wrong, can indeed turn into a pot of poison, and the anti-swelling potion is no exception. Otherwise, the anti-swelling potion on the Hogwarts black market wouldn't be so popular. Albert wasn't too surprised. Who knows, some poor soul might have poisoned themselves by drinking the potion they brewed. Shut up, don't talk nonsense. George said. Ah, it's already too late. Lee Jordan covered his face with his hand, looking utterly defeated. What's wrong with you all? Elia looked at the three of them in confusion. Don't you know, what Albert says is more accurate than his predictions? Fred explained, especially those bad things, they come true one after another. It turns out, Albert's words are really toxic. The next day, a third-year Hufflepuff student showed mild poisoning symptoms after using a self-made anti-swelling potion and was sent directly to the school hospital. Upon hearing this, Snape's nose nearly twisted in anger. Seeing that his own student had been poisoned by the potion he brewed, he declared that once the student recovered, he would confine them for a month. That idiot practically lost all his face. I wasn't wrong, was I? Fred, hearing this, said to the dumbfounded Angelina with a helpless expression, then prepared to continue researching the formula for the anti-swelling agent. He had not yet given up on the idea of making money by selling the anti-swelling agent. I think you should chant Gryffindor will win every day now. Angelina said to Albert with a straight face. I don't think you guys can win. Shut up, you bastard, don't say such things. George reached out and covered Albert's mouth, trying to make him swallow his words back. If we really lose, it must be Albert's fault. Fred had a look of deep sorrow on his face. All right, stop messing around. Albert interrupted the few people who were about to say something else. Give it up. The black market is already saturated with anti-inflammatory drugs, and even if you really succeed, you won't make much money. Stop messing around. How much is a bottle of the anti-swelling medicine? Lee Jordan asked curiously. 3 Seco per bottle. The one who answered them was Elia. She pulled out a glass bottle containing an anti-swelling agent from her pocket. This stuff was really popular in the black market a while ago. Ever since Madame Pomfrey revealed the secret to swollen sausage lips, many people have been carrying a bottle of de-swelling potion with them, just in case they accidentally get hit. No one wants to be the subject of ridicule. Why does this mark look so familiar? Lee Jordan examined the mark on the bottle. Everyone turned to look at Albert. Well, I made a big pot last time, kept a bottle for myself, gave some to others, and sold the rest. Albert didn't hide it at all. Actually, he never intended to sell the anti-swelling agent. Later, there was a time when he also got affected. After he took out the potion to reduce the swelling, someone asked him where he got it from, and then, Albert just casually set a price and sold the swelling-reducing potion to them. Of course, the glass bottles used for potions come from transfiguration and the duplication spell. Wow, by the way, you didn't even tell us about the black market. Hogwarts has a black market, and some students occasionally trade contraband items through it, such as things from Zonko's shop, or some illegal potions and prank items. Of course, there are also books on dark magic, and occasionally someone will ask for help in preparing some intelligence-enhancing potions. It's just that this kind of potion can easily be detected during exams, and every year at Hogwarts, a few of these unfortunate souls show up. Climax Chapter 270, The Greedy Men You Really Are. Greedy. After the meeting at the Spellbound Club, Isabel gave Albert this evaluation. Greed, is there? And, which aspect are you referring to? Albert turned his head to look at the witch walking alongside him. Greed in every sense of the word, Isabel said. Really? I've always thought of myself as a person who is easily satisfied. Albert didn't really mind Isabel's words, he knew she meant no harm and was just speaking casually, like a joke between friends. That's just an illusion created by your self-satisfaction. Isabel wasn't wrong, she felt that Albert now was like a bottomless pit, constantly devouring knowledge related to magic. The two strolled down the corridor, chatting casually and occasionally making small jokes. Fortunately, there weren't many people around, otherwise, who knows what kind of gossip would have spread. There are always some bored people in school who love to spread all sorts of gossip every place. Of course, there are also those who are jealous of Albert or Isabel, deliberately slandering them. I feel like I just asked a few more questions. Albert seized the opportunity at the spell club to ask Professor Flitwick questions. Of course, he is also thinking about getting Professor Fribby's signature. The mission in the Magic Forbidden Zone is almost complete. If you can avoid delaying it, it's best not to delay. Actually, Albert is still looking forward to leveling up the wizard bloodline to level 5, and he's also curious about where the upper limit of the panel skill levels is. More importantly, the increase in magical power benefits him in mastering magic faster and enhancing the power of his spells. How many questions is that of yours? Isabel's face twitched, she suddenly felt that Albert's face was thicker than her own. At that time, Albert's questions were read from a parchment, all related to the study of spells. However, since the parchment was too long, not only was Isabel stunned, but even Professor Flitwick was dazed for a few seconds. Later, the cursed professor went through the list and selected a few relatively easy questions to explain to Albert. Speaking of which, I'm not even as good as you guys in this regard. Moreover, how can the thirst for knowledge be considered greed? Albert retorted with utmost seriousness. Someone once said, can the actions of scholars be considered stealing? And beside, don't I remember Ravenclaw's motto being, knowledge is the greatest treasure of mankind? Albert said confidently. I didn't know Ravenclaw's motto had changed. Isabel also knew this was Albert's jest and didn't mind much, just correcting him. It should be extraordinary intelligence is humanity's greatest wealth. Anyway, the meaning is pretty much the same. Albert retorted. Isabel couldn't help but roll her eyes at Albert, ignoring his evasive argument. The two walked silently down the corridor, and after passing a few corners, she finally broke the silence again. Why do you want to learn the silent stretching spell? If you know how, you can teach me. As for the reward, we can negotiate. Albert said, I can give you another galleon. You're quite wealthy, aren't you? I made a small profit again last time. Unfortunately, I don't know it. The undetectable extension charm is a highly advanced spell, very difficult to learn, and even if you do learn it, you can't use it carelessly. Iceball reminded, the Ministry of Magic strictly restricts the use of the undetectable extension charm. If discovered, you could be heavily fined with a large sum of galleons. Actually, as long as you pay attention to the laws of the magical world, you'll notice one rule: as long as you don't get caught, it's not considered illegal. Albert said nonchalantly. This is the conclusion that Urban Daisy reached after reviewing the laws of the magical world, considered a legal loophole. You can ask Professor Smith, he should know the undetectable extension charm, if he is willing to teach you. Isabel said, as for the magic that can freeze objects, I don't recall anything at the moment. Albert once believed that the freezing spell was such magic. After all, it could be used to freeze the highly flammable ashen serpent eggs. However, it wasn't until he read the Book of Spells last year that he realized the truth was not as he thought. The freezing spell is not as he perceives it, freezing an object, but rather immobilizing the target and stopping its movement, more like a full-body immobilization spell. It's just that this spell has a broader range of applications, the most direct manifestation being that it prevents the alarm clock from ringing. This left Albert very disappointed. He originally planned to create a magical refrigerator or a cooling cup by summer,
but now it seems that this idea has completely gone down the drain. If possible, Albert would indeed like to invent a spell that can lower the temperature, but it is obviously not that easy to succeed. All those self-created magic spells like turning water into ice or freezing it into frost have gone to hell. However, what frustrated Albert the most was that there was actually an additional related quest on the mission panel: the remnants of summer. On a scorching summer day, being able to enjoy a box of ice cream, a bowl of shaved ice, or a cup of iced milk tea is undoubtedly a pleasure. So, in order to comfortably get through the summer, work hard to create a magical item that can lower the temperature. Reward: 1000 experience, freeze spell skill +1. Freezing spell. Albert had never heard of this spell, at least, after reading so many books, he didn't have any special impression of it. Albert also asked Professor Flyby, but the latter was not familiar with it. So, he thinks that this spell might not have been developed yet, and the mission is to have him develop this so-called freezing spell. Actually, Albert really wanted to complain. Was the mission to come up with the spell's name for him in advance? Although Albert admitted that his naming skills were quite poor, this isn't the main point. Developing an unknown spell isn't actually that difficult, but sometimes it can be quite challenging. Most of the time, spells are invented by accident. Albert felt that his chances of success were quite slim, so he similarly asked the genius Isabel for help. How can you say she's not a genius? Hermione had just started school not long ago, and she might have already invented her own spells. Who knows, maybe Isabel could surprise herself too. If they create a magical item that can lower the temperature and reward the freezing spell, Albert thinks he should be able to obtain the temperature-lowering magical item, without specifying whether it's physical cooling or magical cooling. Using magic to create a magical item that physically cools down isn't actually too difficult for Albert. I can help you. Isabel thought for a moment and said, however, I hope you can do me a favor. What's the matter? Katrina has been frequently visiting Professor Smith lately, and I hope you can help her. Isabel sighed and said, maybe I've put too much invisible pressure on her. How can I help? Albert's tone was a bit strange, and beside, aren't you just taking advantage of the situation? The principle of trade should be based on fairness. Then, I'll prepare a gift for you. Isabel thought for a moment and said, you can receive it in a while. All right, I'll do my best. Albert raised an eyebrow and eventually agreed. Actually, Albert can also understand Isabel's concerns. After all, he also has a younger sister, so he agrees with Nia. However, he always felt that Isabel in front of him had a sister complex. High-speed text typing Harry Potter and the Alchemist chapter list chapter 271, witnessing history. Albert never thought that Katerina needed his help, nor did he believe that she would accept his goodwill. He had known her for over a year and considered himself to have a decent understanding of what kind of person Katrina was. The McDougal sisters are both the type of people with rather stubborn personalities, and Isabel should be well aware of this. The previous matter was probably just a casual remark, and she never really expected Albert to be of any significant help. Albert didn't really care about this matter either. He had plenty of other things to keep him busy, so he had no time to pay attention to Katrina. However, he has been visiting Professor Smith more frequently, but the latter has politely refused to teach Albert how to use the silent stretching spell. Although it was expected, Albert still felt a bit disappointed, especially with the excuse Professor Smith used, which left him speechless. This defense against the dark arts professor believes that Albert should focus his limited energy on the study of ancient runes and even patted his chest, assuring that once Albert comes of age, he will surely become a renowned master of runes. Professor Smith's words, Albert is trustworthy, even more confident than the other party, but becoming a master of magic texts is not his life goal. As for wanting to learn the unseen stretching spell, Professor Smith secretly hinted to Albert that if he could help him open the entrance to the Ravenclaw chamber, he would teach him the disillusionment charm. Don't ask how Albert knew, the panel task has already popped up. Even if you don't want to understand the other person's hint, you can't avoid it. I don't know why, but Albert always felt that Professor Smith had a problem. Maybe it was some kind of psychological suggestion, but anyway, he became more wary of this professor with whom he used to have a good relationship, always feel like the other person wants to stir up some big news. Of course, this does not prevent Albert from continuing to seek guidance on magic from Professor Smith. The other party is still quite impressive in certain aspects, otherwise, Katrina wouldn't have come to him. I hope Professor Smith can provide me with some extra guidance. Everyone has a bit of a fighting spirit, and Katerina is no exception. She believes she is no less capable than anyone else. It's just that Katerina was born at the wrong time, and it was quite tragic. After being beaten up by her own sister and Albert from the same cohort, she ultimately came to terms with the harsh reality of her current goal is to catch up with the two of them, not to be left far behind. Until she can no longer see their backs, Katrina suddenly increased the frequency of consulting Albert. In his previous life, Albert had never been a tutor, so he wasn't exactly a good teacher, which is why Katerina often ended up just getting the answers. However, for a genius like Katerina,
having an answer is already enough. Geniuses can always eliminate what is unnecessary and find what suits them. Katrina's progress is very fast,
and she has completely surpassed all her peers except for Albert. Time is like a snail, slowly inching forward. Late January finally approached, and the Wizard Card Club's end-of-month gathering began again. This time, the number of students attending the gathering has significantly decreased, and only 34 members are left to sign up for the competition. Lee Jordan was mumbling something, always feeling that the Wizards Club had missed its best development time. Albert, however, did not feel the same way. The Wizard Club was no longer as popular as it once was, and most people were just temporarily interested. It was not surprising that the number of members had decreased a bit. After all, it wasn't a very exclusive club. I estimate that in a few months, all the members of the club will have left. Lee Jordan was anxious. He had put a lot of effort into the first Quidditch match. However, the improvement of the Wizard card is also progressing slowly, and it might be quite difficult to satisfy everyone. No matter how anxious you are, it won't help. As a new game, the Wizard card needs to withstand the test of time. Albert, on the other hand, remained very calm. Recently, he spent a lot of time and finally finished reading Ultimate Transformation and Extraordinary Transformation Techniques, but he didn't gain much from them. The only change was that his experience with transformation spells increased a bit. After Albert finished reading the transformation spell, he directly used his experience to upgrade his skill to level 2, and then began trying to create a new batch of wizard cards, but the results did not satisfy him. Unable to achieve detailed transformations, especially the images on the wizard cards, it's simply a mess. This made Albert feel frustrated for a long time, even doubting whether it was because he couldn't master the transfiguration spell. Professor Mag thinks Albert is overly ambitious, although he said that Professor Metamorphosis was still very pleased with his student's talent. This is the latest improved wizard card. Albert distributed his latest Lee Jordan cards and pointed to the content on them, saying, "I cast a transformation spell on the cards. Once the main card content on my side changes, the cards in everyone's hands will also change." Saying this, Albert gave a simple demonstration. The wizard card will become more and more refined, but it needs enough time.
We are now witnessing its growth and transformation. Can you cast transformation spells?
Several senior students were very surprised to hear that Albert had actually cast a transformation spell on the wizard card.
But that's S level.
I don't even know who voiced everyone's thoughts. Albert is only in 2nd grade, he's only in 2nd grade right now. Damn it, can geniuses do whatever they want? Field looked around with great interest at the shocked expressions on the faces of those around her. She was the first to know that Albert had learned the transformation spell, because it was she who initially helped Albert understand and practice the transformation spell. To be honest, Albert took a very short time to master how to use the transformation spell, which completely shocked her. However, due to their frequent participation in the transformation club together, Field was well aware of Albert's proficiency in transformation studies. Unlike the group in front of him who were so out of line. In the crowd, Truman's expression was complex. He realized that his former friend had completely surpassed him in magical prowess. No wonder their frequency of correspondence decreased significantly last year. They hardly ever talked about studying anymore. So it turns out it's no longer needed. Saying he wasn't jealous at all was a lie, but Truman still admired Albert's abilities and was prepared to switch their original roles, opting to consult Albert instead.
Ahem. Albert cleared his throat twice, signaling everyone to remain quiet for the time being.
Then, he explained the rules of the competition and stated that only 32 participants were needed, asking if anyone was willing to voluntarily withdraw. However, now everyone's interest in Albert himself far surpasses that in the Wizard Card Tournament, and they start to whisper and speculate about what level Albert has actually reached.
Rumor has it that you and Isabel are a couple. Is it true?
The one asking was Field. That guy was purely here to stir up trouble. Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes at Field, then cleared his throat and said, "First, finalize the list for the Wizard Card Tournament."
If I have time, I'll answer your question.
The originally slow progress suddenly picked up quite a bit, with 2 girls even saying they would forfeit on the spot. They seemed to prefer listening to various interesting gossip news.
We're just ordinary friends. Albert handed the registration notebook to Lee Jordan next to him, smiled at everyone, and said, "Well, I'll be on my way."
Before anyone could react, Albert had already disappeared in a flash. High-speed text typing Harry Potter and the Alchemist chapter list chapter 272, the morality of the corner. Speaking of February, there are many things worth noting. At the beginning of February, students in the 3rd grade and above can go to Hogsmeade. In the middle of the month, there is a Quidditch match, this time it's Gryffindor versus Slytherin, and at the end of the month, there will be selections for the Wizard Club's competition. Of course, in the end, this one is just for show. Time is like a limping old man, slowly making its way into February amidst the countless calls of students urging it on. Of course, not all students wish time would pass more quickly. Albert is one of them. He has recently felt that there isn't enough time, and even his leisurely and lazy moments have decreased. I really wish there were a time converter, however, the time consumed by the time converter is actually counted against the user. If the time converter is used too frequently to go back to the past, the user's lifespan will be reduced. Albert is considering whether to just throw all those troubles aside due to the sheer number of old friends. He basically needs to write a letter every day now, and there are still many things left unfinished in his notebook. Isabel was right, I was indeed too greedy. If it weren't for the skill panel, I would have been crushed and driven mad by all that stuff long ago. Hermione in her third year is the best example of forget it, now is not the time to stop and rest. While you're young, accumulate more capital. Once you have enough resources, you can live the life you want. Just hang in there for another year or two, and it will be fine. As for the problem with Voldemort, Albert has never really worried about it. After all, with the tall savior Potter backing him up, all he needed to think about was how to use Voldemort's matter to his own advantage. After all, the days when Voldemort ruled the wizarding world were the darkest times for both the wizarding world and England. Chaos meant opportunity. Albert took out his notebook and wrote down what he had thought of. This notebook was almost used up again. He flipped through it, sighed softly, stuffed the notebook back into his pocket, and then checked the homework he had just finished. He then began preparing to write a letter to Montague Fletch, arranging to meet him at the Three Broomsticks on his next trip to Hogsmeade. Albert indeed needed the swamp digger's fur. The mandrake root he had salted away a few months ago had been there for quite some time, and it wouldn't be long before it was completely transformed into a dark magic item. By then, the swamp digger's fur will be needed to counteract it. Otherwise, even Albert wouldn't dare to recklessly reprocess this dark magic item, for fear that he might end up in trouble himself. Montgomery Flesch's reply soon arrived. He probably didn't want the swamp digger's pelts to fall into his hands. However, from the words on the letterhead, it was not hard to see that the guy still wanted to take a big bite out of Albert's wallet. Do you really think I'm a child? Albert couldn't help but chuckle, casually tossing the parchment into the fireplace. Watching the flames turn the paper to ashes, a strange smile appeared on his face. Albert's laugh is so annoying. The lazy George happened to look up and see this scene, couldn't help but shiver, and elbowed Fred next to him, signaling him to look over at Albert. Who knows who's going to be unlucky? Fred muttered quietly. Next time to Hogsmeade, want to go? Albert looked around to make sure no one was nearby before asking in a low voice. Go, why not go? Lee Jordan said without looking up, just after Christmas, his pockets still bulging. Is that a letter from the thief? Fred felt he had guessed the answer. Well, it seems he hasn't given up on taking me down yet. If the negotiations fall through, Albert sneered continuously, we'll just rob him or strongarm him. Isn't this not very good? Lee Jordan put down his quill pen and looked at Albert with concern. Although he often plays pranks and likes to break school rules, Lee Jordan is essentially a good person. Indeed, it's not very good. Albert did not deny this. However, Montague Fletch is not exactly a good person either. That guy is a professional con artist and a petty thief, also moonlighting as a black market dealer. He's been involved in quite a few shady deals, so if the other party doesn't want to make a fair trade, there's no need to be too polite with him. For a bad guy, Albert is absolutely right. I also think there's no need to be too polite. Fred and George exchanged glances, lowered their voices, and asked, how do you plan to handle this? A doppelganger spell, a sleep spell, a forgetfulness spell. Albert naturally knew exactly what to do. He wasn't worried about failing. Some things, when you plan for them, they can catch you off guard. Perhaps Montague is a very cautious guy, but he absolutely did not expect that the sheep he thought he was going to fleece was actually planning to rob him. In his past life, Albert considered himself a very moral person, and even when things fell apart, he never had such thoughts. In this life, with cheats, mastering magical spells, and spending over a decade under the influence of capitalism, his moral values from the previous life had long been kicked to the corner. To say something rather unethical, the primitive accumulation of capital has always been brutal and bloody. Look at Montague's choice, then decide how to handle this matter. Fred and George did not have a good impression of Montague's, so they agreed with Albert's opinion. Lee Jordan also agreed, and Albert did not intend to go too far. What are you discussing? Shauna walked over, still holding the books she had borrowed from the library. Discussing the wizard cards. Albert casually brought up a topic, and the three people next to him, already used to it, chimed in. By the way, have you heard? What did you hear? Fred asked curiously. A monster is hiding in the Forbidden Forest. Sana whispered, this afternoon, someone heard a terrifying beast roar while studying magical creatures on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest.
The Forbidden Forest, Beast roars. Albert immediately thought of Hagrid's Louis.
Maybe Hagrid is raising some dangerous creatures in the Forbidden Forest.
Fred joked. Should we go inside and see what kind of creature it is?
George's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he continued, we can ask Hagrid to come with us, it's his job to handle this. It seems that George's brain isn't too dumb after all. In just half a day, strange rumors began to spread throughout the school, saying that some dangerous magical creatures from the Forbidden Forest had ventured out to the outskirts. All sorts of rumors are spreading every place, and Professor Ketleben has already planned to move most of the classes to the lawn near the Forbidden Forest by Hogwarts. On a weekend morning, Albert was having breakfast in the Great Hall. At his side, Shauna was discussing third-grade course selections with Percy. In the second half of the second year, they need to choose courses for the third year. Although this information will be announced during the Easter holidays, Shauna learned about it in advance from her friend Percy and wanted to hear Albert's opinion.
Muggle studies, divination, and arithmancy are the easiest subjects for you.
After Albert finished off the slice of bread with jam, he said to Shauna, ancient runes is quite difficult, like learning a foreign language. I guess not many girls like care of magical creatures class. Of course, if you're confident, you can choose all of them.
Percy chose all of them, right? Yeah, the full selection will be very busy.
Percy Weasley nodded, the pressure will be great, and it will probably be even greater in fifth year.
Of course, there's no problem with Albert's estimate. What about you? Shauna looked at Albert and asked. All selected. Albert said. Then should I also choose all of them?
Sana murmured upon hearing this, Muggle studies is not difficult for us, so that leaves only 4 subjects.
You need to think it over carefully. Percy kindly reminded.
Although she knew that Shauna was also an outstanding student of the same age, taking 12 courses was still very stressful.
Don't compare yourself to Albert.
I heard he often sneaks into advanced ancient runes classes. He probably doesn't even need to study ancient runes much, and since he comes from a Muggle family, Muggle studies must be easy for him. This means that Albert actually only needs to focus on 3 elective courses. Actually, Albert's math skills are very high. After all, he once wanted to work in the finance industry.
Strange.
Why did I say once? After graduating, I got into the finance industry, but it was really just to find a quicker way to make money. Now he has found a faster way to make money, so his past financial dreams have long been kicked to some corner without him even realizing it. People, indeed, gradually change with age. However, this does not prevent Albert from reading some books related to economics. He himself enjoys reading and believes that this knowledge will come in handy at some point. After Albert finished off another golden egg in a big bowl of corn chowder, the ravenous Fred and George finally wrapped up their training and returned to the castle, eating as they complained to Albert about Charlie's devilish antics.
I'm going to find Hagrid later, do you want to come? Albert interrupted the two's complaints and asked. Never mind, let's just obediently finish our homework.
The 3 of them exchanged glances, ultimately deciding not to go with Albert. Their relationship with Hagrid can only be described as average, and they often go into the forest to cause trouble for him, making their encounters quite awkward.
Oh, never mind then. Albert didn't insist.
After finishing his breakfast and preparing to find Hagrid, a group of owls appeared above the Great Hall, carrying envelopes and packages, flying around the tables in search of their respective targets. Among them, an owl flew toward Albert and brought him a letter.
Thank you for your hard work.
Albert picked up the envelope and glanced at the sender's name, Adolf. Did you finally reply? Is it really because France is farther away from Scotland? Now, Albert sends long-distance letters directly using the school's strong owls. He reluctantly let the owl fly long distances, and given his frequency of sending letters, 1 owl was simply not enough. Fortunately, the school's owls could be borrowed for free, otherwise, he wouldn't know how much he would have to spend just on postage. Albert stuffed the letter into his pocket and walked toward the castle's exit. He crossed the fields and walked toward the cottage on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid was just outside the hut, holding a bough, with Fong following closely beside him, seemingly preparing to go hunting in the forest.
Good morning, Hagrid. Albert walked over to greet Hagrid. Oh, sorry, I need to head into the woods now.
Hagrid looked at Albert, who was busy rubbing the Yaya dog's head, and said softly, something's happened in the forest.
What's wrong? Albert asked. Louis ran away by himself. Hagrid looked around and said softly. Louis ran away.
Albert murmured, as expected. After Louis grew bigger, he bit through the vine and ran away on his own. Hagrid, quite helplessly, told Albert what had happened.
Have you mentioned this matter to Professor Dumbledore?
Albert frowned, glanced at his task panel, and indeed, there was another new task, looking for a pet. Hagrid's pet dog, Fluffy, has run away, and he needs someone to help find his pet dog. Reward, 1,500 experience, Hagrid's favor +10, receive a special gift from Hagrid, pet dog. Albert really wants to complain about the name of the mission. Isn't this really trying to mislead himself?
No, but.
Hagrid hesitated for a moment, then said quietly, Dumbledore seems to have a lot on his plate lately, and I don't want to trouble him.
You've already caused him trouble. Albert sighed and reminded, Don't be foolish, Hagrid, you have to tell Dumbledore about this.
The three-headed dog poses a significant threat to Hogwarts students.
Don't expect everyone to be able to defend themselves like I did against Fluffy.
Once the three-headed dog harms a student at the school, I dare say not only will you be kicked out, but Dumbledore will be in trouble too.
Albert said softly, We are much more fragile than you can imagine, and we can't withstand any more turmoil. Hagrid's face suddenly turned pale.
After hesitating for a moment, he nodded and said, If we can't find Lewis today, I'll tell Dumbledore about this.
Well, that's good. Albert suddenly asked. By the way, what are you planning to do, take it out? No, we can't do that.
Hagrid shook his head firmly. Magical creatures are not humans after all, and Hagrid doesn't have Newt's exceptional abilities, so it's quite normal for him to encounter some mishaps. Albert also knew that Hagrid would eventually be let down by his own pet. I'll help you find it, don't expect your bow to stop a three-headed dog. Albert didn't wait for Hagrid to refuse and continued, If it wants to run, you won't even have a chance to blow your instrument.
But. Hagrid hesitated, he didn't want to involve Albert. There's no but about it, let's go. Do you really think you can catch Lu Wei in the forest like this? Albert, of course, would never give up on this mission. But, don't forget, I once went into the Forbidden Forest all by myself, and beside, you are here with me now. As long as we don't encounter a giant eight-eyed spider, we shouldn't have too much trouble. Albert isn't afraid of entering the forest, but he doesn't want to encounter the eight-eyed giant spider. That group of spiders he had just defeated would probably hold a grudge. After all, they were intelligent beings, and he would hold a grudge too. If we encounter the eight-eyed giant spider, things are likely to get very troublesome. Thank you, Albert.
Hagrid scratched his head, suddenly feeling that having someone to help was really nice. Albert knows about Lewis's existence. If he helps cover for him, it will be easier to handle this matter, and he indeed needs assistance.
Let's go.
The two walked one after the other toward the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. P. Chapter 274. Where is Lu Wei? The Forbidden Forest is vast, but the dog is hard to find. Albert and Hagrid have been walking in the Forbidden Forest for over 10 minutes, yet they still haven't found any clues. To put it bluntly, they were just wandering aimlessly in the Forbidden Forest.
Hagrid, do you have any plans?
Albert thought that Hagrid, being the person involved, was probably so flustered that he didn't have time to think and had overlooked many things, so he spoke up to remind him. Albert didn't want to accompany Hagrid on a stroll through the Forbidden Forest. Although he felt his luck was quite good, relying on luck to get things done always seemed very unreliable to him. Hagrid, upon hearing this, tugged at his long beard several times, still unable to calm down. I don't have time to think about these things, and I'm not good at using my brain. I'm just planning to go into the Forbidden Forest first and see if I can find any traces left by Lu Wei. Sure enough, no plan, just preparing to search every place and try their luck. Albert couldn't help but sigh inwardly, stopped in his tracks, and helplessly looked at Hagrid, saying, Searching like this is purely a matter of luck.
If we're lucky, we might find it soon.
If we're not, it could take 10 days or even half a month.
Hagrid fell silent and said to Albert, My mind is a complete mess right now. I know you're smart, so tell me, what should we do now? Albert tentatively asked, How did you find things before? Wandering around in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid's face looked a bit awkward. I'm quite familiar with the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, but this will take a lot of time, and I'm worried that Lu Wei will run around and hurt the students of Hogwarts. Too much concern can lead to chaos. Albert sighed and raised two fingers, saying, There are two ways. First, ask the residents here. You should know the inhabitants of the Forbidden Forest, right? Residents, inhabitants. Hagrid asked Albert somewhat confusedly, Are you referring to centaurs? Not just centaurs, but other magical creatures too. Albert reminded Hagrid, a three-headed dog is a very dangerous magical creature. Without your feeding, it would need to hunt to fill its stomach. It is definitely a top predator on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, and most animals have specific ranges of activity. Of course, it would be even better if the centaur could provide useful information. Hagrid immediately understood. The three-headed dog was roaming the Forbidden Forest, but it always needed to fill its stomach, which meant Fluffy would be attracted to the bountiful hunting grounds. This was also one of Hagrid's original concerns. What if Fluffy got hungry and attacked the students? There aren't many animals in the Forbidden Forest during winter. Let's first go to a few nearby places where animals are dense to look for Lu Wei.
Hagrid led the way ahead. He was very familiar with the Forbidden Forest and knew where to find animals in winter.
The second method is the Felix Felicis. Albert saw Hagrid react and then followed behind while speaking. What is that?
Hagrid had never heard of Felix Felicis. The magical knowledge he had learned was not necessarily as extensive as Albert's. It's a luck potion, a magical potion that makes your luck better when you drink it.
I still have a bit of luck potion left. If we really can't find Luwei, we can use it to try our luck. Albert casually explained. Of course, it doesn't guarantee success.
Hagrid let out a sigh of relief, thinking that having a reliable helper was truly wonderful. At least, he wasn't worrying alone anymore. At first, Hagrid left food in the place where Luwei was originally kept and checked it every day. Although there were signs of the food being bitten, it wasn't Luwei who did it. The two walked on the snow for a while longer, and Hagrid pointed to the tracks on the ground, saying, "There's a game trail here. Occasionally, there will be deer or other animals passing by. However, most animals drink water from the nearby river in winter, where there are springs that don't completely freeze over upon reaching the riverbank." We indeed found many signs of animal activity, but we still hadn't found any footprints left by Luwei.
We'll keep going up.
The spring is located near the centaur's activity range.
Let's go see if the centaurs have seen Luwei. It's hard to keep things happening in the Forbidden Forest a secret from the centaurs.
After receiving Albert's reminder, Hagrid quickly got into the swing of things. Although this approach was equally unreliable, Albert couldn't think of a better way.
Wait, Hagrid, let me try the summoning charm.
Albert suddenly thought of something, so he raised his wand and cast a spell toward the surrounding forest.
Come here, Fluffy. The summoning charm works on living beings as well.
Albert considered his magical power to be quite strong already, and if he were lucky enough, the three-headed dog might come back on its own. This is the most ideal situation. Of course, reality is quite harsh if failed. However, thinking about it, a magical creature like a three-headed dog probably has a strong resistance to magic.
Unless Albert uses the Elder Wand to cast the spell, there's no hope of success.
He just wanted to see if he could make some noise. If luck was on his side, he might actually succeed. Hagrid looked at Albert casting the spell, then glanced around the surrounding forest, feeling a bit disappointed.
Hagrid, do you know how to use the summoning charm? How about trying to summon something from Luwei using the summoning charm? Albert thought for a moment and then said, I mean something like a dog pen.
No, Luwei grew up too fast. I didn't put a collar on him. Hagrid felt a bit embarrassed. Albert found himself at a loss for words. The three-headed dog during its growth phase really did grow quickly. The two continued to walk upstream along the river, entering the centaur's territory. Before they could walk far, they heard some noise coming from the side, so they raised their bow and aimed in the direction of the sound, asking, "Who is there?
Come out! Come out! It's me, Hagrid."
The chestnut centaur stepped out of the forest, his gaze sweeping over Hagrid and landing on Albert, then looking back at Hagrid and saying, "You shouldn't have brought the foal here."
"Ronan, have you ever seen a three-headed dog?" Hagrid eagerly asked his centaur friend. The chestnut-colored centaur didn't respond but instead scrutinized Albert again and asked softly, "Have we met before?" "Yes, last night. Thank you for your help, Ronan,"
Hagrid repeated, his voice tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction. No one likes to be ignored, and Hagrid was no exception.
"Seen it, Hagrid, a three-headed dog.
It's not very friendly, seems hungry, and the centaurs on patrol drove it away with arrows.
You can go over there and try your luck."
Ronan raised his hand and pointed in a direction, the one that Albert and Hagrid had just come from. Hagrid glanced at the direction Ronan was pointing, falling into a brief silence.
"You are half the masters here. Can you help Hag find his little pet? I think you shouldn't mind either."
Albert tried to seek help from the centaurs. Albert's words were not yet finished when Hagrid pushed him, signaling that it was time to go. Albert looked at Hagrid with a strange expression, but quickly shut his mouth.
"Goodbye, Ronan, thank you for the information." Hagrid bid farewell to the centaur.
The centaurs won't help. Wait until Hagrid takes Albert far enough away, then he says, "Centaur are always like that, don't expect them to be of much help."
"Let's go, we should keep looking. I have a feeling we might find Luwei today."
Having a hunch is useless. Albert couldn't help but want to complain. He thought that if Hagrid had been honest with Dumbledore, he might have already found his little pet.
"By the way, Hagrid, do centaurs have a wide range of activities?" Albert remembered something and asked curiously. "Yes, it's quite extensive," Hagrid reminded. "When dealing with them, you need to be especially careful. Most centaurs don't like wizards."
Chapter 275, Ambush. Before leaving, Albert glanced back at the jungle behind him and said to Hagrid, "Centaur probably sees no difference between wizards and muggles.
Those guys would rather be hermits, complete bystanders."
Hagrid, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped, glanced at Albert, looked around, and said, "Centaur are indeed hard to get along with. It took me many years at Hogwarts to learn how to deal with them. I have gone through the centaur literature in the library. They are very skilled in magical healing, divination, archery, and astronomy." Since dealing with the centaurs, Albert also took some time to look up information about them. This group of fellows would rather be considered beasts by the Ministry of Magic than deal with wizards. In the Ministry of Magic, there's a joke about being sent to the Centaur Liaison Office, meaning that the person will be immediately fired, because no centaur has ever used the Centaur Liaison Office, and they don't welcome people from the Ministry of Magic. Don't mess with centaurs, they're usually very proud. Hagrid reminded worriedly, knowing that Albert did not get along well with the centaurs. "I usually don't go out of my way to provoke others." Albert shook his head and followed Hagrid, heading in the direction Ronan had pointed. However, luck was not on their side. The two had been searching the Forbidden Forest for a long time, yet still hadn't found any trace of Lu Wei. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. This is not a good sign. "Go back, Hagrid." Albert looked at Hagrid's back and suggested aloud, "We need to find another way. I'm planning to meet with Aragog." Hagrid hesitated for a moment and said, "Maybe Aragog will know where Lu Wei is." "Who is Aragog?" Albert asked curiously. He thought that it might be the name of a Acromantula. In the 6th book, Hagrid had buried an Acromantula. "Aragog is what I raised before." Hagrid hesitated for a moment, but still told Albert, "An Acromantula." "Is it really an Acromantula? I'm not going with you. Last year's incident didn't go well with those big spiders. Be careful on your own." Albert didn't oppose Hagrid going to find his Aragog, but he wouldn't go, knowing it's a lamb going into the tiger's den, still pushing forward desperately. Only a fool would do that. "Don't worry, with me here, they won't hurt you." Hagrid patted his chest vigorously, assuring, "You probably don't know, but last year, to save George and Fred who were surrounded by Acromantulas, I killed several Acromantulas and took down hundreds of them." Albert glanced at Hagrid, his expression suddenly turning strange. "Of course, I believe you will do your best to ensure my safety, but I don't trust the Acromantulas. They are inherently cruel and enjoy eating human flesh. I believe those big guys won't mind if I throw myself into their web. With me around, the Aragog's colony won't harm you." Hagrid paused for a moment and then said with certainty, "Aragog might not, but the other Acromantulas will. Only a powerful dark wizard could possibly command those giant spiders with force." Albert didn't doubt Hagrid's words, but he didn't trust Hagrid's judgment. "I'm going back." He turned around, preparing to find a place to apparate, directly returning to the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts. "Wait, I'll take you back." Hagrid wasn't at ease with Albert going back alone, since the other person kindly helped him find the way. He also needed to be responsible for Albert's safety. At that moment, a rustling sound suddenly echoed around them, as if something was quickly moving toward them. "Be careful, come to my side quickly." Hagrid raised his bow and aimed in the direction from which the voice came. Albert had already raised his guard to the highest level the moment the sound was heard, wielding his wand and preparing to use a defensive spell to protect himself. However, it was already too late. A shadow darted out of the forest like an arrow, lunging at Albert. "Watch out!" Hagrid, both startled and angry, shot an arrow at the shadow, but it was easily dodged. Just as the shadow was about to pounce on Albert, muttering something under his breath, raised his left hand and made a pushing motion forward. Bang! A dull thud echoed through the Forbidden Forest. The shadow that attacked Albert at high speed slammed into an invisible magical shield, just like a rampaging bull crashing into a thick wall, and the outcome was naturally self-evident. The shadow was directly rebounded by the force, being flung out and crashing heavily to the ground, unable to get up again. Thunderbolt explosion. Albert waved his wand and struck the attacker with the most lethal spell he currently mastered. An orange spell concentrated on the shadow, instantly shattering it to pieces. The attacker's body was blown apart in the explosion, and Albert had to step back. Looking at the spider leg that had fallen at his feet, he murmured, "What a pity, that was a bit too extreme of a reaction." The corpse of the eight-eyed giant spider was almost blown to pieces, rendering it worthless. Watching the large amount of gold coins slip through his fingers, Albert felt a bit helpless about his overly aggressive reaction earlier. The sudden change just now made Hagrid's emotions fluctuate wildly like a roller coaster. He was originally angry that something was preparing to ambush Albert, but unexpectedly, Albert counter-killed the opponent in the blink of an eye. "Are you okay?" Hagrid immediately stepped forward to check Albert's condition. "Nothing's wrong," Albert comforted. "Since I dare to enter the Forbidden Forest with you, I naturally have ways to protect myself." Hagrid showed a grim smile, looked up at the shadow that attacked Albert, his expression becoming even more complicated. Although the body had been blown apart by the explosion spell, Hagrid was still able to recognize the identity of the attacker. An eight-eyed giant spider. After seeing the corpse of the acromantula, Hagrid's face instantly turned grim. Just a moment ago, he had been pounding his chest, assuring Albert that he would definitely ensure his safety, but now, this isn't your fault. Albert reached out and patted Hagrid's shoulder, saying, "I'll head back first." "Don't, I'll take you back." Hagrid quickly followed, not daring to let Albert go back alone after such an incident. "Don't worry, we'll find Louis," Albert casually reassured. "After all, the protection for the Philosopher's Stone will be using it next year. However, I still think it's best if you take the initiative to confess this to Professor Dumbledore yourself," Albert said. "The headmaster won't blame you." Hagrid fell silent again, hesitating. "Think carefully, it's best to find it before Louis gets you into trouble." On the way back to Hogwarts, the two did not encounter any more attacks and smoothly returned to Hagrid's hut. Before parting with Hagrid, Albert arranged to meet in the afternoon. Chapter 276, The Solution. Just as he passed through the hall, Albert was suddenly surrounded by Fred, George, and Lee Jordan. "What's wrong?" Albert looked at the three of them, puzzled, and asked. "George saw you and Hagrid coming out of the Forbidden Forest." After making sure no one was around, Fred lowered his voice and asked, "Did you go into the Forbidden Forest to hunt that creature? This is such a fun thing, and you didn't even invite us." George protested from the side, and Lee Jordan nodded in agreement. "You didn't go yourselves, I even asked you this morning if you wanted to go together." Albert was immediately speechless and pointed out that it was the three of them who didn't go. "Ahem, that's not important." George cleared his throat and said, "By the way, have you finished your homework?" Albert started to change the subject. "This isn't important, let's set it aside for now," Fred said. "Not important." Albert deliberately emphasized his tone and said, "Really not important." The three of them suddenly felt guilty. Not long ago, they had just finished their confinement, so naturally, they didn't want to be confined again. "All right, Hagrid and I took a stroll around the Forbidden Forest, but we didn't find anything," Albert said irritably. "I've been walking for so long that my feet are sore." "What, do you want to give me a massage?" The three of them shook their heads in unison. "I know what you're thinking, but this isn't a game. The Forbidden Forest is very dangerous, and Fred and George should know that well. Also, not wanting to do homework will definitely get you detention." The three of them were very awkward, but they still gathered around to let Albert talk about what happened in the woods. "Please provide the text you would like to have translated." "Is that it, nothing more?" A few minutes later, Lee Jordan widened his eyes in disappointment. He had originally thought something interesting would happen, but in the end, nothing did. Albert and Hagrid were just wandering around the Forbidden Forest, which was utterly disappointing for them. "Otherwise, do you think what would happen, Hagrid battling that monster?" Albert's tone became even more unfriendly, causing the three of them to obediently shut up and not dare to complain anymore. "The story is very exciting, but that's because the storyteller usually picks the most thrilling parts to narrate. However, this is reality, and in reality, most of the time is quite mundane. Is your fat tongue candy ready? Without our own products, we can't joke around with the prop store," Albert said to the twins. Fred and George flew away in a flash, probably to the library to look for information. "Is everything ready for the Wizards Club?" Albert looked at Lee Jordan, who was about to slip away, and said, "Hosting this match is a great opportunity for you. Don't you think you should give it some serious thought on how to do it well?" Lee Jordan also slipped away. "Compete with me? Humph, you're still too green." Albert unwrapped a chocolate hard candy and popped it into his mouth, feeling even more cheerful. After returning to the public lounge, Albert took a book and sat in the armchair by the fireplace to warm himself and rest. After 11 o'clock, Albert went to the library to do his homework. Fred and the others had already gathered the information, which saved Albert some trouble. He didn't spend much time looking for data and quickly finished the paper. Second grade homework is no longer challenging for Albert, but he doesn't mind putting in a little effort. "Can you take a look at the manuscript for the Transformation Club?" Katrina sat down beside him and pushed a paper in front of Albert. "Wait a moment." Albert tidied up his things, picked up the parchment, and read it at a glance. "How should I put it? This is a paper, but it can't really be called an academic paper or anything like that." The reason is attributed to Katrina's insufficient knowledge, making it difficult for her to clearly explain her own ideas. However, the fact that a second-year wizard could write such a paper shows that Katerina has put in a lot of hard work. But today's Transfiguration is an academic journal aimed at the entire British wizarding community, so, at your current level, this paper is already quite well written. I suggest you finish studying the books on metamorphology first, and then expand your knowledge base. Also, academic papers require some of your own perspectives, understanding, and insights about metamorphology, rather than relying on others. Albert gave his own suggestion, saying that if he were to help with the revision, it would naturally be no problem. However, Albert felt that this wouldn't be beneficial for Katrina, and the other party might not even appreciate it.
Oh. Katrina felt a bit disappointed, but she still understood Albert's suggestion. You are truly impressive. Katerina sincerely exclaimed, I heard from Professor McGonagall that today in Transfiguration is going to award you the most promising newcomer award. Is there a bonus? Albert suddenly asked. I don't know. Katrina paused for a moment, then shook her head and said, Here, you should have confidence in yourself. Albert smiled and took out a few candies, handing them to Katerina. Candy helps to lift your spirits, consider it my way of sharing the joy you brought. Share happiness. Katrina opened the candy wrapper, ate a piece of candy, and secretly glanced at Albert. She felt that he didn't seem to care much about the so-called Best Newcomer Award. Of course, if the Best Newcomer Award came with a cash prize, it might be a different story. He's really a strange guy who just can't get enough money. Regarding winning the Most Promising Newcomer Award, Albert indeed didn't care much. Ever since he had a bunch of old friends, writing a letter for him was like writing a thesis. Fortunately, he had the knowledge provided by the panel, which allowed both parties to correspond happily. Over the course of several months of practice, Albert's skills and experience grew more and more, which is also why he persisted in the correspondence. The experience brings motivation, although it's very realistic. That's just how it is. An alternative way to take advantage, and he has become more familiar with magic. Of course, letters aren't always just academic papers. Sometimes we also chat about some gossip from the magical world or some behind-the-scenes news. During lunch, Fred and George were whispering mysteriously to each other, and no one knew what they were talking about. Albert couldn't be bothered with them either. After eating, he went straight back to his dorm, found the hidden fortifying elixir, measured out a small amount, took a sip, and squinted his eyes to feel the changes brought by the elixir. Yeah, this feels great. Albert's mood became even more cheerful. He stuffed the Felix Felicis into his pocket, strode out of the common room, and prepared to find Hagrid. I felt that this time, he would succeed in solving the problem. Albert was on the moving stairs when he saw Professor Smith's back. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he changed his route, quickly stepping forward to greet him. Professor Smith. Albert, is there something wrong? It's Hagrid, he's gotten into some trouble, can you help keep it a secret? Albert pretended to be troubled as he said, Hagrid. Professor Smith looked at Albert with confusion and said, I'm not very familiar with Hagrid. What's wrong with him? Oh, of course, I will definitely keep it a secret. A while ago, Hagrid was raising a three-headed dog in the Forbidden Forest. Later, the three-headed dog ran away on its own. Albert looked around and said softly, No wonder there were such rumors a while ago. Professor Smith looked at Albert and smiled, Do you want me to help you find that three-headed dog? No, I want to tell Dumbledore about this. Albert shook his head and said, You need a password to enter the headmaster's office. Is that so? Professor Smith knew why Albert was looking for him. You're in luck, the principal should still be at school. Follow me. High-speed text typing Harry Potter and the Alchemist chapter list chapter 277. The arrival of the Luffy. Albert followed Professor Smith, walking silently forward. After turning a corner, he stopped in front of the statue of the Griffin. Chocolate Frog. Professor Smith said the password to the statue in front of him. The statue of the Sphinx came to life, jumped to the side, and the wall behind it split in two, revealing an upward staircase. Keep up. Professor Smith passed through the gap in the wall and stepped onto the spiral stone staircase. Albert hurriedly followed, and as he stepped onto the staircase, the gap closed behind him. The next moment, the stairs slowly and automatically rose, bringing the two of them to the door of the principal's office. Professor Smith stepped forward and knocked on the door. The door opened silently, and the two walked into the principal's office one after the other. This is already Albert's second time coming to the principal's office. There was no difference from the last time he came. The portraits of male and female wizards on the surrounding walls pretended to sleep again after they entered and exited. Rowena, is something wrong? Dumbledore was writing a letter at his desk, looked up at the two who had entered, and spoke. Albert has something to discuss with you regarding Hagrid. I think it's better if he tells you himself. Professor Smith moved aside, allowing Albert to come and explain to Dumbledore. Hagrid. When Dumbledore shifted his gaze to Albert, the parchment on the table had already been automatically placed into an envelope and sealed with wax. He took the letter and handed it to the phoenix standing on the branch of the sycamore tree,
and the fox flew away with the letter in its mouth. Is this treating a phoenix as an owl messenger? Albert shifted his gaze away from the phoenix and began to tell Dumbledore about Hagrid. Hagrid secretly raised a three-headed dog named Fluffy in the Forbidden Forest, and his three-headed dog suddenly ran away, possibly wandering around the outskirts of the school. He spoke very carefully, including how Hagrid didn't want to trouble Dumbledore, and was now running around the Forbidden Forest looking for Lu Wei's whereabouts. Albert spoke while observing Dumbledore's changing expressions, but the headmaster's face remained unchanged, still quietly standing there listening to Albert finish his story.
Principal Dumbledore, you won't expel Hagrid from the school, right? Albert pretended to be worried and asked.
No, Mr. Anderson, your judgment and handling of the situation were very correct.
Gryffindor earns 20 points.
Dumbledore smiled at Albert and comforted him, saying, a three-headed dog is indeed a dangerous magical creature.
You did the right thing. It's best if we find it and settle it before it causes any trouble. Principal, how do you plan to deal with the three-headed dog? Albert asked again. Sending it back to its homeland is the best choice.
Dumbledore did not hide the way he dealt with the three-headed dog and said to Professor Smith, Mr. Ravenna, are you free now?
Of course, I'm available if you need help.
Smith said with a smile, I'm always ready to go into the Forbidden Forest to help look for the three-headed dog.
Well, let's go find Hagrid. Dumbledore said this and then prepared to leave. Principal, can I go with you? Albert quickly said, I promised Hagrid that I would help him find Lu Wei. Dumbledore looked deeply at Albert, nodded, and said, then let's do it.
Albert is very confident in Dumbledore. With his help, they should be able to find Lewis soon. This mission is a sure thing. The three of them left the castle and walked toward the small house on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid was having lunch when he heard a knock on the door. He stuffed the bread in his mouth, reached out to open the door, and said, Albert, what are you? His voice paused. Looking at Dumbledore standing outside the door, he immediately became a bit flustered. His gaze dropped to Albert standing beside Dumbledore, and he instantly understood what was going on. Sorry, Hagrid, but I think it's best to let the headmaster know about this before Lu Wei causes you any trouble. Albert looked apologetic. I don't want to see Louis harm Hogwarts students, and I certainly don't want you to get into trouble and be expelled from the school because of it. He felt that after taking the performance-enhancing drug, his acting skills skyrocketed, and winning an Oscar was completely within reach. Mr. Anderson's judgment is correct. We better find that three-headed dog quickly. Dumbledore smiled. What should we do now? Hagrid stepped aside from the doorway and asked uneasily, Albert and I searched the woods for a morning, and still haven't found any trace of Lewis. We will find it. Dumbledore comforted. Rowena, do you have any good suggestions? Sorry, I'm not very familiar with three-headed dogs. However, we can consult an expert in this field. Professor Smith suggested. Professor Kettleburr is an expert in the protection of magical creatures. Perhaps he can offer us some advice. This idea is not bad. Dumbledore nodded in agreement with Smith's suggestion. The four of them entered the Forbidden Forest together, heading toward Professor Kettleburr's hut. Albus, what brings you here? Professor Kettleben was feeding his pet flobberworm, looking at the four of them with a puzzled expression. Something happened. Dumbledore talked about the three-headed dog. Three-headed dog. Professor Kettleburg was very interested in it. So that's it, the shadow I saw last time was it. I was still investigating what kind of footprint it was. Professor Kettleburr, do you have any way to find it? Hagrid quickly asked. It's a pity, but finding it in the Forbidden Forest isn't easy. Professor Kettleburrow still offered them some advice. Food is hard to find right now. You might want to enter from that side. Food. Just like Albert's suggestion. Hagrid muttered to himself. They had been searching all morning and hadn't found any useful clues. We should go. Dumbledore seemed to be thinking about how to lure out the three-headed dog. I'll have the house elf prepare some fresh meat. Principal, can't we use the reverse tracking spell? Albert tentatively asked. Unfortunately, no. Dumbledore would naturally use reverse tracking magic, but the problem is that he knows nothing about Lu Wei right now, making it difficult to use magic for direct tracking. Can we try using the flying charm? Directly summon Louis. Albert continued to suggest that with the Elder Wand's support, Dumbledore might actually succeed. Of course, Dumbledore suddenly stopped in his tracks. Why don't you give it a try? I've tried, sir, but it didn't work. Albert explained, my magic isn't strong enough, the spell might have been resisted. It's not surprising at all, large magical creatures are very resistant to spells. Professor Smith explained, moreover, we don't know where it is now, it could be too far away or even hiding. We can cast the spell together. Dumbledore suddenly said, if the three-headed dog isn't too far from here, it should work.
How do we cast a spell together? Albert asked curiously. Recite Lue Fei and count to 3, and then we all recite it together. Professor Smith explained. As long as Lu Wei appears, I can immediately subdue him. Hagrid patted his chest and promised. Then let's get started. The three of them all drew their wands, exchanged glances, and began the countdown. Lu Wei is coming. They shouted in unison. Chapter 278. The unfortunate Lu Wei. The surroundings fell back into an eerie silence. Hagrid, who had been waiting nearby, finally couldn't help but ask, does the spell work? Although Albert failed to use the levitation charm last time, this time with Dumbledore here, Hagrid is confident it will succeed. I don't know. Albert shook his head and said, they're just trying out the flying spell here, just for the sake of trying. Anyway, even if they fail, there's no loss. The four of them were all waiting in place. If this move didn't succeed, if the three-headed dog didn't come, then they would have to choose another method. I believe that as long as we give Dumbledore a little time, he should be able to find the three-headed dog. Hagrid prayed silently while looking around, hoping to see Lu Wei flying over. However, after waiting for a few minutes, they still couldn't see the three-headed dog arrive. But then, from another part of the forest, they faintly heard some noises, which immediately caught the attention of the four. Let's go take a look. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with an unusual light beneath his glasses as he strode forward with great strides, completely unlike an elderly man. Professor Smith and Albert have also realized something and have followed Dumbledore's lead, only Hagrid is still confused, not understanding what has happened. Keep up, it might be Lu Wei. Albert turned back to remind Hagrid to quickly catch up with the two people ahead. The snow in the Forbidden Forest isn't very thick, but trying to walk briskly on it is still quite a pain. Although Albert is already taller than children his age, he still can't escape the fact that his legs are short. Short legs show their disadvantages in running and walking. Hagrid quickly ran over, scooped up Albert with one hand, disregarding his protests, and placed him on his shoulder, striding forward at a brisk pace. This kind of experience is a first for me, to be honest, it's quite bumpy. Sitting on someone else's shoulders isn't exactly a pleasant experience, at least not for Albert. Hagrid, could you put me down? Albert said helplessly. He would rather run down himself than be carried like this. You ran too slowly, and beside, I don't want you to encounter another sneak attack by the Acromantula. Hagrid had already caught up with Dumbledore and Professor Smith. He couldn't possibly leave Albert here. The sound that just came from ahead is not far away. When the three of them hurriedly chased after it, they discovered a cave-like structure resembling tree roots, as if, it had been hit by something, or rather, Albert's face twitched. He seemed to have an idea of what was going on here. It was just hiding here. Professor Smith stepped forward to inspect the entrance, discovered some deer bones, and whispered, it must be due to the flying charm that the three-headed dog smashed the den. The entrance to the cave is in the opposite direction from where they came, and the interior space was already small, so it was completely ruined. Smith's fingers brushed over the vine above, rubbing the bloodstains, and he said softly, the levitation charm works on Cerberus. For some reason, Albert always felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort in his heart and frowned as he looked at Professor Smith. It ran away. Dumbledore pointed to the footprints and a bit of blood above and said, it probably got a bit hurt. I'll go chase after them. Hagrid prepared to follow the footprints. No need, just using the summoning charm once will bring that three-headed dog over here. Professor Smith said, that sense of discomfort has intensified. Albert looked at Professor Smith, squinting his eyes. He already knew where the sense of incongruity was coming from. Flying spell, Lu Wei, is it a mind capture technique? It seems that level 3 of the brain closure technique isn't very safe either. Albert sighed inwardly, thinking that Professor Smith must be very skilled at extracting thoughts. What's wrong? Professor Smith sensed Albert's gaze and turned to ask. Nothing, let's get started before Lu Wei runs too far. Albert shifted his gaze toward Dumbledore and nodded. Then let's do it again. Dumbledore raised his wand as well. Actually, Lu Wei is really unlucky. Cerberus, such a magical creature, may not have the same resistance to magic as a fire dragon, but it's not weak either. It's just that it encountered Dumbledore. Dumbledore, wielding the Elder Wand, cast spells of immense power. In addition, Albert, who had taken Felix Felicis, also demonstrated very powerful magical abilities. A level 4 wizard bloodline is not just for show now. Albert can unleash the magical power of an adult wizard, and with the help of the Felix Felicis potion, casting the levitation charm is quite perfect. Smith is a pure blood wizard and has considerable skill in defense against the dark arts, so his magical power is naturally not weak. The three of them exerted their strength together, and even if Lu Wei was unwilling, he would still be dragged over by the flying spell. Make way. Dumbledore noticed something flying toward them and reminded everyone to make way. The four quickly cleared a space. After the three-headed dog flew over with a whimper, it looked a bit miserable.
Hagrid immediately stepped forward, wrapped his arms around Lu Wei's neck, and angrily patted its head. Albert watched this scene, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. The three-headed dog, which looked so fierce, somehow seemed quite pitiful in Hagrid's hands.
All right, Hagrid, put it on for now.
Dumbledore conjured 3 collars and chains, instructing Hagrid to put them around the three-headed dog's neck.
First, take it back and let Severus treat its wounds on the head.
Oh, all right. Hagrid nodded repeatedly, then looked at Lu Wei, giving its restless head a slap.
Letting you run around every place, with nothing to eat, you've gotten all skinny. Hagrid, has Lewis come of age?
Albert scrutinized the large dog in front of him and couldn't help but take a few steps back. The three-headed dog is really too fierce. If you're not careful and get ambushed, you might just get bitten to death. Of course, the saliva and the foul smell coming from Louis's mouth were the main reasons Albert stepped back. It was probably because Louis had been eating rotten meat frequently during this time. The smell was really quite unbearable.
Not yet, it might need a few more months to mature. Hagrid thought for a moment and pled, can I wait until Lu Wei comes of age and then send it back to Greece? I promise it won't cause any more trouble.
Hagrid. Dumbledore seemed to have thought of something and changed his mind, saying, all right, but you need to keep an eye on it and don't let the other students find out.
I will keep the secret. Albert immediately said. Me too.
Professor Smith looked up and down at the three-headed dog, as if it were the first time he had seen such a magical creature.
Is this Professor Smith's first time seeing a three-headed dog? Albert asked curiously. Well, the first time. Professor Smith said with a smile, well, it's pretty much what I expected.
The 4 of them went directly to Professor Kettlebird's cabin. He was more than willing to help Lu Wei with his head injury, so Albert and Smith took their leave and returned to the castle. Professor Smith, I've recently made a small breakthrough in runes and might know how to open the secret door to the Ravenclaw chamber. Albert, taking advantage of the fact that the Felix Felicis effect hadn't worn off yet, said to Professor Smith with a smile.
Really? That's wonderful. Professor Smith looked very excited and couldn't help but ask, when are you available?
After going back, I'll give it a try, but I'm not 100% sure I can succeed.
Albert added another remark. If you fail, just keep trying.
Smith, on the other hand, patiently comforted Albert. On hiatus Gaven, on leave, outline revision in progress. Chapter 279, Secrets. The 2 returned to the castle and quietly entered the room of requirement without disturbing the students. Albert pretended he knew nothing, and thanks to the help of the luck potion, his acting was outstanding.
Success!
Albert let out a breath, turned his head to look at Professor Smith beside him, and revealed an excited smile. We did it, Professor, we did it.
Yes, you did it. Professor Smith's tone surprisingly carried a hint of satisfaction.
He reached out and patted Albert on the shoulder, praising, let's go in together. Saying this, Professor Smith stepped in first. Professor Smith's reaction was somewhat different from what Albert had expected. He quickly looked around, seemingly searching for something, but he didn't seem disappointed by the loss of the bronze book placed here, as if he already knew what the situation in the secret room was.
Professor, there's nothing here. Albert searched around, and after looking at the writing on the wall, he feigned a flustered demeanor and said, the books left by Ravenclaw were just taken away by someone. Those greedy folks are really annoying. To be honest, not being able to double that book of bronze is indeed a bit disappointing. By the way, Professor Broad said that if I could open the hidden door to the Ravenclaw chamber. Albert suddenly thought of a possibility, that book of bronze, it couldn't be, Dumbledore really has been here. Professor Smith's finger traced the writing left by Dumbledore. Squinting his eyes, he murmured, but why wouldn't he want to tell me? What's wrong, Professor? Albert looked at Professor Smith's back and asked softly. Nothing. Professor Smith, may I also leave my name here? Albert asked cautiously, just like someone visiting here. To be honest, doing this shows a lack of public spirit. However, Albert felt that he could leave some research here for future generations to admire. This is your right. Professor Smith smiled at Albert and said, do you need my help? No need, this is nothing I can't handle. Albert began to look for a space to carve his name. After finishing the engraving, he walked over to Professor Smith, his gaze landing on a certain name, and feigned confusion as he asked, is Wilda Smith an ancestor of the Smith family? I have no impression. Professor Smith shook his head and said, however, I do know that there is a surname called Wildsmith. Last name, Wildsmith. Albert was taken aback upon hearing this, and incredulously asked, is there really such a surname? Have you not heard of it? Professor Smith looked at Albert with a half-smile and said softly, this surname is quite famous, you know.
When Professor Smith mentioned this name, Albert felt a bit uncomfortable, the other person's scrutinizing gaze. It was quite penetrating, however. Professor Smith did not obtain any useful information.
No.
Albert shook his head, saying that his brain closing technique was already very advanced, and with the help of the blessing agent, he was able to disguise himself very smoothly. In fact, Albert had indeed never heard of this surname.
In the magical world, many wizarding families have their own secrets.
Although some ancient families have disappeared in the long river of history, a significant number have been passed down, and the Smith family is one of them, Professor Smith explained to Albert. Professor Smith explained to Albert, however, some of these families have always been very careful to hide themselves, so that others do not know their true nature.
The Wilder Smith family. Albert asked in confusion, but isn't he a member of your family? Well, I think I should have some connection with the Smith family.
Professor Smith did not deny this point. He continued, however, I am not currently the primary heir of the Smith family, and I am not very clear about some matters.
Professor, why are you telling me these things?
Albert asked in confusion. He vaguely felt that this was related to the issue of successors. To be honest, Albert really didn't want to get involved in this property dispute. Fighting over property has always been very cruel.
Because you are also a candidate for the Wildsmith estate.
Smith stated this very directly, causing Albert's eyes to widen in disbelief.
Waiting for what? Candidate. Candidate, what does this mean? Albert continued to play dumb. It's the heir's candidate. Professor Smith explained. Me? Heir candidate? Are you sure?
Albert raised his hand and pointed at himself, saying in astonishment, but I'm just a muggle wizard.
My parents are ordinary people and don't know any magic at all. Are you sure that the candidates for the Wildersmith are chosen for their exceptional magical talent and not because they are family? Magic genius. Smith looked Albert up and down, nodded, and said, this is indeed one reason. Isabel is also a magical genius. Albert reminded, moreover, she herself is a pure-blood wizard, so she is more likely to be the candidate you mentioned.
I heard that pure-blood wizards place great importance on their lineage and don't like wizards with muggle blood like me.
Well, how should I put it?
Smith stroked the writing on the wall and said softly, one of your family members must be a wizard, there's no doubt about it.
Impossible.
Albert and Professor Smith locked eyes and said very seriously, my parents and ancestors are just ordinary people, they don't know any magic, I can assure you of that. You are a candidate, I am very sure of this, otherwise Mr. Broad wouldn't have easily provided you with such conveniences.
Professor Smith was indifferent to the facts Albert presented, he trusted his own judgment more. What does this have to do with Professor Broad? Albert suddenly understood why Professor Broad didn't like this person. No one would like someone trying to dig up their secrets. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. You'll find out on your own later. Professor Smith interrupted Albert's question. Let's continue discussing the topic we were just talking about. The topic we were just discussing.
For example, that book of bronze, and that surname.
Professor Smith said actually, I don't really want to know. Albert cleared his throat lightly and explained, the more you know, the more trouble it will be. But you already knew, didn't you? Professor Smith looked at Albert with a half-smile. Originally, the Book of Bronze that was there was taken by Wilda Smith. Is the Book of Bronze at your place now?
Albert's eyes widened, his hands clasped together in a pleading gesture, and he asked, could I borrow it?
No, not at the Smith's house. However, I found similar information only after checking the relevant records.
Professor Smith continued to steer the conversation back to the surname issue. The Wildsmiths are one of the most mysterious families in the entire magical world.
I don't know, I haven't heard of Wilder Smith. Albert hesitated for a moment, then continued, really, is it not possible? Albert really doesn't understand. Flow powder. Professor Smith couldn't be bothered to explain either, and the Ravenclaw's bronze book really wasn't with him. This, flying powder, I actually know a bit about it.
They say no one knows how to make flying powder.
Albert felt that Professor Smith had just revealed the tip of the iceberg regarding his inheritance rights. The inventor of the flying powder was named Ignatia Wildsmith. Professor Smith has lifted the veil on the mystery surrounding this surname. The production of Flow powder is strictly controlled, and in the UK, only the Flow Powder Company is licensed to produce it. The company's headquarters are located on Diagon Alley, but that's just a shell. Professor Smith began to explain to Albert about Flow powder.
Flying dust has never experienced a shortage, nor has anyone else ever been able to produce it. Its selling price has never changed in 100 years, it has always been 2 sika per scoop.
So, you're saying I might inherit a large fortune from the fly powder and the Smith family?
Albert thought he might have guessed part of the answer. To be honest, the patent for the flying powder is quite good, but it will definitely come with a lot of trouble. Moreover, compared to the trouble brought by the flying powder, Albert doesn't really care about the wealth of the Wildsmith family. After all, money is something that, as long as you master the method of making it, you can earn it while lying down. This, actually, I'm not very clear about either. Professor Smith is equally in the dark about the actual situation. Much of the information was painstakingly gathered by him. However, Isabel is also one of the candidates. So, the heir of Wildsmith is based on talent, not bloodline. Albert's eyes widened, steering the conversation off course. There is definitely a blood relationship, but the closeness is hard to say. Isabel is actually my cousin. I thought you would care more about the flying dust issue. Professor Smith found it a bit tiring to talk to Albert. He could tell that Albert wasn't interested in these matters and didn't really want to know. Alright, there's one thing I'm quite curious about. Since flying powder was invented, it should have been hundreds of years. Why hasn't anyone truly cracked it yet? It is said that someone once made flying powder. However, it seems that the Wildsmith family has already silenced them. After all, if it were you, you definitely wouldn't let the formula for fly powder leak out, right? Why get rid of him? Anyone who can make flying powder is definitely talented. If it were up to me, I would definitely use threats and temptations to trick him into working for me. Albert was spouting nonsense with a straight face. Professor Smith was speechless, paused for a moment, and continued. Later, some people tried to use the methods that had been passed down to create flying powder, leading to the birth of pseudoflying powder. This powder contains ingredients like the powdered fangs of the Nicotiana snake. Did it work? Albert asked curiously. Failed. This powder is very dangerous. It can cause burns and even blow a person out of the chimney. At St. Mungo's, we see at least one case of fake fly injury every year. Professor Smith shook his head. Those people are really stupid. This formula might have been deliberately concocted by someone from the Wildsmith family to fool others. Albert maliciously speculated. Professor Smith, a professor, I have a question. Albert suddenly said. Why would I know this so well? Professor Smith retorted. Right. Because I was once one of the candidates. Professor Smith had no intention of hiding it. You should have guessed by now. Have you given up? Albert asked. No, I probably don't meet the criteria and have been abandoned. Why doesn't it match? I think you're amazing, Professor. Albert is speaking sincerely. Smith is not very old and has achieved good results in many fields. I don't know. Professor Smith shook his head and said, anyway, it just doesn't match. I obtained this information through some special means. Perhaps only by meeting the criteria and becoming the heir will all the secrets be revealed. I always feel like this is quite troublesome. Can't they just let Isabel inherit directly? Albert, on the other hand, straightforwardly expressed that he didn't want it. Don't you want it? Professor Smith was very surprised. I don't want it. I have this. Actually, making money is quite easy. Albert raised his hand and tapped his head, saying, besides, I'm so capable on my own, why should I follow the path others have laid out for me? Professor Smith was momentarily speechless. He never expected Albert to actually look down on that wealth. Well, one thing he had to admit was that Albert was indeed impressive, more so than most people perhaps. This is the pride of a genius. Professor Smith suddenly felt a bit jealous of Albert and reminded him with a hint of resentment, that's a huge amount of money. After hundreds of years of accumulation, this wealth is beyond imagination. I don't want it. Albert shook his head and said, whoever wants to inherit it, go ahead. I don't covet other people's money anyway. Taking something that doesn't belong to you will always bring unnecessary trouble. Although I like Galen, I've never been a greedy person. Sigh, I think I know why Professor Broad has high hopes for you. Professor Smith couldn't help but exclaim, if it were up to me, I'd be rooting for you too. Flattering me like this, you're going to make me blush. Albert continued, I heard that the professor is quite familiar with the Isabel family. Could you mention to them that I've given up that candidate status and let their family borrow some ancient books to take a look? You should go to Ravenclaw. Professor Smith said softly. I think Gryffindor is pretty good too. People shouldn't discriminate against others because of their house. Albert said earnestly. Professor Smith was silent for a moment, shook his head, and said, I don't think the chances are high. Think it over again, and don't rush into a decision. No, I think it's better if I just give up. Albert was very firm. He really didn't want to get involved in this matter. The Professor Smith in front of me still seems to want to become that so-called heir. Wait, he doesn't want to take out himself and Isabel, does he? It shouldn't be that bad. The two sides have no enmity. Or rather, is it that he desires something he cannot obtain, and thus, Professor Smith harbors resentment? Albert felt that he might be getting closer to the truth. Chapter 280, Special Reward. Should I write a letter to Professor Broad? Since bringing Professor Smith into the Ravenclaw chamber, Albert has been hesitating whether to inform Professor Broad about this matter. He could sense that Professor Smith entering Ravenclaw's chamber was not merely to obtain Ravenclaw's treasure, but for something else, or rather, Professor Smith wanted to confirm something with Will Smith. It's very likely that the other party might have already guessed something, but they weren't completely sure. Entering Ravenclaw's chamber and seeing Wilda Smith on the wall, they finally found the last key to the answer. Did I do something stupid? No, Albert does not think that his actions at the time were wrong. Whether he wanted to or not, he was already caught up in the storm after becoming a candidate, and what he did in Ravenclaw's secret chamber was merely to deceive Professor Smith. If he were to become an enemy, extracting as much benefit as possible from the other party would undoubtedly be the best choice at the moment. As for Professor Broad, Albert's instinctive intuition told him that the other party was likely a member of the Wildsmith family and would contact him, probably to determine if he met the requirements to be an heir. This feeling is really annoying. Sure enough, let's just flip the table directly. Albert's face revealed a malicious smile as he took out parchment and a quill from the cabinet, and began writing a letter to Professor Broad, informing him that he could now open Ravenclaw's chamber and telling him about the matter of the bronze book. Albert thought that Ravenclaw's bronze book might be in Professor Broad's hands, so he decided to complete the task first and then claim the reward. As for other matters, do whatever you want. After bringing Professor Smith into the secret room, the PY transaction mission was completed. When Professor Smith left the room of requirement, he also expressed his willingness to teach the non-detection charm. Although it is something to be happy about, there is also a risk in interacting with Professor Smith, especially after confirming that the other party has mastered the advanced technique of mind capture. Albert became less confident in the level 3 brain closure technique. He couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't make eye contact with Professor Smith. Do you want to level up again? Albert stared at the panel, hesitating. To be honest, upgrading the brain closure technique to level 4 should be able to avoid most of the Mind Master's scrutiny, but he would rather save the skill points to upgrade the Sorcerer's Bloodline. The benefits of upgrading the Wizard's Bloodline are very obvious, namely the enhancement of one's own magical power. A wizard's magical power has a limit, and generally, by the time they graduate from magic school, their magical power will have reached its peak and will no longer increase. The stronger the magical power, the more powerful the magic used will become. Most powerful dark magic requires magical strength as support, and the Killing Curse is the best example. Even if a low-level wizard casts the Killing Curse on someone, at most it will just make them bleed from the nose. This is also one of the reasons why most pure-blood wizards tend to be arrogant. It is undeniable that, for the most part, pure-blood wizards' magical powers are indeed stronger than those of Muggle-born wizards. If I can elevate my wizard bloodline to level 5, I can try wandless magic. Tom is actually the best example. When he was young, he could already use magic quite roughly. This is because his magical power is strong enough. If we were to quantify his talent, it would be at least level 4. As for Dumbledore, he should at least be at level 4. However, Dumbledore's magical power should be starting to decline. His current strength is more due to his wisdom, experience, and an unbeatable old wand of Voldemort was thoroughly beaten by Dumbledore, and it's not without reason after all. Dumbledore was equipped with divine gear. Forget it, protecting one's own secrets is still more important. As for the wizard bloodline, let's wait until we have skill points to upgrade. Albert upgraded the brain closure technique to level 4 through the panel, and the skill points accumulated from the tasks were down to the last 2. He closed his eyes, feeling the changes after the upgrade of the brain closure technique. Now, Albert could construct false memories according to his own will. This should be similar to the principle of the false memory charm. Let me see you try to pry into my memories again. Albert closed his eyes, hiding the parts of his memories that he considered important deep within his brain. And next is Hagrid's Find a Pet task, which has also been completed. I wonder what the special gift will be. I'm a bit looking forward to it. Albert received the mission, and now all that's left is to wait. Just as he was about to close the panel, he suddenly noticed a new mission appearing on the mission board. In the name of Will Smith. The Wildsmith family is famous in the wizarding world for selling flu powder, yet no one has ever known the members of this family. They have always kept themselves well hidden in the wizarding world, and now you might have the chance to become a member of this mysterious family and share in their secrets. Reward, unknown. Another mission with an unknown reward. By the way, when did this mission come up? Albert really didn't notice. Please provide the text you would like to have translated. During dinner, Albert heard Fred, George, and Lee Jordan talking about the matter with Lu Wei. However, no one knew that the monster they were talking about was Cerberus, and even less did they know that it was a pet of Hagrid. After Dumbledore returned from the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, he announced that the monster had been driven back deep into the forest and warned everyone not to enter the forest to avoid danger. Weren't you the one who went into the forest with Hagrid? Fred suddenly turned his head to look at Albert and couldn't help but ask, "Have you ever seen the monsters in the forest?"
Do you think Dumbledore would allow students to get involved in such dangerous matters?
Albert nonchalantly ate the black pudding on his plate, glanced up at Fred, and said irritably, "That's true. How could Dumbledore allow students to go on an adventure?" However, Albert's words might fool others, but Fred, George, and Lee Jordan certainly don't believe him, because Albert didn't answer their questions directly, indicating he might know something. The three of them exchanged glances, understanding each other's intentions. If there were any questions, they would ask back at the
dormitory. Just then, an owl flew over and dropped a package in front of Albert, nearly knocking over the jar of jam. It seems to be sent by Hagrid.
Fred snatched the package first, glanced at the sender's name on it, helped Albert open the package, and casually handed the box over. Albert opened the box and fell silent as he looked at the furry drawstring pouch inside.
"What is this?" Fred asked curiously. "I don't know. There's still a note inside,"
George reminded. Albert picked up the note and glanced at its contents. "Thank you for handling the matter with Louis. Dumbledore has already taken care of it. This small pouch is made from the skin of a chameleon lizard, quite rare. No matter what you hide inside, only the owner can take it out. Is this the special reward? Not bad. It can be used to store some relatively valuable items." Albert stuffed the leather pouch into his pocket, then gave the three of them a look, signaling them to shut up and keep eating. They could discuss this matter later when they got back to the dorm. Chapter 281, Defense Against the Dark Arts. A few more days passed, and the topic related to the creatures in the Forbidden Forest showed no signs of fading. There's no way around it. Even the professors are curious about what kind of monster is in the Forbidden Forest. Some imaginative students linked this matter to Hogwarts' motto, saying there was a fire dragon in the Forbidden Forest, and it was secretly raised by Hogwarts. Actually, it's just because they have too much free time that they spread rumors for no reason. If they really had to face those monsters, they would be scared out of their wits. In the afternoon, during Defense Against the Dark Arts class, someone finally couldn't contain their curiosity and brought up the matter to Professor Smith. It is said that Professor Smith was in the Forbidden Forest at the time, helping to drive away the creatures. Unfortunately, I did not see the appearance of that monster. Facing everyone's eager gaze, Professor Smith replied in a rather helpless tone, "At that time, I was searching for the monster's whereabouts separately from Dumbledore. In the end, I don't know if it was good luck or bad luck, but I ran into the headmaster.
It is said to be a dangerous fellow."
Seeing the look of regret on everyone's faces, Professor Smith smiled and reassured them, "Although I didn't encounter the monsters you mentioned, I did come across another kind of dangerous creature in the Forbidden Forest."
"What kind of monster?" Lee Jordan asked first. "Eight-eyed giant spider," Professor Smith said with a smile. "You should have seen it once, in Professor Boggart's class." The thing that terrified the two Mr. Weasleys was the eight-eyed giant spider. Suddenly, the seats were filled with whispers. "You probably don't know, but there have been rumors that the Forbidden Forest is home to a large number of acromantulas. I believe this is true, and it's one of the reasons why Dumbledore forbids everyone from entering the Forbidden Forest." Professor Smith did not forget to warn everyone. Because of the Lu Wei incident, the number of students sneaking into the Forbidden Forest in groups has suddenly increased recently. Hagrid is very troubled by this matter and has even put up several signs at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest, stating that anyone caught will be confined. Who knows what the magical classification level of the eight-eyed giant spider is? Professor Smith clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention back. "XXXXX." Fred spoke up. "Very well." Professor Smith looked around at everyone and sternly warned, "The eight-eyed giant spider is a naturally cruel giant spider. It can understand human speech, it can speak human language, but it also enjoys eating human flesh. So, do not doubt the intelligence of these fellows. With your current level of magic, encountering an eight-eyed giant spider, you probably wouldn't even be able to escape. What should we do then?" "The best way, of course, is to stay far away from them," Professor Smith said. "Don't think that just because you've learned a bit of magic, you can consider yourself impressive. And don't foolishly wander into the Forbidden Forest. That's irresponsible to your own life. If you die, Hagrid will have to go into the forest to collect your remains. Even I, if I were to be ambushed by an acromantula, could lose my life." "Can the eight-eyed giant spider really speak human language?" Professor Smith's words undoubtedly stunned most of the students, but there were still a few who were very curious. Yes, the eight-eyed giant spider can indeed speak human language. In their seats, Fred and George exchanged glances. Having truly encountered acromantulas, they found Smith's words a bit exaggerated. The person next to them was someone who had single-handedly taken on hundreds of acromantulas. "No, Professor Smith is not wrong. The eight-eyed giant spider is very dangerous. Not everyone is as lucky as you." Albert agreed with Professor Smith's words. Underestimating the eight-eyed giant spider was undoubtedly a very foolish thing to do. When facing the eight-eyed giant spider in the forest, one needed to be extremely cautious, fearing an ambush. Of course, if it were a one-on-one face-off, Albert believed he could take on the eight-eyed giant spider. Alright, this topic ends here. Professor Smith raised his hand to signal a stop and continued. Next, let's begin today's lesson by getting to know a magical creature called the kappa, which is classified as XXXX. To be honest, kabbas are not common in Europe, but, since the book mentions it, in Albert's eyes, the kappa is like the Japanese river spirit, living in shallow ponds and rivers. The reason for its XXXX magical classification is that the kappa drinks human blood and will try to strangle those who wade through the pond unprepared. By the way to deal with kaba is quite amusing. Just throw a cucumber with your name carved on it at kaba, and it won't harm you anymore. If you want to defeat kaba, you just need to trick kaba into bowing, because kaba has a hole on top of its head filled with water, and once the water spills out, it will lose all its strength, without a doubt. This interesting knowledge has amused many students. I don't expect you who have never encountered danger to understand. Professor Smith frowned slightly and warned, what you need to do is stay away from danger and remain vigilant at all times. Stay away from danger, always remain vigilant, understood? Professor Smith repeated, this saying is more useful than the knowledge I just taught you. Don't underestimate any magical creature classified as XXXX, or you'll definitely be in big trouble, even risking your life. The classroom fell into a dead silence as everyone stared at Professor Smith in shock, not understanding why he had suddenly become so stern. Dark arts defense has always been very interesting. Professor Smith always vividly describes them to us and sometimes even brings some magical creatures to class, but today was the first time something like this happened. Alright, you just need to submit a paper about kaba after class. Next, I will teach you how to identify and deal with werewolves. You can turn to page 394. Sir, in my opinion, the most important knowledge in this book is the part about werewolves. Professor Smith raised his hand to interrupt. Werewolves are very dangerous beings, although the chances of you encountering one are slim. If you are bitten or scratched by a transformed werewolf, it means your life will be completely ruined. That is a torment more painful than direct death. In the magical world, most werewolves, due to being oppressed and discriminated against, have begun to harbor hatred toward wizards and deliberately attack others, Professor Smith explained. Professor Smith explained, although not all werewolves are like this, don't expect most werewolves to be able to control themselves. A few cases can never represent the whole. During the full moon, werewolves cannot choose whether to transform, and after transforming, they forget their own identity, even seizing the opportunity to kill those around them. So, you need to learn how to protect yourselves. This is very important. In class, everyone was a bit confused, but still looked forward to this part of the lesson. In the wizarding world, wizards' fear of werewolves is actually no less than that of giants and Death Eaters. Chapter 282 The Alchemist. Dark history. After class, Albert deliberately stayed behind and cornered Professor Smith in the classroom, making him fulfill his promise to help him learn the non-detection stretching charm. The task rewards from the panel have this drawback: sometimes the rewards are delivered to him through other means. This time it's quite a hassle. Instead of directly learning the disillusionment charm, I have to learn it through Professor Smith. Tomorrow we're going to Hogsmeade. Once we deal with Montague and get the swamp digger's fur from him, the disillusionment charm will come in handy. Do you think the part one talked about in class was a bit too extreme? Professor Smith stopped in front of the office, turned his head to look at the distracted Albert, and asked, "It's indeed too early for most second-year students." Albert nodded. Professor Smith's teaching level was indeed very high, but Albert still had some doubts about whether this group of second-year students could grasp this part of the knowledge. "I'll probably leave Hogwarts early, just like Professor Burbage." Professor Smith turned the doorknob and said to Albert, "Probably around May." May. Albert wasn't too surprised. The curses in defense against the dark arts were indeed too dangerous. Leaving early for his own safety was the best choice. "Before you leave school, I will teach you as much useful knowledge as possible. Come in." Professor Smith invited Albert into his office. Albert sat on the sofa as he always did. "Still want bubble tea?" Albert replied. Professor Smith waved his wand and casually conjured a cup of milk tea for Albert. To be honest, Hogwarts students are very poor at defense against the dark arts. Professor Smith was talking to himself, as if discussing something interesting. You can't believe it, so many people, even most of those working in the Ministry of Magic, can't even cast a decent shield charm. They are simply terrible in the field of defense against the dark arts. "This is a time of peace," Albert replied without hesitation, "and the Ministry of Magic doesn't want them to master. Schools don't really teach students much.
Most of it needs to be taught by others or learned on their own. I heard some news, the mysterious person is still alive.
Professor Smith interrupted. Well, at the alchemy gathering, I heard other wizards talk about this. Albert nodded to indicate that he knew.
It's just that Albert felt that Professor Smith was not saying those things in class for this reason, but rather for other reasons.
Forget it, let's not talk about this. Professor Smith also seemed reluctant to discuss the matter.
I can probably guess why you want to learn the undetectable extension charm, but I need to remind you that it is an advanced spell with a high level of difficulty.
You need to be mentally prepared. I am already mentally prepared, Albert said calmly.
He was already prepared to invest a large amount of experience into it after mastering the silent stretching spell, directly leveling up the skill to level 3.
Let's begin, pay close attention. Professor Smith raised his wand and cast a spell on the empty teacup. Expand the capacity.
His wand tapped on the teacup, and then he smiled at Albert and said, "Try pouring water into the teacup, and you'll find that its capacity has increased." Albert drew his wand, using the spell clear water as spring, and slowly filled the teacup with water, which indeed increased its capacity significantly.
Pick it up. Professor Smith made a gesture of invitation. Albert discovered that the teacup was not as heavy as he had imagined.
The seamless expansion spell not only allows for the expansion of an object's internal dimensions while keeping its exterior unchanged, but it also makes the items inside lighter, Professor Smith explained.
Professor Smith explained. This magic is very practical. Albert, to be honest, already had several ideas on how to use this thing. Indeed, it's very practical.
Professor Smith continued, however, due to the risk of the undetectable extension charm being misused, it is strictly monitored by the Ministry of Magic. If fully utilized, the extension charm can turn a suitcase into a room-sized space. This teacup is the best proof of that, but this kind of magic also has a major drawback: it can easily revert. Professor Smith waved his wand, and the clear water in the teacup was instantly emptied. If a wizard were to walk down the street with a suitcase that had been cast with the undetectable extension charm, and suddenly the charm failed, what would happen? The outcome is obvious: this would be a serious violation of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy.
Will everything come spewing out? Albert tentatively asked.
Professor Smith shook his head and said, "Anyway, the Ministry of Magic has issued a bunch of strict regulations.
Wizards can no longer expand at will, and they certainly can't use it for personal purposes, otherwise they will be fined."
At this point, Professor Smith became even more disdainful. "You know, those damn rules have many loopholes themselves, or rather, they were deliberately left with loopholes when the laws were originally written." Regarding the law, Albert strongly agrees that the laws in the magical world are basically full of holes and fundamentally serve only a small portion of people.
You probably don't know that the seamless expansion charm cannot be used for personal purposes, otherwise, you'll be fined.
This rule is more about letting themselves profit. Speaking of this, Professor Smith was even more disdainful, except for products approved for manufacture by the relevant departments of the ministry, such as suitcases or family travel tents. Of course, these things were actually stipulated by a certain family for profit.
Albert was taken aback upon hearing this,
never expecting such a truth to exist. Of course, those suitcases or family camping tents have all undergone strict inspections.
Smith, when talking about certain people's dark pasts, is not at all polite. Using power to secure some benefits for oneself, isn't that just standard practice? Albert self-deprecatingly said, "If I had the chance, I would definitely do the same."
Smith was taken aback, probably not expecting Albert to say that. However, if it were him, he would probably do the same. Who would go against Galen? Moreover, this is legitimate earning.
Anyway, just be careful yourself. Professor Smith reminded, "I certainly don't want you to be accused and sent to Azkaban prison because of this. Alright, enough of this talk, let's give it a try. Expand and increase."
Albert waved his wand and cast a spell on the teacup he had just finished drinking from.
"The gesture is wrong, it should be like this." Professor Smith raised his wand and demonstrated for Albert. "Expand the capacity."
Albert practiced several times again, but he still couldn't succeed. However, Albert did not get discouraged. While continuing to try, he kept an eye on the changes on the panel.
"Alright, that's enough.
There's no need to rush. With your talent, you won't take long to master it."
Professor Smith wasn't too surprised by the lack of change in Albert's teacup.
After thinking for a moment, he said to Albert, "There are also books about the undetectable extension charm in the restricted section of Hogwarts.
I'll write you a note so you can borrow one and take a look." Chapter 283. The Alchemist. Wizarding goods merchant Montague was in a good mood.
The crucibles he had imported a few days ago had all been sold, and on his way, he had visited an elderly widow. Before leaving, he had conveniently taken some old junk to fill his suitcase. An owl landed in front of him. Montags opened the note, glanced at its contents, and felt even better. The last time, that kid who looked very wealthy seemed to be eager to make a deal with him, although Montparnasse didn't know what the other party wanted the swamp diggers for. That didn't stop him from giving their wallet a good beating. If there is demand, you can sell it at a good price. As a businessman, Montags knows very well how to put the gallons from others' pockets into his own. The next morning at 9:30, Montags appeared outside the Pig's Head Tavern as expected in the letter. If possible, he would have liked to go inside. It's just that the owner of the shop doesn't welcome me. Montgomery took out his pocket watch to check the time, opened his suitcase, and set up his stall in a nearby snow-free spot. He knew that many people didn't like being seen making private transactions, but buying something from a stall was a different matter. The small suitcase had been expanded with a non-marking extension spell, and the items inside were a hodgepodge, like a display window of an antique shop. Before long, Montgomery saw that rich brat. He didn't have much of an impression of the other person's appearance, but he had a bit of an impression of the red-haired Wesley next to him. Just this time, only one came. Montgomery's face beamed even more, rubbing his hands together and asking with a smile, "Would you like some?" Saying this, he pointed to a corner of the box and told Albert that it was the fur of the swamp digger. However, what puzzled Montparnasse was that the other person didn't look at the fur inside the box but instead locked eyes with him. The kid's gaze made him feel very uncomfortable, giving him the illusion of being seen through. Having spent years mingling at the bottom of the magical world, Mundungus was no fool. He immediately understood what this meant, and the smile on his face froze instantly. 4 gallons, 10 pesos. The boy spoke up, his tone very calm, and the price he revealed left Montparnasse stunned, as it was exactly twice the price he had imported it for. "This is a bit low." Montgomery immediately felt uneasy. He originally thought it was just a little brat, but unexpectedly, "Not low, you've doubled it." "I think this price is very reasonable." "Double the price." The red-haired Wesley shifted his gaze from the goods and scrutinized Montags. He had seen that look more than once. Those who wanted to rob him would always show such eyes. Two little devils are preparing to rob themselves. Montgomery found it quite amusing. After all, he wasn't just some pushover. But his instincts told him that the boy in front of him was not to be trifled with, as his face showed hardly any emotional changes, and he recalled the letter the boy had given him last time. 5 gallons. Montague said softly, "This is the bottom line. Don't you think a slow and steady approach is better?" The brown-haired boy reminded. "Of course, 6 galleons, plus that old antique broom." "What kind of broom is this? It looks like it's already very old." "Silver Arrow, this is a handmade broom, quite old-fashioned, but it is still a fine piece." Montague's words had not yet finished when he was interrupted. "I will only pay 6 galleons. By the way, do you have any leads on my snake eggs?" The brown-haired boy changed the subject. "Even in the black market, it's hard to get that stuff early." Montague muttered something, compared the benefits, and nodded in agreement. He took the 6 galleons, handed over the item to the other person, and then prepared to leave. "Are we just going to let him go like this?" Before the apparition materialized, Montungus heard the red-haired boy's question and couldn't help but curse inwardly. The apparition then vanished. "At least you know what's good for you." Albert took out the bag Hagrid had given him from his pocket and put the items inside. This thing could actually be considered a spatial bag, it's just that its capacity wasn't very large. "I thought you were planning to rob Montgomery." An old man stepped out, eyeing the two who had been dispelled from their illusion, and muttered, "Do you seem to be quite pleased to see Montgomery being robbed? Anyway, that bastard often does some petty thievery, so it's not surprising he got robbed." Albus Fawkes sneered, "Come in, no one will come to the shop today. This is actually an unofficial rule of Hogsmeade Village. On the days when Hogsmeade Village is open to Hogwarts students, those unsavory characters will voluntarily keep their distance, serving as a form of protection for the Hogwarts students. It is also a decision made by the merchants of Hogsmeade. That guy hasn't gone far, he's probably hiding somewhere eavesdropping." Albert squinted his eyes and looked in a certain direction. Montague, shrouded in the illusion spell, was right there. "How would you know?" Montague cursed inwardly and couldn't help but ask. "Footprints." Albert raised his hand and pointed to the ground. "Come in, don't mind that idiot Montague. By the way, have you really learned the Patronus charm?" Albus glanced at Mundungus and beckoned Albert to come in. He was very curious about how this little guy managed to learn the Patronus charm in just a few months and could even summon a corporeal patronus. "Albus, why don't you take a look at my new arrivals? You might find something you like." Montague greeted Abseth with the intention of deliberately annoying him. The two indeed had some dealings. Albus would occasionally buy antiques from Montague. Fred and George both looked curiously at Albus, and Lee Jordan couldn't help but ask, arbitrage?
Well, this place can be considered one of the black market trading spots.
Albus didn't mind the looks from a few people, however, today, because the Hogwarts students are coming to Hogsmeade. No one will come today.
Do you sell things yourself? Albert was actually a bit curious. No, I'm the bar owner. All right, let's get started. Albus interrupted, not wanting to discuss the topic further. Call the Divine Guardian.
Albert raised his wand, summoning a hippogriff, and the pale guardian moved through the bar, instantly illuminating the dimly lit Pig's Head Tavern. No matter how many times I see it, I still think the griffin is really cool.
I wonder what my guardian spirit will be.
Fred looked at the guardian running with a light step and murmured,
if you're curious, just take some time to practice. I think your guardian spirits should be the same. Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes. George, please. Fred immediately said to the twin brothers. Make sure to do your best too. Chapter 284, Advanced Patroness Charm. To be honest, I really don't want to pretend to be an expert in teaching,
Aberforth said as he took out 4 bottles of butterbeer from under the bar and placed them on the old counter. After Albert paid 8 sickles, he grabbed 4 bottles of butterbeer and distributed them to everyone. Abufuzi put Seiko into the wooden money cabinet and continued the previous topic. The magic we use is not simply one way. Wizards have further improved magic, allowing it to change according to the caster's will, which is a more advanced application of magic. Wizards usually refer to it as advanced something. Albus took a puff of his cigarette and leisurely blew a smoke ring. Of course, magic is called advanced because these transformations represent a further application of magic. Many wizards don't even know about them, and some can't even achieve them. Their emergence is more a result of wizards' further exploration and research into magic.
I know this, just like this, right?
Albert raised his wand and used lumos, causing a glowing orb to float up from the tip of the wand, hovering above everyone's heads. The previously dim Pig's Head Tavern instantly became bright. Abufuzi couldn't help but widen his eyes, opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but forgot that he had just been smoking. Smoke came out of his mouth, causing him to cough repeatedly.
Well, sort of.
Albus was very surprised by Albert's magical talent. Even Albus, at this age, couldn't achieve such a level. Of course, the Patroness Charm is much more difficult than this, because the Patroness Charm itself is a highly advanced magic, so advanced transformations are naturally more challenging. Abufuzi didn't care about the smoke anymore, walked out from behind the counter, sat on the creaky wooden chair opposite Albert, and continued.
Many people believe that only those with pure hearts can summon a patroness, but this is actually a misconception. Many people with negative personality traits can also summon a patroness.
Fred, George, and Lee Jordan exchanged glances, but Albert was not surprised. He still remembered the Toad Professor from the 5th book who could also summon a patroness. It seems you know about these things. Albus was a bit skeptical about whether this person would become the next Albus in a few years.
Yeah, I know. Albert responded with an signaling Abufuzi to continue.
During the process of casting the Patroness Charm, the caster needs to maintain confidence, concentrate all their thoughts on a particularly happy moment, and have strong magical power as support for the spell to take effect.
Albus said, you should have seen the things I wrote to you about the use of the advanced Patroness Charm. I've read it, but I still don't quite understand it. Why don't you explain it to me in person?
Albert had naturally seen what Abufuzi had written for him, but he thought those things were useless, or rather, the plain textual descriptions were simply too abstract. Your will must be strong. Negative emotions can affect the casting of the Patroness Charm.
Many wizards can't conjure a patroness when facing dementors. Aberforth raised a finger. You need to learn how to keep yourself happy.
Most advanced magic requires strong magical power as support, and the Patroness Charm is no exception.
That's why they are unable to succeed right now.
Aberforth raised a second finger and pointed again at Fred and the other two who were trying the Patroness Charm.
Confidence is half the battle.
Abufuzi raised his third finger and said, however, I don't think you lack this. Even he can see that the person in front of him is very confident and never thinks he will fail. Albert listened in silence for a while. He actually wanted to let Abufuzi get straight to the point, but in the end, he held back and didn't interrupt the other person's rhythm. If you want to learn the advanced Patroness Charm, you need to make sure you can easily use the Patroness Charm. Albus seemed to notice that Albert was a bit impatient and continued, when you use the Patroness Charm, there is a gesture of drawing a circle with your wand.
This is the process of gathering power for the spell. After that, you need to recite the spell called Guardian.
During the charging process, you need to have your brain repeat the content you want to convey.
Abuffus explained, so usually the content of the message is not too long. The Wesley brothers and Lee Keaton can understand every word, but they can't comprehend what they are actually saying. Albert probably understood what the other person meant. The guardian spirit spell is used for communication, and its inherent power is not very strong. It is usually difficult to maintain the physical form of the guardian spirit, and it requires long-term practice to possibly summon the physical guardian spirit during communication. Albert nodded, indicating that he understood. Got it. Abuffus thought to himself, what an impressive guy. Give it a try. He said. You haven't finished speaking, have you? Albert suddenly said. I originally planned to wait until you could reach that level before explaining the final steps. Abuffus didn't intend to hide it and continued speaking. Next, it's about letting the guardian find the person you want to send a message to. Through a fixed location, he must appear like a phantom. You need to know the exact location. Another way is to directly find the person, which is somewhat similar to a tracking spell. Would you use a tracking spell? I think this part is still a bit too early for you right now. Albert furrowed his brow slightly. He indeed did not know how to use the tracking spell. Go back and learn the tracking spell. Expecto Patronum. Albert, while reminiscing about beautiful memories and recalling the message he needed to convey, finally recited the incantation, and a stream of silver gas emerged from the tip of his wand. Without a doubt, it failed. Failure is a normal part of the process. You need to practice more. No one can master the advanced use of the guardian immediately after hearing the theory. Abuffus casually comforted. Thank you, Mr. Abuffus. Albert took out a fountain pen and, under Abuffus's astonished gaze, recorded the usage of the advanced guardian, and then, he called over 3 companions to leave the Pig Head bar together. I hate Pig's Head pub, George muttered. That's really something. Lee Jordan downed the remaining butterbeer in one go and left with Albert. I think the guardian spirit spell is very difficult to learn. Fred's wand emitted a pitifully thin stream of gas. Your magical powers are still insufficient. It took me quite a bit of time to learn it. Of course, using it in front of Dementors is another matter altogether. Albert prepared to return to Hogwarts before the other students arrived in Hogsmeade. We want to go to Zoko's joke shop. Fred and George said in unison, our big dung bombs are almost out. I heard that there are new products at Zoko. Lee Jordan agreed. Alright, but I think we'd better hurry. Albert took out his pocket watch and waved it in front of the 3, saying, I don't want anyone to catch us loitering in Hogsmeade and report us to the professors. It has been proven that Albert's words were all in vain. The 3 of them had just entered Zonko's joke shop when they were captivated by the dazzling array of products inside. By the time they prepared to return to Hogwarts, the streets of Hogsmeade were already filled with students. The 4 of them had to use the disillusionment charm and take a long detour to avoid the passing students. Chapter 285, The Honesty Detector. Stop poking, you're about to poke someone's eyes out. In a certain dormitory, Lee Jordan was poking around with a gold bar he had just bought from Zonko's joke shop. That golden rod is called the Honesty Detector. It's a very primitive dark magic detector that can sense hidden spells and magical items. In a regular dormitory, there naturally wouldn't be so many hidden spells and magical items, but in their dormitory, with the genius Albert, Lee Jordan indeed discovered quite a few hidden spells, such as those in cabinets, books, and mirrors. Anyway, Lee Jordan is now excitedly poking around with the Honesty Detector. Be careful, Albert will beat you up when he comes back. Fred, who was playing cards, couldn't help but warn. As long as you don't say anything, he definitely won't know. Lee Jordan tossed a chicken-flavored Bertie Bott's every flavor bean into his mouth and poked Albert's cabinet with his gold stick, saying, I know a lot of the magical items Albert made are kept in there. Don't bother trying, it's been enchanted. The Alohomora spell won't work. Picking locks. If you pry it open, Albert will definitely beat you up later. Lee Jordan wouldn't pick a lock. George was very frustrated. He lost again. It seemed like he never really won against Fred when playing cards. Albert always said that his deck was the problem, but George didn't want to change his deck. You say, why did Albert buy this silver arrow? After Fred tidied up the wizard cards, he took out the silver arrow from under Albert's bed and placed it on the table for a close inspection. Although it is an antique broom, the craftsmanship is indeed very exquisite, completely unlike other antique brooms that are so rough. I don't know, maybe, probably, want to collect this antique broom. George said uncertainly. Look, there's a hidden spell on the broom too. Lee Jordan, holding the golden stick, poked the broom and said excitedly. Don't mess around with that thing here. Fred shot Lee Jordan a glare and said, I'd rather believe that Albert is planning to study the structure of the broom and make himself a new one.
The difficulty of manufacturing flying brooms is actually not high, the real challenge lies in how to improve the craftsmanship of flying brooms.
Help me pick the lock.
Lee Jordan poked George with a stick and pled, "The Gryffindor treasure map you found last time is also inside.
By the way, where is he?" George pushed aside Lee Jordan's stick and asked impatiently. "I don't know."
Fred shook his head. Just after returning from Hogsmeade, Albert mysteriously disappeared. "Well, he's not around," I said. "Are you annoying or what? If you have time, go take care of the wizard card tournament."
George walked up to the counter and took out a pile of cards from a box.
These were the wizard cards he and Fred were trying to make, but compared to Albert's wizard cards, there was still a gap. Lee Jordan took the opportunity to slide the gold bar down a bit and poke George, who was rummaging through the materials. Fred, watching this scene, was a bit taken aback, seemingly looking forward to what would happen next. "Please provide the text you would like to have translated. Please provide the text you would like to have translated." At this moment, in the House of Requirement, Albert was practicing the disillusionment charm. To this day, he has been practicing for over 10 minutes, but the silent stretching spell has not taken effect, and it hasn't even appeared on the skill panel.
Truly worthy of being profound magic, it really does feel quite difficult. Albert murmured. "Expand the capacity."
He concentrated intensely and waved his wand again to cast a spell on the box. However, the silent stretching spell still had no effect, which made him a bit frustrated, feeling like he had been cheated by the quest panel's rewards. "Why not take direct control yourself?"
Where could the problem be?
Albert struggled to recall the process Professor Smith used to cast the spell. "My magical power should be enough, and the incantation and wand-waving gestures should be correct. Although we cannot rule out the possibility that Professor Smith is deliberately misleading me, the likelihood of that is probably low."
But where exactly is the problem? Albert took a deep breath, suppressed the surge of irritation rising in his heart.
He temporarily gave up practicing the vanishing spell and flipped through the books he had borrowed from the restricted section.
Indeed, there were records of the learning methods for the vanishing spell.
Albert spent quite a bit of time carefully reading the sections about the disillusionment charm several times. By the time he closed the book, he had already realized where he had gone wrong, and his face immediately darkened. The undetectable extension charm is considered a very difficult and profound spell to master, and there is a reason for that. When using the spell, one must repeatedly confirm the amount to be expanded, similar to how the disapparition charm requires precise knowledge of the destination, and the patroness charm requires a happy memory. However, Professor Smith never reminded Albert about this issue, so it's no wonder the spell failed.
This mission reward is such a scam.
Albert muttered. He wasn't quite sure why Professor Smith only taught him spells and gestures, without teaching him the key points of casting them. He didn't want to learn them anyway, or rather, never mind, he'll find out next time he sees Professor Smith.
Expand the capacity. Albert picked up the wand and tried again.
This time, the spell finally worked. He reached into the box and felt that the space inside had indeed increased a little. He flipped through the skill panel again and, sure enough, successfully found the skill for the silent stretching spell. The difficulty of the seamless expansion spell is related to the area it covers. Albert didn't rush to upgrade. Instead, he began to consider how to use the swamp digger's fur to make himself a pair of protective gloves. The swamp digger pelts that Monty Nas helped him acquire were quite substantial. He could first make gloves and then create containers for the mandrake grass. His skill panel doesn't include tailoring, and a level 1 tailor probably can't make any good gloves.
It would be best to find someone to help.
Albert remembers that there is a tailor shop in Diagon Alley. He could write a letter to that plump witch. If she is willing to lend a hand, that would be great. If the other party is unwilling, you'll have to find a way on your own. First level tailoring skills always seem a bit unreliable. Please provide the text you would like to have translated. At lunchtime, Albert appeared on time in the hall, and his 3 roommates were already there, waving at him.
"What's wrong with your eyes?"
When Albert walked over, he noticed that Lee Jordan's eye was a bit swollen, as if he had been punched, and Fred nearby was secretly snickering. He was poking around with the honesty detector, and the result was.
George shrugged helplessly. "I was just joking, you went a bit too far." Lee Jordan couldn't help but complain.
"I didn't do it on purpose, it was a reflex, a reflex."
"Why not go ask Mrs. Pomfrey for help?"
Albert sat beside him, taking a slice of bread to make himself a sandwich. However, Lee Jordan's face was a bit dark, so the black eye from being punched was hardly noticeable.
"Left," Fred said. "Where did you just go?" "Practicing spells on the 8th floor," Albert casually said. "You didn't already learn it, did you?" George looked at Albert in horror. "How is that possible? It's just a bit of a clue, and it still requires a lot of practice."
Albert took a bite of his ham sandwich, reached for Lee Jordan's gold stick, and tapped it against the protective bracelet on his wrist, discovering that it actually reacted a bit.
This thing is called a truth detector. Lee Jordan introduced. Able to detect hidden spells and concealed magical items. The effect is very poor, this is probably a low-quality product. Albert took the gold bar away from the bracelet and immediately noticed that the reaction on the gold bar disappeared. To be honest, the magical items in the wizarding world give Albert the impression of being quite unreliable. Most wizards still need to rely on their own wands. After all, you can't expect much from 2 gallons of stuff. Lee Jordan muttered, took the gold bar, poked it at Albert, and then found a fist enlarging in front of him. You've had enough too. Albert glanced at Jordan. Then you don't need to hit me. Lee Jordan covered his eyes and couldn't help but protest. Who told you to be so clumsy? Fred and George struggled to suppress their laughter. If it weren't for Lee Jordan's naturally dark complexion, the 2 black eyes would have been perfect. By the way, we should make a prank prop that can give people dark circles under their eyes in the future. Write it down, write it down. George took out a piece of parchment and quickly recorded this great idea. Wow, when did you start bringing this stuff? Lee Jordan looked at George in disbelief, as if he had seen something incredible. Haha, I learned this from Albert. George waved the parchment triumphantly and casually explained, this contains some interesting ideas. We will implement these good ideas one by one in the future. With your abilities, achieving success is quite difficult. If it were Albert, it would probably be easier. Lee Jordan couldn't help but mock George a bit, using it to express his dissatisfaction. We're still accumulating useful knowledge. In 2 years, we'll definitely be able to start trying to make these things. Fred and George didn't pay much attention to Lee Jordan's sarcasm. They indeed didn't have that capability right now, but in a few years, they would definitely be able to accomplish it. For now, they just wanted to record it to save some inspiration for the future. Even if they never used it, it wouldn't be a loss. Those things don't make much money. After Albert finished his sandwich, he suddenly interjected. Then tell me, what is valuable? Fred retorted. This thing. Albert shook his wooden bracelet and explained softly, Professor Smith once complained to me that most wizards nowadays are quite poor at defending against dark magic, and they can't even use the iron armor charm properly. Are you talking about protective gear? George immediately guessed it. Except for wizards who perform dangerous jobs, I guess not many people would buy it, right? Fred frowned. Recently, I got some very useful news. In a few years, this thing is definitely going to sell like hotcakes. Albert grinned widely and said, the dark arts defense field is the real goldmine. What news? The news is quite shocking. Albert said mysteriously, you definitely don't want to know, and you wouldn't believe it. Chapter 286, A Secret That Isn't Really a Secret. After lunch, Albert took the time to visit the Defense Against the Dark Arts office again to consult Professor Smith about the problems he encountered while practicing the non-distraction charm. The professor, smiling, explained to him the reasons for his failure in casting the spell. However, in Albert's eyes, Professor Smith's smile and the explanations on his lips seemed utterly insincere no matter how you looked at them. Albert didn't really care about this matter. After Professor Smith's explanation, he successfully increased the cup's capacity a bit and then got up to leave, leaving Katrina dumbfounded. Don't compare yourself to Albert, his talent is better than your sister's. Professor Smith always felt that something was off, but still spoke up to comfort Katrina. If you can't comfort people, then don't comfort them. Katrina felt even more frustrated. She realized that she had long been left far behind in the dust by Albert. There's nothing you can do when you encounter a genius who is both very hardworking and very talented. It's truly baffling. Actually, Katerina had also asked Isabel about Albert, and the response she received was, Albert is Albert, you are you, I am I. There's no need to compare. To be honest, Katrina has always admired Isabel's calm demeanor. Isabel always has a composed expression, as if nothing could ever make her feel flustered. After feeling frustrated for a while, Katerina continued to bury herself in the spellbook. Professor Smith indeed had quite a talent for teaching. She could feel her significant improvement in spells. After leaving the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, Albert headed straight to the library on the 5th floor. Standing at the door and looking inside, he easily found his roommates doing their homework. They had already saved him a spot. After greeting everyone, Albert began writing the letters to be sent today, the ones for home, the Diagon Alley Tailor, and the French wizard Adolphe. Speaking of which, the relationship between the wizard from France and Albert is still at the stage of mutual communication. The other party did not pass on the knowledge of the two-way mirror to Albert as mentioned in the last meeting. Albert was not surprised at all. There has never been a free lunch in the world. Even if a pie falls, it might be an iron pie that could crush you, or a rock-hard pie that could break your teeth. Actually, Albert really doesn't mind. For old friends, if they can befriend him, then great, if not, then so be it. It won't be a loss. He usually does it in a respectful and sincere tone,
quietly taking advantage of this group of old friends. In the letter to Adolf, Albert describes the troubles he encountered while using the transformation spell and asks how to use the advanced transformation spell and apply it to the magic mirror. Adolf must have a high-level transformation spell, otherwise how could he create a two-way mirror? That's right, Albert hopes to obtain a more advanced transformation spell from Adolf. This kind of advanced spell usage is not taught by the professors at Hogwarts, and very few people truly master these profound magical techniques. However, ever since he became aware of advanced magic, Albert has felt a bit annoyed because skills like the advanced guardian spell haven't appeared on his skill panel. It's like the glowing spell didn't appear as an advanced version even after mastering a more advanced application of it. In fact, what Abuffus taught himself was still within the skill range of the Guardian spell. Of course, it is also possible that the advanced Guardian spell requires prerequisite skills, such as the Guardian spell needing to be at a certain level before the advanced Guardian spell becomes available. Panel tasks and skills, Albert himself hasn't fully grasped them either. This is the schedule for the Wizard card competition. I've checked it, and the competition times have been staggered with other activities. Lee Jordan handed a piece of parchment to Albert while he was putting the letter into the envelope. Yeah, thank you for your hard work. Albert glanced at the competition schedule and procedures on the parchment, picked up his quill, made a few corrections on the parchment, and then put it away. Having someone help out is just great. If you knew how hard I worked, just lend me that paper on the fire congealing spell, Lee Jordan said grumpily. I haven't done it yet. Albert continued to focus on writing a letter to the tailor shop. Fred, have you finished your essay on the conjunctivitis curse? Still working on it. George laughed and said, if Lee Jordan wants to borrow it, we wouldn't mind lending it to him after we're done. Then forget it. Lee Jordan shook his head and said, Shauna, have you finished yours? Shauna's order is here with me. Angelina said without looking up. What are you doing? Sana looked at Albert and curiously asked, what are you doing? She had noticed that Albert had been very busy since earlier, not knowing what he was writing. Write a letter, see you later. Albert used the sticking charm to seal the envelopes, took the 3 letters he had written, and got up to prepare for a trip to the Olry. At this time, there were not many people in Hogwarts Castle. All the students in their 3rd year and above had gone to Hogsmeade. As soon as he crawled out of the secret passage, he was spotted by Filch. What are you doing here? The administrator glared at Albert, trying to see through him completely. I'm about to go to the Olry to send a letter. Albert took 3 letters out of the pocket of his robe, waved them in front of Filch, indicating that he wasn't lying. Then hurry up. Furchy walked away. What's wrong with him? Albert asked Nick, who was almost headless, as he passed by. Peeves threw a bunch of dung bombs around the corner on the 2nd floor. Nick kindly reminded, Filch took a long time to clean it up, and he's in a bad mood now. Nick looked at Filch's departing figure and continued, Filch seems to suspect that there are students at Hogwarts giving Peeves big dung bombs. Albert knew that the Weasley twins had bought a lot of big poop eggs and stink bombs from Zoko's joke shop. This is truly a sad story. It had already been an hour since they arrived at the Olry in Hogsmeade. Albert had Shira deliver a letter home, then a letter to the tailor shop in Diagon Alley, and finally chose a stronger owl to send a letter to Adolf in France. Just after leaving the owl shack, Albert ran into an acquaintance. Isabel hurried over, holding a package in her hand, looking like she was in a hurry. Albert greeted the other person. However, Isabel didn't seem to want to say much to herself, replied with a sound, and then hurriedly left. Forget it, it's better to pretend I don't know. As Albert was going down the stairs, he saw Isabel walking toward the castle with a few of her friends, clearly just returning from Hogsmeade. Is on leave. I was blocked, taking a day off. Chapter 287, The Bet. In the following days, Albert spent a lot of time in the room of requirement practicing the advanced patroness charm. However, with no one around to teach him and no panel to assist, getting a patroness to speak human language in a short period of time was indeed not an easy task. However, these days of attempts and practice have not been in vain. The skill experience for the Guardian Deity spell has increased rapidly. Unfortunately, the advanced Guardian Deity spell just won't appear on the skill panel, leaving Albert feeling quite helpless. He estimates that he needs to upgrade the Guardian Deity spell to level 3 to more smoothly master the advanced techniques of the Guardian Deity spell. Another equally advanced undetectable extension charm was directly upgraded to level 2 by Albert using the experience pool, and he had already basically mastered it. He also created a palm-sized wooden box, which had its capacity permanently expanded to be able to hold Albert's small suitcase after being enchanted multiple times. Albert put quite a few things inside, then stuffed the box into the shapeshifting lizard skin bag that Hagrid had sent, making it like carrying a shrunken version of a storage bag. The wallet Hagrid gave me is really useful. It's not only anti-theft and discreet, but you also don't have to worry about getting into trouble with the Ministry of Magic. After all, a bag that has been cast with the undetectable extension charm cannot be taken out and used openly these days. Beside practicing the guardian spell, Albert is also practicing how to sew gloves. Madame Malkin of Diagon Alley has already replied, very politely declining to make gloves for Albert, not wanting to take on this business at all. Albert wasn't surprised by this. If it were him, he would probably refuse as well. As for the reason, of course, it's because it's a hassle. Madame Malkin's robe specialty store has always been doing well, so there's absolutely no need to spend time and energy on such matters, although Albert was a bit skeptical about whether Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions would still be doing a booming business after school started. After all, clothes are not a one-time purchase, and beside, there are only so many wizards in the magical world. However, being rejected by Madame Imogen is something that can't be helped. Now I can only do the sewing myself. Fortunately, Albert's hands-on skills are quite good. After a few attempts using the tattered rope from the Ask and You Shall Receive house, he learned the sewing skill and leveled it up to level 1. He barely managed to make a prototype of a cloth glove, one that can't be worn. After making a dozen or so discarded gloves, Albert finally managed to create a decent template to wear on his hand. However, time had quietly slipped into mid-February. The Quidditch match is coming up soon, and you can often hear students passionately discussing the outcome of the game. As the match approached, Charlie's demands on the players became increasingly strict, making training sessions unpleasant. Albert, however, claimed he had other commitments and successfully avoided the ordeal. After training, Fred and George would always look at him with resentful eyes. "Don't worry, I'll come over to cheer for you during the competition." Albert patted Fred on the shoulder and said comfortingly, "I think if you're willing to participate in the competition, our chances of defeating Slytherin will at least increase by 30%. Fred also had a face full of resentment. Charlie's training had worn him out. "You think too highly of me." "Actually, I think if Albert just says Slytherin is sure to lose, our chances of winning would at least double," George said with a sigh. However, long ago, Albert had already said that he felt Gryffindor would have a hard time defeating Slytherin, so the twins' morale had always been quite low. "Is anyone running a betting pool?" Lee Jordan suddenly interjected and asked. "Traitor." Fred and George glared at Lee Jordan in unison. They knew what he was up to. "We also want to be together. Let's make money together. Do you want to throw the game?" Albert was instantly speechless. "We will certainly give it our all, but since failure is inevitable, we don't mind finding some comfort elsewhere. At least, this counts as another kind of victory." "Where is your integrity?" Albert suddenly wanted to cover his face. If even the players themselves have no confidence, how could the team possibly win the game? "Guys, if you want to place a bet," a senior student next door said to the four, "you can place it with me." Albert looked up and recognized the person. His name was Kenneth Toller, one of the black market traders at Hogwarts. At the time, when Albert sold the anti-swelling agent, it was Kenneth Toller who helped him. "If I find out you guys are gambling, I'm going to tell Mom." Percy glared fiercely at his younger brothers, and if Charlie knew you wanted to buy Gryffindor to lose the match, he would be very upset. "That's not our fault. Who told Albert to say our chances of winning are low?" Yeah. Fred and George decisively placed the blame on Albert. "Ahem, Percy, don't be a buzzkill." Kenneth Toller coughed lightly and complained, "It's just a small bet, it's just a form of entertainment." Percy ignored Kenneth Toller's words and strode away. Probably, it seemed he was going to find Charlie. Seeing Percy leave, Kenneth Toller didn't mind. He turned his head back to Albert and said softly, "The last batch of anti-swelling medicine you gave me was good. If there's something, just say it. I heard you have a bottle of Brain Booster. How about it? Want to sell it to me?" Kenneth Toller licked his lips, as if Albert were a succulent meal. "How much are you planning to spend?" Albert asked curiously. "I remember you said 10 galleons last time, so I'll give you 12 galleons, how about that?" "Not for sale." "Why?" "That is the prize reserved for the champion of the Wizard Card Tournament." "Oh, all right." Kenneth Toller was a bit disappointed and asked again, "Where did you get that thing from?" "Sent by Dagworth." "Mr. Dagworth." Kenneth Toller paused for a moment, unable to help but widen his eyes in disbelief, and asked, "That Master Potywunner Dagworth? You actually know him?" Kenneth Toller was half convinced. "We met last summer in France while watching an opera." Albert wasn't lying either, they indeed met for the first time at that time. "Mr. Dagworth is watching an opera in France." Kenneth Toller was a bit skeptical about life. "Do you really know Master Dagworth?" "Don't be surprised, Albert knows many of the most famous wizards in the magical world," Fred said quietly. "Impressive." Kenneth Toller noncommittally replied, then asked in a low voice, "Can you make some more of that Baffy brain stimulant? Is that thing very popular?" "Of course, You should know that Hogwarts exams check if students are cheating. Kenneth Toller looked around to make sure no one was eavesdropping, then explained in a low voice, Dragon Claw powder and intelligence potion are both easy to detect, and even Felix Felicis can sometimes be unreliable. But Brain Booster Potion and Basilisk Egg are exceptions. Although they are both banned from sale, ordinary students can't possibly get their hands on them, so the proctoring professors naturally. In short, many wizards who want to get good grades are willing to empty their pockets for them.
What's wrong? As Fred and George listened intently to Kenneth Toller, Lee Jordan next to them suddenly elbowed them in the ribs. Over there, where? Fred, puzzled, followed Lee Jordan's gaze and immediately saw the flustered Charlie walking toward them. The two of them stood up together, wanting to make a run for it immediately, but it was already too late. Charlie had come up behind them, placing his hands on their shoulders. I heard Percy say. Charlie's face was so dark it was almost dripping with water. Are you planning to bet on Gryffindor losing the match? Fred and George's faces instantly froze, mentally cursing Percy countless times. They stiffly turned their heads to explain, that's not true, we can't even scrape together a single galleon. What do you expect us to bet with? Chapter 288. An eye for an eye. The Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin was approaching, and the tension between the two houses was growing stronger, with occasional minor skirmishes breaking out, and some people had already been sent to the hospital wing because of it. However, the current situation is very unfavorable for Gryffindor. Their team has just been restructured, and the new players need more time to adapt and gel. Moreover, this time they are up against the Slytherin team, and Charlie is a bit worried about the players' safety. He knew what kind of people the Slytherin team were. Those guys, no matter how despicable their methods, want to reclaim the Quidditch Cup. Last year, Gryffindor was able to defeat Slytherin entirely because the veteran players were resilient enough not only to withstand Slytherin's malice but also to deliver a strong counterattack. Don't feel pressured, anyway, we already have the trophy. At this moment, in the locker room, Charlie was giving his final motivational speech. He probably realized that his words lacked confidence, so he quickly added, also, remember to protect yourselves during the game. Don't worry, everyone knows what kind of people the Slytherin team is made up of. Wood spoke up to comfort. The game hasn't even started yet, don't make it seem like we've already lost. McLaughlin was unhappy with Charlie, saying he should have more faith in his players. Oh, of course. Charlie muttered to himself, then stepped out of the dressing room first, facing the applause of the audience. What happened last year? After the players officially left the locker room, Katie finally couldn't help but ask. McLagan also perked up his ears to eavesdrop, very curious about why Charlie told everyone to take care of themselves. You'll find out soon enough, it's not a pleasant competition. Albert beckoned Elia to the audience seats. You don't seem to have high hopes for this match. Elia spoke up and asked. Probably going to fight again. Albert muttered, this time, we don't have the advantage. Elia was speechless. Gryffindor and Slytherin had never had a proper match, and every game was like a brawl, with the scene often descending into chaos. The game has started with the whistle. The Slytherin team indeed planned to avenge their previous defeat, immediately launching a fierce attack on the Gryffindor team and scoring first amidst the boos of the spectators. Bastards, they must have done it on purpose. Katie waved her fist in the direction of the Slytherin players, finally understanding what Charlie meant. Angelina had almost been knocked off her broom by an opponent's elbow. Slytherin team indeed committed the first foul. Lee Jordan shouted at the top of his lungs, they used underhanded tactics to score first. Look, Gryffindor is counterattacking. Yes, George, poke him. Oh no, the referee blew the whistle. As soon as the match began, intense clashes broke out. You are right, unless Charlie can catch the golden snitch, Gryffindor's chances of winning are not high. Kenneth Toller sat next to Albert, looking very frustrated, and said, there's no way around it, far more people bet on Slytherin to win than on Gryffindor, and if Slytherin wins, he will lose a huge amount of galleons because of it. The most infuriating part is that bastard Albert even bet on Slytherin to commit the first foul, and he himself foolishly offered a very high odds. How many people have bet on Slytherin to win? Albert asked curiously. 15 people. You won't lose much either, the Slytherin ratio is only 0.8 times. Among them, more than half were your bets. Kenneth Toller's tone was full of resentment. He had already decided not to let Albert participate in the betting next time. Seriously, I only bet 5 galleons. Albert asked in confusion. At most, it would just double. This is a small business for me. Kenneth Toller felt like he was going to vomit blood. Although Gryffindor won last year, not many people thought Gryffindor had a good chance of winning this year, and there were quite a few new players joining. You don't mean to, I'll give you the principal. Just 3 more gallons, and you'll let me off the hook. Kenneth Toller was planning to give in, ready to pay off the matter privately. 5 gallons, Albert replied without hesitation. Okay. Kenneth Toller pulled out 10 galleons from his pocket, looking pained, and handed them to Albert. Katie and McLagan next to him watched in stunned silence. I remember that gambling isn't allowed at school, right? When did you ever see me gambling? Albert glanced at McLagan and asked in return. If I had known, I would have placed a bet too. Elia muttered quietly. Don't be foolish. Albert glanced at Elia and sneered. Do you think Kenneth Toller would settle things privately with money instead of being a sore loser? This. Elia was instantly stunned. Despicable. I hope Fred is okay. The Slytherins are using underhanded tactics again. Maybe the referee should send their batsman off.
Lee Jordan's voice rang out over the field as the Slytherin batsman brutally struck Fred on the back with his bat, knocking him off his broomstick. Professor McGonagall also had no mind to stop Lee Jordan. She was equally furious about Slytherin's despicable tactics. Although Gryffindor had scored a ghost goal, the score between the two sides had already begun to widen. 80:30. Slytherin is currently in the lead, and it's not easy for Gryffindor to turn the game around unless their seeker, Charlie, can catch the golden snitch quickly to end the match. How did we defeat Slytherin House last year? Katie couldn't help but ask. Last year, the team was made up of some upperclassmen who were very good at handling Slytherin's attacks. Elia explained. After the match, many players from both sides were sent to the hospital wing. Last year, I remember it was Albert who caught the golden snitch. It was a huge upset, and I made a fortune. Kenneth Toller hopes that this time Gryffindor can defeat Slytherin. Last year, everyone was using the Transylvanian fake. Albert blinked and said, Look, Fred and George did quite well. The people nearby twitched their lips, and Fred punched the guy who had just ambushed him, flattening his face. However, his situation wasn't good either. He was being targeted by 2 batsmen, and the Slytherin seeker next to him was ready to ambush them with the snitch at any moment. Charlie saw the situation was dire and immediately called for a timeout to prevent the twins from being cornered. They've tarnished this Quidditch match, find a chance to take them down. Charlie, angrily shaking his fist, roared, let Slytherin know that Gryffindor isn't to be messed with either. It was about time, just like Albert said, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Fred and George shouted in unison. As soon as Albert stepped outside the changing room, he was speechless. Did you really say something like that? Elia asked with a strange expression. Do you really believe what they say? Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes. Chapter 289 Rule Violation Fall. Charlie, who was chasing the golden flying thief, almost got knocked off his broom. Sorry, I didn't see him. Flint's face showed no sign of remorse. As soon as he finished speaking, a bludger came flying toward them. Fred and George both raised their bats and moved toward Flint. This match has indeed become very dirty, and even the spectators on the field are not surprised. Every year, the match between Gryffindor and Slytherin always causes a lot of trouble. However, Charlie's tough stance exceeded everyone's expectations. Once the Gryffindor players are attacked, they will retaliate immediately, and the game will begin to shift toward a brawl. Mrs. Rolanda Hodge, who was acting as the referee, was shaking with anger, continuously blowing her whistle, and called both teams over to give them a stern lecture. Charlie admitted and apologized immediately, but he himself stated that his players just hadn't fully mastered the Transylvanian fake, which led to the frequent accidents. If it were last year, before winning the Quidditch Cup, Charlie might have considered these issues. However, their trophy was hard-earned, which directly led Charlie to change his strategy toward the Slytherin team. If the other side isn't planning to follow the rules of Quidditch, then neither are we. Watching our players get bullied without retaliating is definitely not Charlie's style. Both teams kept committing fouls, and the sound of Mrs. Hawk's whistle and her angry shouts echoed throughout the court. Commentator Lee Jordan also decisively favored Gryffindor and vehemently criticized Slytherin, claiming that they were the ones who broke the rules first, causing the match to descend into chaos. However, as long as you don't cross a certain line, this brawl is still a Quidditch match, just. With both teams' players constantly breaking the rules. In international Quidditch tournaments, similar brawls have occurred more than once, and there have even been cases of players shooting arrows at their opponents with wands. Not to mention, this time it's just a simple school match. As the match progressed into the mid-game, Gryffindor was the first to lose a player, with Angelina being knocked out by the Slytherin team and sent off the field. At this moment, the scores between both sides have completely widened the gap, 140-40, and Gryffindor is at a disadvantage. Is Angelina okay? Fred asked with concern. Minor concussion. Charlie's face looked terrible. Charlie, if we can't catch the golden snitch quickly, the other side will soon pull far ahead of us in points. By then, no matter who catches the snitch, we are destined to lose the match. Wood's face was full of worry, but he still didn't forget to remind. No one wants to lose a game, and Wood is no exception. We don't need to care about winning or losing the match anymore.
let's teach those guys a lesson. George said, waving his fist. Avenging Angelina. Fred added. The two of them had just been surrounding the Slytherin seeker, preparing to send him off the field first. Due to the lack of a seeker, it's very difficult for Gryffindor to recover their points. Catching the golden snitch is currently their only way to win. But, is this really a good idea? Wood looked at Charlie uneasily and suddenly asked, Charlie, are you planning to join a professional Quidditch team after graduation? I remember, no, I'm not planning to join a professional team. I've already spoken to Professor Kettleben, and he will give me a letter of introduction. Charlie shook his head, saying he had turned down the invitation to join the England Quidditch team and was preparing to study dragons. Charlie is one of the few students who attend the Advanced Care of Magical Creatures class and has a good relationship with Professor Kettleben and Hagrid. Actually, Wood was worried that Charlie's actions would affect his future reputation if he decided to join a professional team, but since Charlie has no intention of joining a professional team, he doesn't oppose Charlie's decision. This match lasted a full 2 hours and ended in a crushing defeat for Gryffindor with a score of 310 to 70. Afterward, most of the players from both sides were sent to the school hospital. Professor McGonagall was so furious that she was shaking all over. She called Charlie over and gave him a severe scolding, but Charlie insisted it wasn't their fault. The Slytherin team had started it and were being aggressive. Moreover, both sides merely violated the competition rules, that's all, it's not a big deal. Violating the rules, hundreds of fouls in a single game, and you tell me this is against the rules? Professor McGonagall finally, in anger, put Charlie in detention. Charlie shrugged, indifferent. He didn't regret his decision today. Professor, if the Slytherin team had intended to play a fair match with us, everyone would certainly be willing to compete with them. But aren't they unwilling? Before leaving Professor McG's office, Charlie calmly stated this fact: since the other party is unwilling, how can I be blamed? Professor McGonagall was momentarily speechless and eventually lifted Charlie's detention. Charlie silently gave Albert a thumbs up in his heart. His words were indeed sharp, and he didn't think he had done anything wrong. If Mrs. Witchy could really help solve the problem, he wouldn't have to do that. But the problem is she can't. Are you okay? Charlie came out of Professor McGonagall's office and was immediately surrounded by the team members. Okay, Charlie said. Professor McGonagall gave me a telling off. However, Albert's words were still very effective. Professor McGonagall originally wanted to put me in detention. If I get grounded because of this, that would be really unfortunate. Afterward, everyone went to the school infirmary, as many of the players were injured. When Albert just entered the infirmary, he saw George and the Slytherin student across from him glaring at each other, seemingly trying to figure out how to harm each other with their eyes. It seems like you're in pretty good spirits. Fred chuckled. Very bad. George is not planning to be discharged for the time being. Alright, Mr. Weasley, you can be discharged now, and you all, don't crowd around here. Madame Pomfrey is treating the other injured students. Are you okay? Albert looked at Angelina and said. Not so good, my head still hurts a bit. Mrs. Pomfrey said I have to stay in the hospital tonight. Angelina was very depressed. They had lost again, and this time it was a crushing defeat. Don't worry, I've already avenged you, Fred said in a low voice, also nodding toward a certain bed. I really don't understand, it's just a Quidditch match, how did it end up like this? Madame Pomfrey grumbled angrily. Did you go there to start a brawl? No one answered, and the room was dead silent. However, Mrs. Pomfrey was indeed right, they did have a brawl, but it just happened to take place at the Quidditch pitch. Chapter 290, the taste is really heavy. After the match, some were delighted, while others were worried. Albert is definitely not a person who worries, and neither are Lee Jordan, Fred, and George. The trio of money-loving friends are busy dividing the galleons won from Kenneth Toller. George put his share of the silver into his pocket and said with a laugh, I heard that poor Kenneth Toller lost a fortune in gallons. It shouldn't be a big loss, at most a dozen or so galleons. Albert felt that he and his roommate had different understandings of what a large sum of galleons meant. By the way, I remember you placed a bet too. How many galleons did you win? Fred asked curiously. They knew that Albert had a lot of galleons and that he was particularly lucky, never losing a bet. Won 5 galleons. Albert didn't wait for the three to react and continued, Kenneth Toller and I made amends. Before the race ended, he paid me 5 galleons in advance to make me stop. You actually agreed. The twins said in unison. They really don't understand why Albert doesn't make money despite being wealthy. If we don't settle, Kenneth Toller might have to sell his own underwear just to cover the costs. Albert shrugged helplessly and said in a joking tone, and beside, I don't want his underwear. The expressions on the three people's faces instantly froze, but the next moment, they couldn't help but burst into laughter, finding Albert's description very amusing. Could it be that you want it? Albert looked at the three with a strange expression. No, we don't want it either. The three of them shook their heads in unison, responding with laughter. If you can't afford to pay, what will you do? Albert suddenly asked. Not going to pay. Playing tricks. Yes, that's right. The other party seemed to be sincere, so I let him off. Albert also didn't plan to push Kenneth Toller to the brink of death. Moreover, I've never really trusted this kind of unofficial gambling from the start. If the other party refuses to pay back, you don't have much of a way to deal with it. You can't exactly go rob him, can you? The three of them exchanged glances. If they encountered such a situation, aside from tarnishing each other's reputation or finding opportunities to cause trouble for one another, there really wasn't much else they could do. However, we really lost badly this time. Fred couldn't help but sigh. Losing the Quidditch match really made them feel frustrated. After all, everyone had put in so much effort for the victory, and not only did they lose the match, but they also attracted criticism. But Gryffindor House has been hearing some not-so-great comments again, probably because they saw Gryffindor's crushing defeat and came out to gloat. Albert had always been indifferent to those rumors, however, he slightly underestimated their power. After he returned to the lounge with the Swamp Digger's leather gloves, Fred and George hurriedly found him and brought up the rumors. Now a lot of people think Charlie only lets his friends and family into the team and has ruined a good team. Fred looked furious, shaking his fists in the air as he angrily said, "Why didn't they say this when we won the trophy last year?" The other players also looked a bit grim. They knew better than anyone the reasons for losing the game, but who really cares about that? Most people are more concerned with the outcome of the match. There's no need to pay attention to those rumors. Albert comforted, and beside, hasn't Gryffindor always been like this? Fred and George were stunned, not knowing what to say for a moment. What do you mean Gryffindor has always been like this? If you really care, you can check who is spreading the rumors. Albert casually gave the two of them something to do. If I find out who it is. Fred gritted his teeth. I will definitely prepare a big surprise for him. The day after, the twins really did find the culprit. It was McLaggen who did it. That bastard Kenneth Toller was pulling strings behind the scenes. George's face was so dark it seemed like it could drip water as he told Albert the results of the investigation. At that time, you shouldn't have let that bastard go. Are you considering Mike McLaggen? No, that guy is Marcus McLaggen, a 5th grade student. I guess he must be a relative of Mike McLaggen, supposedly a nasty guy. George shared the information he had gathered. Did he get eliminated from the Quidditch tryouts? Albert asked in confusion. Yes. Charlie said, he was an extremely nasty guy, once even selected as a reserve, but his personality was so annoying that everyone rejected him, and in the end, he couldn't join the team. Fred, while sharing information about Marcus McLaggen, suddenly broke into a malicious grin. That smile, no matter how you look at it, is a bit creepy. Regarding Kenneth Toller's instigation, Albert wasn't surprised at all. Gryffindor's loss in the match cost him a few galleons, and he probably harbored some resentment, so he did something outrageous to annoy others. What are you planning to do now? Albert asked. I want to shove Marcus McLaggen's head in the toilet. George muttered. If you go after him now, he'll definitely know who did it. Albert kindly reminded. So, I contacted Montgomery, planning to buy some powerful laxatives from him. Fred said in a low voice. You don't mean to. Albert felt that Fred was simply a devil. If he were to embarrass himself in front of everyone, that scene would be too terrifying. I plan to add a small amount of powerful laxative to the soup, so they all have to go to the bathroom. Hey, there's no need to go this far. If others find out, you guys are in big trouble. Albert couldn't help but frown. He could hardly imagine what a spectacular scene it would be if all the students in the academy were to have diarrhea. If you're targeting Marcus McLaggen alone, I don't mind, but putting laxatives in everyone's food is not a good idea. The professors will definitely not be indifferent. You won't be able to escape. Albert thought it would be best not to start this, lest they have to worry about someone adding strange things to the school's food in the future. Oh, all right. Fred thought it over and eventually agreed. We can first knock him out, then give him a spiked drink, and make him go straight to the toilet. George whispered his plan, feeling more and more invigorated. That afternoon, Marcus McLaggen skipped his afternoon classes, and when he finally showed up, his legs were trembling and he walked as if he were floating. If Fred and George's plan succeeded, those bastards. They even borrowed a camera from Albert, took several photos of Marcus McLaggen, and even said they would give him a photo with a personal touch. Of the news about Marcus McLaggen making Layla faint started spreading in the school, instantly replacing the rumors about Charlie as the topic of everyone's conversation. By the way, these people's tastes are really heavy. During dinner, they even brought this up as a casual topic of conversation. I really don't know what they were thinking.
Chapter 291, Be tough on yourself. The cold wind whipped up sleet and snow, pattering against the window panes. The chill spreading around the castle seeped into the interior, causing many students to catch colds. If this cold wave had arrived a week earlier, the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin probably wouldn't have so many problems. Even in such weather, the Quidditch match will not be cancelled. The outcome is predictable. All the players will be shivering in such weather, and it's likely that no one will have the energy to cause any trouble. In the cold, dim corridor, three figures hurriedly approached. They furtively looked around, and after confirming that no one was nearby, they quickly passed through three stone walls and pushed open the wooden door that appeared on the wall to enter. As soon as I stepped through the door, a warm breeze mixed with a faint scent of milk greeted me. On the other side of the door was a bright, warm, and comfortable room, with a thick carpet on the floor and a roaring fire burning in the fireplace. By the fireplace, a familiar figure sat in an armchair, with a steaming cup of milk tea on the small round table in front of the man.
Aren't you sick?
Fred looked at his roommate, whose face was flushed, and paused for a moment before responding with confusion.
Yeah, just had Mrs. Pomfret take care of it.
The former patient Albert sat there, staring at the parchment in his hands, and said without looking up, Anyway, whether I attend the history of magic class or not doesn't matter. As long as I don't do too poorly on the exam, it's fine.
Why isn't it me who's sick?
George was very jealous of Albert's treatment. He also wanted to get sick and find an excuse to skip class. To be honest, the history of magic is universally recognized by all students as the most boring subject. Mr. Binns, the ghost, has probably lived too long, his thinking is extremely rigid, and his lectures are super boring, even reaching a hypnotic effect, always making people drowsy. You can look into how to find a suitable excuse to legally skip class,
Albert said without hesitation. Hearing such words from you is truly a rarity. Fred couldn't help but mutter, What excuse do you think would be better? Don't tell me it's diarrhea.
I really don't want to use a powerful laxative. I can never forget the miserable state of that unfortunate Marcus McLaggen. While Fred was speaking, George took out the photo treated with the developing potion from his pocket, revealing Marcus McLaggen's dark past. The three of them looked at the guy in the photo and couldn't help but laugh.
Aren't you afraid of being discovered by Marcus McLaggen for causing trouble? Albert was speechless immediately. You always have evidence, and you still want to cause trouble like this. Oh, okay. Next time, I'll put it in a frame. Fred blinked and said, Tell me, what's a good potion to use to skip class? Any good suggestions? Make yourself sick. Lee Jordan listed several symptoms of illness: nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, nosebleeds, fever. How about a cold? Don't joke around. Have you ever seen anyone make themselves sick just to skip class?
George shook his head in denial. He wasn't the kind of person who would harm himself just to skip class. Unless we can find an antidote that can quickly resolve the symptoms in a short period of time. Fred suddenly lit up, pulled out a quill, and jotted this down, saying, If we could really do it, I think it would be a bestseller. Hogwarts is estimated to have a large number of people who would buy it.
By the way, I almost forgot what I wanted to say. What's the matter? Albert asked. Kenneth Toller has been locked up by Filch.
Fred and George exchanged glances and said in unison, He got caught by Filch using dung bombs at school, and now that poor guy is being forced by Filch to clean up the dung bomb marks in the hallway with a mop.
Did you do this? Albert raised an eyebrow. Even a knee-jerk reaction would reveal the reason.
Of course, we've been practicing the disillusionment charm all along, so we won't be easily detected now. George secretly pulled a fast one on Kenneth Toller and felt particularly pleased.
I think they might have an idea of who did it. Albert reminded, if he is careful enough. We think Kenneth Toller doesn't have a brain like yours.
The twins are not at all worried about being discovered by each other.
What are you doing?
Lee Jordan stared at the silver parts on the table, unable to resist asking. Since just now, he had been wanting to ask, Lee Jordan thought that Albert seemed to be making some interesting magical gadgets again.
A self-defense magical item. Its effect is to knock someone out when they are completely unprepared.
Albert was piecing together a three-layer combination. The thing did indeed look very much like a lighter. With a gentle push, it would open, revealing a strange honeycomb-shaped cylinder. Inside the cylinder, it would be expanded by a seamless expansion spell, used to hold pickled mandrake roots. Of course, right now this thing is just a shell. Albert tried again, and after confirming that it wouldn't jam, he took apart the components one by one and placed them back into the box. This dark magic item, which he calls the Wail of the Banshee, is just one step away from completion, placing the salt-cured mandrake root into the device. As long as it is confirmed that this device can contain and control the mandrake root, it will be considered a successful and practical tool. Of course, it's also very troublesome to use. you have to bring earplugs with you in advance, otherwise, you'll end up in big trouble yourself, after all.
The cries of Mandela's grassroots belong to indiscriminate attacks. Knock someone out. George asked in confusion, you can cast a sleep spell on someone else. No, I call it the wail of the banshee. Don't tell me you hid a succubus in there. Lee Jordan joked. Almost. Are you really planning to hide the succubus inside?
The principle is similar, it's about making others faint through sound.
When you're done, remember to let me give it a try. Are you sure? Albert's expression suddenly became a bit strange. Alright, since you want to be the first to try it, I don't mind.
Originally, I was planning to test its power myself, but since you're willing to make the sacrifice.
Brave enough to sacrifice. There won't be any danger, right?
George was startled by Albert's words. It shouldn't, at most it will just make you unconscious for a few hours.
Albert said uncertainly.
Your words make me feel very uneasy, I always get the feeling that you've done something dangerous.
Fred muttered, by the way, do you have any good suggestions for a potion to skip class?
How about finding some medicine that causes stomach pain, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, nosebleeds, fever, and cold symptoms, and then resolving the symptoms through detoxification?
Albert suggested. Are you trying to poison me? The three of them were all shocked by Albert's boldness. Is he really willing to risk his life just to skip class? Of course, it's about diluting the poison, you just want the various symptoms. Albert stuffed the box into the shapeshifting lizard's pouch, preparing to find an opportunity to create the wail of the banshee. For example, how would I know? You can check the herbology books yourselves. There are quite a few dangerous plants in there.
There are also many plants in the Hogwarts greenhouse. Find the corresponding symptoms, find the antidote methods, and then you can try making a skipping class potion yourselves. The twins exchanged glances, not knowing why they felt that Albert's words made a lot of sense. It's just that achieving this isn't as easy as it sounds, which means they need to put in a lot of effort in herbology and the dreaded potions class. Moreover, even after completing the potion, the work isn't done. They still need to test its efficacy, and they have to be the first to consume what they've made.
Just thinking about it gives me the creeps. For the dream, for the galleons, a little sacrifice is necessary.
Albert patted the shoulders of the two and said, just close your eyes and think about it. By then, you can definitely earn a lot of galleons from this. Chapter 292. The giant Peeta's night fell. The windows of the study in the snow-covered Smith Manor were still lit. Gerber Smith was sitting at his desk, going through the envelopes he had received some time ago. On the cabinet next to the desk, countless glass bottles are placed, filled with memory fragments that spread like silver threads. Suddenly, someone gently knocked on the study room door. The house elf pushed the door open, bowed to the wizard at the desk, and said, Master, the visitor will arrive in 5 minutes. The entire estate was well hidden, aside from a few important people. Not even the Smith family knew of the estate's existence, let alone its location.
I understand.
Gerber Smith picked up the cold tea and finished it, propped himself up on the table to stand, and slowly made his way toward the mansion's grand hall. Just as I arrived in the hall, I saw the marble fireplace suddenly turn into a forest green flame, and Bard Blood bent over and walked out of the fireplace.
What happened? Why are they using the internal flight network?
Gerber Smith looked at Bud Broad, puzzled, and asked him. Nowadays, the Flu Network is controlled by the Flu Network Authority of the Ministry of Magic, making it difficult to use the Flu Network without the Ministry's knowledge. However, there are still some places that are not monitored by the local Flu Network, such as the internal Flu Network of Hogwarts and the fireplaces of the secret estates of Gubsmith and others.
Is everyone else not here yet?
Bard Blood brushed off the soot from his black robe and looked around.
No, you're the first. Gabe Smith vaguely guessed that there wouldn't be many reasons for them to come together willingly, and just then, flames re-emerged in the fireplace. Good evening.
Tiberius Ogden walked out from the fireplace and greeted the two. Maud McDougal didn't keep them waiting long either, soon emerging from the fireplace that was ablaze with flames.
Everyone is here, let's talk about what's important.
Gerber Smith led them to a comfortable room somewhere in the estate, where a house elf respectfully served tea and snacks before quickly turning and leaving.
Regarding Rowena Smith, Bud Broad looked at Gerber Smith, frowning as he asked, how much does he actually know?
The other three all frowned. They were certain that the four of them present would never reveal their matters to anyone else. Each and every Wilder Smith would never disclose the secrets that belonged only to them. Bard Broad placed a letter on the table, lightly tapped it with his wand, and the envelope automatically unfolded, beginning to read its contents. If Albert were here, he would find that this letter was written by him to Professor Broad, indicating that he had successfully mastered the more advanced uses of ancient runes, and it also included detailed information about what happened after entering Ravenclaw's secret chamber.
Of course, it also includes Rowena Ravenclaw's speculations. Rowena probably doesn't know much, and I estimate she only inferred it from a few documents of the Smith family.
Gober Smith continued, he's not an idiot either, he must have guessed some things, and he even entered Ravenclaw's chamber.
It's not surprising that he knows the surname Wildsmith. Moreover, I even suspect that Albert Anderson and Isabel McDougal must know something as well. The question now is, what does Rowena Smith want to do?
Bard Broad frowned and reminded, don't forget, he's always been brooding over this matter, don't forget about Briar.
Blair McDougal is the father of Isabel and Katrina.
When Blair was still very young, he died mysteriously in a magical experiment accident. Blair, as a former candidate, although he has been eliminated, is still a member of their loose circle. At that time, they suspected whether Briar's death was related to Rowena. All four of them fell silent. They all knew why Barty Crouch had summoned them. Both qualified candidates were at Hogwarts, and if Rowena Ravenclaw suddenly went mad and killed them all, the new generation of Wildsmith heirs is done for. Selecting candidates is usually very secretive, but Rowena was once a candidate, and if you look closely, it's not hard to find some clues, although the probability of him going crazy is very low. It still cannot be ignored by a few people. There's no way around it, it's because Rowan Smith was too obsessed with this matter. Some of his traits were just too bad, which is the main reason he wasn't chosen. In a few months, Ravenna should voluntarily leave Hogwarts. During this time, I'll keep an eye on them. Maud McDougal took the initiative on this matter. If something really bad happens, I'll take care of it. Gerber Smith's tone was very calm. Even if Rowena Smith was his granddaughter, he wouldn't allow any overstepping for Will Smith. Only wizards who also inherit this surname can be considered true family.
That book of bronze, let's have Albert return it after Rowena leaves Hogwarts.
Tiberius Ogden spoke up. This gathering didn't last long before everyone went their separate ways. Gerber Smith stood by the window, looking at the snowstorm outside, murmuring, Rowena, what exactly do you want to do? Please provide the text you would like to have translated. In the wish-granting house, Albert, wearing earplugs and earmuffs, was completely unaware of this. He was dealing with the mandrake root, preparing to fully complete the wail of the banshee. That thing has been pickled in salt for so long that it has completely changed its appearance. The dehydrated Mandela grass roots became exceptionally fierce. If I had to describe it, they died a really miserable death. Albert poked the dehydrated mandrake root with the honesty detector, and sure enough, it reacted strongly. Without a doubt, this thing was still alive, truly becoming a dark magic artifact. The mouse next to him had already fallen into a coma long before Mandela's grassroots were extracted from the salt, and it was unclear whether it was already dead. Albert stuffed the mandrake roots into a bag made from swamp digger's skin, which had been magically expanded with a non-detection charm, and then placed it into a pre-prepared silver container. Everything went very smoothly until the wail of the banshee was completely silenced. Albert slowly removed his earmuffs and pulled out the earplugs, confirming that the container he had made could effectively contain it, and only then did he let out a sigh of relief. If I fail, I estimate I will fall into a coma. If his roommate discovers that he hasn't returned, he will come to the room to find him according to his instructions. Albert even left steps on the parchment for how to deal with him after he fell into a coma. However, the backup plan is no longer useful, so it was thrown into the fireplace by Albert to be burned. Albert poked the siren's wail with the honesty detector, and surprisingly, there was no reaction. It might be due to the excessive outer isolation. Of course, the wail of the banshee is not, by its very nature, a proper dark magic artifact, so it naturally cannot have any skills on its panel. However, Albert was quite satisfied with this thing. Next, he just needed to find an opportunity to test its power. He remembered that Fred and George seemed eager to try it out, so he would lend it to them to play with first. Chapter 293, A bunch of good-for-nothings. When leaving the room of requirement, curfew time had not yet arrived. Albert said the password in front of the fat lady's portrait and slipped through the revealed passage into the Gryffindor common room. At this time, most people had already returned to their dormitories to rest. Where have you been? Shauna looked at Albert, who had just come in from outside, with surprise. Kitchen, do you want it? Albert shook the bag in his hand. It contained cream cookies. Thank you. Shauna took 2 butter cookies, made herself a cup of hot cocoa, chatted with Albert about the difficulties she encountered in her studies, and then they both returned to their dorms to rest. You actually came back. We were just thinking about how to carry you out of the wish-granting house later. At the moment the dormitory door was opened, Fred and the others who were playing cards all turned their heads to look at the door. Seeing that the newcomer was Albert, their faces showed a hint of disappointment. How much do you wish for something to happen to yourself? I'm fine, I'm really sorry for you all. Albert's forehead twitched slightly, and he said irritably, deciding not to share the late-night snacks he had brought from the kitchen with them. Did you succeed? Lee Jordan was even more curious about how Albert's thing turned out. it was said to be a very powerful self-defense weapon.
Success. The results are quite good. Albert took the small cage out of his pocket and placed it on the table. What is this thing? Mouse trap. Are you kidding me? Lee Jordan raised an eyebrow. Idiot, it's the undetectable extension charm. Fred had seen this kind of magic before. You actually mastered the disillusionment charm? They say this kind of magic is super difficult. George said incredulously, by the way, weren't you always practicing the patroness charm?
Professor Smith taught us to make the guardian speak, but I ended up learning this first. Saying this, Albert took the unconscious mouse out of the small cage.
Where did you get the mouse from?
I caught it in the corner where they pile up junk in the castle. It took quite a bit of effort.
Albert poked the mouse with his hand. What happened to the mouse? I don't know, probably dead. Albert picked up his wand and began trying to cast the reviving charm on the mouse. He was quite curious whether the mouse was dead, whether it had been cursed, or if it had simply fainted. The things you make, they won't be life-threatening, will they? Lee Jordan said with feigned horror. I don't know, maybe it will, maybe it won't. I'm testing its power.
Albert saw that the vitality restoration had no effect, so he knew that the effect of the banshee's wail was quite extraordinary.
I think this mouse is probably dead. Fred curiously poked the mouse with his finger. No way, otherwise do you think Albert would foolishly cast a spell on a mouse? Lee Jordan shook his head. This one, could it be? Percy's speckled one.
George, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up.
Definitely not. By the way, isn't Percy's mouse about to die soon? I see it seems to be alive and well. Fred asked in surprise, can ordinary mice live this long? Who knows?
Albert certainly knew that a mouse couldn't live that long, but a person could. It's just that this wasn't something he needed to focus on at the moment. He took a small packet of dark-colored salt out of his pocket.
What is this thing? Salt, lend a hand, pry open the rat's mouth.
Albert signaled for the three to come over and help. They took some time to make the unfortunate mouse swallow the salt. Before long, the mouse, exhausted from the ordeal, finally woke up, but it looked very lethargic and in bad shape.
It actually works.
Fred looked at the awakened mouse, then his gaze fell back on the small bag of discolored salt.
After curiously observing it up and down, he pinched a bit and put it in his mouth. What on earth is this?
Fred's expression instantly twisted. He spat out the contents of his mouth again, and crouched down, retching continuously.
Table salt, it's just processed, its effects are similar to a potion. Speaking of which, you dare to eat something you don't even know about.
Albert glanced at Fred, somewhat admiring his ability to court disaster.
What good stuff have you made? Show us what you've got.
George urged. He was very curious about what Albert had actually made. Maybe I'll let you try it another day, but right now, I don't want to faint for no reason.
Albert had no intention of letting them use the siren's wail in the dormitory. He knew exactly what kind of people they were.
If someone got their hands on it, they would probably open it without hesitation, not only getting themselves into trouble but also dragging others down with them. It turns out that Albert's decision was correct. The day after tomorrow afternoon, in the wish-granted house, Albert looked at the three people lying on the ground, his face full of helplessness. Fortunately, he had the foresight to put in earplugs beforehand, and then he gave Fred the banshee's wail. That bastard Fred really did open the wail of the banshee as soon as he got it. The three people who weren't wearing earplugs suddenly collapsed without warning. Albert bent down, picked up the wail of the banshee from the ground, confirmed it was undamaged, then closed the wail of the banshee again. He glanced at his fallen roommates and let out a gentle sigh. If you don't court disaster, you won't meet it. How come you don't know this? Albert tried the revival spell on a few people, but it had no effect, just like with the little mouse. He then took out the prepared salt from his pocket, pried open Lee Jordan's mouth to feed it to him, and also gave him a small cup of water, moving his Adam's apple to help him swallow it down. Then continue casting spells to restore his vitality. What's wrong with me? It hurts so much, it hurts. Lee Keaton covered his head, having just hit it when he fell. Ugh, what is this thing? He started squatting beside and dry heaving, looking very uncomfortable. That idiot Fred used this thing, and as a result, you all passed out. Albert shook the wail of the banshee in his hand and casually explained. Lee Jordan was so angry that his face twisted, and he really wanted to kick Fred. It was all this guy's fault for causing trouble and getting the three of them into a mess. No wonder Albert didn't want to let them try last night. It turns out this guy knew it would turn out like this all along. Lee Jordan looked at Albert with a face full of resentment as he woke up the Wesley brothers. Both of them were not in good condition either, having been injured, and were now dry heaving. George is the unluckiest, with a bump on his head.
Did you know all along? Fred asked gloomily. Why didn't you say so earlier? I already told you last night. Albert said irritably, but you just don't listen. You have to learn the hard way. You did that on purpose, didn't you? So annoying, let's beat him up together.
Chapter 294. Let it slip. In the corridor on the 8th floor of the castle, behind the wall opposite the tapestry of the troll hitting the silly Barnabas, faint sounds of painful groans could be heard. After a moment, a door appeared in the wall, and Albert and his roommates pushed it open and stepped out.
Next time, if you want to beat up Albert, don't ever call me again.
In the corridor, Fred was rubbing his wrist with his hand, unable to help but complain to a few of his companions that the three of them had been easily taken down by Albert. I've told you before, I've trained before, and even as an adult, you can't necessarily beat me with bare hands. Albert patted Fred on the shoulder and comforted him with a smile. He thought to himself, my skills are no joke. Taking down 1 or 2 adults is no problem for me now.
Why are you practicing this?
Of course, it's to protect myself. Albert's tone was very natural. Only with a strong fist can you avoid being bullied. The three of them suddenly felt that Albert's words made a lot of sense. That being said, in Hogwarts, very few people dare to mess with Albert. Just look at those unfortunate Slytherins from last year. Quite a few of them ended up with their heads in the toilet.
Is the Muggle world very dangerous?
Safer than the magical world, but there will always be some blind fools, just like the one who shouted just now about wanting to beat me up.
Albert said, a malicious smile appearing on his face. Who shouted just now? Lee Jordan asked. It's you, you bastard. Fred and George said in unison. Really? How could I not remember? Lee Jordan quickly pretended to be clueless. Do you need us to help you remember? Fred and George approached Lee Jordan. No need, I've already remembered.
Lee Jordan muttered quietly, eliciting triumphant laughter from Fred and George.
Wizards aren't muggles. Why should we solve problems with our fists? We oppose violence.
If you don't have a wand, what's the difference between you and a muggle?
Albert smirked and reminded, you can't guarantee that the wand will always be in your hand, can you?
Isn't there still wandless magic?
Lee Jordan retorted. Can you use it? Albert retorted. Not at all, how about you? Non-verbal magic is very difficult. I will only start trying to practice it after my magical power is completely stable.
Albert never thought he would master wandless magic right now. A wandless magic can be cast without a wand, but it also comes with a host of problems. Because there is no wand to enhance it, it is very difficult to control magic precisely, and it usually requires a lot of time to practice. Moreover, the spells cast tend to be weaker, and one can usually only use relatively easy spells without a wand, such as Lumos. Even without a wand, wizards usually instinctively use magic to protect themselves when in danger, such as when falling from a great height.
Lee Jordan continued to argue.
Don't be silly, I can guarantee that if you were to fall from the top of the castle now, even with a wand in hand, you'd definitely end up as a pile of mush. Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lee Jordan. The magic of this world always feels a bit strange. Most wizards rely solely on their wands for combat, and magical artifacts are rarely seen. Wizards don't depend on those things.
During battle, ordinary spells can be countered, interrupted, or deflected by reciting counter spells. Dangerous spells can only be avoided through reflexes. To be honest, Albert has always thought that the fortifying potion was quite reliable. At least, in battle, it is not easily hit by enemy spells, effectively protecting one's safety. Of course, it probably won't have much effect on powerful wizards. As for Lee Jordan's claim about instinctively using magic for self-defense, that's even less credible.
To put it simply, it's when a wizard unconsciously uses magic in an emergency situation, akin to a cornered dog. In such cases, the magic is already out of control, similar to wandless magic. However, both in terms of power and effect, it is far inferior to casting spells with a wand. If this thing is really that effective, what do wizards need wands for?
What if you fall off the castle?
Fred retorted. I usually don't go and kill myself by jumping off a building. Albert continued, of course, when falling from a height, you just need to cast a cushioning spell on yourself. I remember Charlie once said.
Is there?
The first time we went to the Quidditch pitch, Charlie kept staring, afraid you would fall off your brooms.
All right, your memory is better than ours.
Fred couldn't help but roll his eyes. Of course, they remembered, but without Albert's reminder, it would have taken them a moment to recall.
By the way, there's something.
Lee Jordan changed the subject. Professor Smith seems to know about you going into the Forbidden Forest last year to rescue Fred and George.
I think it must be because of the acromantula.
Oh.
Albert raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing this and asked, did he say anything?
He asked if Fred and George had encountered the acromantula in the Forbidden Forest, and I told him I didn't know.
Lee Jordan shook his head. Later, Professor Smith remarked that you also have moments of losing your head. Hot-headed. Albert's lips twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but correct, I prefer you to describe it as courage. I also think using courage is more appropriate. Is Professor Smith trying to get his hands on the eight-eyed giant spider? Fred suddenly interjected, after all, those big guys' eggs and venom are quite valuable. Maybe he's planning to take revenge on those big spiders. George speculated, don't forget, he was attacked by the eight-eyed giant spider. Don't be silly, you actually believe that nonsense. I was right there with them at the time, we were never ambushed by the eight-eyed giant spider. Albert couldn't help but complain. He spoke very quickly, and by the time he realized it, it was already too late. You tricked us again, you scoundrel. Fred also reacted, glaring at Albert with displeasure, remembering how they had actually believed his nonsense last time. Ahem, I promised Dumbledore and Hagrid that I would keep it a secret. Albert didn't expect that he would accidentally let it slip. After confirming that no one was around, he quietly explained, however, Professor Smith asked Lee Jordan what this was about. Could it be that he is interested in Gryffindor's treasure? What is a monster? Hagrid's pet. Do you remember the last one called Fluffy? That was a dangerous magical creature, and Hagrid kept it in the Forbidden Forest. Later, Louis ran away by himself. I can't say more, I promised. Albert noticed the distrustful glances from a few people and helplessly spread his hands, saying, I really promised, and it wouldn't help if you knew. Dumbledore should have already sent it back to Greece. Albert naturally knew that Roue was still hiding somewhere in the Forbidden Forest. After all, next semester, it will be the Cerberus guarding the Philosopher's Stone of Fred, and the three of them knew they couldn't get anything else out of him, so they stopped pressing. Even if they continued to ask, Albert would probably just keep deceiving them with some unverifiable nonsense. Chapter 295, Dark Arts Defense Training. Professor Smith might be plotting something, however, Albert couldn't guess, but he felt that this matter was related to him. It's not that he has severe paranoia, but rather that the runestone divination from back then has yet to come true. Although he is very reluctant to admit it, Albert feels that his runestone divination might be correct. After all, there's the support of the skill panel. If Albert didn't have a skill panel, he definitely wouldn't believe in the damn divination. At least, he wouldn't believe in his own divination results, but now that he has a skill panel, the accuracy of the divination is up for debate. By the way, it seems like Isabel also had a similar divination result. I wonder if it came true. Albert didn't ask, always feeling that even if he did, the other person would probably just look at him with a strange expression. Isabel didn't believe in Sybil Trelawney's divination. After all, the divination professor at Hogwarts does indeed seem quite unreliable. Moreover, the more of a genius someone is, the more they trust their own judgment. What are you doing? Divination. Albert flipped through the runestone divination book in his hands, comparing his divination results with the contents of the book. Is this thing accurate? Lee Jordan clearly didn't believe in divination. I heard that the divination professor at Hogwarts is a big fraud. I've heard similar rumors too. Albert closed the book, sighed lightly, and found the divination results to be somewhat different from his own guess. Very vague, just vaguely hinting at something. Is sure enough, using a crystal ball to predict is still more reliable. Next year, we plan to take divination. I've heard this class is relatively easy, so even if we end up failing, it won't matter. Fred suddenly interjected, and then, there's care of magical creatures. Charlie says it's a really interesting class. Divination requires talent. Albert shook his head and said, without talent, no amount of effort will make a difference. As for the care of magical creatures class, Professor Kettleben is quite old and will probably retire in a few years. I hope he can hold on until we finish studying care of magical creatures. I feel like even if Professor Kettleberg didn't want to retire, he would be forced to because of what you just said. George couldn't help but comment. Albert rolled his eyes, put away the runestone divination tools, and began to focus on his homework. Professor Smith's matter indeed made Albert a bit irritable. He felt that he should do something before the other party left Hogwarts. Facing potential events without any preparation is definitely not Albert's character. With preparation, even if it doesn't come in handy, he won't be too flustered when something happens. I'm planning to practice my dark magic defense skills. Albert said in a voice only a few people around could hear. Practice in that room, do you want to join? The three of them exchanged glances, not understanding why Albert suddenly decided to take them along to practice magic. I am preparing to enter the Forbidden Forest to search for Gryffindor's treasure, and before that, we need to be fully prepared. After Albert entered the room of requirement, he explained to the three of them. Of course, this is just an excuse that Albert came up with on the spot. His dark magic defense ability is actually quite average. To put it simply, he has little experience in using spells in combat, so he plans to bring in his three roommates for practice. I thought the Forbidden Forest is very dangerous. I oppose going there to die directly. Albert scoffed, if we're going in, we need to be fully prepared. Even if our so-called preparations turn out to be useless, we still need to do them. Charging in recklessly without a lucky charm, there's no doubt we'll end up dead. Albert felt that he didn't have the lucky protagonist aura like Porter, so he decided to prepare more. Even if it didn't come in handy, it wouldn't matter, improving his combat power was never a bad thing. When does it start? Fred and George both looked eager to try, and Lee Jordan also seemed quite excited. The most interesting part of defense against the dark arts was the practical, but what they learned in class wasn't necessarily as much as what they learned from Albert. The three of them all knew that Albert was very skilled and were prepared to learn some useful spell casting techniques from him. Don't rush, you need to start practicing with the most basic spells, Albert said softly, and you must learn the spider repelling charm. Using practice to strengthen his combat experience is the most reliable plan Albert has come up with so far, and it also helps him make up for his lack of experience in this area. But we have already mastered the spell, Fred and George said in unison. Mastery doesn't mean you can just use them. Wizard battles are not as simple as just throwing spells at each other. Albert shook his head and said, in the Forbidden Forest, encountering an acromantula head-on isn't scary, what's scary is being ambushed by them. Let's start, you all take turns using the hindrance spell on me. To you. I will try to block it with the iron armor spell. Alright, let's get started. Albert called out, George, you're first, Fred second, Lee Jordan third. Alright, here it comes. George grinned, saying they had mastered the barrier charm last year. Obstacles everywhere. Watching the spell flying toward him, Albert's heart skipped a beat. It didn't feel good, as if someone was pointing a gun at him. Armor protects. Albert whispered an incantation while waving his wand, trying to deflect the spell. The barrier spell flying toward him collided with the ironclad charm, and like a ripple, it disappeared into the surroundings. The spell's power is too weak, and also, cast it more quietly. Don't let others know what spell you're using, Albert casually said. Fred, Albert had the three of them take turns casting spells on him, practicing using the shield charm to counter the spells, while Fred, George, and Lee Jordan's task was to make their own jinxes hit Albert as much as possible. Of course, Albert couldn't defend against everything. After being continuously attacked by the three, he still couldn't avoid being distracted and getting hit by spells a few times. It's just that the three of them don't have strong magical powers, and the barrier spell has limited effects, at most causing him to fall to the ground. How do you feel now? Albert asked, panting. The barrier charm is too common. Fred interjected, we want to learn stronger spells. It's because you don't know how to use it, and the barrier spell you used isn't powerful enough to effectively intercept the opponent. At the very least, it should be powerful enough to knock someone back. Albert raised his wand and casually waved it, and Lee Jordan was struck by a powerful force, flying out and landing far away into a pile of cushions. Wow! Fred and George both gaped, staring at the flying Lee Jordan. Are you okay? Albert reached out to Lee Jordan and pulled him up. Oh no, are we really using the same spell? Lee Jordan was a bit frustrated. No wonder Albert had them practice the obstacle jinx. The emotional gap was right here. Take a break first. For the next period, you all continue taking turns casting hindrance spells on me. Albert sat on the mat, ate a hard candy, and casually passed one to his roommate next to him, continuing, most wizards have very fragile bodies, so we don't need to specifically practice stronger spells, faster, more rapid, continuous attacks. As long as we can focus the spells on the opponent and keep the enemy from catching their breath, that's enough. Even a levitation spell can produce unimaginable effects. It sounds like you make a good point. Fred muttered, but what if the other side uses a very strong protective spell to shield themselves? I remember you can also cast that kind of powerful protective spell. He really wants to learn that. Don't be foolish. When fighting a wizard, if you really do that, you'll only make yourself a target. If you face a more powerful dark wizard, you'll definitely be in big trouble. We want to learn more powerful magic. Lee Jordan muttered. You can't learn it right now. Albert didn't hold back and delivered a fatal blow. It's better to take it step by step. First, master the barrier charm, disarming charm, stunning charm, full body bind curse, ironclad charm, and shattering charm, which are more practical spells, and then learn the spider repelling charm. If you can quickly master these spells, I can teach you other magic. The last time I bought Practical Defense Magic and its countermeasures against dark magic, there are quite a few spells in it. We can study them together then. That would be great. George's eyes lit up. They had all read Practical Defensive Magic and its counteraction against dark arts and had tried some of the spells in it, but practicing alone without anyone to teach them sometimes proved quite difficult.
Moreover, Albert later hid the book, and they never had the chance to look through it again. Chapter 296 Changes in the following days. Albert kept secretly observing Professor Smith. Originally, the Baffy brain potion he had planned to try making was completely thrown out of his mind. The practice of getting the Guardian to speak didn't stop, but there were no substantial results.
Casting spells while distracted made the Guardian very weak.
If it weren't for the gradual increase in the skill experience of the Guardian spell, Albert would even suspect that Abuphus was playing tricks on him. Perhaps, if one day I can truly summon a patroness while being distracted, I probably won't have to worry much about the Dementors affecting me and causing my spell to fail.
What's the matter?
By the way, you've been making rapid progress lately. The meeting of the spell club had just ended when Albert was called over by Katerina.
The two walked side by side down the corridor.
Seeing that Katerina wasn't speaking, Albert casually brought up a topic.
I make time every week to go see Professor Smith to learn magic techniques.
Professor Smith is indeed very talented in teaching, but unfortunately, he resigned soon after. After greeting an acquaintance who passed by, Albert continued, "By the way, when did your relationship get so good?
Don't you often go to have afternoon tea with Professor Smith too?"
Katerina was a bit dissatisfied with Albert's remark, feeling like it sounded as if only he could go and not her.
Well, because we have common topics to talk about.
Albert went to have afternoon tea with the professor, and indeed, they had common topics to discuss in certain aspects, allowing them to chat for a long time, somewhat similar to an academic exchange. Katrina understood Albert's meaning, couldn't help but pout, and suddenly asked, "Have you been very busy lately? I heard Isabel say that you haven't been crashing the ancient magic texts advanced class for a long time."
"Yeah, some things have been distracting.
After all, we only have one brain, and our time each day is limited.
We always need enough time to rest."
These days, Albert has been practicing magic with his roommates in Ask and You Shall Receive Room. As for where the time comes from, you just have to squeeze it out, and everything else takes a back seat.
Go ahead, what's the matter? Does that bottle of brain booster work?
Katrina hesitated for a moment, then finally got to the point. "I've heard that the Bayfi brain booster can make users smarter."
"Do you want a brain booster potion?" Albert stopped in his tracks, looked up and down at Katrina, and suddenly asked, "Did you sign up for the wizard card tournament?" "I signed up, so I just wanted to ask in advance. If the brain awakening potion doesn't work, then..." Katerina was going for the prize.
She did want to spend money to buy a potion from Albert, but she thought Albert probably wouldn't sell it to her, and beside, Katerina didn't have much pocket money, unlike Albert who always seemed to have a handful of galleons in his pocket.
Yeah, effective.
However, it requires a certain concentration of the Bayfi brain booster.
The bottle I have is diluted and doesn't have a permanent enhancement effect.
Albert didn't intend to hide it and even reminded, "If you want to take undiluted baclofen, you need to be especially careful.
That stuff can turn you into an idiot with just one mistake." "Have you taken it?" Katrina raised an eyebrow. Can you help me get undiluted brain booster?" Katrina's eyes lit up. If possible, she still hoped to become smarter. She had heard that Albert might know a great potion master. "Can't do it. Bayf brain stimulant is a controlled substance."
Albert shook his head and said, "Moreover, it's very difficult to concoct. Almost all of the ones on the black market are failures, which is why they need to be diluted to reduce harm."
"Wait, you actually drank undiluted Bayfi brain booster?"
After Katerina realized, she suddenly felt unwell. Does this still allow for enjoyable play? Now, she doesn't want to talk to Albert anymore.
"What's going on?"
Albert watched as Katrina walked away, not understanding what she was thinking. After parting ways with Katrina, Albert went straight to the room of requirement, where Fred, George, and Lee Jordan were already practicing spells. Actually, Albert already knew that these three bastards had been secretly practicing the spells in practical defensive magic and its countercurses against the dark arts.
But he didn't mind.
There were no dangerous spells in a book that was allowed to be sold by the Ministry of Magic. When Albert entered, the three were practicing the leg locker curse. He saw George being hit by the spell, his legs unable to support him.
"This spell is far less practical than the full body bind curse."
Albert drew his wand and lifted the leg locking curse from George, making a simple evaluation.
"I think it's quite useful."
George mumbled.
"That's because you want to use it for pranks."
Albert saw through their intentions at a glance and sneered, "If you want to prank someone, you better be able to do it wandlessly and silently.
That way, no one will know what you did."
Wow, truly worthy of being Albert. The three of them all made exaggerated expressions and cast the leg locker curse at Albert, but the spell was immediately countered by the iron armor charm.
"If you have time, first learn the spider repelling spell."
Albert waved his wand, and a red light struck Lee Jordan, disarming his wand.
"Damn it!
George muttered some incantation, and Albert quickly dodged. With a flick of his wand, he was suspended upside down in mid-air.
All right, all right.
Fred raised his wand, showing a you-win expression.
Today we're practicing the stunning spell. Albert pointed at the training dummy and said, also, don't use it on me. I don't want to be carried to the school infirmary by you guys. We already know how to use the stunning spell. Fred and George couldn't help but protest, we'd much rather learn the disarming charm. When you can cast spells quietly and quickly, then you'll actually be skilled at it. Albert said irritably, shouting spells loudly in front of others is like telling them what magic you're about to use. Don't you think that's pretty stupid? Really? If you want to play pranks, at least make sure no one knows it's you doing it.
Albert said irritably. He raised his wand and gave it a flick, and Fred was knocked away by the barrier spell, crashing to the ground.
Ouch!
Fred rubbed his butt and couldn't help but complain.
Since you don't want to practice the stunning spell, let's continue with the previous sparring practice.
Albert said, you three can coordinate and speed up the casting of the obstacle spell toward me.
What's the use of this?
George muttered. He didn't understand why Albert wanted them to persist in practicing the barrier spell.
Idiot, don't you think the attacks are getting smoother?
Albert said irritably, developing a feel for casting spells means that when you face others in the future, you can launch attacks more swiftly without being overwhelmed.
This is a sophisticated magical technique, but if you don't want to learn it, that's fine. You're not trying to pull a fast one on us again, are you? The three of them were all looking at Albert with suspicious eyes, clearly not believing his words. Albert said irritably, do you not feel the effect yourselves? Spells are indeed much smoother now.
Fred muttered, actually, Albert was really just pulling their leg. However, the four of them are indeed growing rapidly in the magical confrontation, surpassing most of the students. If the previous four people merely treated their wands as tools, now at least they look somewhat like they're holding weapons. Chapter 297 expanded again in the room of requirement. An intense battle was underway. The trio led by Fred, George, and Lee Jordan is launching an attack on Albert, but surprisingly, all of their intense and relentless assaults are being blocked by Albert using the iron armor charm. At this moment, the light of spells kept flickering in front of Albert, and the incoming spells were being rebounded by the iron armor spell, flying wildly around the room. Compared to the defensive Albert, the attacking trio of Fred were in a more precarious situation. They had to dodge the rebounding spells to avoid being defeated by their own magic. The effects of nearly half a month's intense practice of the iron armor spell are very evident. I can now use the spell quickly just by slightly moving my lips. Of course, being able to achieve this in a short period of time was largely thanks to the skill panel. Although he hasn't mastered the silencing charm yet, Albert's quick defense against Fred and the others' attack clearly shows his familiarity with the ironclad charm. Of course, in this situation, it can't last long. There's a saying that goes, at first, one is full of energy and enthusiasm, but as time goes on, the energy wanes and eventually runs out. The situation is probably like this. What makes Albert more regretful is that he cannot control the angle of the iron armor spell's rebound. It would have been better if he could prepare to send the spell back to the caster before Albert stopped to catch his breath. Fred and the other three had already taken the lead in halting the offensive.
Congratulations, you've gotten even better.
George struggled to get up from the ground. He was the only unlucky one who got knocked down by the rebounding spell.
Becoming a better person isn't just about me.
Albert rubbed his lips with his hand. No matter how smooth someone's tongue was, even if they could rattle off the iron armor spell dozens of times in one breath, they still needed to pause and catch their breath.
Come on, don't think I don't know. The three of us were brought here by you to practice. Fred's tone was resentful. What magic training?
It's all nonsense. So they were all brought by Albert to be free sparring partners, especially after Albert became more proficient in using the iron armor spell. The three of them realized this. What infuriated them the most was that even with the three of them attacking together, they still couldn't do anything to Albert. Instead, they had to awkwardly dodge the magic that rebounded back at them, avoiding being taken out by their own spells.
What do you mean by coming to spar with me? Albert said irritably, as if you're saying you didn't gain anything from it.
If we have to talk about gains, Fred and the other two gained more than Albert. There's no way around it. The three of them have a weaker foundation, and the benefits they've gained from practice these past few days far exceed those of Albert. Mainly, it was what happened just now that made them feel unbalanced.
I am the one here to spar with you, Albert shamelessly said. As soon as these words were spoken, they were immediately met with a chorus of boos from the three people. I really don't know how you do it.
Lee Jordan couldn't help but mutter. Using the iron armor spell to quickly block the three people's barrier spell attacks is not an easy task. Speaking of the obstacle curse, the three of them have already used it countless times these days. At present, the three of them can all proficiently use the barrier spell, they only need to whisper the incantation to easily cast it, and its power is significantly stronger than before.
Didn't you notice my mouth is almost cramping up? Albert said irritably, my goal is to use a silent spell to cast the iron armor spell.
Come on, I heard from others that the silencing charm won't be taught until the advanced class in 6th grade. You have to hold your breath while practicing, like you've been constipated for days. Lee Jordan also put a lot of effort into it and made significant progress as well. And beside, if you use a silent spell, the power of the spell will be weakened, right?
Silent spells can make casting faster. Albert didn't mind this point and reminded, if it's a critical moment, who has the time to recite the spell out loud? Beside, as you just saw, reciting the spell almost made my mouth cramp.
Most importantly, Albert's own magical power is very strong, and the iron armor spell he uses is equally powerful. Even if Fred, George, and Lee Jordan used the barrier curse to attack simultaneously, they still couldn't break through Albert's iron armor curse. The three of them had tried it before, and the spell rebounded off the ironclad charm. Luckily, they dodged it quickly, otherwise, they would have been in real trouble.
When are we going to the Forbidden Forest to search for Gryffindor's secret treasure?
Fred couldn't help but change the subject. He was really looking forward to searching for Gryffindor's secret treasure again. As long as Albert helps, the success rate of treasure hunting can be increased by at least 3 times, and it will be much safer and more secure.
Not yet, at least not now. With your current level, you think you can enter the Forbidden Forest?
Albert interrupted impatiently, keep practicing your spells and aim to enter the Forbidden Forest for treasure hunting in the few days after the exams.
The days after the exam.
George couldn't help but stare wide-eyed at Albert, as if he had heard something unbelievable.
Don't be silly, we're not going there to die. When the time comes, I'll do more to ensure everyone's safety.
If we were to die inexplicably in the Forbidden Forest, it would be a huge loss.
But
Lee Jordan was very frustrated, but in the end, he still agreed with Albert's point of view. After all, this roommate has always been very steady, and beside, the Forbidden Forest has more than just acromantulas, it is indeed very dangerous. As long as we master the spider-repelling charm, we should be able to easily deal with those acromantulas.
Fred muttered.
The 4 of them have already mastered this spell, they just need to practice it a few more times until they are proficient, and then they won't be afraid of those big spiders anymore.
The most dangerous thing about the 8-eyed giant spider is its skill in ambush. Once you all thoroughly master the spider-repelling spell, we will need to conduct advanced practice. At that time, I'll see if I can find a suitable place to practice the spell.
Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes at Fred, feeling quite speechless. He didn't expect him to start getting cocky so soon. It seemed he hadn't yet faced the harsh realities. The 3 of them were very disappointed, originally thinking that Albert would take them into the Forbidden Forest to search for Gryffindor's treasure during Easter.
If possible, never go on an adventure without any preparation. Albert put away his wand and advised. Gryffindor students have never lacked courage. You call that courage?
Albert was furious. If you're lucky, then that's called courage. If you're unlucky and die, then that's called stupidity and recklessness.
I see your luck is really good. The twins looked at each other and said in unison, my luck is good.
Albert's face couldn't help but twitch a few times. Is my luck really that good? Maybe, but Albert's luck comes more from his constant preparation. Even when he does encounter problems, he always has a solution.
Isn't it good?
You bastard, your luck is obviously so good, yet you still dare to pretend that you're unlucky. Fred's eyes twitched slightly, and he almost pointed at Albert and cursed him out. I've never seen such a shameless person before. As far as they know, Albert has never lost a bet, which is already incredibly lucky.
Cough, cough, alright, even if we're lucky, we need to be fully prepared. I don't want to end up as food for the 8-eyed giant spider.
Albert couldn't understand the 3's thoughts. Did they not grasp the danger level of the Forbidden Forest at all, or is it that learning a bit of magic has gone to your head? Chapter 298, the first Wizard Card Tournament. As the end of the month approached, the Wizard Card Tournament organized by Albert was also about to begin. If Fred, George, and Lee Jordan haven't had time to cause trouble lately, they've all been conscripted by Albert to help make the improved wizard cards. The 3 of them have put a lot of effort into this card game, so naturally, they hope the wizard card game can be promoted and well received by everyone. On the weekend, Albert was woken up early in the morning by his excited roommates. He covered his yawn with bleary eyes and couldn't help but complain, I really don't know what you're so excited about, and aren't you cold? Although the weather has shown signs of warming up, the snow outside the castle shows no signs of melting.
What's the deal with bouncing around in such thin pajamas? Do you think everyone still remembers the Wizard Card Tournament?
On the way to the dining hall, Lee Jordan couldn't help but ask again. This was already the third time. Although he had experience as a Quidditch commentator, he still looked very nervous, probably worried that no one would come to participate in the wizarding card tournament, making the four of them the laughingstock of the entire school.
If no one shows up, won't we just make a profit from the registration fees?
George said, pretending to be greedy. Albert could tell that George was also very nervous, probably fearing that no one would show up for the competition in the end. Actually, everyone understands that the popularity of wizard cards is decreasing over time.
Most students joined out of temporary interest, and once this craze fades, there won't be many people left.
The decreasing number of participants in the Wizard Cards Club each month clearly indicates the problem. Initial attempts, even if they mess up, it doesn't matter.
Life will always have a few failures.
Albert sat by the dining table, poured himself a cup of hot milk, took a sip, and said to his roommate, "Also, you should have confidence in our wizard card game."
"I really don't want to hear you rambling on about that nonsense," Fred said irritably. He didn't quite understand where Albert's confidence came from. "Sigh, if you had paid the 2 Seco registration fee, would you still not come to the competition?"
Albert couldn't help but shake his head, casually pulling out a coin from his pocket and spinning it on his fingertip.
He said softly, "If the registration were free, they wouldn't come if they didn't want to. But now that they've paid to register, even if they regret not wanting to participate, we won't refund the registration fee. You can't just let your money go to waste, can you?"
"They will definitely grit their teeth and come to the competition.
No one likes to be at a disadvantage.
Since we've put in the effort, very few will give up halfway. Moreover, the champion has 10 gallons of British parents may give their children pocket money, but it is definitely not much.
Having a pocket full of pounds like Albert is definitely an exception. So that's how it is."
The three of them suddenly realized, no wonder Albert initially collected the registration fee and solemnly asked everyone to think it over, because once they confirmed their registration, it couldn't be refunded promotions or because of this reason. What a cunning and sly fellow.
"You are quite clever." Sana walked over and happened to overhear this conversation. With a smile, she asked, "When does the wizard card tournament start?" "Starting at 10 o'clock, we'll begin the first round of eliminations. There are only 32 people anyway, so it won't take much time."
Albert had thought about the related matters of the wizard card competition long ago.
"Is the champion going to be decided today?" Shauna asked again. "Of course not, there are only the 4 of us as judges at a time."
Albert raised his hand and pointed at Fred, George, and Lee Jordan, then pointed at himself. "4 matches at a time, plus those who don't want to participate, we should be able to select the top 16 before midnight." Albert estimated the time and continued, "If there's still plenty of time, we'll select the top 8, and then decide the champion next month."
"You seem very familiar with the competition process." Angelina and Elia came together. They were also prepared to participate in the wizard card tournament. "I heard you guys prepared a brand new wizard card," Angelina asked curiously. "Who did you hear that from?"
Albert looked at his 3 roommates, and as a result, 2 of them simultaneously pointed at Fred.
"Ahem, it's not really a secret anyway. The new cards are ready."
Fred pointed at Albert, indicating that the new wizard card was with him.
"You're the one who talks too much.
You have to give everyone something to look forward to, otherwise no one will come to the competition." Fred has already thought of an excuse. Albert took out the card from the exquisite box and handed it to Angelina. Angelina carefully examined the brand new wizard card, which was completely different from the rough wizard cards of the past. The wizard cards in their hands looked more refined and standardized, with even the effects of the cards written in beautiful calligraphy. Sana picked up a spell card, which depicted the wand movement for the spell, the name of the spell, and its effects.
"When can we have our own cards?"
Truman originally came over to ask about the specific time of the competition, but after seeing the wizard cards in Angelina's hands, he was immediately captivated by these brand new cards.
"It's not time yet. These wizard cards require a lot of time and still need improvement.
This time, it's to give you a glimpse of what the future wizard cards will look like. At present, Albert has no plans to popularize wizard cards, at least not until he can mass produce them. Previously, I was worried that the wizard cards wouldn't be well received,
but now I'm not concerned at all."
Truman carefully examined the brand new wizard cards and couldn't help but exclaim.
"Will all future wizard cards have to be purchased with money?"
"Official sale, it should still take some time." Albert never intended to give the wizard card away for free. The brand new wizard cards have indeed caught the attention of many people. Compared to the original wizard cards, they are on a completely different level. Many supporters of the wizard cards can't wait to snatch the cards from their hands right now.
"Can a deck of cards be the champion of this competition?"
Next year can be considered, but this year's prizes will not change. Albert took out his pocket watch, checked the time, then cleared a space at the end of the table and began calling the names of the registered contestants. There were 2 students who didn't plan to participate in the wizard card tournament. Albert directly announced that they had lost the match, and Angelina and another lucky participant advanced to the next round before the tournament even started. Now, I declare the first wizard card tournament officially open. Albert picked up his wand and conjured sparks, creating a fireworks explosion effect that left everyone stunned. Chapter 299 Illegal Gathering. After the start of the first wizard card tournament, Albert diligently fulfilled his duties as a referee. There's no way around it. If no one is watching, the wizard card tournament will probably turn into a complete mess. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan have all been conscripted to do the hard work, so it seems a bit unreasonable for me not to referee myself. The level of the first elimination match was so low that it was quite painful to watch. The contestants came from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, and neither was very familiar with the rules of wizard's chess, making newbies clashing the most fitting description. Because they are not familiar with the rules of wizard cards, they often make some basic mistakes. Albert felt extremely embarrassed. With an impulse to cover his face, the crowd watching nearby was thoroughly entertained, whispering about how so-and-so made another mistake, saying things like if all the contestants were at this level, I might even be able to win a championship. Some of the gossipy onlookers would even deliberately point out the mistakes made by the players, quietly mocking them for not even understanding the rules of the game, yet still signing up to participate in the wizard card competition. The Hufflepuff boy, who had made frequent mistakes, had a face as red as a beet. Amidst the whispers of the crowd, he ultimately gave up continuing the match, quickly slipped into the crowd, and disappeared. What is all this about? Albert watched the other person leave and couldn't help but shake his head. That Hufflepuff student was probably just trying their luck. Usually, he hadn't played wizard's cards with others much, and his skills were terrible. Not to mention, he didn't even understand the rules of wizard's cards. I really don't know what kind of mindset he had when he came to participate in this wizard's cards competition. Another Gryffindor student also watched the opponent's retreating figure, turned to Albert, and asked, "Did I win?" "Yes, your opponent forfeited, you won." Albert checks off on the parchment, then calls the next pair of players and reshuffles the cards in the deck. The elimination rounds were much faster than Albert had expected. And there were definitely more contestants who didn't understand the wizarding card rules than just that Hufflepuff boy. Sometimes, it can even lead to some laughable situations. You should use another spell card, then he'll definitely lose. It's not just that someone couldn't resist chiming in, resulting in one side losing the match. Most of the audience present turned to look at the owner of the voice. Please remain quiet and do not disturb others' matches. This is the most basic courtesy for spectators. Albert looked unkindly at the senior student who had spoken. The man was instantly stunned, his face turning beet red, and he didn't rebut. Otherwise, it would be like admitting to everyone that he was an impolite person. "Please do not interfere with the match," Albert said to the surrounding audience. "Also, the previous round will be replayed from 3 rounds back." The elimination rounds were halfway through, and Albert also noticed that most of the students didn't really know how to play wizard cards. Each game lasted at most a few minutes, and the more skilled players always managed to win 2 consecutive games against their opponents. The players who ultimately stood out were mostly acquaintances of Albert, and only those who frequently smoked and played cards together could gain an advantage in the competition. If we were to talk about the most exciting wizard card match, it would undoubtedly be the showdown between Sana and Katarina. Many people have gathered to watch this evenly matched duel. Albert straightforwardly threw down his referee duties and ran over to watch the game. In the end, Katarina lost. An exciting match. Albert started clapping, and others, stunned, began to clap as well. Katrina was very frustrated. She originally thought winning the championship would be easy, but ended up losing the match because her deck ran out of cards first. As long as she can hold on for one more round, she will definitely be able to defeat Shauna. Unfortunately, she has already lost and was eliminated in the first round. Albert has a rival now, and I'm looking forward to you defeating him, George said to Shauna with a smile. "At the moment, you're the most likely seeded player to win the championship." Albert was speechless. The game had just started. Don't you guys fear something going wrong with this kind of praise? What are you doing here? Everyone, disperse. Don't all crowd here. A voice from outside the crowd called out inopportunely, and Filch pushed through the throng, wanting to see what these people were up to. "Sir, is there something wrong?" Albert frowned and asked. "I received a tip-off that someone is holding an illegal gathering here." Filch squeezed through the crowd and came over here, his gaze immediately fixed on Fred and George, his sagging cheeks trembling with excitement. "And you all, disperse, don't crowd here," he said to the crowd around him. "What's going on?" Fred, George, and Lee Jordan also came over. Upon seeing Filch, they all frowned. It was clear that this guy showing up here was not a good sign. Moreover, if Furchy insists on saying they are an illegal assembly, they really have no good way to counter it, and the match would thus become a joke, which is definitely not the outcome the three of them want to see.
It's nothing. Albert reassured the three, turned to Furchy, and calmly said, "Illegal assembly. Are you sure your information is correct and you haven't been misled? What do you mean by that?" Furchy's tone was unfriendly, his eyes fixed intently on Albert. "The meetings of the Wizarding Card Club have been approved and sanctioned by Headmaster Dumbledore from the very beginning." Albert explained with a smile, "Our meetings are legal, and have been from the very beginning. If you don't believe me, I have the headmaster's signature right here." Albert reached into his pocket and pulled out a scroll of parchment, handing it to the other person. Furchy took the parchment, glanced at its contents, and his expression immediately darkened, just like a child who heard that Halloween was cancelled. The Wizard Card Club was established with the principal's approval. The guy who wants to provide you with information is definitely looking for trouble. Albert stared intently into Furchy's eyes, trying to find the name of that person from him. Furchy walked away in a huff. This dramatic scene had everyone talking. They hadn't seen Furchy fail like this in a long time. "When did you prepare the parchment?" Fred asked quietly. "This thing is of course real, and so are my words." Albert glanced at Fred and said lightly, "The Wizard Card Club has the principal's approval, and the signatures on the parchment are genuine. This activity is beneficial for fostering unity and friendship among the students. How could the principal possibly not approve it? Actually, the parchment was prepared to prevent a certain professor from causing trouble for them." Although the chances were slim, Albert still took precautions. After all, some people's integrity is indeed a bit lacking. "Who provided information to Furchy?" Lee Jordan, with a serious face, was ready to settle the score with that person. "The first Wizard Card Tournament holds great significance for the four of them, and they absolutely will not tolerate anyone trying to ruin it, let alone let it become a joke." "I don't know, let's not worry about that for now." Albert reached out and patted Lee Jordan on the shoulder. "Go back and do your job as a referee. The first round of the knockout stage isn't over yet. If I find out who did this, I will definitely give them a lesson they won't forget." Fred gritted his teeth. "If it weren't for Albert being prepared, I would have really been disgusted by someone." Chapter 300, The Girls' Lavatory Incident. Above, the people whose names I have called, congratulations on making it to the top 16. Albert rolled up the parchment and said to the surrounding crowd, "The next competition will be at the end of next month, just before Easter. If the time changes, we will notify you in advance." "Will the champion be decided next month?" someone asked. I can't be sure either, we'll just have to see how the match progresses." Albert clapped his hands, signaling everyone to disperse and not crowd here. "When will the new cards be widely available?" Many people had their eyes on the wizard card in Albert's hand. It was much better than the shoddy cards everyone else had, making them envious. "The wizard card is still undergoing continuous improvements, we need time to perfect it," Albert reassured. "It is estimated that it won't be widely available until next year." "Do we have to wait until next year?" Many people immediately became disheartened. Most students have limited patience, and the long wait was simply a torment for them. Albert answered a few more questions and then prepared to make a run for it. He didn't want to be cornered here with more questions, nor was he in the habit of doing so. In the corridor, seeing no one around, Lee Jordan gritted his teeth and said, "Who on earth is deliberately causing us trouble?" "Marcus McLagan," Albert suddenly said. "Marcus McLagan." Fred and George both frowned. Marcus McLagan obviously guessed that you guys were behind the last incident, so he deliberately used this matter to annoy us. Albert shared his guess with his roommate. Falkai wouldn't use brain closure techniques, his mind held few secrets in front of Albert. After getting the answer from the other party, Albert guessed the reason. Last time, Fred and George made Marcus McLagan sick. If he goes back and thinks about it, it won't be hard to guess who did it. "Maybe we should give him an impressive lesson," Fred said with a grim face. "Right." Lee Jordan immediately agreed. He absolutely could not tolerate anyone trying to undermine his achievements. "He probably will be on guard against you," Albert reminded. "He definitely won't let you get away easily, and I think even if you retaliate, that guy will find another opportunity to cause you trouble." "We are never afraid of challenges," the twins said in unison. "No need to make it so complicated, just cast a Confundus charm on him." Confusion spell. The spell is impractical defensive magic and its countermeasures against dark magic. "It seems you haven't read that book carefully either." Albert sighed and said, "Forget it, I'll do it myself." "That's just awesome, I can't wait to see that guy get what's coming to him." "Let me see where that bastard is now."
Fred laughed maliciously. Not long after, a sensational incident occurred at Hogwarts. Marcus McLaggen attempted to break into the girls' bathroom to peep, but was caught by a senior girl and ultimately failed to achieve his goal.
Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter.
In a classroom filled with clutter, Fred and George were holding their stomachs, laughing so hard they couldn't stand up straight. Just now, they witnessed Marcus McLachlan, with a swollen face, being taken away by Furch. Albert leaned against a metal cabinet, shaking his head as he looked at his three roommates who were grinning maliciously. As Marcus McLaggen passed by the women's restroom, he cast a Confundus charm on the guy, who then actually turned and walked into the women's restroom. The scene that followed nearly made them laugh themselves to death. As soon as Marcus McLaggen entered the women's restroom, a scream was heard from inside. They saw Marcus McLaggen running out of the women's restroom with his hands covering his face, followed by a group of girls chasing the pervert, causing chaos throughout the entire academy. It is said that Marcus McLaggen was caught in the act by a Hufflepuff senior girl, which prevented his sinister intentions from succeeding. Albert and the other three even took a shortcut through the secret passage to get ahead, pretending to witness the farce at the same time. Taking advantage of the situation, he
lifted the confusion curse from Marcus McLaggen.
However, things are not just that simple. Albert also heard that Professor McGonagall was very angry, putting Marcus McLaggen in detention for a week and informing his family about the matter. The next day at noon, a scathing letter echoed throughout the entire hall, as Marcus McLaggen's mother believed he had brought shame to the McLaggen family. Of Fred, George, and Lee Jordan all felt very vindicated. Marcus McLaggen secretly pulled a fast one on them, so naturally, they would secretly pull a fast one on him in return. It's only fair now, everyone is discussing this matter, and when it comes to Marcus McLaggen, they all show disdain and look down on his actions. Some gossip-loving students even revealed certain things about Marcus McLaggen. Anyway, that guy has already become a hot topic of conversation after meals. Fred and George, those two troublemaking little rascals, are going around spreading rumors and betting with others about whether Marcus McLaggen's underwear is red. I bet no girl at Hogwarts would ever want to go out with Marcus Flint again. Field walked over, sat down next to Albert, and winked, saying, "That guy even tried to argue that he must have been hit by a Confundus charm to accidentally wander into the girls' bathroom.
If it were me, I would definitely tell others that I was hit by the soul-sucking curse," Albert said with a laugh. "At that time, I happened to be present. Marcus McLaggen did look like he was under the Confundus charm," Field said in a strange tone. "Then why didn't you tell Professor McGonagall about this?" Albert asked curiously. "Tell Professor McGuffin to do whatever, I'm more than happy to see that annoying guy get into trouble." Field's tone was cheerful. "We really have to thank the guy who pranked Marcus McLaggen. I heard that when Professor McGonagall checked, she found that Marcus McLaggen wasn't hit by the Confundus charm." Albert squinted and said, "So, Professor McGonagall was so angry that she put Marcus McLaggen in detention and deducted 50 points. This semester, he's probably going to be at the bottom of the class. Who knows?" Field walked away with a smile. "Does she know?" Lee Jordan asked nervously. He thought Albert did it perfectly, leaving almost no loopholes. Not even Professor McGonagall noticed that Marcus McLaggen had cast a Confundus charm. "Who knows?" Albert said nonchalantly. "What about Fred and George? Those two guys are betting with others on how long it will take Marcus McLaggen's underwear to get washed." Lee Jordan rolled his eyes as he spoke about Fred and George. Chapter 301, The Story of Quirinus. Quirrell. Harsh winter was retreating from Devonshire in March, temperatures were warming up, the snow was beginning to melt, tender shoots were sprouting on the muddy ground, and the earth was regaining its vitality. A young man in a trench coat appeared without warning, stomping the freshly sprouted shoots back into the ground with one foot. He then walked slowly toward the nearby house. With a creak, the door of the house was pushed open. "It seems like I need to find time to fix it," the young man murmured. He walked straight to the kitchen, hung his damp coat on the rack by the fireplace, and casually pulled out his wand from his pocket to rekindle the fire. A small black snake slithered out of the young man's coat pocket and came to warm itself by the fireplace. Now, it wasn't yet time for the snake to wake from its hibernation, but the young man didn't have much of a choice, because he preferred to inhabit the snake's body rather than a mouse's. This young man is named Quirinus Quirrell. Not long ago, he had just returned to England after traveling around the world and was now preparing to go to Hogwarts to apply for the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. This time, Quirrell didn't return alone, he had him by his side. Or rather, a snake. The one who possessed the little snake had many names. The one whose name cannot even be mentioned, the Dark Lord, or Voldemort. Yes, the infamous Voldemort. Of course, in order to show his submission, Quirrell always called him Master,
which is the term Death Eaters use for the Dark Lord. Although Kiro has never liked this form of address, he needs to make himself appear respectful, at least on the surface. At this moment, Chilo was diligently learning more magical techniques from Voldemort to ensure he would never again become a laughingstock. He sat in the armchair, gazing at the flames in the fireplace, took a big sip of red tea, and the flames danced in his eyes, just like his current emotions. Everything is different now. Once, when he was still a student at Hogwarts, Quirrell was very weak, often mocked and bullied by other students. He was tired of being that way and vowed to change it all. Shortly after graduation, Chilo hoped to be qualified for the position of defense against the dark arts professor. He knew that many people were afraid of this profession due to the rumored curse, but Chilo felt that was nonsense and believed he could overcome the so-called curse, earning everyone's respect. However, Dumbledore did not immediately agree to Quirrell's job application. Instead, he suggested that Quirrell travel the world to gain more experience and come back to him later. During these years of traveling around the world, Chilo gradually developed an interest in dark magic. Of course, only in theory, but he soon realized that theoretical dark magic was as ridiculous as his past fantasies of becoming a formidable dark wizard. In the end, Quirrell began to fantasize about tracking down Voldemort and even learning more magical techniques from him. He changed his travel destination and went to the Albanian forest, where it is said that Voldemort is hiding. But no one knows if this is true. However, to Chilo's surprise, he really did encounter the legendary Voldemort. The infamous Voldemort is currently forced to reside in some small rodents, making him quite weak. In Chilo's eyes, this was utterly ridiculous. He also realized that his fantasy might come true. When Voldemort persuaded him to join the dark forces, Quirrell expressed his hope to learn more magical skills from Voldemort. In exchange, he could help Voldemort restore his body. As expected, Voldemort agreed to the deal. This made Quirrell smug, thinking that the legendary Dark Lord was nothing special, believing he had the ability to control Voldemort. As long as he could learn the other person's advanced magical techniques, he was sure he could become a powerful wizard who would be admired, no longer small and insignificant like many others. He was already tired of mediocrity, tired of being looked down upon and ridiculed. He wanted to become someone everyone admired, someone like Dumbledore and Voldemort. As for Voldemort, this fallen Dark Lord will by then be nothing more than a pawn that can be discarded at will, and he can even hand him over to Dumbledore. During the journey, Voldemort did indeed teach him quite a few magical techniques, but sadly, Quirrell discovered that he could only master a small portion of them. However, these were enough to make him a highly skilled wizard. During the subsequent journey around the world, Voldemort was always with him. The two occasionally chat about some things. Although Chilo usually disregards most of Voldemort's words, he has to admit that some of what the other says is indeed correct. There is no absolute good or evil in the world. Being called the Dark Lord by the world is merely a result of using violent means in the struggle for power. Voldemort never thought he did anything wrong. Those without power and influence were merely incompetent, and incompetence was a crime. This made Quirrell feel a deep connection when Voldemort promised that once he took control of the Ministry of Magic, he would give Quirrell the rightful position as a reward for helping him regain his physical form. At that moment, Quirrell was moved. If Voldemort became his backing, everything would be different. From that moment on, Quirrell began to accept Voldemort's guidance and carry out his orders. Undeniably, the methods of this dark wizard greatly benefited Quirrell. Voldemort also told Quirrell many secrets, including the fact that the legendary alchemist Nicholas Flamel was still alive, and the existence of the Philosopher's Stone, which could grant immortality. He told Quirrell that he needed the stone to ensure immortality, and Quirrell would receive a large amount of gold as a reward. With Voldemort's help, Chilo spent a lot of time and finally found Nicholas Flamel's residence in Paris, France. However, it seemed that Flamel had noticed their surveillance and had been hiding in a safe house, preventing them from succeeding. As soon Dumbledore arrived, and Quirrell didn't dare to show himself. He just controlled the Muggles to monitor Nicholas's residence while hiding in the background. However, what frustrated Quirrell even more happened. Nicholas Flamel disappeared without a trace. With Dumbledore's help, Chilo and Voldemort spent a lot of effort to find a new clue. Nicholas Flamel had settled in Devon, and the place where he lived was protected by the Fidelius charm, making it impossible for them to find him, and the secret goalkeeper was Dumbledore. Quirrell has been monitoring Nicholas Flamel's house for a long time, occasionally seeing Dumbledore visit him. The other party has already discovered his presence, but they just can't determine who he is. While Quirrell and Voldemort were considering how to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, the situation changed again. It is said that the Philosopher's Stone might be hidden in Gringotts. This is the result he obtained after interrogating a goblin. Stealing the Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts is not an easy task, and Quirrell also needs to verify whether this information is true, because Dumbledore already knows that someone is after the Philosopher's Stone, and it's very likely that he has set a trap for him. Moreover, Gringotts' defenses are extremely tight, and almost no wizard has been able to steal anything from Gringotts and come out unscathed. Chilo sadly discovered that he did not possess such abilities, and Voldemort seemed to think the same, trying to train him to become a competent assistant. Chapter 302 Hagrid's Troubles. Hurry up, Fred, Lee Jordan has been taken out. I saw Albert, flank him from the side and back, don't let him escape again. In the forest, George's voice could be heard. The three were chasing Albert and trying to defeat him with spells. Practicing in the Forbidden Forest was a plan devised by Albert. If they are preparing to enter the Forbidden Forest to search for Gryffindor's secret treasure, they need to know how to fight enemies in the forest.
The Forbidden Forest has many trees,
and hitting moving objects with spells is a very difficult task. Moreover, and most importantly, the four of them need to learn how to deal with possible ambushes, while also improving everyone's stamina to avoid exhausting themselves in the Forbidden Forest. Last time, the incident with the eight-eyed giant spider made Albert extremely cautious. He believed that those large spiders harbored malice toward all wizards who entered the Forbidden Forest, and they could pose a significant threat the next time they ventured deeper into the forest.
Disarm you.
A flash of red light passed by, and Albert, who had just rushed out from behind the tree, quickly shrank back. A large piece of bark was blown off a tree behind him by the spell.
Blocked, Albert muttered.
Just now, I successfully used the disarming spell to eliminate Lee Jordan, but I was still blocked by the twins.
Catch Albert, and next time we go to the Three Broomsticks, it's on him.
Fred's face turned beet red as he shouted excitedly. This isn't the first time this has happened, but in the previous few instances, they were all defeated by Albert. Later, everyone agreed that they couldn't use the disillusionment charm and the ironclad charm. In one-on-one situations, it really came down to their aim when casting spells at each other. This is like shooting a gun. Once the distance exceeds 100 feet, accuracy goes out the window, and hitting the target purely relies on instinct. This current real combat scenario is actually also a way to train the precision of spells and the ability to dodge them. Albert took a deep breath, charged out directly, and matched their precision in casting spells.
I knew you would do this, Fred and George said in unison. Disarm you.
They already have several methods to deal with Albert now, whether it's drawing attention or confronting him head-on. They have experience. As for evasion and escape, Albert no longer has a chance.
Disarm you.
The spells of the three people all missed, and the surrounding soil was splattered.
Disarm your weapon.
Albert stopped in his tracks and cast a disarming spell at Fred. The spell hit its mark, and Fred's wand flew out of his hand. He hadn't even had time to dodge behind the nearby tree when another disarming spell came flying at him. Albert reached out and swatted, and the disarming spell was actually batted away, crashing into a tree and leaving a charred mark. Seeing this scene, George was stunned on the spot and was also eliminated by Albert's disarmament spell.
You actually cheated.
George, in a fit of rage, shouted at Albert, and by the time he came to his senses, he realized what was going on. Albert had actually used a protective bracelet. Otherwise, how could he have deflected the spell with just a slap? You didn't say that using the protective bracelet was prohibited, Albert said confidently. Fred and George were just about to speak when they heard a voice not far away.
Who's there? Come out, I see you. Hagrid. Albert's heart skipped a beat.
He quickly dodged behind a nearby tree, cast an illusion spell on himself, and prepared to sneak away.
Where's Albert? That bastard actually slipped away on his own.
Fred and George quickly lunged for their wands. Just as he picked up his wand and prepared to use the disillusionment charm on himself, Hagrid had already appeared in their line of sight, glaring at the two with a hostile expression.
What are you doing in the Forbidden Forest? Practicing magic.
The twins quickly came up with a plan: the barrier charm and the stunning spell. You know, magic isn't allowed in the castle, so we had to run to the outskirts of the forest to practice.
Practicing magic.
Albert is here too. He sneaked away as soon as he heard you were coming. George directly snitched, preparing to drag his roommate down with him.
Albert, where are the others? Hagrid looked around, frowning as he asked.
Probably heard you were coming and deliberately hid.
Fred gritted his teeth. Don't even think about escaping,
Hagrid warned, looking around and frowning as he called out, Albert, come out, it's time to go. However, there was no response, as if there was no one around at all.
He must have slipped away on his own. Fred and George said angrily, all right, don't let me catch you loitering in the Forbidden Forest again. Maybe Professor McGonagall should give you a lesson. There won't be a next time, Hagrid, we promise. The twins said in unison. Guaranteed my ass. Hagrid completely didn't believe the two's nonsense. When they returned to the school, they found Albert and Lee Jordan feeding fawn by Hagrid's hut. You two bastards actually sneaked out. We were looking for you. Lee Jordan's innocent little eyes blinked and said, Albert said you were coming this way to the Forbidden Forest, so we came to take a look. Humph, you two little rascals, come with me to see Professor McGonagall. Hagrid snorted lightly and dragged Fred and George toward the castle. Hagrid, can't we discuss this? Why didn't you come to discuss it with me before entering the Forbidden Forest? They're really pathetic. Lee Jordan said with schadenfreude. Who told them to be slow? Albert had an innocent look on his face, thinking that 2 people being unlucky is better than 3, right? That's true. Lee Jordan chuckled maliciously when they saw Fred and George again. Both of them had faces full of resentment and ignored Albert, muttering to themselves, Professor McGonagall made us copy the school rules. Pretty good, knowing the school rules, we can find loopholes in the future. Albert said nonchalantly, alright, don't be mad. Next time we go to 3 Brooms, it's on me. You actually know the school rules? Lee Jordan asked curiously. Of course, I've seen it before. Albert started gloating again, there's quite a lot of them, so it might take a while to copy. Thanks for the reminder. Fred gritted his teeth and said, I just heard someone was going to copy the school rules. Katrina walked over, her gaze lingering on the twins for a moment, and then handed a letter to Albert. A love letter. George teased. Clearly not. Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes, and next to him, Katerina shot George a fierce glare before turning and walking away. I remember Percy used to write that stuff to a Muggle girl in the village. George casually explained. I remember that girl was called, thanks for the gossip, really. And by the way, I never wrote her a love letter, and we weren't lovers, just ordinary pen pals. Percy, appearing out of nowhere, with a gloomy face, said to Fred and George, I heard you 2 got into trouble again and Professor McGonagall has given you detention. We're about to head to the library, we have a ton of homework left to finish. See you later, Percy. The twins were about to sneak away, they didn't want to run into Percy at this moment. I just saw that Gryffindor's points have decreased a lot. Percy's eyes glinted with a dangerous light as he coldly warned, and if I find out you're spreading rumors about me, no, we wouldn't do something so outrageous. Ahem, we won't make things up either. Albert said as he walked toward the library with Lee Jordan. You can use the enter key or the shortcuts to read chapter 303. Choosing new courses. Easter break was just around the corner, and the students at Hogwarts were starting to get restless, wishing the school would close immediately so they could have a good time. However, the professors at Hogwarts don't seem to plan on letting the students have a peaceful Easter. The assignments are piling up on their desks. If all the homework is left to be done during the Easter holiday, you might as well forget about having a good holiday. If Fred and George's tempers also became frayed, they not only had to busy themselves with all that homework, but also had to find time every day to engage in magical duels with Albert, plus 3 times a week of Quidditch practice. Speaking of Quidditch, it makes the twin brothers feel frustrated. The next Quidditch match for the Gryffindor team is against the Hufflepuff team. Although they have already lost 2 matches, Charlie insists that the team members train hard to ensure better results next semester. So, apart from Quidditch practice, magical combat, and finishing their homework, Fred and George hardly had time to do anything else. I feel like I've lost weight. In Transfiguration class, Fred was trying to turn a little rabbit into a slipper. While poking the poor little creature with his wand, he complained to Albert next to him about being so busy lately that he could hardly catch his breath. If he couldn't turn the little rabbit in front of him into a slipper, it meant that they would have to find time to practice Transfiguration during Easter, which was not good news at all. They already had enough on their plates. What frustrates and annoys Fred the most is that Albert, after just one attempt, successfully turned the rabbit into a slipper, and after several tries, his slippers became more and more exquisite. Albert is simply too far ahead of them in Transfiguration. Even Ravenclaw's Katrina has already been left far behind. Everyone was already overwhelmed just with studying magic and dealing with the heavy homework. Albert, however, always manages to find time to do other things, making the 3 of them wonder if Albert really only has 24 hours in a day. Between people, you really can't compare. With a comparison, the gap feels so vast that it can make one's mood extremely terrible. Wesley, stop tormenting that poor little rabbit, or you'll be grounded. Professor McGonagall's stern voice interrupted Fred's complaints, and many students in the class turned to look over. Sorry. Fred mumbled as he caught the little rabbit that was trying to escape again, and, like Albert, patted its head, hoping to calm it down once more. This is much harder than turning a beetle into a button. George's face was full of sorrow. His little white rabbit was still just a little white rabbit. On the other hand, Shauna's little white rabbit had undergone some changes, but there were still obvious rabbit ears on its boots, and they were even moving. Clearly, it hadn't succeeded, but any change was a good sign. Do you have any successful tips? Fred couldn't help but ask. There's no shortcut to learning Transfiguration, Weasley. Transfiguration is a delicate art, and you need to undergo rigorous training to succeed. You have a long way to go in this regard. Professor McGonagall said calmly,
This was not the first time she had heard someone ask such a question.
I've never seen Albert spend so much time on this.
Fred couldn't help but mutter, feeling that Albert had been spending much less time on Transfiguration recently compared to Defense Against the Dark Arts. However, Fred immediately shut his mouth when he noticed Professor McGonagall's gaze shifting back.
Easter is coming soon, and I hope everyone won't just focus on playing and forget about their homework. We don't want a repeat of what happened last Christmas break. I suggest you all finish your homework properly before going out to play.
Professor McGonagall walked back to the podium, took a stack of papers from the attendance register, and distributed them. Everyone took the list, looked at the contents, and began to whisper quietly.
This is the new course list.
When you were in 3rd grade, you need to choose new courses, and you have enough time to consider this during the Easter holidays.
Professor McGonagall's expression was very serious. Each person needs to choose at least 2 courses. If you don't understand, you can ask me or consult your elders. This needs to be taken seriously, as it will affect your future. Professor, could you please introduce these 5 new courses to us? Someone said.
Divination relies more on talent. Very few people in the magical world can truly foresee the future, and most are just frauds pretending to be diviners.
Professor McGonagall said. Many students couldn't help but smile. They had heard of Professor Sybil Trelawney's reputation, and many believed she was a fraud who couldn't foresee the future at all.
If you want to pursue a career closely related to Muggles in the future, it's best to choose Muggle studies.
Of course, I know that some wizards grew up around Muggles and should be better at this. Professor McGonagall continued. Many wizards don't know how to interact with Muggles.
Unless Professor Caradai Bubeji, who studies Muggles, is a wizard who grew up among Muggles.
Albert whispered. Otherwise, I don't think that Professor knows much either.
From Arthur Weasley's question about what a rubber duck is for, it is clear that wizards have a very superficial understanding of Muggles. If you like outdoor activities and enjoy dealing with magical creatures, you can choose the Care of Magical Creatures class. Charlie chose Care of Magical Creatures. He said there aren't many students in the Advanced Care of Magical Creatures class.
George said in a low voice.
Arithmetic, divination and ancient languages like runes are suitable for wizards who enjoy studying magic. If you want to become a cursebreaker, you also need to be proficient in these 2 subjects. The former requires sensitivity to numbers and the ability to use numerology and grammar to predict the future. Wizards and witches who study and practice arithmetic are called arithmancers.
Later, it is somewhat related to archaeology and alchemy.
It requires a talent for languages, and very few wizards are truly proficient in ancient runes. Professor McGonagall's gaze lingered on Albert for a moment before continuing. Of course, if any of you are considering choosing all the subjects, you can come to me privately. But I don't recommend that everyone choose all the subjects, because the busy study pressure might overwhelm you. If you're not particularly good at studying, I generally don't advise choosing all the subjects.
Isabel chose all of them. Katrina muttered softly, considering whether she should go all in. It's all about what you plan to do in the future. Professor McGonagall reminded. Think it over carefully before making a decision.
Fred, George, and Lee Jordan were completely unafraid of the courses they had chosen being difficult. Even if they were, Albert was willing to help them. Moreover, they had only chosen the relatively easy courses of divination and care of magical creatures, and they had no intention of pursuing those fields in the future. You can use the Enter key and the shortcuts to read Chapter 304, The Secret of the 12 Certificates, Harry Potter and the Alchemist, Chapter 304, The Secret of the 12 Certificates. After class, Albert deliberately stayed behind, preparing to discuss the selection of new courses with Professor McGonagall. Katrina saw that Albert stayed behind, hesitated for a moment, and also stayed. Professor McGonagall wasn't too surprised that Albert wanted to take all the courses. Most good students would choose to take all the courses. Obtaining 12 certificates, without a doubt, Albert has such strength and also has an advantage. Professor McGonagall heard that Albert had a good understanding of ancient runes, and since he was born into a Muggle family, he had a natural advantage in Muggle studies. The difficulty of taking all the courses was much lower for him than for other students.
Miss McDougal, are you also planning to take all the courses? Professor McGonagall was not worried about Albert, but rather looked at Katerina beside him.
She knew that Katerina was also a very talented wizard, and her sister Isabel was even a genius, but she was still a bit worried about her situation.
Yes, Professor McGonagall, I'm also prepared to choose all of them. Katrina nodded in response.
You still have time to think it over, there's no need to rush.
Professor McGonagall looked at Katerina and kindly reminded her, Albert has his advantages in this regard.
Even if he chooses all the elective courses, it won't put too much pressure on him.
But you're different.
I've seen many students try to take all the elective courses, but very few wizards have managed to stick it out to the end and earn 12 certificates.
Different from me. Katrina was taken aback by the words, seemingly pondering where the differences between them lay. Mr. Anderson, are you sure you're ready to select all? Professor McGonagall turned to Albert again.
Well, I asked others, and they said I need to apply for something to resolve the class schedule conflict.
Albert casually made up an excuse. I'm also ready to choose all.
Katrina looked at Albert with a complex expression, nodded at Professor McGonagall, and affirmed, I believe I can do it, and I will.
All right. Professor McGonagall gestured for the two to follow her to her office.
If you plan to take all the courses, you will need to apply to the Ministry of Magic for special permission for a time turner.
Professor McGonagall gestured for the two to sit down.
Mr. Anderson is very outstanding. I believe the Ministry of Magic will definitely approve it. As for Miss McDougal, your grades are equally excellent, so the chances of approval are also very high.
Time turner.
Albert squinted his eyes and said softly, I've heard, there's a spell called the Hour Reversal spell that can take a person back a few hours. Professor McGonagall opened her mouth, suddenly unsure of what to say. Katrina was a bit confused, but she also guessed what the so-called time converter was. Then you should know, the time reversal spell is a dangerous and unstable incantation. Professor McGonagall's gaze became stern, her eyes fixed on Albert with an oppressive look.
Of course, I value my life.
Albert shook his head and said, it's impossible to joke about this, and even more impossible to risk one's life. You must keep this a secret, never tell anyone about it, and never use the time converter for anything other than studying.
I promise. Albert said straightforwardly. I promise too. All right, in that case, I will write to the Ministry of Magic. Before that, let me first tell you what you need to be aware of when using a time turner. Professor McGonagall began to explain to the two what catastrophic consequences could arise from severely violating the time rules.
Actually, I've seen a similar situation at Hogwarts.
Albert suddenly said, Isabel and Percy should both have time turners, right? Professor McGonagall fell silent again upon hearing this.
I have seen Percy appear in 2 places more than once.
To be honest, based on my understanding of Percy, it's hard to imagine he would deliberately loiter in front of me.
Albert casually rambled. Later, I checked some information and found the time reversal spell. Of course, Percy definitely wouldn't recklessly use such an unsafe spell, so there must be other ways to go back in time. Katrina was completely at a loss for words. She hadn't expected Albert to notice the problem from such a subtle detail.
If you suddenly found yourselves standing in front of yourselves, what would you think? Professor McGonagall suddenly asked. That person is an imposter. Or maybe I'm crazy. Katrina replied. If I didn't have the time converter, Albert said without hesitation, I would definitely suspect that someone drank a potion and turned into my likeness. Mr. Anderson.
Professor McGonagall frowned and reminded, many witches and wizards have mistakenly killed their past or future selves using time turners. One must be cautious. That's because they were too impulsive. Albert disdainfully curled his lip and said, I think even if I really encountered my past self due to time reversal, there would be many ways to deal with it. It's best to put away the wand, greet the other person, and say a code only you know to confirm if they're an imposter. Why was this person sorted into Gryffindor? At this moment, Professor McGonagall couldn't help but have the same thought in her mind. Mr. Anderson, this is not amusing at all. Time travel must be approached with utmost caution, otherwise it could lead to very serious consequences. Professor McGonagall weakly said, the Ministry of Magic conducts a strict guarantee review when approving the use of a time turner. I must remind you that the Ministry of Magic has established hundreds of laws regarding the possession of time turners, and imposes the most severe legal consequences and punishments for their misuse.
I will be careful, Professor McGonagall.
Albert said seriously, I promise I will never use it for anything outside of studying.
I hope you can remember your own words. Of course, I haven't lived enough yet, and I never joke with my own life. Abbott assured.
He indeed wouldn't joke with his own life. Albert chose all new courses, actually still wanting to get a time converter. Maybe he could trigger similar tasks, allowing him to have one, or master the hour reversal spell. As for the danger, isn't there still the panel skill? Furthermore, you can also try making a time converter yourself. The Ministry of Magic's laws?
Just ignore them. When did you find out about this? After leaving Professor McGonagall's office, Katerina asked with a complex expression. Everyone has their own secrets, don't they? Albert blinked and said, prying into other people's secrets is very impolite. Beside, I believe they wouldn't want me to ask either. After all, they have also assured Professor McGonagall. Are you saying I'm rude?
Katrina glared at Albert, her face full of, "I'm very unhappy right now." Pinnacle, you can use the enter in shortcuts to read.
Chapter 305, Hunters, Chapter 305, Poachers?
Recently, Hagrid has been frequently wandering in the Forbidden Forest. The three-headed dog, Fluffy, was hidden by Dumbledore in a cave in the Forbidden Forest.
Hagrid would bring it food every day and occasionally take Fluffy out for walks.
This was one of Hagrid's happiest memories. Rubius's growth rate is very fast, its size has already reached Hagrid's elbow. By this summer, it will be fully grown, and by then, Dumbledore will have it sent back to Greece. Hagrid knew that his time with Luffy was running out and had always cherished the last moments they spent together. Today, when Hagrid returned from the Forbidden Forest carrying an iron bucket, he noticed marks on the trunks of several trees in the forest that had been hit by spells. He reached out and touched them, and immediately realized what had happened to the Weasley brothers snuck back into the forest to practice spells again. Judging by the distribution of spell marks around, they were still throwing spells at each other in the forest.
Those two little brats, if I catch them again, they'll definitely be grounded for a week.
Hagrid slammed his hand against the tree trunk and said angrily if Fred and George were full of "I know," but then they turned around and completely forgot what they had just said. Hagrid doesn't want Hogwarts students frequently entering the Forbidden Forest. On one hand, the school doesn't allow students to enter the Forbidden Forest, and on the other hand, he also doesn't want rumors about monsters in the Forbidden Forest to spread. He must make an example of them. He can't set this precedent. If everyone starts running into the Forbidden Forest for fun, it would be a dereliction of duty for him as the gamekeeper. These past few days, Hagrid has been paying special attention to the Forbidden Forest, trying to catch the Weasley twins in the act. He even brought Fawn along for this purpose, but the twins managed to sneak away 3 times. Such results made Hagrid extremely frustrated, and he suspected that Albert might also be involved. In the forest at the edge of the school, there are almost always traces of magic. Every time he just enters the forest, the other party runs away faster than he does. Hagrid can't help but suspect that he is being watched, but he doesn't feel like he's being watched, and if he were, Fawn would also react. It's really strange. Since then, Hagrid stopped going into the forest to catch people. He always carried a pair of binoculars in his pocket and often wandered around the edge of the Forbidden Forest, trying to catch students coming out of the woods. However, Hagrid soon discovered that those two rascals always managed to find a way to sneak away, and it seemed they had cast a disillusionment charm on themselves, making it impossible to spot each other from a distance. This made Hagrid certain that Albert was also involved. One time, when Albert went to the hunting lodge to find Hagrid, he discovered that Hagrid was looking at him with a resentful gaze. Even the thick-skinned Albert couldn't quite handle it.
"What's wrong?" Albert couldn't help but ask. "If you have something to say, just say it. It's kind of embarrassing for you to look at me like that." "Are you still embarrassed?" Hagrid snorted in dissatisfaction. "You ingrates. Have you been going into the woods often lately?" "Humph, don't think I don't know you've been helping those two little brats plot." Cough, cough, "we've been doing homework at school lately." Albert cleared his throat and casually explained, "You know, Easter is coming up, and the homework is piling up." "Really not." "Really, there isn't," Albert earnestly assured. "All right, I believe you, yeah, right." Hagrid muttered discontentedly, "Just wait and see. If I catch whoever ran into the Forbidden Forest practicing magic, Professor McGonagall will definitely give them a week's detention." "Hagrid, are you okay?" Albert felt that he needed to change his plans when he returned. He could sense that strange obsession in Hagrid. "Not good. I spent most of my energy driving the Weasley brothers out of the Forbidden Forest." Hagrid waved the rock cake in his hand, taking a bite and crushing the cookie. It seemed that only by doing so could one uncover the dissatisfaction within. "Hagrid, you actually don't want people to enter the forest, right?" Albert tentatively asked, and without waiting for Hagrid to respond, he continued, "Is Luwei still in the forest?" I don't know what you're talking about," Hagrid said dryly. "Don't worry, I won't say anything out of turn, you know that." Albert nodded to show he understood. After all, the last round of rumors had been really frustrating. "I didn't let you into the forest because the 8-eyed giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest have been quite restless lately. I just didn't want them to go on a reckless adventure." "Did Dumbledore say when he would send Lu Wei away?" Albert asked again. "Summer vacation," Hagrid said irritably. He really couldn't understand how Albert knew that Lu Wei was still in the Forbidden Forest. "Did he really show a flaw? What happened with the Acromantula?" Albert asked. "I don't know, it seems like they were ambushed. Some wizards are hunting Acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest." Hagrid's brow furrowed slightly. He clearly did not want to see this situation. "What's going on?" "I don't know," they said. Hagrid hesitated, as if considering whether to tell Albert these things. Aragog said a wizard killed its kin, taking venom and spider eggs. You might not know,
But the eggs of the acromantula are classified as Class A restricted trade items, just like dragon eggs.
Hagrid angrily waved his fist. He didn't like those poachers. For Gallon. Albert wasn't surprised. Some people would do anything for Gallon.
Beside, he didn't have a good impression of those giant spiders either.
Indeed.
More of them should die for the spider colony's numbers to be controlled. Isn't the 8-eyed giant spider farm a good idea? Occasionally come over to harvest a batch.
It should be.
Hagrid said, so, the Aragog's colony is very agitated right now, and even I am not allowed to get close. Hagrid, you should be more worried about the wizard's safety than the acromantulas. Who knows, he might get eaten by those giant spiders one day.
Acromantulas hold grudges, you know. Albert comforted softly. This. Hagrid was taken aback.
Hagrid, the acromantula is classified as a magical creature, and its danger is self-evident. Albert reminded him somewhat speechlessly, for you, they might not pose a threat, but for the vast majority of wizards, those giant spiders are quite dangerous. So, you really don't have to worry about the 8-eyed giant spider colonies being raided by poachers. They do this often, and sooner or later, they'll get caught. Beside, 8-eyed giant spiders hold grudges.
Do you really think they won't retaliate against those poachers? It seems, that's indeed the case.
Hagrid scratched his head, always feeling that something was a bit off, but he had to admit that Albert made sense. You can use the enter key or the shortcuts to read Chapter 306, Ron's Birthday Volume 306, Ron's Birthday, late March, before Easter. The students at Hogwarts were in high spirits, with even more cases of minor mischief as everyone celebrated the upcoming Easter. In the Great Hall, Fred tossed the quill in his hand onto the table, tidied up his holiday assignments, and prepared to
go out for some fresh air and relaxation.
These past few days, they had been busy with holiday assignments and were about to drive themselves crazy.
Fred, wait for me. George also dropped his quill, ready to follow his brother. A bunch of bastards. Lee Jordan muttered.
He also wanted to go out and relax, but he still suppressed his frustration and continued memorizing the spell theories from the book.
Just a little bit more, and he would have finished. Finally done.
Angelina stretched lazily, put away her History of Magic paper, took out a piece of parchment from her book, checked off History of Magic, turned her head to ask Sana, how much holiday homework do you have left? The parchment was filled with all the Easter holiday assignments, a long list that made Angelina's head ache. The Easter holiday is nowhere near as fun as Christmas. Most students can only spend their time buried in books, desperately trying to complete heavy assignments, needing to memorize key points from the text, or practice spells, making it hard to enjoy a relaxing holiday unless you can reduce the amount of holiday homework as much as possible before Easter arrives, just like they are
doing now. There are still a few essays. Shauna looked at the boy across from her and asked, what about Albert? There's not much holiday homework left. Albert took the parchment that Angelina handed over, glanced at its contents, and said, I don't have as much holiday homework as you guys. Most of the spells that need to be memorized and practiced are already done. I just need to find some time to practice a bit. How enviable. Shauna envied Albert's memory.
Most of the articles, Albert doesn't need to memorize them deliberately, he just needs to read them a few more times to remember them.
So, Albert's theoretical knowledge is very solid,
to the point where she once doubted whether Albert had memorized most of the theoretical books.
Have you been secretly hiding to practice spells? Elias suddenly asked. Oh no, you actually found out. Albert joked.
He really doesn't need to spend a lot of time practicing most of the spells from class, otherwise, how could he possibly have the extra time and energy to do other things? We've been practicing the stunning spell and the disarming charm lately.
Do you want to join us?
Fred suddenly popped up from behind Albert, placing his hands on his shoulders, and said with a smile to everyone, I've already mastered it, I can teach you. The twins didn't know when they had come back. No one paid attention to Fred, treating his words as mere nonsense, and continued discussing their holiday assignments. They would exchange the information they had found, saving time and effort that would have been spent going to the library. This method of division of labor was actually thought up by Albert.
Anyway, it's not like they're copying each other's homework, so it doesn't matter.
It saves everyone time in finding information, and the efficiency of completing holiday assignments has doubled.
Did you finish browsing so quickly? Albert replied without even looking up. Truman asked me to ask you, is the Wizards' Cup match tomorrow still on schedule?
George explained the reason for their return. Tomorrow we start the holiday, and the day after tomorrow is Easter.
Proceed as usual. If anyone plans to go home for the holiday, then I'm sorry. Albert said without hesitation, most students spend Easter at Hogwarts and rarely go home during the Easter break.
This is also why the professors work so hard to assign homework to the students, hoping they will behave themselves during the Easter break.
By the way, I just saw Hagrid. George suddenly said, he seems to be in a hurry.
It seems like they are going to see Professor Dumbledore. It feels like something has happened.
Probably something to do with the acromantula. Albert casually said, the Forbidden Forest is not safe right now. Wizards are hunting those giant spiders in the forest, and they've really pissed them off. How about we go too?
Fred leaned in, excitedly saying, I heard that the venom of the eight-eyed giant spider is very valuable.
Since there's a chance to get rich, why should we miss it? Are you talking about the eight-eyed giant spider that Professor Smith mentioned last time? Angelina raised an eyebrow and asked. By the way, aren't you afraid of those things?
Sana still remembers that the boggart of the Weasley twins was a giant spider.
Stop talking nonsense, be careful not to get eaten by the giant spider.
Albert swatted away Fred's hand resting on his shoulder and reminded him, don't blame me when you end up as spider droppings.
The eight-eyed giant spider eats people. Ugh, could you not say such disgusting things?
The girls all had a look of disgust on their faces, feeling sickened by Albert's words. Elia silently put down the cookie in her hand. Albert didn't mind either and continued, I think it's probably because Hagrid found the poacher's body, so he hurried to report it to the headmaster.
I always feel like that poacher is really unlucky.
Fred couldn't help but complain, with you saying that, who knows, you might get eaten by a giant eight-eyed spider one day.
If I were him, I would definitely be scared to the point of exploding on the spot, far away from those giant spiders.
As everyone knows, Albert's words are sometimes more accurate than prophecies, especially when it comes to bad things. He's always spot on. Just then, a sudden scream echoed through the hall. Peeves threw a bag of wolf spiders onto the long table in the great hall, and the spiders started scurrying around, giving the timid students a huge fright.
Where did he get those tarantulas?
Fred pulled out his wand, knocked down the approaching tarantula, picked it up to examine it, and said with a laugh, I've decided, this will be Ron's birthday gift this year. I really want to see Ron's reaction when he opens the gift box and a bunch of spiders crawl out. George also drew his wand and began to stun the wolf spiders on the table. I remember your brother seems to be afraid of spiders. I think you guys should just give up on this crazy idea. Sana watched the twins put the tarantula into the box, unable to stop shaking her head.
Ron must have been incredibly unlucky to end up with brothers like you. No, that's his luck. Fred and George said in unison. Be careful of receiving Huller letters. Albert said. I think so too. Lee Jordan couldn't help but shake his head.
If he opened his birthday gift and found something he was afraid of crawling out, it would be a nightmare of a lifetime.
How dare you pull a prank like this?
An angry voice rang in their ears. Percy, hands on his hips, glared fiercely at Fred and George, confiscating the box containing the spider.
I'll write to Mom. Don't, we were just joking, really just joking.
Fred and George were never able to change Percy's mind. After all, who could blame them for their terrible prank?
Werewolves, there are werewolves in the Forbidden Forest. At that moment, someone ran into the hall, shouting loudly. I overheard that big guy talking to the headmaster. They found a werewolf in the Forbidden Forest.
The senior student said breathlessly, Professor Dumbledore has already gone into the forest.
PQ can use the enter and shortcuts to read.
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone Chapter 307, the victim there really are werewolves in the Forbidden Forest. Sana's face was full of shock. Under Professor Smith's guidance, they had all learned just how pitiful and dangerous werewolves truly were.
I don't think so. Werewolves are still human, they need to eat and sleep. No werewolf would be bored enough to go into the Forbidden Forest to play survival games. Albert had never heard of werewolves in the Forbidden Forest. Should we sneak over there?
George suggested, clearly very curious about the matter.
With Professor Dumbledore around, do you think you can hide it from him?
Albert said irritably, I'll find time to talk to Hagrid another day and get to the bottom of this.
Wow, that's a werewolf. Why are you reacting like this? Lee Jordan couldn't help but mutter. Otherwise, what do you expect me to do?
Albert looked at Lee Jordan speechlessly and said irritably, Don't worry, the headmaster will handle the werewolf problem.
Dumbledore might not kill the werewolves, but he will definitely drive the ones around Hogwarts away. Aren't you curious?
Not curious, keeping a distance from them is the right thing to do. Albert shook his head, saying he was just a bit confused about how there could be werewolves in the Forbidden Forest. Could it be that the unfortunate poacher is the so-called werewolf? Upon careful consideration, there really is such a possibility. After all, not many people are willing to offer jobs to werewolves. Hunting eight-eyed giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest is indeed dangerous, but the rewards are quite substantial. However, the actual situation was quite different from what Albert had imagined. At this moment, on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore was following Hagrid toward the hunting lodge of the werewolf was locked in the hut by Hagrid. When Dumbledore entered, he saw the man tightly bound to the chair with chains, looking very weak and already unconscious. "This guy is a henchman of Fenrir Greyback, I've dealt with them before," Hagrid explained. "I had to ensure the safety of Hogwarts students, so I locked him up tightly." "You are right." Dumbledore didn't blame Hagrid and asked again, "What happened to him?" "I don't know, when I found him, he was already like this, not quite coherent, and now it seems like he's completely passed out." Hagrid reached out and patted the man's cheek, frowning as he said, "I suspect he might be a poacher." Aragog said there are wizards hunting the Acromantula. Dumbledore examined the unconscious man, drew his wand, and cast a spell on him, but it had almost no effect. "It seems I need a little help." Dumbledore waved his wand, and a ball of white light flew toward the castle. As soon after, Snape arrived. "Dumbledore, where did you find this werewolf?" Snape's tone was unfriendly. "I don't think anyone would want a werewolf appearing at Hogwarts. Hagrid found him in the Forbidden Forest. We need to figure out why he is in the Forbidden Forest, what exactly he is doing here," Dumbledore said. "He was poisoned, with a toxin that isn't lethal but will make him weak. Also, I think he might have been hit by dark magic, probably the soul-sucking curse." Snape examined the man's condition and offered his own guess. Actually, Dumbledore did want to directly use legilimency on the man, but since the werewolf situation wasn't looking good, he decided to let Snape help with the treatment instead. "I suggest you don't give him the antidote, let that guy remain weak. At least it won't pose a threat to us or the students of Hogwarts." A voice came from outside the room, and Professor Smith entered. He squinted at the werewolf sitting in the chair and said softly, "I heard you caught a werewolf." "It seems that's indeed the case. What profound insights do you have?" Snape's tone was not friendly. "I suggest using legilimency on him directly. I remember you are an expert in this area. Find out what this guy's intentions really are." Professor Smith's tone was chilling. "If this guy's target is the students of Hogwarts, I think he should spend the rest of his life in Azkaban prison." Hearing Professor Smith mention Azkaban, Hagrid instinctively recoiled. That place left a rather bad impression on him. "I think this proposal is quite good." Snape rarely agreed. Letting him spend the rest of his life in Azkaban is indeed a good choice. First, let him wake up and figure out what happened before making a decision. It's not too late. Dumbledore looked at Snape and said, "He never judged someone as guilty just because they were a werewolf." Snape nodded, began taking out a cauldron and ingredients from a pocket, and started brewing the potion on the spot. It didn't take long for him to successfully concoct the potion. This unfortunate werewolf quickly woke up and, upon realizing he was surrounded by a crowd of people, was startled. Legilimens. Dumbledore didn't waste any words with the other party and directly accessed the man's memories. The fragments of the werewolf's memories leaped in Dumbledore's mind, yet he couldn't figure out what was going on. The man's name is Horman, a werewolf, and a subordinate of the notorious werewolf leader Fenrir Greyback. A few days ago, he was attacked by someone using a spell, and before he could figure out what was happening, he was captured and taken to the Forbidden Forest, along with another werewolf. They had been trapped in the Forbidden Forest for several days, and just as they managed to break free from the control of the soul-sucking curse and were about to escape, they happened to run into Hagrid. An arrow hit his knee, and he was caught by Hagrid. Originally, Hagrid thought it was a poacher, but seeing Yorman's disheveled appearance, he vaguely recognized him and decided to take him back to the hunting lodge to find out why he was in the Forbidden Forest. On the way, Hagrid encountered the centaur Ronan, who informed Hagrid that this was a werewolf. Hagrid finally remembered who this guy was. "This guy probably hasn't done much good either. I suggest we send him to Azkaban prison." Professor Smith's tone was unfriendly. "Moreover, I think it's necessary to search the nearby forest to prevent another werewolf from lingering around Hogwarts. Severus, please contact the Ministry of Magic. Ravenna, go inform the other professors and have them help search the entire Forbidden Forest." Dumbledore agreed. After all, the safety of Hogwarts students was more important. Easter was approaching, and during the holidays, the school's control over the students would become very lax, so they couldn't take any risks. A half an hour later, Fudge hurriedly arrived with 4 oars. Fudge believed that Dumbledore using legilimency on a werewolf in private was against the rules, but when Smith mentioned that he was a subordinate of the werewolf Fenrir Greyback and that it could be detrimental to the students, he just lost it. If a Hogwarts student were bitten by a werewolf, it would definitely be big news, and he, as the Minister of Magic, would be in big trouble because of it. "You are right, Azkaban prison would be his best option." Fudge nodded at Professor Smith, allowing the Aurors to take away the controlled Yorman. That day, Dumbledore led the professors to search the Forbidden Forest near Hogwarts, and the centaurs were also persuaded to help look for another werewolf. The agitation didn't stop until the next day, when another werewolf was found by Hagrid. This guy was rather unfortunate, he was already dead by the time he was found. In the end, Hagrid exchanged 2 deer from Aragog to prevent it from becoming a meal for the Acromantula. You can use the Enter key in the shortcuts to read. Chapter 308. Gradually coming into its own, the werewolf incident caused a great stir at Hogwarts, with everyone discussing it and wanting to know if there really were werewolves in the Forbidden Forest. Some people said they saw the Minister of Magic and Aurus outside the school, while others said the professors were clearing the Forbidden Forest to prevent werewolves from lingering around Hogwarts. This matter did not affect the normal progress of the Wizard Card Tournament. The number of spectators watching the match was greater than the last time, but despite this, Albert still did not complete the small tournament task, which made him a bit frustrated. However, there is still good news. The Wizard Card Tournament is gradually reaching its peak. Some students who had not been initiated into wizard cards became curious about the competition, especially when they saw the competitors using their own cards, which gave them a strange feeling. Wizard cards, unlike the Bang Bang explosive cards that automatically explode during the game, are more about using one's brain. Many Ravenclaw students have developed a strong interest in these wizard cards. Where did they get these cards from? How come I've never heard of this card game before? A Ravenclaw student couldn't help but ask the friend who had brought him over to watch the match. That person didn't say anything either, just raised a hand and pointed to a sign next to them, which read, "Please remain silent during the match." So that's it. No wonder everyone isn't talking much. What is everyone crowding here for? Professor McGonagall walked into the hall, and her attention was immediately drawn to the table crowded with people. She walked over and saw that everyone was gathered around watching 4 people play cards. When did the school have such a club, and why is it so popular? Professor McGonagall's appearance caught the students' attention, and they all moved aside to look over. "Professor, is there something you need?" Albert also noticed Professor McGonagall's arrival and raised an eyebrow, asking. Easter is coming, so everyone should avoid going to the Forbidden Forest to prevent any accidents. Professor McGonagall stared at the wizarding card, paused for a moment upon hearing the words, and then spoke. "As long as we connect it with yesterday's werewolf incident, it won't be hard to guess what happened." Because of the werewolf? Albert voiced everyone's doubts. "Well, we can't rule out the possibility that there are other werewolves in the Forbidden Forest, so don't take any risks." Professor McGonagall nodded seriously and said, "If you accidentally get bitten by a werewolf, your life will truly be over. It seems that the rumors about werewolves in the Forbidden Forest are true." Albert muttered quietly. "Mr. Anderson, what are you doing?" This time, it was Professor McGonagall's turn to ask a question. "We are hosting the first Wizard Card Tournament," Albert answered honestly. "Wizard Card, are you referring to this?" Professor McGonagall asked again. "Yes, these are wizard cards, inspired by chocolate frog cards. If the professor allows it, we can make a card exclusively for the professor." Albert blinked and suggested. "In these wizard cards, there is no Professor McGonagall's card, because no photo was taken, and considering the possibility of getting into trouble with the professors, the competition decks do not include any Hogwarts professor cards." Professor McGonagall was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Albert again and glanced at the wizard cards on the table. She said softly, "If you have time, tell me how this happened. I can see that you've cast quite a few advanced spells on these cards." The wizard cards employed quite a bit of transfiguration magic. Although the application was still a bit rough, it still made Professor McGonagall marvel at Albert's talent in transfiguration. Some spells even required being in an advanced class to learn, and those students didn't even use them as well as Albert did. Professor McGonagall left, neither agreeing nor refusing. Albert didn't mind at all. He thought Professor McGonagall would agree. Most wizards couldn't refuse the chance to appear on a chocolate frog card. There was a bit of a commotion. The competition is still ongoing, and this time the number of participants in the elimination rounds is far fewer than last time, but the progress of the matches is slower. The contestants who have passed through a round of elimination have some level of skill. The mindless behavior during the last competition has decreased significantly, and everyone is carefully considering how to use card tactics to defeat their opponents. Playing wizard cards requires a bit of luck, but it pays more attention to certain details during the match. When experts face off, a single mistake can lead to being overturned by the opponent. This situation also applies to this group of contestants. Sana, who was favored by Albert, indeed lived up to expectations and smoothly passed this elimination round. Angelina's luck was as good as ever, and she also successfully advanced. Along with her was Truman, who won very easily and is considered a contender for the championship. The others were all mediocre, and Albert thought the champion might emerge from the 3 of them, as long as they didn't meet before the finals. It seems the finals will have to wait until next month. Albert glanced at his pocket watch, signaling that everyone could disperse. After the match ended, Quite a few people came to ask Albert about the wizard cards, and suddenly, many more people became interested in this wizard card game. Albert pushed Lee Jordan out to explain to everyone. While he smoothly slipped away from the crowd during lunch, Lee Jordan looked at him with a face full of resentment. 14 people have expressed interest in joining our club, 7 of whom are Ravenclaw, 3 are Hufflepuff, and 4 are Gryffindor. He reported the specific situation to Albert.
Pretty good. Albert replied without hesitation.
It's pretty good, but why didn't you explain the rules of the game to them yourself? Speaking of this, the dissatisfaction on Lee Jordan's face grew even more pronounced. You bunch of bastards, you run so damn fast.
This is just an opportunity for you to train. Albert chuckled. I don't need this kind of opportunity. Lee Jordan couldn't help but protest, not at all. No, mate, you need to.
Fred and George exchanged glances, placing a hand on Lee Jordan's shoulder, and said earnestly, think about the second, third, or even fourth wizarding chess tournament.
Someone needs to host it, and you're the best person for the job.
Naturally, you need to train well, we can't let the other students laugh at us. Lee Jordan was stunned, seemingly confused by the trio's words.
By the way, the first wizard card tournament went more smoothly than I expected.
Albert quietly changed the subject. I'm planning to create an album that will be passed down by the managers of the Wizard Card Club through the generations, as a historical legacy of the Wizard Card Club. Albert continued, this idea is not bad. The 3 nodded in agreement. If wizard cards really became famous, the Hogwarts Wizard Card Club would be seen as the origin of wizard cards and attract students' attention, effectively increasing the card's popularity among students. You can use the enter key or the shortcut keys to read chapter 309. So it was you causing trouble. Chapter 309. It turns out you were the one causing trouble. Albert didn't plan to go home for the holidays,
which made Nia very unhappy.
In the Easter egg package she sent, she included a photo of Tom's big, staring face to express her dissatisfaction. Compared to Albert, Fred and George's Easter was even worse. Percy told Mrs. Weasley that they were preparing to send Ron a bunch of spiders as a birthday gift. They both got a severe scolding in the letter, and even the Easter eggs were significantly reduced in size. Only the size of an egg, and inside was just a homemade toffee. Fred and George picked up their respective taffies, their faces immediately falling long, gritting their teeth and saying, that bastard Percy actually squealed. Who told you to cause trouble all the time? Lee Jordan had a face full of schadenfreude, but he couldn't be happy for long because his Easter eggs were gone this year. Lee Jordan's family went on a trip before the Easter holiday and only sent him a few photos from their outing. He suddenly felt bad and almost sank into a corner of the wall, drawing circles out of frustration. And Fred and George didn't laugh for long either. Looking at their own Easter eggs, they felt equally frustrated. Albert was quite generous, sharing the Easter eggs with his roommates. Food, after all, is much more enjoyable when shared together. A few people didn't go to the library, so they could eat while doing their holiday homework. The girls from the same year were also sitting nearby, exchanging and tasting each other's Easter eggs, chatting about recent interesting events. Everyone can be so leisurely now, thanks to having completed a large amount of homework in advance. Others' Easter holidays are not as leisurely as theirs, and this holiday doesn't really allow for relaxation.
This is called a holiday. What on earth are they doing?
A third-year student finally couldn't take it anymore and roared in the common room, looking like he was on the verge of a nervous breakdown, and he wasn't the only one. Percy Weasley wasn't doing well either. He had a full 12 subjects worth of holiday homework, and the heavy workload was suffocating him, keeping him on edge all day, not to mention Fred and George constantly bothering him. He had to hide in the library to do his holiday homework, avoiding the twins' interference.
What are you discussing? Albert came down from the dormitory, looked at the giggling girls, and curiously asked.
We were discussing what to do with the prize money once we win the Wizards' Cup championship.
Angelina blinked and said, are you that confident?
Albert was speechless. He actually set up a rule for himself.
Was he afraid he couldn't lose the match? Why are you spending money to hold this competition? Sana was even more curious about why Albert was willing to pay out of his own pocket to host the competition.
This is like an investment, and it also promotes the wizarding card.
I think I can break even and make a big profit.
Albert said, if I leave Hogwarts and don't find a job I like, I can focus on this.
That's not a bad idea. Besides, you don't lack for galleons anyway. Sana actually admires Albert's idea. It's very visionary.
Maybe in a few years, wizard cards will really become a game loved by everyone, and they might actually make money from it. Moreover, wizard's card is indeed an interesting pastime, and they occasionally play cards together, which has improved their relationship. The door to the common room swung open, and Fred and George squeezed in, holding an Easter egg in their hands,
looking as if they had just won a Quidditch match. Percy's Easter egg. Fred happily distributed the taffies to everyone. That guy compromised.
Since he ruined our Easter eggs so badly, he naturally has to make it up to us.
By the way, Katrina asked me to give this to you. George took a piece of parchment out of his pocket and handed it to Albert. I think it might be a love letter.
Several girls perked up their ears to eavesdrop.
What on earth is in your head?
Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes upon hearing this. This letter was handed to him by Katerina, asking him to go to Professor Smith's office. Albert thought that Professor Smith must have something to discuss with him, so he had Katerina deliver a letter to him. This wasn't the first time such a thing had happened to when he knocked on the door and went in. He saw that it was Katerina who opened it.
Professor Smith, what do you need from me?
Albert had just opened his mouth when he heard Professor Smith's voice beside him.
Soul out of the body. Suddenly, a wonderful sensation enveloped his entire body.
Albert felt as if he were floating, his thoughts and worries swept away, leaving only a vague, intangible joy. He stood there, feeling particularly relaxed, carefree, and his consciousness became increasingly hazy. Then, he heard Professor Smith's voice echoing in his empty mind, "Give me your wand." Albert instinctively drew his wand from his pocket and handed it over. His consciousness was quite hazy, as if he had realized something not very good.
Go get the map to Gryffindor's secret treasure for me,
Professor Smith said again. Albert silently turned and headed toward the Gryffindor dormitory. At the corner of the corridor, he felt a gentle tap on his head, and the emptiness in his mind, echoing like a hollow valley, began to fade. Albert suddenly froze in place, his body trembling slightly. He was trying to resist the soul-stealing spell, but the lack of coordination in his body caused him to fall to the ground. By the time Albert got up, his face was exceptionally grim. The soul-stealing curse Smith had used on him had completely failed. He still clearly remembered what had just happened, and his expression grew even darker. Albert never thought that Smith would actually use the soul-sucking curse on him at school. Is he crazy? What on earth does he want to do? And that idiot Katerina? She's probably already under the control of the soul-reaping curse. Albert can resist the soul-snatching spell mainly because he has lived 2 lifetimes, has a relatively strong will, and possesses powerful magical abilities. Katrina was clearly not herself. There was no way she could break free from the soul-reaping curse. Moreover, if he had tried to resist the curse just now, it would only make Smith more vigilant and use an even stronger soul-reaping curse to control him. Is it really your bad luck, or is it just your bad luck? Breaking the soul-sucking curse, Albert walked back to the dormitory while considering how to deal with the current situation. Should I report it to Dumbledore, or should we handle it ourselves? His wand was taken by the other party, so that guy probably thinks he's powerless without his wand. Albert had already anticipated Smith's moves several steps ahead. In that case, then, PQ can use the enter key in the shortcuts to read. Chapter 310, There are always villains trying to harm me. Albert rubbed his cheek, pretending that nothing had just happened, and continued walking toward the Gryffindor common room. He planned to go back to his dormitory to prepare, feeling that something big was about to happen.
Weren't you out on a date? I thought you would be back in the afternoon. You didn't get dumped, did you?
George heard a noise coming from the entrance of the common lounge, turned his head, and saw Albert coming in through the entrance. He couldn't help but tease him.
Just came back to grab something, Albert casually said. How about some toffee?